Okosunu baby Subamia.
Ase kwa nefo jabanye si akuna nyego bamkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota akuna koga book.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. So there's, yeah, it is me. So you can come back. I'm not quite sure. There's two sessions running in tandem on the One Man Went to More platform. So I think that might be well confusing some people. As you know, we have a guest host that is hosting a Pan-African session on the platform. So you may be seeing that, but nevertheless, it's still the same platform. We are trying to expand our conversation to have a broader reach than just the average back and forth that we have in Nigeria. So that's what is going on. So a lot of you should have picked up on that, but that is what is going on. So that is what is going on. But what is going on in the news is the next. And by the way, those are characters that are co-hosting. They come under parental advisement. They come under parental advisement. So they're like they're a Gen Z group. They're a Gen Z group. They are very, very clever, but also very, very funky. So they come under parental. So you go there under advisement. That's essentially what it is. So go there, but it's a delightful space. So I spend time with them as well. So that's what's going on there. But what is going on here is the question. It's the traditional sessions that you always have with your friendly neighborhood one man went to mow. That's what is going on here. So that's what is going on here. So before anything else, the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. So that should be routinous by now. So do that immediately and right now. Click on the like button. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. So do that as well. The hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you to come and join me on the screen. So do that. And then, of course, the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee that is pinned on the comment section. So do all those. So now, what are we talking about? Well, that's not even a question, really. There's absolutely categorically only one thing to talk about, and we'll be talking about it. It's the goings on in Niger, and not... well, you see, that's a Freudian slip, isn't it? But it's the goings on in Gabon that we'll be talking about. So, as you all know, there's been a coup in Gabon. So there's been a coup in Gabon. So we'll be spending some time with that. And what actually struck me, and I think I put it, what struck me, and I think I put it on the thumbnail. So let me actually look for it so you can see what I saw. So what actually struck me, just as soon as I can see it, what actually struck me is that all of the countries virtually that encircles the Nigerian state have a military administrator or a military administration. And the second thing that immediately struck me after that is that all of these countries are Francophone countries. So is there something to be read into that? Let me see. I look for it actually because it's quite interesting to see. So I look for that and just flash it up. It's the thumbnail. So yes, we'll be leading with that, of course. The the goings on in Niger, in Gabon. I keep crossing over to say Niger Republic, but there it is. Tinubu condemns Gabon coup, says rule of law must not perish in Africa. So now of course the army, they've taken over the country of Gabon. So there's been a military coup there. But are we having the same reactions to that military coup as we are having to the military coup in Niger Republic? So that's a question that I'd like to put forward for you to consider. So consider it off the backdrop of this. The person being removed from power in Gabon is the son of the person that used to rule that country, who ruled the country well into his 90s, passed the baton to his son, and the son carried on. They've just had what purports to be a sham of an election in that country, and off the back of that, the citizenry and the army, they said enough is enough. Actually, before we go any further, traditionally I don't do this, but let me do it in this one instance. There was a clip. Yes, there's a clip that I wanted to show you of the reactions of the people of Niger Republic to that coup. So let me just bring that up. Because of course the president, now the post-president of that country, he was inviting the citizenry to make a lot of noise to protest against the coup. But this is how the citizenry chose to react instead. So this is live from the Niger Republic. So this is how the people of Niger, this is how they are reacting to the coup. So that is to tell you that, that enough is enough. Celebrations in, apologies, so if I'm saying Niger Republic, I actually mean Gabon. It's just so many coups in that, that parallel, that line that runs across the top of Nigeria. Celebration in Gabon, soldiers now celebrities. So this is the reaction organic of the people of that country to what's taking place. So they are not making noise, they are not in alarm, they're in a celebratory mode. So there it is. So that's the response of the people of Gabon to that coup. So the response of the people of Gabon to that coup, but the response of the Nigerian state. Tinubu condemns Gabon coup, says rule of law must not perish in Africa. So it looks as though now, with now this Gabon situation coming into play, it affects obviously how then the Niger space is to be handled. So that this Gabon coup now removes completely the option of any military deployment in Niger Republic. But how do you still reverse that? So a lot to discuss around that. So we'll discuss all those. So a lot to discuss around that, a lot to reflect on with this one as well. So we were having conversations around Yemsin Wike just as early as yesterday, that he was on the one hat in the campaign team of the APC, in another hat in the campaign team of the PDP. So confusions galore, but what is not confusing is that he still considers himself a member of the PDP. I dare anyone to suspend me from PDP. This is Yemsin Wike. So there it is. So we see how that plays out. So, and by the way, suspend or not, he has to make a decision. You know, because of course, what we are seeing now is that language of government of national unity. That is what we are seeing with the TINUBU'S space, government of national unity. Because of course, we have somebody that's a Labour Party sympathizer, Tijani Bosun. He's the minister of internet or whatever. And we have a senior chieftain of the PDP, Yemsin Wike, as the minister for Abuja. So that's a government of national unity. But where does the allegiance of these people, where does it lay? Is their loyalty with the party that they are serving under, or is their loyalty with the opposition, which they are senior members of, and is looking to wrestle power from the party that they're serving under? So you see how messed up and convoluted and confused it is. So you cannot be Oshakala and be Oshokolo. That is a Yoruba idiom. You cannot be yin and you cannot be yang. Yeah, and that is a Chinese idiom. So you cannot be one and then the other. So you are one or the other. But which one is Yemson Wike? I dare anyone to suspend me from PDP. The whiskey-loving former governor of River State, Yemson Wike. So we spent time there to reflect on on what's going on. So now, the coup in Niger Republic. Just presume that I'm in Gabon whenever I say Niger Republic. The coup in Gabon, the reactions to it actually cascade and transcends that country. And here are reactions coming in from Nigeria. Enough of Bongo's family rule. Nigerians react to Gabon coup. So yes, as much as we all, hang all of our hearts on democracy as the best form of governance, this sort of yes. So this is them making. They usually leave that office in a coffin, don't they? This is the guy they got rid. Look at that. Look at that. This is somebody that purports to be a president. Look at that. Are you saying that? My goodness me. And you get this especially within those francophone countries, and these are the guys that.
Au nom du peuple gabonais et garant de la protection des institutions, avons décidé de défendre la paix en mettant fin au régime en place. À cet effet, les élections générales du 26 août 2023 ainsi que les résultats.
Whatever he's saying, we are not French speakers here, but whatever he is saying, TINUBU'S is what he's saying. If you understand French, whichever language you understand, TINUBU'S, that's what he's saying to them there. So TINUBU'S, Niger Republic style. But let's see just reactions to it universally. That Sieze Fly, as Kulata likes to call him, David Udeyi. A coup already took place in Gabon 3 days ago with the fraudulent sham election. That's the coup I will condemn. I hereby condemn the Gabonese coup. Lafont queries why coup in Africa have always been in Francophone countries. Yes, I have to look for that chart because I need to show you that. You just see a strap line run across the very top of Nigeria, just caging it in from the north, and then you have Gabon now coming in from the east, I would say, with another militarized administration. So very, very quickly, we're going to be encircled by military administrations in Nigeria. So a cause for concern, I would say. But I'll find that chart and then I'll present it to you in a moment. But the reactions to it, though, I expect the condemnation to be universal. Amakan G. Thomas says Gabonese people deserve better than allow the family that rules them for 53 years. The people of Gabon deserve better. 53 years rule of the Bongo family comes to an end. There's everything cliched, African cliche, about the Gabonese story, including their president, a man called Bongo. I kid you not, is straight out of a Disney cartoon, isn't he? An African president called Bongo. Can you imagine? All of the cliches, a president for life in Africa called Bongo. All of the stereotypes just wrapped into that. The people of Gabon deserve better. 53 years rule of the Bongo family comes to an end. Election must reflect the will of the people, not family of the family in charge or something or the other. So whatever, condemnation from that space. So you can imagine that the condemnation will be universal, but then, of course, a lot of people will try to leverage it to tell their own pecuniary political narrative. So we saw that with David Udeyi, of course. And then we are seeing that so all the Okechukwus will be there now with the usual line. So there it is. So the goings on in Gabon. So we reflect on that. So we still stay with Gabon, and we hear from Femi Fani-Kayode. I am not surprised. Fani-Kayode reacts to Gabon coup, gives predictions. Former Nigerian Minister of Aviation Femi Fani-Kayode has said he's not surprised by the military coup in Gabon, and that people should expect more coups in Francophone countries of West and Central Africa. Correspondents report that Fani-Kayode made the comment in a post on the social media platform Twitter. He said the coup in Gabon was prophetic and that it was frankly to be expected. Fani-Kayode cited his recent essay, "Does Killing Nigerian Babies Bring Glory to Our Name?" in which he warned that coups are becoming more and more commonplace in Francophone Africa. He said that the reasons for this are corruption, poverty, and a lack of democracy. Fani-Kayode also questioned whether the Economic Community of West African states or the African Union will threaten to invade Gabon, as they have done in the past with other countries that experienced coup. He said, sadly, another coup has taken place. And by the way, sorry, I had to pause for a moment because I just had a thought. By the way, between the coup in Gabon, between the coup rather in Niger Republic and this coup now in Gabon, there's been other coups as well. There's been attempted coups in Sierra Leone, and there's rumored attempted coups in Liberia, but certainly it looks like a successful coup now in Gabon. So within the space of about 2 months even, we've had instances of about 4 coups. I'm going to have to look for that. I'm going to have to look for that. That article that tells us what is going on within the Francophone space. So I'm crossing missing thoughts. So let me just carry on. Let me just carry on. So yes. So that's pretty much Fani-Kayode's reaction to that. So that's pretty much Fani-Kayode's reaction to that. So now this next headline is somewhat of a departure from all things political, but this next headline is quite intriguing and amusing. It's intriguing and amusing, and that is why I'm bringing it. It intrigues and amuses me. But what will you make of this? So you've had thoughts in this direction, but what were those thoughts? And will those thoughts align with what has now been documented? So I'll say that before I bring the headline on. You've had thoughts in this direction, and those thoughts took a particular form. But will those thoughts that you've had previously, will they align with the data being presented by this next piece? The 10 top African countries with the highest IQ. So now, I'm sure you've often thought who the cleverest Africans are. But now, before we get to those, before we get to the readout of that piece, I want you to drop your list and then see if it mirrors what the article is going to present us. The top 10 African countries with highest IQ in 2021. So we find out who those are. We find out who those are, and then we go back to the predictability of our domestic politics. The predictability of our domestic politics, AREWA Forum raises alarm over alleged Yorubanization and Lagosization in TINUBU'S appointment. So there it is. Everything changes but remains the same. So we've transmuted from Fulanization to Yorubanization and Lagosization. So all the shunts are still in play. AREWA Forum raises alarm over alleged Yorubanization, Lagosization in TINUBU'S appointment. So we'll see quite what's propelled that. We'll see quite what's propelled that. So now, this next headline. This now, that's Kaizo causing mischief in the comment section. Good to see you, Kaizo. So now, this next headline it solves an ongoing mystery once and for all. So the next headline that I'm about to bring you now, it solves an ongoing mystery once and for all. So the back and forth of the narratives around TINUBU'S certificate and what went down at Chicago State University, that has agitated the obedient space, giving them endless sleepless nights. They can't eat, they can't sleep, all just agog and just flummoxed and flabbergasted and banging their heads against the wall. Bang your heads against the wall no more, my dear obedient friends. Bang your heads against the wall no more, my dear obedient friends. So the mystery around TINUBU'S certificate is about to be solved. So let me now solve that mystery once and for all for our obedient friends, and here it is right there. So there it is right there. This is, so now the person that actually graduated from Chicago State University, that they told us what they said female. So this is actually the woman. So this is the woman, according to now what we're getting. So this apparently is the Bola Tinubu that graduated from the Chicago State University. So this is what our friendly neighborhood obedience are telling us now. So this is from Charlie Boy Area Father, and that is his verified handle. So of course it must be authentic. The famous B. Tinubu who attended Chicago State University. Is the cat finally out of the bag? So there she is right there. Gloria Bromile Tinubu PhD. So this is the Tinubu then that that Bola Ahmed is using the identity of. So this is the Tinubu. So that mystery then that has agitated and flummoxed the obedient space for months on end. I, your friendly neighborhood one man went to mow, I've just solved it for them. So that is it. The yams need not continue in that space anymore. The yams need not continue in that space anymore. Let me bring you one last headline. So now, we were talking about the Gabonese president just then, who lived well into his 90s before he passed on the baton to his son. And we were talking about this whole, and we also saw the son, who was barely, in fact, I said barely, is completely incapable of standing upright, and he purports to be a president. And we were talking about this old, decrepit, completely senile elements ruling over the African state and refusing to let go. And we were saying this is something that is particularly an African malaise. So this is something a lot of people attribute to Africa. Old, decrepit, completely faded out, senile people clinging on to power. This is something you would think was unique and peculiar to Africa, but is it? McConnell appears to freeze while speaking with reporters in Kentucky. So everything changes but remains the same. This is exactly, if this was an African, I'll play it to you in a moment, but if this was if this was an African space, the Washington Post or whatever it is, the Wall Street Journal, they will write an epistle about this, writing just how low IQ and backward you are in Africa, that you will end up with somebody like this in your leadership. But these are the people that lead the United States. Watch this.
Your skin, oh yeah, your skin goes to something beautiful.
What are my thoughts about what?
Running for re-election in 2026.
That's
Did you hear the question, Senator? Running for re-election in 2026? All right, I'm sorry, you all. We're going to need a minute. Senator. Benny. somebody else have a question? Please speak up.
The super PAC supporting former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie's presidential campaign is out with a new campaign ad in the state of New Hampshire today. The ad goes directly after Donald Trump, and it features Trump's new mugshot, trying to make the case that he cannot win in the general.
Hold on. It's taking over a life of his own. So to be clear, this person here that you're looking at, this is the Senate Minority Leader, Mitch McConnell of the United States. So this is the Senate Minority Leader, Mitch McConnell of the United States. So if we're talking about the power structures within the United States, he certainly falls within the top 10 most important, and there he is right there. But if that was an African narrative, of course, they will call you monkeys and barbarians. So monkeys and barbarians. So that's essentially what we'll be reflecting on over the next however long the session lasts. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to come join, and your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. That is pinned on the comment section. Please continue to ignore it as you've always done. Let's take a moment's respite with the Kegites.
Only water, only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Wike ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
All right. Ikuko Niru Agbesheme, death have nothing to do with us. So the image that I was wanting to show you, this is it. This is the image I was wanting to show you. So if you look at that image on your screen, then that tells its own story. Look at that image on your screen. So in the brownish sort of, yes, so it's a gray and black, or let's call it black and brown. Let's call it black and brown, just for the ease of identifying. So the brown bits cutting through, those are countries that have military administration. So you have the Sudan, you have Chad, you have Niger, you have Mali, you have Burkina Faso, and then you have Guinea. And then you have Gabon coming in there. So you can see that slowly Nigeria is being encircled by military administrators. So if you had Togo and Benin Republic, which will go to military administration fairly soon, because a lot of people are actually anticipating that the French, they will start to orchestrate military administrations in some of these Francophone countries in order to beat the coupists to it. So they will install their own puppets before that wave of anti-French sentimentality sweeps through. So, however it plays out, there's every anticipation that in Togo and Benin, and Benin Republic, you are going to have military administrations there. So when that happens, then Nigeria and Cameroon, of course, that almost certainly. So when that happens, Nigeria is totally encircled by military. It's like we have guns pointing at us from all sides. So there it is. I'm not quite sure if I'm overreading it. Mahamat Debi. So that's the rascality going on in Chad. Asmini Giota, that's the Malian one. Mamadi, whatever, that's the one in Guinea. TSC is the one in Sudan. Ibrahim Traore, that's the Burkina Faso junta. And then, of course, Cheni, the one in Niger Republic. So there it is. So, and the other thing that strikes you, all of the coups, all of the military governance that we have in that West African region, and correct me if I'm wrong in saying this, they are all Francophone. They are all Francophone. So there it is. So what's going on there? What's simply there? What's the deeper meaning that we're reading into all this? So we'll get into all of that conversation. So Tinubu condemns the coup. I'm not going to do too much of the readout, but let me just give you a little bit of a soupçon of what Yemsen Wike has to say. I dare anyone to suspend me from PDP, Wike. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Yemsen Wike, has dared the leadership of his party, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, to suspend or discipline him. Wike, who spoke exclusively on Channels Television's Politics Today program on Wednesday, said he has not seen the party chieftain who will suspend or expel him from the party. Who will discipline me? I should be the one calling for the discipline of these people who violated the party's constitution in the way that the party supported rotation. Who will suspend me? I want to dare anybody. So that is Wike, of course, in the language that we know him for. I think we may well capture it here. So let's hear it.
Are you afraid that your party might move against you and expel you?
Who's the party?
The PDP.
Who are the PDP people?
They are the executives of the party, the neck of the party. You saw that the former vice president and the presidential candidate are meeting with governors and leaders of the party.
Please,
you don't think that those can come against you?
But let me tell you this today. Let me tell you this. We are just waiting for the presidential panel to finish. You know who actually are those who are working well for the party. How can anybody talk about expelling me? A state that provided that bought a governor, a state that bought three senators, a state that produced 32 House of Assembly members over 32, a state that produced 11 out of 13 House of Rep. The person that will suspend me is one that couldn't produce a governor, is one that couldn't produce 3 senators, is one that couldn't produce assembly. What? Look, I have not seen that person. With all due respect,
if they do it, what would you do?
Nobody will do it. So the issue of they will do does not arise.
What if it is in a plan?
Which plan?
To discipline you for
who will discipline me? I should be the one calling for the discipline of these people who violated the party constitution.
In what way?
In the way that the party said they avoid the rotation. And you violated the constitution of the party. Who dares that person that will say will suspend? Who is that person? Who? I want to dare anybody who will say that. Listen. We know men of character. I'm a man of character. I can tell you authoritatively. What happened? This government, what the press was saying was not what I said. I never said PDP governors nominated ministers. I never said so. I said that this government wrote to all the governors of PDP and APC to nominate people for appointments. That's what I said. To nominate people for appointment, 10 person, 13. Yes. And I said, PDP governors nominated people.
So there it is. In the local Nigerian parlance, they never born. Well, Bibaba want over. They never born their papa rich. Who also look at that, the audacity of it. So that's CMC Wike. So now let me now give you the top IQs as I let the panel into the room. So I bring the panelist on as I read this. The majestic Ajande Koko, of course, good to see you. Kumi, almost certainly in his car somewhere, often joins us in the car. I wouldn't even bet a penny that Desmond is in a stroke. He seems to live and sleep there. Rational Mind to give us the Bar Hamburg perspective on things. Solomon joins us from Abuja. Ababa Kure from his busy life, he makes a rare appearance. Ribadu are here to speak to matters arising, and War Peace joins us from Japan. So good to have you, gentlemen. Still a few seats left in that space. So, gentlemen, now before I do the readout, you tell me. Don't tell me, but you have in mind who you think the top 3 most intelligent people in Africa are, because this space has gone to document it. The top 10 African countries with highest IQ are 2021. Africa is the second largest and second most populous continent in the world after Asia. Yet, over the years, the continent has been lagging in almost every sector. Mention education, infrastructure, governance, and the list is endless. Therefore, to understand this continent, one needs to look at African countries with the highest IQ. It will help to explain why most countries rich in resources continue to struggle several years after independence. So we really just want to know the list. Intelligence quotient IQ represents a person's thinking ability compared to the average for their age. IQ test begins to assess this by measuring short and long-term memory. They also measure how well people can solve puzzles and recall information they have heard and how quickly. So I'm not quite sure that is a make. I would say the metric to test intelligence is creative thinking. That's just there's no, because all of these things are studied things and they're endurance things. So if you can intuitively creatively respond, then that is intelligence, not any of this skewed nonsense. But let's go with this. Intelligence quotient represents a person's thinking ability compared to the average for their age. IQ test begins to assess this by measuring short and long-term memory. They also measure how well people can solve puzzles and recall information they have heard and how quickly. What is the average IQ in Africa? Unfortunately, there is no actual data about the average intelligence quotient of the continent of Africa. Nevertheless, here are some of the countries considered to have highly intelligent people. So I know, because the abundance of you are Nigerians, you think that Nigeria automatically goes to the top of the list. But it surprised me, and I'm sure it will surprise you, that Sierra Leone, of all of the thoughts you could have had, you would certainly not have thought this. Sierra Leone actually has the highest intelligence quotient in Africa. So that's Sierra Leone. I won't do too much of a readout of it. So that's Sierra Leone with a 91 intelligence quotient. Mauritius, where they still yes, Mauritius. I was going to say where they still practice slavery, but that's Mauritania, not Mauritius. So Mauritius comes second with an intelligence quotient of, keep guessing where you think Nigeria falls, by the way, with an intelligence quotient of 89. And then up third, then the Seychelles with an intelligence quotient of 86. And then number 4, Eritrea, which surprises me, but then does not, because it's an ancient culture. Eritrea with an intelligence quotient of 85. And then number 5, then there we are halfway down the list. Morocco, and we couldn't even hold a spot to our own. We have to share it with others. Morocco, you can just about grudgingly tolerate, but Uganda and Nigeria is really the thing. So apparently, we are at the same intelligence level as a Ugandan. Can you imagine that? We're at the same intelligence level as a Ugandan. So we come number 5, and we share that slot with several. At the 6th slot, Algeria, Libya, and Tunisia. Number 7, Madagascar, Zimbabwe. Number 8, Egypt. You'd have thought the Egyptians would be higher up the list because they've had science even earlier than the Europeans. They've had science even earlier than the Europeans. But I'll make sure to send this to Kaizo, who is always rating himself high IQ, but certainly the data does not lead to that. Kenya, number 9. So that's Kenya then, as dumb as they come. But even dumber still than a Kenyan, you never thought that was possible. But the only person dumber than a Kenyan is a Zambian. So that's that list, a fun little thing there. So let's kick it off and start it off immediately and get the conversation around. I was going to actually play you a clip of analysis of that space. Maybe I should do that. Let me actually do that. Yeah.
Developments in the Central African nation of Gabon, where a pose of soldiers earlier today seized power and put President Ali Bongo under house arrest, have been nothing short of profound. Videos have also emerged of the dethroned president appealing for outside intervention.
We're not going to watch all of this, by the way. We only get a feel of it because I know people are waiting to speak.
For him and his family. African affairs analyst Dr. Victor Okhai joins us now to discuss the coup in Gabon and how to tackle the coup epidemic in Africa. Well, thank you so much for joining us on Newsday.
Thank you for having me.
I mean, this is a very interesting development, isn't it? Barely a month after what the coup in Niger, ECOWAS, the African Union, they're still trying to restore democracy. And now we have another coup in Gabon. What would you say is causing this wave of military takeovers?
Well, the spate of civilian dictatorship. And I think it's important to state that the Bongo family has been in power for 56 years. 56 years. The father would still have been in power if not for his ailment and then his eventual demise and all that. But, you know, and then the son has been there, the current leader has been there since 1999. Okay, and his intent on continue, which means he and Obasanjo at almost about the same time, you know, have been in power, and he intends. So you see, there comes a time when even the people would have had enough. You know, ordinarily, Gabon is one of the stabler, the more stable democracies, you know, on the continent. They have a stable and growing economy as well. But when, and I keep using the word, when a dictator insists that, you know, it must always be his way or the highway, this is what you get. The last election just opened up, the election that was just concluded a couple of days ago was the last straw. First of all, foreign observers, which is why I find interesting the fact that he's making an appeal. Foreign observers were not allowed in. Foreign journalists were not allowed in. Internet was, you know, shut down. For what? You understand what I'm saying? Just so you can have your way over a people and against their will. And so, and it is things like this that provides, excuse my language again, the ingredients for cooking coups. You know what I mean? So, and he actually cooked, he had bought all the ingredients for a coup, and it was served to him. And that's what happens to civilian dictators and people who insist on having their way over the will of the people.
And the fact that they've been releasing videos of Gabonese citizens running into the streets celebrating as news of the coup broke out, it just piggybacks on what you were saying, you know, this irresponsible government.
Truth is, coup plotters
derive their oxygen from the heartbeat of the people.
Yeah.
Did you hear what I said? It depends on the pulse of the people. You know, coup plotters would usually, and if you notice, when coups don't succeed, we have often said that if you look at the history of Gabon, this is like the third coup. It's been stable for over a period of time. The first one was in 1964, and in that coup, there was an immediate...
Okay, I think we can pause it there for a moment and get the conversation going. So this comes as no surprise to anyone at the coup in Gabon. So who wants to kick it off? Who wants to kick that off? Good to see you, gentlemen.
Yeah, I'm here, man.
Sorry, one before you kick anything up, I called you yesterday. You see my call?
Oh yeah, I saw your call. Sorry, I was intending to call back.
Okay. When I called, I think it was like an hour before they announced the new military junta that will be heading Gabon, and I already heard the news that it's going to be his cousin. This coup is just on this coup is just on that France coup. France is taking a junta coup right now because they are losing grip in their own territory. The place they cannot control again democratically, they'll use military to use their own boys in the military to topple the government.
Are you suggesting that it is France that
is
really
France coup? It's
yes.
France coup. Have you ever seen where
a lot of people think that?
Have you ever seen when you arrest a military president and you say allow him to be sending a message to inside the country? Which military junta would do that? And the presidential palace of Ali Bongo has underground tunnel to the French embassy. They have tested him twice, and how he escaped through. France will march in. This one, France is not marching. And his cousin is the new junta. So who are they fooling? France want to hold, because they are losing grip in their territory, so they want to hold all their territory by all means possible. Senegal is going to be the next. If it is not stable, they'll use their own military again to take over there. Then people will be happy. Then by the time people realize that, no, this military is not really doing our bidding, the same military will come back again with democracy, installed under France puppet. So France is playing this game because they already lost 4 states. And if you look at it, Gabon is on that rich regional country. So France don't want to lose that.
In African terms, Gabon is a middle-income country in African terms. Yeah.
Yeah, so they don't want to lose it. And these people are no friends. Russia, America, everybody wants to gain a territory. So France wants to hold its territory. They're not friends to themselves. In that Western power, all of them want to subdue the next person, take over the next person's territory. America depends on Russia for uranium and France. And Russia wants to cut off America and France. France wants to cut off Russia. And so they're all in that space, trying to get what they can get. So this one they are doing, like Shore said yesterday, we should not be celebrating. You understand? Because I use the fucking next person now.
All right, let's bring Baba Kure. Let's bring Baba Kure. Yeah, Baba Kure, you're having a private conversation. Look at that. Baba Kure is having a private conversation. Let's hear from Ribadu. Baba Kure, we're coming to you, but all right, hold on. Let me mute Baba Kure for a moment. Yes, Ribadu, let's hear from you. Ribadu, so, I mean, if you look at that map on your screen, it's quite, there is something going on, but what is going on is, but the one thing that we do know is that there is something going on, but what is going on is what we're not clear on. If you look at that map on your screen, all the browned out bits, those are all countries that have military administrations in that West African subspace, and they're all Francophone countries. And then just at the bottom of it, the latest entrant into that space, Gabon. So what are you making of the Gabonese coup, which they will say, they say palace coup. This is almost even a family coup. The cousin replaces the uncle, but the family, 56 years in government. Ribadu.
Yeah, good evening. I hope I'm laudable today.
Yes, it's clearer than you've ever been. So we should enjoy you now. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, good evening, everyone, and it's good to see you. I've been away for a while because I'm a field person. So
Yes.
I'm currently in Yola, my hometown, and it's good to be here, one man. Um, well, this Gabon issue is I don't have much knowledge about the country, but what struck me, I think this Gabon coup has thrown a lifeline to Tinubu. At least now he can rest legitimately, saying, okay, this thing is getting out of hand. Let us just find another way of solving it. So the issue of invading or whatever it is now,
That
he
is
can
completely is off the table now. The idea of invading, because if they invade Niger, they have to invade Gabon.
yeah. So I think now he can tell the international community, because the West is putting a lot of
Is
pressure on
Gabon a West
ECOWAS.
African country?
Gabon is a West African country now. It's just
not.
under Nigeria. Gabon.
It's not West Africa.
No, it's a Central African.
Central Africa, and it's not member of ECOWAS. Why? On what authority would they want to go and carry?
No, what I'm saying is, at least it will give us a legitimate excuse to tell the Western pressures, to put the Western pressures at bay, because things are really escalating. And
Yeah,
then,
right, right.
secondly, is that I don't know, either it's being influenced by the West, or maybe it's just happened on its own. I think the because it's this arid zone, this arid zone belt of a countries, they are going through a reformative process, so to speak, because it's a kind of it's present a lot of opportunities, because they can use this to form a closer ties, one, and because they have common factors now, and also it's a kind of renaissance that it's starting now. In Nigeria, we had our own in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, even 90s. The last time was Abacha. So we are way past that stage. I think now it's their own turn to see how they can go through that process, because development is a process. So to me personally, in my own personal opinion, I think they are becoming where we left 30, 40 years back. They are now on that juncture. So it's left to the leaders there now, if they are prudent enough, because it has silver lining. It creates opportunity for these countries to bond together.
Do you think, Ricardo, do you think what is going on is organic? Because when you put things on a heat map, sort of like it's not a heat map, but when you put things on somewhat of a heat map like this, it shines out a narrative by itself. If you look at all of these countries, Sudan, Chad, Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Guinea, all of them within let's say 2019, within 2020 to date, they've suddenly swapped from being democratic to military administrations, and they're all Francophone country. So that there is, you cannot, it'd be naive to say it's a coincidence, and it would be naive to say it is organic, that they just had the groundswell of nationalism and individually, isolatedly. So there's clearly something in play here, and that thing in play, it may well be bigger than the coupist in government in this trap line that we're looking at. Or am I being too conspiratorial?
No, you're not. You see, let me tell you something in personal note. The motto of my company is chaos, order out of chaos. It's a Greek word, ordo of chaos. You understand? The issue is chaos is an interesting thing. Chaos create opportunities. Okay, that is why I said it has a silver lining. Chaos is one factor that has the ability to create goodness and also evil. So you see, it's definitely not organic, as you put it. But I want you to. Hello, can you hear me?
Perfectly. Carry on.
Yeah. You see, if you let me give you some instances. All these belts of a country, all these sub-Saharan, all these arid zone belts of countries, they have some certain value that attracted the Western powers, you know, and the influence of the Russians element that operated for almost a decade from 2014. From 2014, they had that Russian exposure that created a kind of second option or narrative for them. Even though I cannot put it to conclusion because I have only a kind of link understanding of that scenario. So that and with the Western influence coupled together created that unique environment for that coups to happen. But the issue is, one way or the other, even if these coups are being backed by the East or by the West, one way or the other, it has given these countries opportunities to reshape their future. You understand? It has given them the power because one thing.
Hold on, Ribadu. You said they have the
Yeah.
opportunity to reshape their destiny.
Future. Yes.
Yeah, their future. So if it was one or two countries, then you will say that opportunity is there. But if we look at this belt, this strap line that runs right across that the African map, this tells you that these people are being puppet mastered by a greater power. So they are not going to control their destiny, are they? They are simply moving from one overlord to another.
No.
Is that?
No, that is why I said chaos is an interesting subject. You see, even a master runs when his house is on fire. Do you understand? And there is power in unity. Do you know how ECOWAS, do you know how Organization of African Unity come to being? It was forced to Africans by America precisely, because that time the founding fathers of most of independent African countries wanted to create a United States of Africa with one dimension. But if you research it very well, you will come to the conclusion, you will see there is a lot of write-up on that the Organization of African Unity, that is prior, the precursor of a African Union now, was forced down to our founding fathers because they has two philosophy then. Let's build Africa in a single format. Then the other faction were saying, no, let's build brick by brick. If we grow stronger, then we can unite. So that was the crack that happened between the African leaders, and the US take the opportunity and forced for Organization of African Unity. So what I'm trying to say is this here: even if there is Western powers influence in all these coups, it depends on the ambition of those soldiers, because now in this very era, at least we are reasonably informed to know our weakness and our strength. Even if Russia sponsored this coup, or the United States or France or whatever, they still have one silver lining, they still have one opportunity. If they come together, because if they come together and form a union, you understand, no matter how loose it is, they can at least prevail against whoever sponsor that. Even you get what I mean, because all the structures are there. Most of these countries.
All right. I think you're being a bit generous to these people. They look like a bunch of dumbasses to me, but
Yeah, it happens. You understand? But let us be realistic. You understand? What I'm saying is this. Well, even an apprentice can have wisdom that is different angle from his master. You understand? What I'm banking on this subject is this: they have the structure to swindle against their masters, assuming it is so. You understand? Because already they have most of the structures are the same. They share the same cipher, they share the same language, official language, which is French. They have all those bridges that need to form federation. You understand? They can form a loose federation with the same financial institution that is somehow independent, or at least even not independent, not controlled overly by the West. If they put their defense together, it's huge. Plus the natural resources they have, they can sit down on the table and say, okay, we want to form a new way to exploit our resources, not the way it used to be. This is a new age. You understand? They have advantage if they can only be ambitious enough, prudent enough, and see what they have at hand and still make judicial use of it. This is what I'm saying.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Ribadu. I want to bring Kaizo into the conversation, but before I bring Kaizo into the conversation, the usual cliches, the usual things that come out of this sort of goings on has come out of this sort of goings on again. This, of course, you knew was coming, and here it is. They went to their premises. This is what they are releasing into the space. This is it says suitcases and bags filled with bundles. Suitcases and bags filled with bundles of banknotes, CFA francs, dollars, and euros have been discovered at Yan Something's house. He is the chief of staff to Bongo and the eldest son of the ousted president Ali Bongo. So the usual expectation. So here it is.
Allô? Allô? C'est où que la question là-bas? Allô? Allô? Oh, ok. Oui, allô? Oui? Oui? Non, ça passe pas où?
All right, so Kaiser, we knew that was coming. The usual toolkit of the African despot, a bag full of dollars. Kaiser.
Shout out. Yes.
What time do you get to sleep? So what's going on here? What is going on here though, Kaiser? Because if we look at that map that I brought out the last time, it clearly shows you that there's a greater play than just Coup.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that these so-called attempts to get rid of France are all organic. And by organic, I mean, spread by true democratic reasons to improve the country's economies or freedom or, sovereignty. Look across that map, right? You're seeing all the way from Sudan. It goes to Chad, Niger, now even Gabon as well, Mali. So across the whole of Sahel, there's a belt, right? There's a road belt network there. And, you have to ask yourself the question, who's benefiting from these instabilities, or rather these puppet leaders being reinstated? Now, I want to take one specific perspective, and I'll say that if we look at this angle, it paints a different picture than what we as Africans are optimistic about. We go to Sudan. Sudan over there is having a civil discourse, or rather a civil war between the Janjaweed, that's one faction, aka RSF, Royal Support Forces, versus the official government military. So if you look at who's funding the RSF, you follow the money, right? The trail of money, you go and find that is in Abu Dhabi, right? There's actual account names under the Royal Support, Rapid Support Forces, and this money is being traded in is gold. The reason why it's gold is because these sort of militias and groups like this tend to be under sanctions by America and United Nations. So for them to easily have access to these transnational operations, they're using gold as one of the markers, right, to kind of clean the paper trail. So okay, so we know that UAE, right, that gives us inferences that perhaps UAE is involved in funding Rapid Support Forces, aka the Janjaweed. Now you go into Niger as well. Okay, there's a new coup that's just happened. There's a new leader over there, and everyone is excited. Okay, great. But the reality is the Wagner Group, right, from Russia is involved in this. And now we also know the fact just recently, Prigozhin, who was the leader of Wagner Group, unfortunately, whether it's fortunate or not, it's for us to find out. But he has been removed from existence. Now, that's the news that we have. Whether it's true or whether he and Russia and Putin are playing a high-level game, it doesn't matter. The point is, what we can conclude from Prigozhin's apparent demise is that Russia is now controlling Wagner forces 100%. So Russia has interests militarily in Niger. Now, we know about Niger building, of course, the oil pipeline directly into Europe, because Europe doesn't want to rely on Russia anymore due to the heavy sanctions America forced them to take. But Europe cannot survive without gas and oil, right, especially during the winter. Now, we also have in Burkina Faso, where the first coup attempt failed, right, there were no real changes in security. So the young guy, Captain Ibrahim Traore, took power and control. It's yet for him to do anything yet, but that's yet to be seen. I'll come back to the latest one, Gabon, right? Gabon is great. If you look at Gabon, Equatorial Guinea, it's mostly countries controlled by the Fang tribe, and specifically in this case, the Bongos. Now, this coup, I believe, the brother who mentioned earlier that this might be a French plant of a fake coup, like a false flag type of coup, in order to replace the current leader, so that they can do some kind of readjustment and doing new deals to kind of make the rest of French Africa feel like, okay, French can renegotiate, etc. I believe that this is a French plant. One of the reasons why is the cousin of the current coup leader is actually Ali Bongo. They're related by blood. So if you're looking at that situation, you're kind of thinking, nah, this doesn't sit right. And if you just look at Gabon, Gabon was mostly stable. There was no signs of civil unrest. There was no real sign of things going to this level. Sure, there was a dictator, his family's ruled for ages, but this new coup leader is part of the same family. So Gabon, I do believe that that's a French interest. Sudan is definitely UAE interest. Niger is also UAE and Saudi interest. They're also funding the weapons and ammunitions moving in through Egypt. So I do believe these countries have interest in this area. And what's happening is, I don't think we're going to have a modern warfare like we did in the European tribal warfare 1 and 2. What you guys call it world wars, right? I don't think that will happen. What will happen most likely, in my opinion, is we're going to have mercenaries fighting on the ground. And the mercenaries that we've at least been able to pinpoint is the Janjaweed, Wagner, as well as these so-called Islamic terrorist groups, whereby some of these interested parties are telling you that they want to reinstate an Islamic caliphate. There is no evidence of that. I'm not saying that's not what these groups want to do. I'm saying that that is not the motivating factor. The motivating factor here is power, tribes, control, and promising these Islamic groups from Tuareg, Mali, Burkina Faso, when we put you in power, we will allow you guys to unify under one country and control, etc. So I believe that this is a resource war, and it's an attempt to prevent African countries from industrializing so that they can be independent, as well as increasing the human resource element, like skilled human resources.
Kaizo, you've broken it down into subsects. You've brought the UAE in, the Russians, of course, in play, and then you are giving the attribution of the Gabonese to France. But if you look at this, it says since August 2020, there's been 7 coups. So that's 3 years or 2 years and a bit. So, I mean, it doesn't lend to that. If this happens at that rapid a speed, in that short a time span, surely that lends to the single actor narrative that is trying to seize property from France. This is essentially a land grab from France, is it not? Does it not read better that way as a land grab from France?
It is okay. it is a land grab from France. That's one element, but it's not by the natives, or the natives are not in control of
No,
this.
no, I'm thinking the Russians. The Russians. I think the Russians are trying to take French territory. Is really what I'm thinking. But carry on.
Yes, but it's more than Russia, right? It's Russia and its interested parties. Now, for me to let me lend help furthermore with more circumstantial evidence about the interested parties. If you look at the recent entrance into BRICS, Nigeria was denied entry, but the countries that were allowed entry, not surprising that they're the same countries that I've mentioned, have paper trails as well as ammunition trails in Sahel of Africa. We have Saudi and you have UAE. These countries are now member states of BRICS nations together with Russia. And now only one country out of all those countries that were allowed into it are also members of the International Criminal Court, aka Russia is building a new political system at leveraging the economic potential of BRICS in order for them to have a large voting power, so that when United Nations put heavy sanctions against Russia for whatever reasons, that they can't, Russia can't simply be moved across. They're trying to make sure that Russia, China, etc., is trying to make sure that they maintain power. Yes, it is by Russia, but I say it's more than Russia. It's BRICS. Now, you guys love BRICS. Think BRICS is a great addition to Africa, but looking at the evidence, a lot of the member states in BRICS is the ones responsible for these coups, and by virtue of being responsible for these coups, they're creating new puppet leaders. Right? The Africans, we're optimistic. Yeah, we're removing France. Sure, that might be a consequence of these coups, but no. What's happening is we're removing one toxic relationship for another one without fully vetting it. And that's the problem that I'm seeing here. BRICS is involved. Russia is involved. Of course, you're 100% right. But I do believe they're all in the same team.
All right, brilliant. Let's bring Ajanle Koko into the conversation. So, Ajanle Koko, if we just look at both what Kaizo said and this map that we're looking at on our screens, is very difficult not to conspiratorize, if there's such a word, that this is a Nigerian strategy. And if we're talking about lands changing, power structures changing within heavily resourced spaces, especially in Africa, how come we are not even mentioning the Chinese? Is there a Chinese angle to this? And is all of this coup, this grand scheme, is it a conspiracy against Nigeria? Adding BRICS to that, all of that, Ajanle Koko.
Yeah, thank you, woman. And greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. You see, it's not a conspiracy against Nigeria. I think the situation in the economic situation across all the Francophone country are so bad that the people decided to take their country back from their colonial master. Imagine all those countries, they cannot do anything on their own except the France have to approve it. They cannot run their economy well. Independently on their own, they cannot run their economy. Political. They cannot run their politics well, except by the influence of France. They cannot run their economy well, except by the influence of France. They cannot do anything without France involvement. So that totally means they don't have sovereignty at all. So, and we have a young generation of people that are more enlightened now, that are more educated now than people, than their, past leaders that were, mentally colonized by the French. So we have young, educated people that have even schooled in France, that are on internet. They see what's, they are watching events around the world. They are seeing the way other countries are progressing and what the young people in countries where they have good governance, how they run their country. So you see some of this young guy thinking that how long could we continue living in this way? So like Traore of what do you call him, of Burkina Faso, is young, the youngest president in the world now, and is well educated. He's a university graduate. He's a university graduate, guys, after he left college. And he graduated with honor. He's an excellent, sharp, smart, intelligent guy. He graduated with honor before he went to join the military. So when you see young guy like that with a mindset of, we have to take our country back. So that is what is happening. It's not a conspiracy against Nigeria, but rather a young and new generation set of people that are trying to take their country back so that it can work for them and see what they can do to turn their country around and see how the country can work for them. So I heard some people saying that the coup in what do you call this one that just happened in Gabon,
yes,
that maybe French is the one behind this new guy. I don't think so. The fact that they are family does not mean that French is using one against the other. And this type of situation...
Can you not see that argument? Because France seems to be losing territory at a rapid pace. You can see the belt curve. It's not a curve really, but I like to say that you can see that that strap line that runs right across there. So that those are territories that they've lost influence. So the anticipation and even in the analysis on Rise TV, there is almost a universal sort of a suspicion that this is a soft coup by the French to take military possession of Gabon.
Well, yes, people can think like that. People can speculate like that, but I'm not seeing it like that. I'm seeing it that you see, how come you have one family ruling a country for 60 years, country with abundance of resources, country with abundance of resources, country with less population, and still one family continue to loot the resources for their own benefit at the detriment of the people. So everything have time. It cannot go like that forever. It's just a time for a change. So look, even father, son against father have done this or almost done this before. In Ethiopia, when, what is the name of that Rastafarian leader? What was his name?
Haile Selassie.
Haile Selassie was there. His first son almost overthrew him. He planned coup against the dad. he almost overthrew him, but he couldn't succeed. I don't know whether he was killed. I can't remember whether he was killed, because the law is that when you carry out try to overthrow you have to be eliminated. So I'm not sure that he was killed, but he tried against his father, and later Miriam Mengistu, succeeded in overthrowing him. So what we have seen happen in Burkina Faso and other countries, Mali and Chad, is going to spread across African country. It is going to spread around. And why it's going to spread around is because you see African leaders failed their people. They failed to deliver good governance to their people. And they live a lavish life. They live big. People see the way they live, and they don't deliver anything to their people. This, particularly, this coup is sending message to Nigerian leaders that, look, Even though we are practicing democracy that have not delivered much as expected to the people, the table can be turned against them. Nigerian leader should be worried now. Nigerian leader should, across the board, try to do something good and deliver to the people, can satisfy the people. That is the only thing that they can say. At the moment we are now, it is TINUBU that can save that country. If TINUBU should fail, you guys should expect something like this. It could happen in our country.
If it happened in our country, would that necessarily be a bad thing?
It's not going to be a bad thing. And why I say it's not going to be a bad thing is that, look, Nigeria cannot fail further than where we are now. If we should fail further than this, it might lead to disintegration of the country. And what we are going to see, the military, when they come in to take over, they will say, well, Nigeria is leading towards anarchy. Nigeria is failing, and we cannot allow Nigeria to fail. And they will say they come to rescue the nation from failing, and they will sack all of them. They will start this cash looting.
You see, there's a sentiment that that there's still one coup left in Nigeria for the purposes of getting it right. That there's still one coup left in Nigeria. There's that sentiment there.
You see, I don't want coup. I don't want coup to happen in Nigeria. But a situation where you see leaders across board, across level of governance, and across the entire federation looting the resources and making the situation bad and worse. Currency failing, economy failing, everything failing. No, something will happen. It cannot continue to go like so. If except TINUBU can only be the savior of this country, of that country at the moment. If TINUBU should fail, military will come in Nigeria.
I think Mike wants to come.
It can sound funny to people, but we are seeing it happening to other people. Why do you think it happened? It's because they failed them. The country failed them. The leadership failed them.
Hold on, Ajan Lekoko. The narrative of some of these countries, it actually lends to coup. And by the way, the anticipation that we're going to have one in Cameroon as well, because it's the same storyline. President for 60 years. You saw him now hobbling from one foot to the other, can not stand. You know, his father was 90-something. He was in the hospital, being propped up by the French, only to hand the baton to his son, 1999 till date. You know, one family, 60 years. But it's a different. How many governments has changed hands in Nigeria for as long as this family has been ruling that space? But Mike wants to come in. Let Mike interject.
When people talk and say Nigeria is failing, so because of that, coup will come in. First of all, Nigeria is not failing. It depends on who you are. Nigeria is progressing for some people and it's failing for some people. There are people in Nigeria that are becoming rich every day, they're becoming successful every day, and there are some people that remain poor. And if you look at the Nigeria, let me give you in the Nigerian military.
Yesterday, did you listen to TINUBU when he was addressing his federal cabinet meeting at the federal cabinet meeting? Did you listen to his speech? And did you listen to what Kasima said yesterday? The vice
What's the key point? What's the point?
And in the state of the nation.
The what? The state of the nation. Listen, the so-called economy, bad economy you're talking about. The people, first of all, you guys need to understand something. If you're in office and in the Nigerian army, you are taken care of. You don't have problem of underpay or condition. And then if you are a businessman, a top businessman in Nigeria, you are doing well. There are classes of people in Nigeria that are doing fantastically well. They don't even think anything is going wrong. You understand? Nigeria is a wealthy country.
Businessmen in Nigeria are doing
Hold
well.
on. You say?
Are you in touch with reality?
Let me tell you. Listen.
Businessmen in Nigeria are doing well.
Wait. Hold on, rational mind. Oh, chill.
I think we have Mohammed over there from Nigeria.
It's Ribadu, but I think it dropped. Ribadu, but you can't get anything from Ribadu. Is upper middle class now. What does he know about poverty? Yeah.
One man. The thing is this: in Nigeria, there are people that the system is working for. There are people that are just doing. They are making it on a daily basis, and then there are people that are poor. I mean, there are lots. On a daily basis, communities are springing up. Gosh, man, let me learn.
I don't know what you're talking about.
On a daily, one man, I go to Nigeria on a daily basis. People are becoming rich every day. Communities, can you God, Lord? Communities, new estates are being built on a daily basis. People are acquiring properties on a daily basis. Officers in the Nigerian army, they are paid very freaking well. There are people. Wait. There are people that are.
I'm sorry, Mike. Let me come here, Mike.
Let me learn. But I'm not saying people are not suffering. Hold on. That's the problem with you guys. You guys only look one direction. Like, oh, look at them. Look at the people who are poor. You guys look at direction. I get it. There are people suffering. At the same time, there are people making it. Nigeria is a fertile ground for opportunity, and there are people taking advantage of those opportunities. They are putting money there. They are making money. There are people making money. So who needs?
There are people making money everywhere.
One man.
Yeah. So that's not an argument.
No. You can't compare with this.
To run away
in Nigeria, they are massive, wealthy. If you want to talk about Nigerian elite, there are so many of them. This is not like one couple. This is not like Gabon, where it's only a couple of people that are rich, and then the rest are suffering. There are so many of them that are so wealthy. Within each state alone, look at the amount of money that goes there. The elite within that state, they are all making money. And there's so many of them, they all know each other. They're making money. So who needs the coup will be the poorest. Wait. Who needs the coup will be the poorest of Nigeria. Or in the military, the only one that will be looking for coup will probably be one of those lower ranking soldier troops. Which, of course, unless you want to do sergeant carrying out a coup, officers are doing freaking well.
Just trolling.
Hold on, in Nigerian Defense Academy, if you're an officer in Nigeria, you're doing freaking well.
Wrong.
So
look at Gabon.
It's a laughable thing for anyone to
think. The guy that took over this Gabon is a multi-millionaire.
Mind the language. Yeah, carry on.
Bro, you can't compare Gabon with Nigeria. You can't even do that at all.
Listen,
second of all, someone like wait, hold on.
All right.
Wait. Nigeria, first of all, you can't say you are this one officer or soldier guy won't take over. Someone like Dangote alone can sponsor you to be taken out. You are nobody. Nigeria past that stage where one soldier is just one Superman. No. The elite alone can literally just overthrow you. You understand? A soldier is nobody in Nigeria anymore. That time is gone. All that military time is gone.
You don't know how military works. I don't think.
I don't know.
Talking like you're just talking. I don't even know how to say it.
Tell me how military work now. Tell me.
If you're having an illusion that people that sponsor coup or people that take over, democratic government are people that are below the coups. It's always the personal guard to the president or whatever they are called, and they are not paid chicken change. They pay them a lot. What happened?
No, not in Nigeria. It's not the personal guards that. No, it's not in Nigeria. Though what you just said does not apply in Nigeria.
No, I'm not talking about it. That or that take over a presidential whatever are people below rank. And I'm saying if you watch all these coups, there are not people below rank. There are people that has a very high ranking. Which
that's what I'm saying. So you are strengthening my point. There's always high officers that plan organize.
All right.
Which obviously they have no reason.
All right, make that point there, and then we get back to Ajande Koko. I don't know where you guys are going, but yeah.
I don't know where he's going. He's even strengthening my point.
If you're paid well, that means you don't have any reason to actually think about coup when you're living fine. That is the point
And that's
I'm
what I
making.
said, right? Is that not what I said?
No, you said people that talk about coup are people that don't get paid well. That was your statement.
All right. All right. Let's leave that. Let's get back to Ajanle Koko. So, Ajanle Koko, what's striking me actually is the timeline. So, if you read this caption here, it says the continent of Africa has experienced 7 coups since August 2020 till now. So August 2020, August 2021, 22, August, in 3 years, they've had 7 coups. So what does this tell us? Is there anything to be read into that, Ajanle Koko?
It tells us that it will continue to spread. And what is responsible for the spreading of this coup is because we have bad governance all over. Government that doesn't run their country well. So there must be justification. Go and listen to all of these people that have taken over government by force. They always have justification. And people celebrate them. The moment they announce taking over government, people celebrate, go out and celebrate. As a matter of fact, this new one, people are regarding it as the independent day in their country. Even in their embassy in London, in France, they were jubilating there. What does that tell you? And you guys, you think Nigeria can continue like this? It cannot continue. People can say there's not going to be. What you see, what are your banks on political bank para when you see death killing your colleagues, is sending you messages.
Should we be drawing parallels between us and all this? These are third world countries now, these African countries. These are third world countries.
What is Nigeria?
Yeah, Nigeria is not a third world country. What are you talking about?
What is it? What do you classify Nigeria?
Nigeria is a middle.
We are almost like a second world by now.
Your country is underdeveloped country.
Yeah, I don't think Angelica has been to Nigeria recently. We are more like transiting to the second world right now.
Just go and sit down. Keep on deceiving yourself. Nigeria is underdeveloped country.
What's rational am I trying to say, sir? Let's hear you.
You like to do something.
You won't learn anything, but just you rant.
You like to go ahead. Mastigate people. Who has been to Nigeria recently? Ajanle Koko just came back from Nigeria. Isn't it Ajanle Koko? Ajanle Koko, are you there?
I'm here.
So I think you just came back from Nigeria, right?
I mean, don't mind him. Let him be.
Yeah, you didn't see massive work.
I just don't know how you speak sometimes. Go on, Ajanle Koko, please. Just go on.
So you
obedient.
All right, Mike, let them flow. I want to get to Baba Akure quickly because we've not heard from him in months. Yeah, carry on, Ajanle Koko.
So, Nigeria is underdeveloped country.
Nigeria is not. When I say I did say I wanted you to flow, but we cannot. There's a chasm between Nigeria and places like Gabon and Niger Republic. We're not at the same level. They are third world countries. They are the archetypal, definitive, textbook definition of third world countries. We are not. Do you at least concede that we're not at the same level as Niger Republic, Chad, Gabon, by any metric that you want to? They are third world countries.
Woman, if you want to base it on individual level, but you compare Nigerians' exposure to life and worldview, yes, you can say Nigerian people individually we are top, and a top class citizen of this world. But we are talking about the country itself, the situation as the way the country is run, the economy of the country, as bad as it is now, and the way the future look, it's not bright. Nobody can predict the future. As we stand, we cannot predict it. So we have similar situation with those people. They have corrupt leaders. We have corrupt leaders. They have poverty in their land. We have.
Yeah, but all of those were more elevated than them. We have sophisticated corruption. They have rudimentary corruption.
We have multidimensional poverty. We have serious unemployment rate. We don't have electricity. Some of these countries we are talking about, they even have 24 hours electricity in their country. So look, we have problem in governance, same as they have. So we're on the same level when it comes to that one. So
you know that Nigeria rates higher than most European countries, like Slovakia and all of this sort of especially out of the eastern cusp.
Yeah,
Nigeria rates in terms of GDP, in terms of even quality of life, Nigeria rates higher than
if you take welfare, if you take welfare away from these countries, the welfare program, they will look just like us. They will have poor people on the street everywhere. There's no country in the world where there's no absolute poor people. The only difference is in these countries, they have these welfare programs. You understand? That's why all the extreme poor people just gonna collect that food stamp and I want the welfare. That's the only difference. There will always be poor people. In America, if they take away the welfare, you see millions of people on the road, on the street begging, hungry.
Different that that make that difference you're talking about, make that difference between your country and those countries.
It's because we are not first world yet. It's only a first world country that can afford that. We can afford that. So we're giving people welfare.
You know, we actually wanted to introduce this under Abiola. It was part of his campaign promises that there was going to be a welfare scheme.
It's not going to be possible. We're not there yet. Also, you don't have the data of everybody, for one. Two, how many middle class are you taxing to be able to raise that kind of money? So it's not possible.
But Nigeria is not even second world country. Nigeria is third world country with the rest third world country. That's how you're going to play.
Developed country. Don't let them be themselves.
I don't understand what you guys are saying. Poland, Malaysia, Indonesia are second world country. You could see the difference between the huge gap between them and the third world country. So why are you comparing Nigeria?
Slovakia, that they have subway, they have
everything.
They have better infrastructure than us. They have electricity functioning than us. They have pipe-borne water in their cities.
If you go to wealthy communities in Nigeria, you find it now.
Talking about.
Remove Lagos, Abuja. The most finest place in Lagos and Abuja, remove from Nigeria. Nigeria is same with Gabon. Go to the trenches, go to the villages.
You only travel to only Lagos and Abuja.
Which other place? Which other place?
What is what you're talking about? What is this other state?
Hold on. Remove capital of Ibadan. Hold on. Port Harcourt, the rest of their trenches.
You saw Lagos.
Ibadan, remove the capital city. Hold on now. Let's take one by one. Remove the capital city for Ibadan. It's trenches. Let me land. Those states, remove Benin City. The rest are trenches. Where are trenches?
But you only told us that Lagos and Abuja, and now you are saying
hold on. Mike, you like to cut too much voice. When you are talking, I didn't adjust when talking since. Let me talk now, please.
No, you are changing your tone.
I'm not changing. Why is it that all of you try to tell me I'm changing my words? Are you in my tongue to tell me what I'm changing?
Just bring it down. Let's not do that. Just
don't do that now.
Let's give us a delivery and then we get back.
Yeah, I said remove Lagos and Abuja from Nigeria. Nigeria is same with Gabon. That Lagos
Mike, for goodness sake, man.
Mike, calm down. Let me speak to what please. Calm down now. I'm talking, you are telling me what? Calm down, I beg. See, then if that Lagos remove Lekki and support of the Keja, what are you going to talk about? I've lived in command there.
A lot.
There are trenches. Then in Benin, remove Benin City. What's there? It's trenches. Data state is trenches. Port Harcourt, remove Rivers, remove Port Harcourt, the city. These are trenches.
Is it the five eastern states are trenches, not to remove, are trenches. Then go to the north, Kano, remove Sabogari, what's remaining? Trenches, Sokoto, Abiyobi. What we keep talking about the ourselves?
What about Kaduna?
Remove the capital city, remove the capital city. The rest are trenches.
Right.
Now talk about Osun. What is in Osun?
Come to the United States then.
What is in Ondo? What is in Ekiti? No, what's in Ekiti? What's in Ekiti? What's in Ogun? Man, why are we deceiving ourselves? Nigeria is a third world country. Simple FBC period.
We know, if we come to the United States, in each state, they only have like maybe 1 or 2 major cities. Once you get out of it, the rest of it is countries, villages.
Yes.
So that's the same thing he's saying. So it's as if the other countries in the world, every part of the countries are
cities. When you come to
I was trying to get to Baba Kure, but we've lost him. You see, that's why I was trying to get Baba.
In Texas only have 2 cities that look good. I mean, 3 cities that look good. Houston, Dallas, and Austin. The rest
Hold on, everybody. Hold on. I want a smooth flowing thing. So the interjections are fine, but let it not. Back to your
let me round up so that you can take it.
Let me ask Baba Jale Koko question before you go, please. One more, please. Sir. Yeah, the question I want to ask Baba Jale Koko: which country in Africa is the second world country?
No, let's not. No, don't answer that question because it's going to loop it around again.
I'm going to somewhere. I'm going to somewhere now.
No, I don't want to open up that space, man. Jale Koko, just I want to take this Gabon story round. Yeah.
President Tinubu said the situation that we find ourselves today is like a person giving a bucket to go and fetch water in a well, in a dry well, meaning that there's nothing on the ground to run the country effectively. Nothing. I heard that statement. I almost cried. I said, this man is in a big problem. This man is in a big problem. We have to pray for that country. And we have to pray for Tinubu to succeed. Tinubu must not fail. If this guy should fail, that is the end of that country. Tinubu, that country is bankrupt already. Bankrupt financially. We have to pray for him to succeed. I'm in Nigeria. I can criticize him from today to tomorrow, but I don't want him to fail. Do you think if we should fail further than where we are today, you think such a situation cannot happen? Because we will see agitation from everywhere. People will agitate. People will call, opposition party will crowd loud, and people will stand up that this country is failing. And then when we go to a situation where you see that the country is failing at a rapid speed, something will happen. Something must surely happen. And that is when military usually come in. When it is becoming that anarchy is about to set in, they will come in. We don't want that to happen in that country. So what we see happening in Gabon and around us is just sending message to our politicians that they should be sincere with Nigeria. They should be honest in doing their job well and save that country from collapse. And Tinubu, as the head of state, can do something. If Tinubu really, really want that country to come back, it just needs to deploy that political will. And that political will can save that country. It must step on toes and get things done. That is the way out. So we don't want this kind of thing to happen. We don't want coup to happen in Nigeria, but we cannot really allow it. If the nation failed further than this, that's my position, one man. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So brilliant, thank you. So I was going to go to Baba Akure, but I think his connection is dipping in and out. But as we await Baba Akure, let's hear from Baba, who seems to have omitted himself. So Baba, we were talking about the coup in Gabon. And when we were talking about the coup in Gabon, then it led us then to the spate of coups in that West African sub-region. And then when it led us to the spate of coups in that West African sub-region, it led us to the obvious then thing that these are all Francophone countries. And these Francophone countries, the coups since August 2020 are just 3 years, 7 coups. So what's in play here, Baba?
Thank you, Woman, for the opportunity. Salutation, folks. Please, our viewers, listeners, please like, share, and subscribe to this platform. By all means, click the like button, and if you can't share or subscribe now, do it. You can do that later. Thank you. Woman, it's good to place a map on the screen. Firstly, I think let's remove Sudan out of the picture. Sudan is purely Arab country. They speak Arabic. I think over 90% of them, they are Arabs, and that's the language they speak. Let us situate the problem. I look at all of this. If you look at Chad, Mali, Niger, Guinea, Conakry, and Burkina Faso, and lately Gabon. I say what is happening there is our own Francophone African spring is happening right now. Francophone African spring is happening on us. If you look at the map very well, it follows a pattern. Apart from Niger, the other countries are about tenure on elongation. It's not about poverty. It is not about political instability. It is just that the leaders, they were greedy. They want to go third term. They want to go fourth term. So the boys have the opportunity to overthrow them. But only Niger is different. Niger was an opportunistic coup. Let's come back to the Anglophone countries along the West African coast. Nigeria, followed by Ghana, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Gambia. Apart from Gambia, if you look at Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Ghana, we have very good democratic
there was an attempted coup in Sierra Leone barely 2 weeks ago.
Oh, well, an attempted coup can happen in Nigeria too. Did it succeed? No, because we have good democratic credentials. Particularly Nigeria, Ghana, Liberia, Sierra Leone, we've died for democracy. We are well practiced, and no military will mess up with us. They know. So let's leave that aside. I'm not saying they will not attempt. Attempt is a different thing entirely. They can attempt at their own risk, but it won't succeed. As for Nigerian own, it will even be worse, because there is no glory for any military adventurist to come into our territory and say he wants to take over. What does he want to take over? The public purse is empty right now as we speak. Nigeria is up the creek without a paddle. So let's leave it at that. The countries remaining for our Francophone brothers, Cameroon has to wash out. That man has been there for close now to 50 years. Equally also, Equatorial Guinea has been there forever. Those two countries, and the Togo also, where you have Ayadima. Himself and the father, he succeeded his father. Those three countries wash out before December. What will happen in those three countries? What I suspect is that all these military boys in the Francophone space think they are talking to themselves. They know themselves, I think, because their paths must have crossed in one course or the other, in France or West Point or anywhere. So they are looking, and they have and again, I forget Cameroon. Cameroon also about 40 plus years. So those countries, I mean, before December, we will have another 2 coups, but not in the Anglophone countries. That's not going to happen. It will not happen. They can try, but it won't succeed. That's my take.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Let's bring rational mind in. So rational mind rather. Your thoughts.
Yeah, woman. You see, listen to everybody. Yesterday when the news broke, we were even on. We were live on your platform. But first of all, let me just. It's been a while. I said this, and let me just say that. But I was just thinking to myself that I would say that. Friends, well, it's good to have every one of you here. And for those of us who are listening, who are not in the studio, and some of us who are in the studio, we are yet to do that. Please click on the like button, and if you're yet to subscribe, please do that, and share if you can. The more you like it, the more the YouTube algorithm will propel this session or other sessions to help the platforms, up the platform rather. So anyway, yeah. So for me, yesterday I think I gave my submission even before we got the whole full details about what really actually transpired. But
sorry, rational mind. Sorry, rational mind. To Niger, check your email. Sorry, carry a rational mind.
Yeah. So when the news broke, yeah, even I think Niger himself was here too. We were all together. I think it was Adewale that broke that news to us, and we discussed it. The little that as the information that we had then. So, but then with all this revelation coming up now, it's becoming to look like there's something more to this school that is just going across the sub-Saharan Africa. So I would think that there is more to it than we understand. But what is it actually? I do not. I can't tell you. I can't really put a finger to it. But the only thing that I'm seeing here is that most of the
do you think there are shadowy figures at play here? And it's nothing about this coupists. Do you see a puppet master pulling strings?
Well, you see, like they say, there's hardly any coup that takes place without some foreign influence. Most coups in Africa, even the ones that took place in Nigeria, a few of them had some kind of if the British government does not sanction it, kind of, or at some point the coupists would lobby the British government to kind of give them some kind of some semblance of legitimacy. Yeah, so it's, you see, I just know there are some people, some foreign influences might be involved, but what I just see here is that I see a kind of people becoming restless at the way the status quo is in their locality, in their own local individual countries. Like in Mali, we know what happened there with Islamists from the north and the seeming corruption of the former, is it Keita, is it, what's the name of the former president, and how they ousted him. And also in Burkina Faso, which has also, ever since Blaise Compaoré, it has been very unstable. Blaise Compaoré was able to hold it for many years after the death of, after he killed, he was able to do away with assassination of Thomas Sankara. But at some point he lost it, and he was overthrown. And there have been a series of, even after some other election, we saw how they ousted the democratically elected government, and the military themselves keep toppling each other. So, and you see what is currently happening in Niger and Guinea too. Guinea, we saw what happened in Guinea. So all of these things, it's mostly Francophone Africa. They call it France Afrique, French Africa. So these are the ones that are mostly that I've seen in recent times. that we're seeing that it's like Macron is losing. Like I said yesterday here, my reading is that even Macron too is becoming unpopular in France himself. I don't know how he won the re-election that he had recently. I don't know, maybe because the opposition. Is it Marie Le Pen, or was that?
It was too right wing, wasn't it, Le Pen?
Yeah. So I think all of that too, because I don't see, because the series of protests that we saw in France, I've never seen any in recent memory.
They've always protested and rioted in France.
Yeah, but not at the scale we saw under Macron. They've often, I mean, they are very liberal kind of people. French people are very liberal. They will go on the streets, but not at the level I've seen with Macron.
They are very entitled, is really the thing.
Forget Francophone. I mean, that's their motto, is liberté and égalité, as they use the word. It's liberty and equality, for stems from the French Revolution. So the point I'm just looking at here is that Macron is becoming, I think, is the most how do I put it? The most like, it's not to that kind of hard kind of French. Is this kind of person that is like, okay, yoppy kind of French president. It's not that kind of very hard-handed kind of president that just.
It doesn't have the steel of the.
That's why I'm not looking for that English word. So maybe just what you just said now. So the point I'm just trying to say is, even within France, is becoming unpopular, sort of. So I think the French African countries found out that okay, we can rebel against this, because I know you cannot do that under Jacques Chirac and the other guys. You dare not even do that. They will just bring in their military, they'll crush you and whatever. But then, I don't know. I'm trying to just still understand Macron and his politics, international politics towards their former colony. But the point I'm bringing out here is that they see that as an opportunity for them to start liberating themselves from French tight grip on both their politics and their economy. So that's what I would read to this whole thing that is going on. Now let's look at the context of the Gabon. Omar Bongo was the father of, maybe not his father, but as the story goes, he's an adopted son of Omar Bongo. Some people say it's an Igbo guy, Ali Bongo, that is there today. There has been pictures of this guy that was ousted, trending online during the, I don't know, what was that? As they said, he was one of those Kwashoko kids that was seen during the Civil War. I don't know. I've seen pictures of him online. I don't know. I can't really situate that very picture. They said they moved him to Gabon, and maybe some people moved him to Gabon. Maybe his relative, he was an orphan, blah blah blah, and Omar Bongo had to adopt him and all of that. So, but then, let's just leave that, because that's still within the realms of people are just speculating on that. It's not a full Gabonese.
But even to more contemporaneous, people are suggesting that this is a soft coup orchestrated by the French in order to stalemate, because there's a lot of conspiracy theory going on around all of these coups going on. A lot of people feel that there's other superpowers that are trying to grab territory from France. And if you look at that belt line, that narrative might have some currency. And off the back of that narrative, a lot of people feel that France is now plotting soft coups to use the military to replace subsisting Francophone government in order to still hold sway. And that is what people feel is in play in Gabon.
Yeah, I had somebody brought that up too. You see, we can, like I said, it's very hard for anybody to say they exactly understand what is going on. I don't even think any intelligence of any kind, not even Nigerian intelligence, because I know when TINUBU got in there, the first one of his pronouncements when he had the ECOWAS meeting was that we're going to this is going to be the end of coups. The coup in Africa or in West Africa, and the next thing, the boys in Niger, they struck. So, because could it have been that they knew, or the intelligence? I've often said that on this platform. Could it that he knew, or some of the intelligence that he must have received, that there's a wave of coup going on, and there might be possibly anyone. So you better start saying it so that you look tough, that you are being tough, being the president of one of the largest military forces in Africa, that you're not going to tolerate no mocked coup, end of coup, and then the next thing we had what happened in Niger. So my point is that I don't know, do they have all this intelligence, or even does the CIA know about this? I don't even see. The point is this: it's just we can also only speculate. Like you said, one man, it could be that France is seeing or they're reading meaning to all of this thing that is going on. That, mind you, what really led to this Ali Bongo's he's being ousted from being the president is because there was an election that he won. They said he won almost 60-something% of it, and his closer rival had about 30-something%. The question is, how did you even do that? Is that how they love you? And this is, I think this is the third or fourth time.
They said they shut down the internet. It did not allow observers, and it just closed off the whole country and then rigged himself back into power.
Rational mind, 65% he won. No, it's 65% of the vote.
Is it 165%, right?
Yes,
so his closer rival had 30-something%. But anyway, just the same way I almost
no, it wasn't 65, 52%. That was what I read yesterday. Has it changed?
Whatever it is, let's just leave that. So, but my point is that he won the majority of the votes, and but then the protests we saw here today, we've seen images that we've seen there. I mean, where just like you see, I want to go back to Nigeria.
We didn't see protests, though. We saw celebrations.
Yes, I'm saying. I mean to say celebration. I mean to say not protest. Celebration, like people like, okay, where are the 60-something% or 50-something% that voted for him? And we should see them as the majority coming out to say, no, we don't want it. We voted him in. Like we saw in Nigeria. Where are the TINUBU'S 8 million people? Allow me now. May I talk?
Okay.
I always go on TINUBU tired, Right. But the point is, let's just leave that. I just want.
You always land on TINUBU now.
I don't catch you there. So I know you're going to. Also, you're going to.
One man, Jacko, one year see now. Oh my, 1 year see you, but national mind.
Not to people like this. They would all of them will go on Batify. The only one.
The day you won't land on. Nobody's Batify. The day you won't land on TINUBU.
We
will celebrate that day.
So let's just say that. So anyway, let's go back to Ali Bongo. So the point is, it's about the election. I know they just use that as an excuse, Niger own, they finished the election, was already sworn in, he has been in the office of 9, until he just suddenly realized that, oh, this guy has been corrupt, whatever, and he also overthrew. So you see, I just beginning to see that there's something more to this. And like you're saying, could it be that France is also looking at, like whether wake up or this thing that is going on in Gabon, the election that this guy won. But I find it very difficult to believe that France is behind it because, like somebody said, was it here or where did I hear that? Somebody was saying that there's a tunnel that leads from the presidential palace to the French embassy. So, and then somebody blocked it, or they blocked it, or the military knew about it. And of course, the guy who is the presidential guard, head of the presidential guard, definitely we wouldn't be aware of it because if he's protecting the president, in the case of coup like this, or maybe an outside coup, the first thing is they want to exit him out through that tunnel. If it's not possible to get him through the gate, normal gates. So maybe he must have knew about this tunnel and then blocked him. And so why would France allow them to block it? So these are so many speculation going on around. So which makes me doubt if maybe France is even involved. So
so that lends to the fact that it's a soft coup orchestrated by the French.
You want to call it one. So, but let me just quickly, because I know that people are going. So, for me, it's at this point, I don't want to be too quick to like put any spin to it. Like, but I just see that there's a disquiet, and there's this disquieting or restlessness among many African, especially Francophone African countries. And I know the big blow to the France is if really they're not part of it, or they're not really when it comes to this, or they're partner in supporting these coups. If the Ivory Coast goes out, if Alassane Ouattara, if it's removed, if Paul Biya is also removed, forget it. I think that would be the final blow to French influence in among most of their colonies. So, but for me, you see, like I just want to hand it this way. I cannot put a finger to it. But just to talk about the headline that you use, the main thumbnail that you use for today's session. As you shown from that map, we're seeing a gradual cycling of Africa. West Africa by these coupists. Could Nigeria be the next, like Ajariko said? Possibly. Like Ajariko rightly said, already even before all this coup going on, we've seen some of you people have said, some of you, especially the Agado people,
Rational mind. I thought the last window for military coup in Nigeria was under the Buhari administration. If we didn't have a coup then, I don't think we're likely to have one.
No. You see, Buhari is a different person. It's a different beast to that of Tinubu. Tinubu is a civilian. Buhari's posture as himself, as a coupist himself, as a former general, and someone who has participated in many coups in Nigeria, and his stance and the way he kind of like all the security architectures, how he put his own people there, like the chief of army staff was another man. The one in charge of SSS, virtually all the intelligence, they are all just dominated by the Fulanis. So you assume that he knew what he was doing. He knew that there could be a possible coup. That's why he had to put all these people there, people that are loyal to him. I'm not saying Tinubu did not do the same thing. I think he did the same thing too, by putting the Yoruba man as the chief of army staff. But then a Fulani man as the NSA.
But during Buhari regime, there was an alarm about coup now. During Buhari regime, there was an alarm from the government that people are attempting coup about.
It could be, but we never saw it play out. We never saw it was.
But I didn't say it play out, but the government raised an alarm, so that means there was a plan for coup during Buhari regime.
One man, you remember there was a coup during the Jonathan time. There was maybe the chief of army staff. You remember we tweeted it here.
They said
that would have carried out a coup, but because he said there is no signal, he didn't see.
The Americans told him not to do it. Yeah, the Americans told him not to do it. Yeah.
Not to do it. He will have succeeded. He will have carried out the ambulance.
So you can imagine that if they could reach out to these foreign powers, you can imagine that's why I said hardly any of this coup that takes place that they don't have the sanctioning or the approval or some kind of tacit involvement of some of this powers, these superpowers like Russia, China, or even the United States or any of those European countries. So hardly any of them. So the point I'm trying to make here is that I think it's a wake-up call for Tinubu to understand that, look, even you yourself, you said it when you went, you said, this is the end of coups, no more coups. But now look at what happened, and they're just rubbing into your face that, look, what are you going to do? Now we're doing coup, what are you going to do? You know, that's what I see here. So Nigeria is gradually getting encircled. And the only way I feel is if...
Rational man, just say you want coup to happen, that's all.
Just say you want
coup to happen against Tinubu.
Let me be straight with you.
That's all what they want.
Hold on now. You see on Batify, you see how they are all coming out like from their rising up from their like zombies from their dead whatever. You want coup? I mean, well, come on. You see, what are the reasons for coup? I mean, like we've seen in what happened in Gabon. I think Gabon is similar to that of Nigeria in some ways, because how can you just in the middle of the game you change the goalposts? Like
all the ingredients for the coup, they're in place in Nigeria anyway.
Of course, what I'm saying.
If the military wants
because
to do
some people felt that INEC in the middle of the game.
No, it's not INEC. Forget INEC.
Can I go on this one, man? Can you just allow me?
See, if let me say this: if there's anything that would have brought it, like chance of a coup, was when Emefiele shut everything down with everybody, and then something like that. If something like that didn't bring a coup, what makes you think anything else will? I mean, come on, man. When they shut down everything, people couldn't get their money from banks, and you're telling me that something else will bring coup in Nigeria? Come on, man. Are you kidding me?
All right. Yeah, you're right. That could also could have led to coup too. But then we're talking about politically. When this boy is a strike, usually there must be they must hold on to some kind of things. Like when Buhari was toppled, the Bangida used the excuse of Buhari was falling out of place, and they were going too extreme, and they even used religion as one of those things, because we had both of them were both Muslims, and they used that as one of their reasons too why they strike. And they used the issue of they were totally derailing, and they were doing things that were not supposed to be doing, and all of that. They also use all kind of excuses, and that's for that. And so my point is this: you see, we can just go on and speculating on all of these things, but my point, the general point I'm saying, we see that there's a recipe too for that kind of thing, for military in Nigeria to strike. But do I think that can be possible? Well, it's still possible. It's going to be very hard, because Nigeria, with almost 20-something years of experimenting with this democracy, I think it's going to be very difficult for any military to want to really take over. And if they must do that, it must be the real top boys in the military that will do that. I don't think any of those younger boys will be able to do it. So for me, you said what? Somebody's trying to say something?
Land, and then I want to hear next from Mike, and then to Niger. But
so for me, I think there's a recipe there, because, like I said, you turn off the internet and you are trouble because they feel like you manipulated the whole thing. Our own INEC changed the game in the middle of the game, changed the goalpost. They voted you, gave you billions of naira just to be able to do card reader and transmit this thing electronically, so as to show transparency. But at the end of the day, you turn off the whole portal that leads to people transferring this data in real time.
Look, the military are not likely to do a coup because Peter Obi did not win an election.
No. This is not Peter. This is not Peter Obi. Peter Obi was not the only candidate.
It's usually wrapped around languages of corruption and mismanagement of an administration, but it's never around because some person did not win.
Did you listen to the coupist thing from Gabon? You know what was their reason? They said the election. What was that? That was that French word they used. Something like a disaster, kind of a disaster kind of.
Nigeria is not Gabon.
You see, thank you. Nigeria is not Gabon, but when it eventually happens, you know if it's Gabon or not.
Let me tell you why it will not happen.
Hold on, please. Let me just end this one.
I actually wanted to move it around quickly, but if you want to continue to interject, then you can.
Okay, you want to interject? Go on. If you want to interject, go on.
I'll tell you why it won't happen.
Finish. I know Nigeria will come like later.
Are you talking, or you want to?
Nigeria has 200 million people. All the coup in Nigeria, apart from 1966, and those that didn't succeed, like Oka and Coup, all of that coup has been planned successfully by Hausa Fulani. And if they come up today, they rear their head and come up today, the East will not stand for it, neither the West.
The East will stand for it. Or don't say the East will not.
No. Listen, one man. Can I finish? Can I land? Can I land my point?
Oh, okay, land.
Why the East will not agree? It's an opportunity for them to say, okay, they want to break away. And of course, the West, with the Yoruba nation space, they want to seize that opportunity, because that's secession thing is like a sword of Damocles being hold over Nigeria by the East and the West against the North, and they know that as a fact. That is one. Internationally, it is not in the interest of America or the West generally for Nigeria to go asunder. Imagine 100 million people tear away from Nigeria and occupy the West African space. That would double their population. Within 3 weeks, there will be elements of starvation.
Why would they tear away from Nigeria?
Because Nigeria will go asunder. The West want to go. The East want to go. There will be fight. The South will not want to go with the East. So many confusion. And people will start tearing away.
The military can stop that from happening.
Can I land my point?
The military that can stop Boko Haram is the one that will stop.
Can I land my point?
Can I land my point? Well, you land your point. It doesn't. Okay. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the East wants it or not. If a coup takes place in Nigeria, is an authority power there. There is some sort of They have the power. What you can do is you can protest and do whatever. As long as they have that military power, they can control that crowd. You like it or not.
Well,
No,
Abacha had his
it's
guns.
just the truth.
Abacha had his guns, but did it succeed?
Hold on, this. If a coup happens in Nigeria, the only place you see protests is in the southwest. They will celebrate it in the southeast, and if the northerners carried out the coup, I mean, they get what they want. The only people that will protest will be the southwesterners.
One man, the East has gone beyond that. You understand? They are like hawks. All they are waiting for is just an opportunity. They will grab at a straw to go away from the Nigerian space. So a coup will be a very good opportunity for them, particularly when the noises are coming from the West that, oh, we don't want this coup. Is it because it is a Yoruba man that is the president? That's why Hausa Fulani wants to take over. They cannot wait for 8 years. So the scenario is not good. It is not good. It's not. That is why the West will not allow it to happen, because the humanitarian disaster will be the type they've never seen in Africa.
We've never
before.
had the humanitarian disasters of the back of a coup in Nigeria before. So
Okay, you just picture what I'm trying to say here.
Honestly,
and
not
look at
responsible
it.
for that now.
Say again.
Look, Nigerians will jubilate like we've seen Gabonese.
We've gone past that, sir.
They will jubilate if it happened today. All the
What you don't realize is that what the military boys coming to do today, oil is 81, and we are going into fall and we are going to winter. Everybody will burn in oil to heat themselves. So oil could possibly go up more. So when they come in today, they want to bring back subsidy. Where's the money to pay for subsidy?
Did you see what the protection
okay, where's the money to pay for subsidy? What concerns poor man on the ground about whether there is you are saved, there is no subsidy at this thing.
One man, can I say something real quick?
Let me land my point, guys.
Land your point. If we go into that subsidy, we won't come out.
One man, can I say something real quick?
Can I land, please, guys?
That these politicians have destroyed this country, and we are in to save this country. People will jubilate because these people already failed Nigerian people.
Some people will jubilate, but you see, it's very hard for us to really put a finger to it. But first of all, let me just I'll come to that. Jayola Aborode. I don't know what you're talking about. I won't take a position right now. Like I said, my position is I'm just speculative and broad. As an analyst, I don't like being stuck to one thing. I won't go by, oh, it's the French people behind it. But apparently, as the thing is going, what is sweeping across the Francophone countries is like at least 4 of them, namely Guinea, Mali, Burkina, and Niger. They've come out.
National man, you never take it.
No, for goodness sake, let him just land and then we move on now. We've been on Rational for 40-50 minutes.
From what I've seen from this country and from what these coupists they've said in these 4 countries I mentioned, so far, Gabon is about the election. What they said is that they want to break the yoke of France from their neck. That's what they said. That's one of the major things they said. So for that, I would say those coupists they've been clear about what they are doing to France. But out of Gabon, I don't know. We're still yet for us to be. I can't be speculative of that. But they said it was just the election. Now, in conclusion, Adalekoko, about the coup, if I say coup d'etat, that's a French word. I don't know why I used to, I would be saying it in English way. I mean, coup is not coup d'etat. So now, the coup d'etat in Nigeria, if it's going to ever happen, it must not be led by, even though it's ever led by the Fulani Hausa people, they dare not even try giving it to a Fulani person to be the head of it. A Yoruba, a Southerner should be the person. Because if they do that, that will stir up that rebellion of our friend here, Baba, is saying, that the East will rebel against it. I know some people might jubilate over it from the East. It's possible because of what we know what's going on. But I know the Yoruba people a lot of them will go against it. That no, is it now because of you have our Yoruba person then and you people are now toppling him? when Buhari was there, nobody toppled him. Why is it now it's a Yoruba? So they must not yet not even try doing that. But we can't put it beyond them. They might put another one there. But if they do that, then they are calling for just secession people to start their wala again. So they dare not do that. So for me, it's very hard for right now to say what is good. I think Tinubu needs to wake up, or whoever becomes the president. And I think Nigeria is already in that very verge of a coup, a possible coup in Nigeria, because the economic situation and the political situation going on in that country. They need to the elite needs to sit down and ask themselves question: Are we here to serve the people, or want to serve ourselves? So yeah, that's all I can see. Well, like I said for now, let me just allow that people.
All right, brilliant. Let's hear from Mike then to Nigeria. So Mike, you're up next.
You can hear me, right? It's not like because I'm driving. It's not too loud.
Yeah,
right?
it's a decent. Yeah. Go on, carry on.
Okay. Let me first correct one thing. When this where we these two tribes that we always trying to pass out their image, the Fulani and the Hausa. Most of the coups in the past were not done by Fulani and Hausa. It was most of those coup plotters were not Fulani and Hausa. Babangida is not Hausa, is not Fulani, it's Nupe. Abacha is Kanuri. Gowon is from Jos. So let's spare this tribe. This thing. But that one is another point. Oh, this idiot. Sorry. So anyway, coup is not happening in Nigeria, first of all. If coup will happen in Nigeria today, the only people that will celebrate will be maybe Southeast, and then maybe probably some disgruntled group of people in the North. But the Northern elite will not allow it. The Southwest elite will not allow it. The Southwest will not allow it. And the South will not even tolerate that rubbish, man. And once the South and Southwest are against that, we are not living in a time where it's only soldiers that can carry gun. These days, people, just billionaires alone in Southwest, can organize rebellion, like sponsor rebellion, import weapons, and just turn things. You think it's only Boko Haram know how to organize all those things? Even with ESN, with this Racta can organize it. You don't want to, that's one thing, you don't want to provoke the Southwest, because the Southwest were the one that fought the military out of power in the 90s with limited resources. Now, the age we live in, information age, we all use sophisticated technology. You think we won't use the general, we come and be controlling people as highly educated, as sophisticated as Southwesterners or South Nigerians in general. The only way you can succeed and your military coup can succeed if all the elites, all those billionaires are backing you, all the population are backing. That's the only way coup can succeed in Nigeria. But one selfish general cannot wake up. One selfish, even his own fellow soldier will take him out. Cannot wake up and say, do what Babangida did, all those kind of things. Abacha again. It's not even possible in Nigeria. Nigerians have gone way beyond that kind of stuff. Those things that happened back then cannot happen right now. If it was today, there's no way those guys would have, doing that coup. And the reason why Nigeria suffered those coup era was because the Nigerian army became kind of disgruntled. Because after that first coup and the second coup, all the generals were assassinated. The first coup, the Igbos assassinated all the northern generals, and then the second coup, the counter coup, the northerners assassinated all the Igbo generals. So he became junior officer. They became in charge of the Nigerian army, and they all just promoted themselves to rank of generals. And that's why we suffer all those rubbish things we experienced during that time. But the Nigerian army has been fixed. Everything has been better organized. People we have general, people are better educated. So they are smart enough to know what they are doing, to know that Nigeria is not the type of country you can say you want to come take over and be dictating to all these billionaires and all these elites, super powerful people. You understand? So it's not happening, man. I don't know why people are thinking like this. I know the obedience is rational mind. That's their wish. They just want anything except Tinubu. They don't mind Nigeria even, get wiped out. Yeah, nuclear bomb drops. Not anything except Tinubu. They don't mind.
It can only happen if Peter Obi win an election. If Peter Obi become president, that's the only way coup can happen in Nigeria. They should just forget it.
No, coup is not even happening. No matter what, it's not happening. Nigeria have gone way beyond that kind of stuff. It's not happening at all.
And the situation in Gabon, what's your reading of that?
All these countries, the thing is, it's looking very clear. Okay, our president has been in power for the same family ruling for so long. I mean, even the Africans are becoming more educated. All those, it's only country where the people are not so enlightened. What's going on in Africa? The age of internet, people are becoming more enlightened. People are becoming exposed to history, what's really going on, Africa. Because that colonial Africa was something that was created by these Europeans, and the people never really understood it. Most Africans during the 60s, 70s, even 80s, they didn't understand the concept of the country that exists. They didn't understand the whole system. You understand? But today, this new generation, most of them are born into that country. They only know themselves as people of Gabon. They are more nationalistic. But compared to back then, we are more tribalistic. Because generations of 20, 30, 40 years ago were born before Nigeria was created. So they never saw that country. They never understood the whole concept of the new nation created by the British. So their response to whatever anyone is doing, whoever is ruling them or whoever is in charge, will be more different compared to this generation of people that are born Gabon, and they with the technology, internet on their hand, where they can go and read history, know what's going on. It's a matter of time before it gets down to them, like, okay, what the hell is this? This doesn't make sense. How can one family be ruling? What is going on, And then the whole Africa now, we all know more about the next country, because back in the 20 years ago, if you ask Nigeria,
I think the Bias in Cameroon, they've been ruling for longer than the Bongos in unless I'm mistaken.
I mean, even they, if it wasn't Ambazonia, the division between Ambazonia and the Francophone thing that's going on in Cameroon, I think they would have done something about Bia, but it's now their own this thing has go that division among them between Francophone and Anglophone has really not allowing Coup to take place in Cameroon. But what's going on is people are working on the French. Woman, don't be shocked that some of these coup plotters gone, even the French, maybe, I mean, it could be that they saw that, okay, the people are beginning to rise, so and they may want to overthrow their puppets, so let's do some kind of, let's play this artificial coup, like see if, put some new people and just kind of make it look like our hands is off. When I really take all this coup that's going on, when I really take it seriously that, okay, this guy is really doing coup because of French, to kick French out, is when they dump French completely, meaning their currency is changed, their money is no longer in French central bank. That's why I can believe that these coups are really real, Because what we're saying now, it could be that the French is just trying to make things look like, okay, there's anti-French government in place now. But in reality, they could be pro-French, but just to play the game, because white people, they always 10 steps ahead of, things that they do. Maybe they're saying now that these Africans, it looks like they are becoming more enlightened, and it will get to a point where it's getting close to a point where they will no longer accept this puppet shit that's going on. This puppet ruler is obvious. I mean, these leaders are obvious puppets now, those Francophone leaders. I mean, they're obvious puppets. So France is trying to create a new phase where they will have leaders, but they won't be obvious puppets. You understand? But they'll still be a puppet of the French. All France is trying to focus on now is just to sustain the French interest in those countries and just eliminate the highs on them, because what they didn't learn from the British, because the way the British left Africa, they left and kind of took their face away, but they still got her hand in their colonies, but they left in a manner where, hey, they covered all their tracks, but they still kept their, their hand there, So the French they made a mistake by keeping themselves still relevant in the minds of everybody. Their prints is everywhere. So I guess they're trying to do what the British did now. They've kind of like learned from the British book that, let's figure a way to leave this place now, but still be kind of there. Still have our, our hand in there, but in a way where they no longer see us as presence in their society. So I think that's the game French may be playing. So like I said, this coup, I see too, it could be real as we're seeing it, that, hey, they're overthrowing France. It could also be that, hey, this French is playing some, they're playing some tough game, like some serious strategic move, where they just want to exit and still be there, do what the British did, So that's what I'm thinking about this whole thing that's going on,
All right, brilliant. Let's hear from Tunaija, who will give us a totally different inflection on everything. It will tell us about, it's all about 100 million soldiers. 100 million soldiers. Oh, yeah, Tunaija, you're on next.
Yeah, greetings, Wellman. Thank you for having me, and to everyone on the channel, the chat, and to the viewers Yeah, you can see the trembling in the voice of Mike, afraid that his boy is going to be kicked out of Aso Rock. I don't understand how you can narrow your opinions just based on who is in your, because the person in the office is your person. I don't know. See, what makes you think it cannot happen in Nigeria? It can very, very much happen. The only thing that can stop it from happening is good governance, really. And you can see that maybe all this stuff going on in the Sahel is going to force the remaining, especially the Anglophone ones, to step up their game and to ensure that they survive. What is going on the continent right now, I think one man mentioned something about the possible preemptive coup, as they say, that the French want to take some preemptive coup just to ensure that the opposite doesn't happen and their man is kicked out of office, and then the Russians or people that are anti-French take over countries. But if you look at all this, it's just the fact that our countries are just sitting there waiting to be knocked over. This is the problem. When I told you about the one-man army, people think I was joking. Not only army, security. You can't have a country that can just be kicked like this all over the place. The slightest thing, they fall over. This is the kind of countries we have. And now the hands of the foreigners are beginning to be revealed. You know, look at the France. They ask them to leave Niger. They're like, no, I'm not going anywhere. And it turns out that this Gabon guy, whenever they get them out of office, the French go and restore them. And that's why the French have 2 military bases in that country. They remove them from office, they restore them. So now it's a little bit trickier for the French to do the same thing because it's going to everybody's eyes on the French right now. So this is the problem that we have been facing all this while. You have bad leaders that are not ruling for their people, and the French just keeps them there. So, and it was a democracy. And this is the problem. Democracy for what? Without the so-called dividends of democracy, what is the use of a government if you cannot provide for the people? That's why I advise people not to worry too much about the type of government, the type of economic systems that are being operated. Worry about the survival of your people, because in time, this type of government don't matter. What is the point? You are busy changing types of government that your people perish. In the future, when there is no democracy, or when there is no capitalism, what are you going to say? Because of capitalism, you go and sacrifice your people.
Hold on to Niger. I missed what you just said there. You said people should not worry about the type of governments they have. They should worry about their survival. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. What does that mean?
The ability for them to survive into the future. What is the use of worrying about the type of government when you cannot even survive into the future?
Well, who is going to shape that survival?
Whatever type of government, whatever set of people that come in to take charge of the destiny of the people and make them strong and secure. Those are the kind of people. It doesn't matter whether it's communist, it doesn't matter whether it's capitalist, it doesn't matter whether it's military. And in many other countries, you tend to see that it is socialist, communist forces that tend to do these things. Even in the French one, you tend to see
the United States being a good example.
Is it socialist? I'm not sure it's a socialist. I think they are a bit.
No, that was sarcasm. Yeah. But look at it.
United States was not like that. They have different types. And the United States, they were not like a revolution.
You see, it's just what you just said there is just. I'm not going to say well. Let me just say it's totally false. I'm not going to say it's nonsensical. The type of government that the country has, it determines everything. So I suspect that where you might want to be is that the style of government that we need in our space should be peculiar to where we are and what our needs are. But it does matter. Of course, it does matter. The sort of government we have. Yeah.
No, it doesn't matter, because evidence suggests that, like you said, the US used a different system from the Soviet, and this in the Chinese use a different system from that of the English. So they are all different.
That's exactly what I said, though.
It means I'm correct and you are correct.
But more to it, that the style of government is paramount. is above everything else the most important thing, because that is what shapes direction and the future.
No, when I said the type of government doesn't matter in terms of when you are welded to having a democratic system, that is what I'm talking about. Because you had most of the speakers saying, "No, we should be welded to this democratic system. No military, no this, no that." It doesn't matter because most nations emerge based on whichever type of system that comes to heal it. That's what it is. And in the end, what they all tend to have in common is nationalistic drive. That is their purpose, to heal their nation and ensure that nation is strong. And we've never truly had that for a very, very long time. And that's something that we truly need. And it doesn't matter the shape of the government, whether it's capitalist, communist, or whatever. They just come in, fix the country. We need people that are committed to doing that. This is sacred task, because it's a sacred task that involves blood. People will have to share their blood to heal this country, because nations we are all going to perish anyway, either by the hands of our enemies or by poverty or whatever. But if you don't willfully try to use it to save your country and your people, you are going to perish. And look at the president of that country. He was basically begging. These people, they don't understand any sense. And you know, he had billions, I don't know what is billions, at least millions of dollars of this in his property. These people, his people are suffering, and he's just there, just leaving the people to fester. And this is the same story from this is sub-Saharan African countries. The North African countries don't do this. So you don't see them answering to foreigners the way our sub-Saharan African countries do. They are just so pathetic at this stage that they don't even know how the whole world looks at them. And and that is the sad part. Even when the whole internet, everywhere, everybody is aware of their weakness, they don't even want to show any sense of strength. They remain the same way. Look at TINUBU that promised us something. He came into office now. He is just talking about synergy in our security. UFC asked one poignant question the other day that I found very interesting. He said, it's funny because no Nigerian spy has ever been caught anywhere. I was like, okay, that's interesting, because they are not doing their job. They've never been caught anywhere because they are just absentee landlords. The only people they know how to watch is Nigerians. They are not out there trying to ensure the security, the survival of the people, and understanding what's going on around the world.
The counter argument will be that they are good at their job. That's why they are not being caught. Yeah.
They are good at their job. That's why we are always caught with our pants down, and we can't even join the BRICS. When it comes to this thing, the African Continental Trade Agreement, we are always at the back of the queue. Every single thing, we're always at the back of the queue. And you'll be surprised how many matrices that Nigeria comes one of the worst on this continent. It's just that we have oil and we have the people. That's one of our saving grace. And it's not only Nigeria, to be fair. We can see it in many African countries, the problem that they're having now. I hope with all these coups that are happening now, that the so-called democratic governments learn how to, one, not to use democracy to, in a way, commit coup, because they want to extend their term in office. I think the one in Ivory Coast is looking to do that too. This is the nonsense that they try to do. They claim that they are Democrats, but they want to use their term in office to influence this in the House of Assemblies and change and extend their term that they stay in office. That is a coup. It's just a democratic coup. That is what it is. And what is going on, that has been going on in Gabon, has been a massive coup. For 50-something years, one family controlling a country, and when they remove the family from office, the first bring them back. This is like, it's a joke, really. Most of these our countries are just a joke. We think that the Nigerian government are not compromised. Look at where TINUBU has been all this while. This is the longest time he has stayed in Nigeria without traveling overseas to go and cozy up to somewhere else. Many of our leaders, Wike, all of them, they are all in foreign lands. And you wonder why they are not governing for us. I've been complaining about this stuff for a very long time, until our people start becoming aware that the moment your leader is stepping out of that country, you need to be watching them closely, what they are going to do. The moment your leader is welcoming foreigners into your country, you need to be watching them. Because these people, you can't trust them. They will go there and they will sell you. Was it not this Bazoum guy that went and invited Germans to come into his country, as if he doesn't have 25 million citizens? They will keep inviting. They are traitors.
Germans to come in. Hold on, Germans to come into his country to do what?
To come and offer military support or training or whatever nonsense that they keep asking for. This was shameless. I'm telling you something. If you want
are you saying that the expertise that he was inviting the Germans to come and share with this country, are you saying that expertise was already in that country?
Yeah, They was already French,
Really?
and they didn't even need the French. They
What are
didn't
you
even
even
need the French.
One man, you see what I mean? You see what I'm trying to say?
One man, no. Let me say
Can you
something.
stop? Look at the. You see the kind of thought.
Tunaja is right. Tunaja is actually right.
You can go
What
to Germany to
happens?
learn it
Tunaja,
and bring
wait.
it back home.
What
Why
happens
invite
if you
soldiers
go
your
to
country?
Germany, learn it, come back? That is what happens. You can't just invite someone to that doesn't make sense.
There is
Go
no Zoom
there,
anymore. What kind of
take
rubbish
like
is that?
a team there, and they will learn, and you come back and they will train those people. Don't bring people over
That's
to your
all you
country
need.
and say you're training them.
Yeah, so, sorry. What difference does that make?
I don't know.
It makes a big difference. Because one,
You send them there to go and
are not
learn.
in your country. Because now those soldiers that you see how Mike is laughing this funny laugh. The soldiers
To
that are in
bring
the country.
spies to your country. I don't know why
You
you
know why
guys
I'm
are.
laughing?
This is
The
a very
soldiers that are
simple
in your
thing,
country. Look at ask the French soldiers to leave now. They're refusing to leave. What are you going to do? Because you're busy
So, Nadia, I
inviting
know
them
I'm
to your
laughing.
country.
You know I'm laughing. Africans, right? Okay, America, for example, when America wants something, they look into their population. They will see someone that already has a company that can take care of it. They are productive people. They are ready. When African leader wants to do something, they look into their population. Nobody can do anything. So now they will not go and bring outsiders to come and do it. And then you, the same person, say, "Oh, you are selling outside. You are bringing outsiders." You look in the population. Nobody has the goddamn capacity to do what they want. So they want to bring someone else. So sometimes
No, that is not what they are
I
doing.
think it's high time you and I need to start thinking like the Americans and their people, and start learning how to be productive, learn to make things. So whenever our leader wants to give contract, they can give it to us.
Mike, if they were coming to train their people, that would be okay. But that is not what they are coming to do. They have actually said it. How can our people be so dim, really? They have said that they want to invade our continent, and the way to do it is through this method that they are using. What else do you want?
They want to invade, they will invade you.
They are telling you what they are going to do, and they are doing it. And some of our people, like you, Mike, will still be excusing it. Like, oh no, I'm not intelligent enough to read what they are telling me. I'm not. They are just coming to teach our people. What do you want? What else do you want? They are telling you what they are coming to do to your people.
So I didn't tell you that support whether I didn't tell you that support whether they are coming or not. What I'm telling you is you are not doing things for yourself where you won't have to need them. The reason why they are coming is because we are inviting them. And why are we inviting them? Because we cannot do what we need, and we have to call them to come and do it for us. The same reason why you have wait. The same reason why you have to invite their companies to come and set up in your country, because you don't know how to set up things yourself. You have to invite their toothpaste company to come and make toothpaste for you, because you can't make toothpaste yourself to brush your own teeth. Everything you consume in Africa is made by them, and then you are saying, what are you crying about?
How to do these things, Mike? You just
learn how to make your own things. Then we don't have to. Your leader wants to be calling them to come and be supplying us. Okay,
Mike, you're not listening. We do know how to do these things. That is what is making me even more agitated. If I've been with
why are you not doing it?
We know how to do what? Hold on. What do we know how to do?
Most of the stuff that they are bringing these foreigners to come and teach us.
We know how to build a nuclear plant for electricity. Do we?
Are they bringing them to come and teach us to do nuclear plant? No, they are not doing that.
Who teach them?
If they brought people to come and help us build nuclear plant, I will have problems.
Do we know how to build railways?
Yeah, we do know how to build it. We have the skill sets to do it.
That's why you have to build one in your village.
Oh my God! Let me explain to you.
Hold on. Where have we demonstrated it? Where have we demonstrated
exactly my point? They are not letting them demonstrate it. If your people have been stood down,
how do you have
know
that? So what are you then saying that we have the skill set if we've never been demonstrated?
Let me explain this.
One man, you yourself said that all these things.
These leaders don't want to allow their people to show their capability. This is why they don't recruit their people into their security forces. This is why they don't want innovation to increase in the country. Their whole raison d'etre is to ensure the country doesn't develop.
Learning big words a lot, or raison d'etre, all these French words.
Okay, their whole
you are doing speaking grammar.
Okay, I'm not going to speak grammar again.
I'm just speaking grammar.
You're keeping a Kenny out of here.
Okay, I'm not going to speak grammar again. Their whole purpose and their whole agreement with their masters is to ensure Africa never develops. This is why they keep us the way we are. How is it that Egypt suddenly is moving forward now? They have 1.3 million soldiers, a country half the population of Nigeria, with less natural resources, is doing all this, but Nigeria is just there twiddling its thumb, talking about synergy. And they literally, a British official come to Nigeria and says, Tell us honestly what you want. We are eager to help you. Tell us everything you need. Tell us what we are not doing right. And our guy was like, maybe we have a bit more training. In other words, bring more soldiers and we send more soldiers to you.
No. You. I don't know why you do these things, man. A lot of you just all this free stuff, sort of stuff. You know, a lot of those sort of conversations, those are frontal for the cameras. You know, talking. By the time you get to that British man coming to Nigeria or whatever that happened, there would have been a whole stream of functionaries synergizing, looking at options, looking at where the needs are, etc., etc. So it's not just it's not the sound bites that they just throw to a microphone thrusted at them. That is a policy position.
Come on, okay, think about it now.
You don't say things, you know. You don't say things.
You have been dodgy there. See, if that was the case, everything that he said during that meeting is exactly what you see happening in Nigeria every day. There is no deep. It's not deep. It's just that shallow. If you have been, they say he said that, but actually what you see them doing with Nigeria is building a nuclear power plant or doing missiles and all the rest. Then you say, okay, that's just surface. What he said is what we have been seeing for the last 60 to 70 years. That is the shallowness. That's what gives it credibility. That's our problem, and I have that serious issue
let
with
me
that.
come in. What happened to Africa is most of African countries have this I'll call superiority complex towards the Western world ourselves. What you're saying, superiority. Basically, like, yeah, we have
that we're
it
better than
in
them.
ourselves. No, like towards them, basically, like they are better than us. We have this superiority complex that they are better than us. Yeah. So. Inferiority complex, yeah. Why that happens is that we don't really trust that we can do this. All these things you're talking about, can we build railway? I'm sorry. I mean, it's not rocket science. The books are out there. Myself can actually go and read a book of how to build a railway. If the materials are there, and I can
So why
do
haven't you done it now?
So it's not saying we have this inferiority complex that we can't do it. We don't trust our people to be able to do it, which we need to stop. You know, if we stop it and we start hiring our people and trust our people more, I think things are gonna change. It's not because we don't know how to do it or we're not intelligent enough. I think that is a very lame argument, please.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. But you know what Tuna just said there is the entirety of the thrust of Tuna just narrative, and maybe one of these days I will have to take him on that narrative space, because there are so many there's so many things that he leaves out and then just lands on some. It's like pie in the sky thinking sort of thing. But maybe not today. One day,
that's exactly what it is.
There is no reason behind your argument.
Let me just say this.
Okay, good.
You know, a lot of the expertise that people commission internationally, these are expertise that those international spaces have evolved over decades and centuries. So they're not just in the textbooks or whatever. These are evolved technologies and expertise that have, you know, transcended over countless periods of time. So that's one. So and then you cannot just say that just out of the whim of will, you will say you are not going to avail that expertise, and you in your own domestic space, when you have not shown any trajectory of any evolution of any of those spaces, you will suddenly abandon where expertise is established because you want to beat chest on a tribal or nationalistic fervor. It's just wild.
Let me ask you one question. One man, answer this question. One man, answer this question. Yeah. Doing when America, whichever developed country that did whatever they did, when they were coming up and they were learning all these things, did they go out there and look for somebody? That's one
Yeah, they
question
did.
there.
They did.
Who? Please tell me.
Einstein, for instance, was a German
Jew.
Was a German Jew.
And he was smuggled out of Germany to America to complete that war.
The whole of America's nuclear technology is German Jews.
And they are taking our boys.
That's what you're still
now.
making my point. Let's go to the Germans. No, let's go to the Germans. Yeah, when the Germans were building their roads or building whatever, they actually have to do it on their own. Whoever started it first actually have to actually more like a try and error or whatever, call it whatever. Exactly. Trust yourself first before you go there and try to trust someone else.
Do you want to reinvent the wheel?
We're not reinventing anything. There's nothing to reinvent. Everything is there.
The technology is already there. We have the technology to build rail tracks because the technology was invented how many decades ago? We have more than that technology in Nigeria right now. We have more technology in Nigeria right now than they had when they built the first atomic bomb.
Let me interject a little bit. Sorry, I disagree with you. Like my brother 50 Cent will say, if all it takes for you to be a billionaire is in the book, then the professor in Harvard, all that should be the richest people in the world.
Who said it?
If everything you need to build the nuclear plant, railway is in the book, then we don't need. Nigeria will be the best, the most developed country in the world. The book doesn't do it all. You need people that will teach you how to do it. People that actually pass you the knowledge. So what are you talking about?
Let's say
you can read the books.
But we've always been associated with the West for how many decades now? What good has it done? First of all,
yes,
you have to look at examples of countries that have done this. It's true you need close alliances, which Nigeria doesn't have. All these fake Western alliances that we have.
Can I interject, please?
Sorry, can I respond to that?
1 minute. Just for 1 minute, please.
Baba, before you respond. The problem with Nigeria that we are aligned with the West, that we're not getting what we want because we cannot negotiate what we want. Simple as ABC. Every country that got what they want, they sat down the table and negotiate what they want. If our leader cannot negotiate, then that's our cup of coffee. Don't expect the West to come and give you what they have for free.
Isn't that what I was saying? That our general, they asked him, "What do you want?" and he just asked for trinkets. What do you want?
Can I come in place? Just 1 minute.
They don't have ambition for their
Is Ekene in the panel?
No, Ekene is not here, but come in, Baba. And then,
if you go, look, we don't lack in.
Baba, hold on. Come in, Baba, and then after Baba, round up to Niger, and then we hear from Kumi. So come in, Baba.
Okay, we don't lack in small things. You understand? That Alaba market, for instance, you are looking at. If you go in, Ekene may not want to admit this openly. If you go deep into Alaba market, it's not what those shops you see on the street. It goes deep, up to maybe 3/4 of a kilometer. If you see what they are doing, you will not even want to buy a generator or a refrigerator from those people anymore. And most of the things they manufacture there, people from other West African countries, they come to buy these things. If you go to Semeboda, for instance, if you see the truck,
which one is manufacturing Alaba again? I don't understand.
You don't know. If you don't know, you don't know. But
what are they manufacturing?
Listen to him.
I just mentioned generator. I just mentioned refrigerator.
Listen to him.
I just mentioned refrigerator. I just mentioned generator. And so,
give us the name of the brands so you can go and buy them.
Why should I want to spoil their market? But if they can,
let's say spoiling their market by telling me the brands, I can go and buy from them.
Why are you interrupting him, Mike? Now let him speak. I'm telling you what you know. I've been there too. I've seen it before. I've been there.
What is the brand of the generator they manufacture?
Why do you want to know the brand?
So we can invest in them now. That's what I need. I need people that know how to do things.
Let somebody speak.
You are,
What do you mean? So you are the one that will be controlling people now? I mean, Kuda now. Are you the host?
Let him speak now.
They put popular labels on these things. They put popular labels on these things, and we serve West Africa. If you go to Seme borders, if you see the trailer load trucks that people are taking out, the problem we have actually is that the Ministry of Trade have to harness this thing. They have to register them because that trade is like informal. They do their things and they export them. They export them and they don't come into the record. They pocket their dollars. They pocket whatever money they earn out of it. But that we are not, look, if you go to Agbara and Ogun State in that axis, there is no more border. You wouldn't even know. A lot of Indian factories are there. They are operating not for Nigerian market. They are manufacturing for West African market. A lot of things are going on in our country, but the government has been very, very careless. I'm not saying we're doing nuclear power. I'm not saying we are manufacturing cars or boats or things like that. But in little things, we are not lacking at all. It's just the government has not put everything in. They don't situate it like a normal country should be run. And let's have the statistics and records in place. If a can come in here,
why is the government going to invest in them? If you are hiding, if Ajanico is hiding them,
partners in that business too.
Baba. So how is the government going to invest on these people when people like Ajanico are saying?
No, it's not about investment.
But we have to know where they are, so we can go and invest in them.
You have to capture them, give them assurances. All this is about tax avoidance. You understand?
Well,
they want
Baba,
assurance. Yes.
Because I've gone to Alaba. I've walked around, so I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about. I don't say that I've been to the whole Alaba or my person no come through me. I've not been to the whole Alaba.
Is one man there? Hold on. Is one man there? There's a breaking news.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe let me bring you the breaking news. They said I don't know. You continue, but it said
breaking news from National Mind.
Hold on now.
Fake news.
Boy, Farabale now. Like. Cameroon and Rwanda, they reshuffle their military cabinet.
It doesn't solve the problem.
Well,
they're in panic mode.
Do you know what Kagame? Oh no! You know what Kagame said? Kagame said recently, one of his sorry guys, I just want to bring that in because we were talking about Coup. You know what Kagame said in one of his interview that he did recently? That he said when he was questioned, he said, but now you're becoming yourself, you're becoming like a dictator, you're becoming a self-styled kind of dictator in Rwanda. He said, well, the West does not have the right to be dictating to Africa how to govern themselves. The democracy that the West is trying to like make Africans to adopt, it can't really work for Africa. But then imagine Kagame being the one saying that. So he kind of
he is a military man, is he not? Kagame was a general.
He's just a rebel. Like during those years of Rwanda's genocide, he was one of those rebel leaders who also brought in. So my point is this: I don't. He's not a trained military guy. I don't think he is, but he's just like somebody who got training, military training, sort of as a rebel.
We have them all over Africa. The man in Uganda, that's how he came in.
Himself now is a dictator of some sort. Making himself kind of like
president for life.
So imagine. So when people like this Kagame is saying all this kind of crap, now you can tell that himself is afraid of what is going on, because if you have this civilian dictators who changes the narrative, who changes the game in the middle of who change the goalposts in the middle of the game, it tells you. And look at what Alassane Ouattara is doing in Cote d'Ivoire. He's supposed to go 2 terms. But he had to make the parliament to do the 3rd time. Look at what Yadema Son is doing. So you see, all these people, these are the reason why there are coups. I don't think these coups are the panaceas. But when people do,
but it's not going to happen in Nigeria. Rational mind, unfortunately, it's not going to happen.
Have I mentioned Nigeria? What I've just said. I'm just saying that when civilian people become some sort of dictators themselves.
After 8 years, TINUBU will hand over to Kashim Shettima.
We shall find out, one man. Over to you.
Okay, as we are saying, these I think deaths All right. The Alaba is a very,
what I was saying is, I know Alaba is big. Alaba is not that. It's not that. I know Alaba, so it's not really like you have to walk around Alaba. It take you like 2 hours. It's not like main market. Do you get? It's not as
so
big
it will
as
take you
main
more than
market.
2 hours.
All right.
It will take you more than 2 hours.
Let's move quickly back from Alaba back to Gabon. Yeah. So yeah. Round up that and
So
then we
I'm
get
saying,
back to.
I'm saying that if you're saying that maybe generators, I would understand. But when you say manufacturing, it takes a whole lot of space to manufacture something like a generator or a fridge. It takes a lot of
No, I'm not
space. So I
talking
don't
about.
know.
I'm not saying they are fabricating T pipe and things like that there. But I'm saying that they bring some of these spare parts from the east, from Newi.
Okay.
You
I got
understand?
you.
And they come there and couple them and then put foreign label like Kubota for generators and then all this fridge. You would think it's a Sony fridge. It's not. You would think it's a Sony stereo set. It is not. You understand? But they serve West Africa principally, and most of the vessels that are battered in Tinkan and Apapa port, those crew from Europe, they come there from India. They come there to buy in bulk. So a lot of, if you go, they export. A lot of these things go into West Africa. You go to some West African countries and you check into hotel. Don't be surprised in the bathroom. The stuff you find there are all made in Nigeria. I'm not saying we are doing nuclear, we are doing but in those small little things, we are not idle. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Back to
one man, sorry, John, my bad. But I think we used to have Tamako. You know what Tamako?
Yeah, I know Tamako.
Yeah, I think it used to be produced in Nigeria now, right?
PZ into those Patterson and Zuconis.
Yeah, they used to
sell Tamako.
Yeah. So I think we used to we lost all these industrial things that we used to have back then.
Are we talking about assembly plants, which is just essentially Lego?
Yes. Assembly plants.
There is local input into assembly plants. You understand? There are parts you can also manufacture and use. It could be 60-40, but we have local inputs too.
But the thing is that it's employing people, right? And it's being
exactly. It's just like when Volkswagen was manufacturing cars here. We did a car, we call it a Gala. And in a Gala, we had about 40%. The tires, the glass, the plastic components are all made in Nigeria. We're all made in Nigeria.
Used to manufacture in Nigeria.
You say?
Dunlop now.
Oh, what? How many do you want to count? Yeah, if you go to Ijebu, carpet, lace material, everything.
We have to make the distinction between manufacture and assemble.
No, I'm making the distinction. Actually, I said, look, there is local component also.
Baba, there's no one country that can manufacture everything. Like even here in America, even those Ford, GM, and all of them. Some of those parts are important. Okay, let me give you an example. We talk about Boeing.
Yeah, but but the technology, fabrication, a lot of things done in America.
One man, if you want to do car today, you adopt an engine. You don't go and start manufacturing your own engine. You just adopt. That's why if you look at the Daewoo cars, it's a Opel engine that they have inside the Daewoo cars. They adopted an engine. So the technology the industrial thing is gone haywire. You don't have to do all the hard work anymore.
Yeah, cannot do everything. Yeah. So the point is this: you see, we need to start from somewhere. From assembling, we can start. Okay, all right. Locally, we start making some of those parts, and then we outsource the one we cannot do. And gradually, we start bringing in people that can really do those things. And it's gradually, but when we just cripple the whole thing, that is when it's not good for us. Because Peugeot Pan was employing a lot of people. Thousands of people were being employed in Kaduna factory there. People were, Nigerian government, especially federal government were number one buyers of Peugeot and Volkswagen products. And Nigeria was thriving in the 70s and in up to like late 70s.
The rational mind, Peugeot is still there. It has divided into two. A lot of us are uninformed. There is Dangote Pojo Automobile Nigeria, and there is still Pojo Automobile Nigeria. Dangote is coupling cars with local components. A lot of us are uninformed. It is the government.
The point is that Tinubu, I have to go on Tinubu now,
Dangote has bought part of PAN.
Hold on now.
What does Tinubu have to do with Peugeot?
When Tinubu and his National Assembly, all of them now, how many of those things are they using that are Nigeria made?
That is why we have to look into our constitution. That constitution we are working with is faulty.
It's not the constitution that is responsible for underdevelopment. It's just the leadership that is, and the people themselves that are not unaware that this is not normal.
Yeah, we are uninformed. This is the problem.
Because every time you see development is due to happen in the country, you see how they either slow walk it or downright kill it off. And our people, all the best minds in Nigeria, you know how much of the best minds have left Nigeria in the last 3 years alone. Not to mention continuously in the last this decade or so. In the UK alone, we have 200,000 at least from the UK from Nigeria.
Look, for me, that is not a bad thing, my brother. Look, even one man, Ajale Kuku, all of them, when the country starts improving, the knowledge they've gained here, they will take it back home and enjoy.
And also, Baba, I've heard that there's so many arguments that you just don't have the strength, you don't want to take it on sometimes. This narrative of the brains are this brain drain argument. No, there's the brain internationally now is on an aeroplane. That's where the brain is. The brain internationally now is on an aeroplane. What do I mean? The brain in China, people are digital nomads now. Nobody lives anywhere anymore. The clever people in China, in India, they're in Silicon Valley. The doctors in Nigeria are in Dubai. The teachers in Ghana, they're in Nigeria. So everybody's on an aeroplane. The brains are on an aeroplane.
I think that the draining, if you like, you want to call it service drain or brain drain, it's still the same thing. And the only time it becomes an advantage to the originators where the people are living from is when those people actually bring the knowledge back to develop their own economies. In the case of our people, what they tend to do is they go and they never return. Many of them perish overseas and they may as well not have been born in many cases.
That's why imagine if the country gets it right.
That's not true anyway.
If the country gets it right, they will come back.
But that's the problem. How can the country get it right when they are not returning?
Hold on. Let's do a test here. Let's do a test here. We'll take it around very, very quickly. Kumi, when was the last time you went to Nigeria? Kumi is not there.
Yes, I'm here.
When was the last time you went to Nigeria?
3 years ago.
All right. Rational mind. When was the last time you went to Nigeria?
All right.
Last year. We know you were there last year.
I was there. Hold on.
25 years ago.
40 years ago.
It's okay now. Let me answer my question. It's not you that I asked you. So I was there last year, between October and November last year.
All right, brother.
It was a brief appearance, though.
Yes, Mike. When was the last time you were in Nigeria?
I just came back. I was there this year.
Yes, you even sent us images. Baba, when was the last time you were in Nigeria?
April 2021.
Oh, all right. Tonight, we know they don't let you back in Nigeria, so we'll keep you. What about you, Walkies? When was the last time you were in Nigeria?
About 2 years. About 2 years now.
All right. What about you, Josephat? When was the last time you were in Nigeria? Josephat. Joe. All right, Patrick.
Like 7 years ago. Mine was like 7 years ago.
Joseph. Hold on, Josephat. Yeah.
Okay, 4 years back, like 4 years ago.
All right. We know Ajale Koko was in Nigeria even this year, and Des, you were in Nigeria this year too. So my point is that people that travel internationally, they still don't leave Nigeria because some actually visit Nigeria 2-3 times a year.
But that is not the point, though.
And they have investments, they transfer knowledge and wealth Do they
Well,
not?
woman, do you think
And
those
they
who went
sponsor
to the
people's
moon
education.
from India, those who went to the moon from India, they didn't come to US to study? They
Yeah,
came
they
in
came,
droves.
but they went back. That's the point. You see, you have to understand everything.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you, that if the atmosphere back home is good, everyone will go back.
Okay, what atmosphere do you want? Like, describe the atmosphere you want.
The wages, right?
The what?
That's not gonna
Lights,
happen.
24 hours lights,
That
good
will never
roads,
happen. That will
good
never
roads,
happen.
availability of water 24 hours a day. It's
Wow.
not utopia we are talking
One
about here.
welfare before you
If
go and
other
start doing
countries
that.
have it, why can't we have it?
But here's the deal. Let me tell you something. Do you know that the European scientists in the 1700s, like before electricity was invented, they were actually more productive. They're actually more innovative than the Nigerians today. And what they had back then, compared to what we have in our disposal today, we are in better position to actually be more productive and more innovative than they were back in the 1700s. You know that, right? But when people give me these excuses that the reason why we are not innovating, we are not inventing anything, we are not productive, is because the environment. We need 24-hour lights. We need a super highway. We need all these infrastructure. Like, come on, man. It's like an capping. It's like an excuse why we don't want to use our brain to start doing things, man.
Mike, that is why
The reason why we have to start using our brains is because we need to make these things happen. We need to figure out to be nuclear power plant. Where do we start? We have to start thinking, using our brain. But we are waiting for nuclear power plants, 24-hour electricity to be built before we can start using our brain to learn how to make nuclear power plants, before we start building science research labs and start doing all these things. Every time I say, why are we not doing these things? That's what India started doing 10 years ago. Now they are immune. But we are waiting for the day one president will provide 24-hour electricity, provide
The
all
government
the
has to
24
provide
water
an
for you,
enabling
give you
environment.
heaven before you go and start thinking how to fix problems.
When they say enabling environment,
All these things cannot happen if we don't have 24 hours electricity.
No,
and
you
ease
don't.
of
See,
doing
hold on.
business.
Can I just say something? I think we have seen nations that have done this before. You don't have to have 24/7 power, electricity. You don't even have to have a thriving economy. There are nations that were living on rations when they built their nation. There were nations that were completely destroyed when they built their nations. So I don't subscribe to that. It's the mind. And
So now, do you know what's funny? In the United States, we get disaster every year. Tornado, hurricane, that would destroy the entire city and they'll beat it right up the same year. So now, you know the funny one. This one, you like this one. Do you know that in the 1600, 1400, there was no electricity hasn't been invented. All these today's technology infrastructure wasn't there. But the things that white people were making, that they were giving our forefathers to sell human beings to them, those things, we still can make those things today.
Sorry, what are the things in 1500? Who's talking, self?
Do you know in Nigeria nobody knows how to make umbrella?
Do you know what is
Do you know?
1500?
Yes,
Come on,
They
Mike. What are
started
you
coming to
talking?
Africa to buy slaves in the 1600s, 1700s. Now there was no electricity back then. Electricity was just invented not so long ago.
Please, can I
Do you know that the umbrella? Yes, the umbrella they used to come to your village to give your king to sell you. Do you know that nobody in your village can still manufacture umbrellas today? And you want to tell me, if I ask you why can't you manufacture umbrella, you tell me because government hasn't created an environment. I need 24-hour electricity. But the Oyinbo was manufacturing umbrella before electricity was invented. Well, you need 24-hour electricity before you can learn to manufacture umbrella. You need
We
electricity
don't
before
need
you
to
can manufacture
manufacture
toothpick.
umbrella. We have plants, natural plants to do that.
Can I just finish what I was my
We have
original
the palm
point?
trees that we
Hold
use
on now. Who is this person? Hold on. See, my original point was that if you have to study what is actually happening to our people, like the Indians, the Chinese, it's true, all of them traveled, but they always returned because they had a home that is secure to return to actually practice, and their leaders actually want to do the right thing. But our leaders, when you come back with some of all these cases, they do everything to squash it. They do everything to frustrate it. I've seen it in Nigeria. I work in Nigeria too. What you tend to see is that our people are just designed to serve people overseas and never to return. As a matter of fact, they try to discourage us from returning. Like here in the UK, it takes 5 months to renew your passport. How are you ever going to return to Nigeria within that period they are holding you back inside the country? They are not encouraging you to go back home. They are trying, even when you get to the airport, the way they treat you is like they want to treat you nasty. It's like when you are leaving, that's when they treat you better. It's crazy. This is the way our Nigerians, the way they treat their own people. They don't want them. It's almost like we have a culture to go and serve other people and never to return. We've been doing it for 60 years. All those people that went in the 60s, in the 70s, who did they serve? Did they ever come back to serve Nigeria? Very, very few came back. That's the difference between us and the Chinese and the Indians. They actually returned to build their nations.
Can I ask you one question? Go and check all our governor, our senator. Go and check. Almost all of them come back from diaspora.
Go to the universities, you'll see a lot of them there teaching.
Almost all of them. You are saying people are not coming back. We are lying. Maybe
they didn't come back to build. They didn't come back to build. Are not in the right numbers.
Moving the goalposts. They don't come back. Now they prove that they come back.
No, the ones he's describing. The ones that came back.
A good 60-70% of the lecturers in universities in Nigeria, they are internationally trained.
Yeah, but the ones that came back to exploit and not to build. And the government itself didn't create the environment for them
university lecturers came to exploit.
Yeah. If you think many of them that they came to Nigeria is because they don't have much of a choice overseas anymore. That's why they are in Nigeria.
Go and check most of our private hospital in Nigeria. Most of them, they came back from diaspora. I'm telling you.
Come on, it's not significant enough to make a difference. Why do you think our country has not developed?
Because you don't know what you are just saying what you don't know. A lot
I'm saying exactly what I know. Do you know how many left Nigeria? Do you know how many left Nigeria? And when they come back, hold on. The ones that left Nigeria and the ones that came back to actually serve with their full knowledge of what they know over there. Some of them, they are nuclear physicists overseas. They came to Nigeria and go and sell medicine or go and do some of that job. They don't do what they did over there. They didn't, because the environment is not to develop this thing there.
That's what we are talking about, enabling environment and the ease of doing business. All those things have to change. All those things have to change. Government has to put a lot of things in place. And access to funds.
See, I've been in a meeting where a big chief, he came to the West, and people were having these meetings with him about returning home. And every single one of them were talking about security. And all these people that were present there were highly educated people, have a lot of money. Some of them have retired. They were like, no healthcare, no security, nothing. They can't come back home. And even if when they come to visit and run away. And many of them even go to Ghana. I know of somebody right now as I speak that wants to leave Nigeria and go to Ghana to go and work because the Nigerian environment, there is nothing there. Even the ones
that person is just going there to suffer. There is nothing there.
Because somebody is inviting him to Ghana.
Who is that background noise coming from? Doomsday apostasy, but to Niger. It's always doomsday apostasy.
It's not doomsday, it's correction. I'm trying to say that what we need to be doing is when you have the right environment that is secure for people to come back to, at the same time, you encourage them to come back.
Hold on to Niger. Let me say this. If people are not talking, then keep yourself muted because the background noise is cutting through the stream.
It's not me.
And it's not you, but there are about 3-4 people on there it is. So if you're not speaking, then keep yourself muted because if your mic is unmuted, whatever is in your background fits into the stream. Yes, wrap it up to Niger, and then
let me wrap it up. So first, you need to have the environment for people to come back to. You need to have you need to encourage them to come back, to give them incentives to come back, to come and build actual innovative technology within your home country. You need to do a lot of reverse engineering. You need to do espionage, get technology from overseas. You need to have strong alliances. Most of the nations that have strong alliance with Russia have gone on to develop relatively well. So if you look at the examples are there of nations that have done very, very well. There are very few that have allied with the West and did very well out of it. You can call North Korea, Japan. I don't even think those are alliances. Those are just convenience. But the only one they really did ally with is Israel, that they actually did well with. The rest, they don't share technology, they don't do anything. They just ensure that your country is underdeveloped. In terms of these coups that are happening, whatever it takes to get us out of this mess that we are in, African youths right now don't care. They just want all this colonized mindset to go away. Whether if the democracy in Nigeria doesn't improve their game, believe you me, it's not up to me. It will happen in Nigeria too. Whether it's through communism, whether it's through a military takeover, one way or the other, something has to give. Because this generation, They can't afford to fail like we failed in the 60s and 70s because our whole survival depends on it. We don't do research. We don't do innovation. There was a video I presented earlier on, you can see the entire continent of Africa, not just Nigeria, completely disappeared when it comes to research and development. And that points to the direction of the future. If you are not doing any of those things, you are dead. You are basically dead. You just live in for the time being until the others that are innovating come and take you. That is what is happening on our continent, and that needs to change.
No, don't you think average black man just doesn't have the discipline to be spending hours and going to the sacrifice with doing research and things like that? Don't you think it's a trend? Like we can sit here and say it's only in Africa we don't have an enabling environment. So how do you excuse the black people that live in the rich countries? They're not doing it either. In America, there are black people. In UK, even you are black British. When was the last time you actually joined them in your? So we're not doing it everywhere we are. We just not. We don't have that discipline to go to start, because that to advance in technology, it takes a lot of rigorous and extensive research and really brain work to get this thing done. But it looks like we are lazy, man. And we are intellectually lazy.
All right. Go on. Before you respond to that, and respond to it only in a short cameos, just so we can have other voices coming as well. But before you respond to that, let me read Kulata's super chat, because it's in line with where your response might be. It says, what atmosphere did India have in 1963 when they tested their first rocket? Address the elephant in the room. So it's the address the elephant in the room that I was wanting to land on, because Akulata's argument, which he has presented severally, is that the black person is intellectually inferior to everybody else. So, and that it lines up with what Mike is saying. So let Tunaja wrap it up and then we move on. Yeah,
I think the reason why that is the case is that I've always submitted that it has something to do with the macro environment that we exist in. We have not been subjected to what India and China and North Korea, all of them have been subjected to, that unites them, and that increases their collective intelligence. You can call it a group IQ. If you have been, we were subject to those things, and that is what is happening now. Now people are beginning to see that there are foreign interests, there are foreign people that are trying to manipulate them, and you see that the collective intelligence is beginning to increase. People are beginning to say, no, France, get out. That is what needs to happen, and if it needs to happen on even on a more catalytic scale, for it to actually take effect. I don't think this, the reason why we are backward has anything to do with even individual actions. In the end, the macro environment actually has a bigger effect. That's why it looks like we are suffering like from the kind of voodoo spell, because we have not been subject to the kind of stuff other people have been subject to.
Collective intelligence, you mean collective stupidity.
Collective intelligence increases when people have been subject to catalytic events. They tend to unite more, set their differences aside, and work for a common goal. And that is what they call intelligence.
Yeah, laziness, Abi.
All right. Thank you to Nigeria. Thank you to Nigeria. Always impassioned, at least, is that the one thing that I admire from about Tunaja is that it comes from an honest place. I've never heard Tunaja speak, and I've not had the thought that he's coming from an honest place. A naive space, but an honest space, nevertheless.
Don't start now. Naive talk.
So let's go on to Kumi. Kumi, come into the conversation at whichever entry point you'd like. Kumi.
Yeah, the only entry point I want is what is going on in Gabon. My own concern is everybody, we are happy. Military takeover. You see the way people are jubilating. Even some people want it in Nigeria. Okay, accepted. They failed. The leadership failed. That's the reason why the military takeover. Okay, accepted. But we have like two examples. Do you know Sudan is almost 3 years now. Mali is almost 2 years plus now. Because even we still have diplomatic with former head of state, that's Jonathan, that we are Buhari is sending to Mali to dialogue with the military guys there. But since then, I believe any one of us can say it. I don't think the life of the citizen have changed even up to now. My own concern is, after military taking over, what's the next thing? Is that solve the problem? Is it gonna make the people's life change overnight? Capital, no, because we can see from the example of Mali, Sudan. You see what is going on in Sudan now. They are just here to stay. But my own issue is right now is, what is it going to happen after this military coup? We don't want France. We don't want everything. That's why I want the panel to enlighten, especially Baba Jani Koko. Even they have even praying for us to have it in Nigeria, and I believe it can never happen in Nigeria. That's my stand on the question. I don't know who can address me on that. I just want to know what is going to happen after military taking over.
Can I take a stab at that? Your question?
Yes.
All right. I gotta go quick. Let me just take a part.
No, I think Ajaleko actually dropped. So go for it, and then after your desk come in, because
so
we've
real
not
quick,
documented.
for me, you see, do I want the military to take over? No, I do. For the sincerity of my heart, I don't want it, because I remember what we went through. The last military dictator we had was what's his name? Abacha. Under Abacha, I left. I came back. I had to leave again. I had to leave that country myself. I left it, and I left it for good at that point. I suffered brutal police brutality. I mean, not even police brutality, military brutality in the hands of Operation Sweep. I don't know if any of you remember that time. Some people might be young to remember that during Abacha we have this brutal force, military forces that we had under Abacha. They call them Operation Sweep, and then they will come terrorize streets and all of that, and you get certain hours of the day. So anyway, let's just see that. So I saw the brutal force and the killings and all of that, and I don't really pray for anybody to live under that kind of. I had to leave the country because I could not just. So yeah, but then when we find the kind of things we're seeing in the dictators in military, in a civilian gap, military guys or dictators who come in from a military gap, or a seemingly coupist kind of way of getting into governance, like we saw in recent time in Nigeria. It might make some people to start wanting to see a military takeover, because how can you be cheated? It's a cheat. I mean, in the middle of the game, you're changing the whole thing. And so people felt that they be shortchanged, because that's not what we agreed on. We agreed on that you're going to transmit this thing, and then in the middle of it, change it. And we're seemingly just seeing all kinds of results coming in. Even the ones that you declared, we're seeing that the one that were declared was different from what is on your IRF, whatever. So then people like, I know this is too huge a slap on our face. And this guy is still being asked, I mean, he's declared the president. So that's why some people were wondering that, okay, yeah, maybe military, but I don't wish for it. But is the military a panacea? No, I don't think they are, because all the military governance that we're seeing in that country, as far as I really know, I can remember, the one I can really remember very well that I think was a little bit fairer was that of Gowon. Gowon was a little bit better. Under Obasanjo, there was a huge corruption. Gowon was, I think, it's about the only fairer military governance that I saw that that was different from any other military.
You know why Gowon was different?
Well, you will say that. Let me just land first. So my point is this: you see, is that the reason why, not as if I'm sure the Gabonese do not want the military. I'm sure the people of Niger, Mali, and Burkina do not really want military to rule them. But because when they see things like this, when they see people that will feel that should know better, the civilians, they should know how to comport themselves to bring about the social contract that is between people that are being governed and the governors, and the governors, those one who govern us and we that are being governed. We give them that right to govern over us. Why don't you treat us right? But when these people are the very ones that are even more corrupt than even the military, under the military, virtually everything that we enjoy in that country today
the infrastructures were built under the military. Why? Because they led a linear governance. Besides, I mean, how many people are in the cabinet? How many cabinets? How many people? The same people who are in the military, chief of defense staff, whatever.
Because they have ruled Nigeria for the longer time. That's why.
No,
That's
no,
why
no,
they will be.
no.
Wait now. Hold on. Let me tell you this.
I'm not agree with
Hold
you.
on. You say most of the hold on now.
Okay, go
You
on,
say
go
most of the things.
Mm.
For example, now you say most of the things that infrastructures we have
Mm.
in Nigeria were built by the military because they were the one in power. If they were not in power, they would not be built by them now. You
Okay.
understand what I'm saying? Yeah,
Can
they
you-
ruled they've
go on.
had, if I calculate now, until they've like almost ruled for a longer time, and then they rule with more power. They have more power than the civilian. I'm not supporting the civilian, but I'm just trying to answer that question.
No,
If
no.
they have, you and I have not ruled now. So if, for example, they say, the infrastructure today in Nigeria were not built by Rational Mind and Patrick, of course, because we have not ruled.
Hold on now. I don't know that this your angle you're coming from and the way you're talking about this.
To Nigeria, check the private chat. Carry on.
Real quick. You see, Abu Ironsi, maybe he didn't do much because he didn't live to that long. There was a civil war after that, and but I think Gowon, who was I would say is the very, very first military government. Oh, that guy embarked on many military, many infrastructural projects. He did a lot. So many things. Those are what's it called? Marina there was built on that. I mean, let me say was built. What was most of it? Most of the renovation and the one we inherited from the colonial people. He improved on it. That first stack, I used to say maybe it was about some other. No, it was under Gowon. They decided first stack. Let me correct myself. Somebody was correcting that very day, and I realized that because I saw a video clip that shows that it was under Gowon that first stack was started. Those high-rise buildings you're seeing in first stack, and also it was under Gowon that started those projects.
But the things they were building was within the capital city. Now it's not like they were building all over the country.
Hold on.
Today, the governors are building all over the country. Now you want to compare it?
Hold on.
In every state, the governors are building something. But during military time, they just build something within Lagos and Abuja. You guys are talking
I'll
that
tell
they
you.
build everything.
Besides the Ibadan TV that Western region did, Jos, Kaduna, most of those TV stations you see there, it was under military governance, and they started NTA and all.
No, I will be
Should I tell
you?
you, please hold on. Let me just interject.
Hold on.
Hold on. We need to interject you.
No. Let him land so that.
One man have not spoken since now. This guy has been on and it's feeding us all these things.
Hold on. There's just one
man, I listened to Rational Mind for 45 minutes. Here.
Hold on. You know, sometimes somebody interjects and then that interjection gets interjected and then and it just goes off into some sort of tangent and we end up in the middle of some cul-de-sac, nothing relating to whatever we are. So we want to streamline it a little bit, you know.
But one man, please, I beg you, let's Patrick interject. I won't allow any other person interject after him. Please,
all right, come in, Patrick.
You see, you have mentioned NTA and all this stuff. If you look at what the non-military guys have done, UI was built by non-military, UNN non-military, Ahmadu Bello non-military, Cocoa House those were not presidents, so those were like governors. Cocoa House non-military, WNTV, WNBS, which is NTV, pardon. They eventually became NTA non-military, Lagos Television non-military, OGBC non-military, Kwara TV non-military. Do you understand? You cannot, because look at under the military government, the governors were just like commanding officers of their states. Okay. They don't have the power to run big budgets. They don't. You understand? Okay. They don't have. They don't have the power that a typical maybe a TINUBU had in Lagos, that he could come up with a rail, could come up with this, he could do that. No, the military guys were not doing that. You understand? Okay. They could not even, until recent, towards the Abacha time, was when they now gave them power to even work on their IGR. That all of them started outsourcing to Olushola Adekola. You understand? So
But this wasn't the case under Go on. What's his name?
No, in Gowon's case, you know, Gowon just came and we just had the oil boom. Gowon came in the middle of oil boom. If there is anybody that I think I've really squandered and does not have a big picture mentality, it was Gowon. I'll give you a good example.
No. Hold on, I won't agree with you.
I'll give you the reason why.
Hold on. If you have to look at the bulk of infrastructure we have in Nigeria, over 75% of it were done on. I'll give you the statistic. I mean, I'll give you
please do.
Now, 75% of them were under the military. Now, Gowon did a lot. Obasanjo came in, did a lot.
What did Gowon do?
Hold on, now I'll tell you. What's his name? Shagari. We know what happened. In fact, the huge corruption. He could not even do much. There were embezzlement and all of that. The little that he did, it was not even anything to write home about. Now, under Babangida, there's that guy did a lot of. Forget it that guy stole. I mean, he and his people, the Conis, they stole.
I agree with you. Infrastructurally, he did a lot.
We had a lot of.
He virtually built Abuja. He built Third Mainland Bridge. He built a lot.
So many bridges in Lagos. Look at Third Mainland Bridge. He built it. There were so many Italian construction companies during Babangida. They were getting Julius Baga was getting contracts. What's his name? What's the name of this? No Covanti. There's one other Italian, mostly Italian construction companies. They were having contracts. PNMW, whatever. All of the Arab contractors, they were getting contracts. What are you talking about? And then these people came, especially in 1999. Besides, Obasanjo did a little bit too during when he was there. Did a little bit of within Abuja, mostly I would say, and maybe not much outside Abuja, but because mind you, every state governor, because the constitution gave the state governors to embark on their own projects. It gives them money, whatever allocation that comes to give to them. It's now up to the governors because it's no longer a military, like you said, whereby the military is a unitary kind of system they run, and they call the shots. They tell the governors what to do. You see, but my point is this: we've had almost 20. I mean, is this 26 years of uninterrupted? What's it called? Uninterrupted
democracy.
But then, tell me, what have they improved on? What project have they embarked on that we can say this is one project?
I'll tell you what has not been improved on. The super charts. The super charts have not been improved on. So yes, we need to. We need to see the improvements on the super charts.
That's because rational mind is so boring, man. People don't even want to super chat, man.
Carry on, bring it on quickly.
They are not landing anything when you want to super chat.
I will not land because they keep interrupting me, and then I have to give you background to what
they are waiting for you to land so they can super chat. Land, man.
This is why I'm landing. My land is nice. That I've given you Obasanjo. I mean, I've given you Gowon. I've given you Obasanjo as a military. I've given you Babangida as a military. Maybe Abacha did not do much because he was just busy stealing money, and he had an embargo on him, sanction upon sanction. He was just using the opportunity to steal money and all of that. But these other military guys that I mentioned, Babangida was another thing like that. I think could rival, what's his name? Gowon. I forgot about him. Totally, I forgot about him. Within Lagos, he did a lot of projects before he eventually moved to Abuja, which he also did massive construction in Abuja. So my point is this: we've had 20-something years of we're just servicing the life of these people. More than half of the income revenue we have, it's going to the pocket of these thieves. We call leaders, civilian leaders. We're only just financing their lives, and at the end of the day, the only trinket goes into our own the social contract that we had with them, which is roads, electricity, electrify the country. They will never do this. Even the one they give to us is token, so just a token of what we're supposed to be getting. And then you're telling me that these people are no worse than even the military that were there. They are worse. I mean, look at that Abiodun. Look at he's a small empire. He's a small emperor in what's it called? I just saw a video now.
All right. Hold it right there. Hold it right there, rational mind.
Okay, right.
So hold it right there, rational mind. So you landed on a space. So now, Dapo Abiodun, who is the governor of Ogun State, he stood accused of stealing the monies of the local government area, and the functionaries of the state were complaining that he was looting the local government funds, and then he started to flog them, and then this happened. So this happened. Unbelievable. Is that not what you were talking about?
Exactly. You see, woman, I've said it here. You see, the same template of TINUBU is what this guy is replicating in Ogun State. Not just only him, all other Yoruba Southwest state. I'm not even Yoruba, even in Southeast, in other parts of Nigeria. A governor becomes a kind of like an emperor of his own, a king of his own, whereby the money, you see, until we get this straight, until we get this right, there's no development that's going to come to that country. We know, well, of course, military, we know they rule by fiat, they are unitary, decentralized, and just a few cabinets people that are there. And that's why you won't see money being wasted that way. And a lot of the money will go into infrastructural project for the people, even though we know they steal too. But not at the scale of these civilians who are dictators, who are emperors of their own. Look at the money that was supposed to go to the local government. Like we've said here, I'm one of those people that champion local government autonomy, that they should handle their own projects. Governance to the people is through the local government, to the local level is from the government. But when you want to run a state like a unitary state, like we see in many states in Nigeria, there's only any state that the local government is functioning. Now you centralize everything to the states, whereby the state governor, he tells you how much you're getting from your local government. No, if the federal government is saying this is the amount Apapa local government is getting, if I don't do record do, this is what they're getting, give it to them. Let it go straight to them. But look at what Abiodun did, and then they call his BS, and he was threatening them. And these people, they were afraid for their life because they know what this guy is capable of doing. And look at how they had to say, he sat down there like an emperor, and people were saying, I mean, what kind of, I mean, this is the reason why people want. It's better for us to be under the military than to be under these idiots. I mean, a fellow bloody civilian like myself. I'm not a military person, but I'm going to be a bloody civilian. A bloody civilian like myself, and they will become like a king on me. If I do military, I prefer that if it's a military. I know because they are only made by the barriers of the gun. But a civilian like this guy, and then he's stealing my money, I can't even confront him. I mean, that tells you what sort of servitude to these people.
All right. All right. Thank you, Rational Mind. So thank you, Rational Mind. So let's hear from Des, then Ekene, then we hear from Pansat. So Des, you're up next.
That took a while. I'm not gonna take long because I want my man. First of all, let's go on a lighter note. Yeah, let's lighten up the mood. I had the president of Gabon, Bongo, was championing and telling us to make some noise. So let's take like 2 seconds to make some noise for him. He wants us to make some noise. So if you're out there, I beg, make some noise for our president that didn't remember us for 40. See how many years now has his family been there? He didn't remember that we have to make some noise, but now.
Des, they are already making that noise in Gabon now. So hear them. So that's coming out of Gabon. So that's their response to the military coup.
Yeah, that's cool. That's the kind of noise he needed right now. But on a serious note, it's very sad what's happening in Africa. I totally don't agree with coups. Before people will come here and tag me obedient that I want coup in Nigeria and all that BS they wanna do. I don't agree with it. It's reeks of I see coup as something that reeks of greed and sort of how will I put it? Just so let's just say greed and the sense of trying to have power. That is what I so I don't like it. If you watch any coup, you would notice that it's mostly people that are very comfortable. They have no means to or no they don't feel what the people are feeling. For them to say I'm angry, I'm not really liking this government. They are well put it that actually organize a coup are well paid because they have to have some sort of a very high security
I didn't know they had fine
clearance.
girls in Gabon.
I didn't know too. That's a pretty girl. I have to go to Gabon and let you know how that goes. Um, Anybody that could have to have a really high level of security clearance. Anybody, so you are really highly paid. So you're not like feeling what the people are feeling. You're just organizing that coup because you see an opportunity for you to rule the country and it's out of greed. The only thing that happens is that are you gonna be better that you're kicking out? That's the only thing. But are you gonna be some sort of a miracle? That's a lie. There's no a military rule can't possibly be the solution because you didn't come there for the people. You came there for yourself. The Gowon you're talking about didn't really wasn't the head of that coup. If you watch what happened then, after the coup, they were looking for who to put in that seat. So Gowon happened to be the only northerner, or basically close to the northern part of the country that was high ranked as of then. So they had to put him there. So he had to work. Do you get? That's why Gowon worked. He won per head in the coup. But um, it's sad that this whole thing is happening. Well, I'm not gonna take much time. But we all know the reason why this is happening. We all know. I can repeat it over and over again. The democracy that we practice is a sham in Africa. I would dare say, the whole of Africa, we are practicing a very shambolic democracy and pretending that we are trying to imitate the Western world. Not we are not even close to what the Western world are practicing. you know and when you put yourself there, you don't actually do stuff for the people. I mean there's no other choice than people have to, or there's something have to give. It's either a revolution or military takeover. If you don't actually obey the rule of law that puts you there, I mean, mostly it boils down to this presidents, this not actually following the rule of law, the principle that 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 governs the rule of law, which are three principles actually. Number one is, the supremacy of the rule of law. I mean, most of those presidents, they see themselves above the rule of law. Most of them see themselves. I don't know who's that. Something is ringing.
You go on.
Most
Go
of
on.
this, yeah, most of these presidents see themselves superior to the rule of law, so they tend to do whatever they want to do because they get away with it. So they are superior to the rule of law. Second principle of rule of law: equality before the law. You ask yourself, are they equal to the law? Do you see themselves being equal to the law? I mean, you and them, do you think you're equal? I don't know what's that noise. Do you see yourself equal to this governors, this
You're the only one
president?
unmuted, apart from myself. Let me mute myself, then.
Okay, this governors, this ministers, they don't see themselves equal to you. The equality of the law should be what it is equal to. I mean, if I stand and you stand, the law should judge both of us equally. That doesn't happen with African countries, most of it. It doesn't happen. We go to the fourth principle. It said, principle of impartiality. Are they actually partial? We know they're not. So this whole three principle that they tend to flaunt, and they tend, it's only gonna end one way, which is, the cool way or revolution way. So I'm gonna
All
end
right.
on that note, one man, because I want my brother to come in. Thank you.
All right. This should come with subtitles. It should, but somebody that doesn't need subtitles, the majestic Ekene. So Ekene, you're up next. You are late for class as usual. Always late. Ekene, how now?
Oh man, everything is fine. I couldn't find on Facebook. Although I slept off, I was a little bit tired.
You did sleep? I don't know. Say you did sleep, but I thought you were like to Niger 24 hours Duracell energy.
No, I did sleep, but I used to sleep early. Once I sleep early, my must wake up. So that's how it happens to me.
All right, let's hear from you. I suspect that the Gabon coup that's making the news in Nigeria as well. And with this now, it's almost impossible for Nigeria to blow up Niger Republic anymore. But what's your reading of it?
Yeah, well, I will. Let me say something before I continue. One man, I have a personal fight with somebody in this platform, and that fight must surely happen. And that person is enigmatic. And
he has just come in now, so maybe that fight will happen.
Yes, I really want that fight to happen between me and the enigmatic. So I'm ready for that
wait
fight.
till you do you now. You know the vex now. You are probably the only
No, I really
here.
got angry yesterday, and very, very much angry, and that anger is still inside me, and I must surely vest it on him. Anywhere he wants
was that after I left? Was that after I left?
Yeah, after you left yesterday.
Okay.
So I want if he's ready to take it anywhere, even outside the platform, even on national television, anywhere he wants us to take it to, I want us to take it there.
What did they do? What did they do?
He insulted my region very much yesterday, and I was very angry with him, with something that doesn't concern my region. And the way he speaks against my region, I'm beginning to get it too hard on him. Beginning to take it personal
all
with
the
him.
time, it does it
So
all the time.
that issue, I want to take it personal with him. I'm ready to do that.
Should I tell you what happened, Ekene? This happened in Form 3. There was a guy called Gbadebo, and then I'm not going to tell you Enigmatic's real name, but I won't tell you. So there's a guy called Gbadebo. There's a guy called Enigmatic who has a real name. So there's a guy called, this is in Form 3, so you are thinking how far back it goes. So there's a guy called Gbadebo, there's a guy called Enigmatic, and then there's a girl called Chioma. So Gbadebo and Enigmatic, they were toasting Chioma, but Chioma preferred Gbadebo to Enigmatic. So that's where the problem is. So some Igbo girl rejected him in Form 3. And that this is what it is. It's still carrying the.
Forget the main thing, one man. You forgot an Igbo guy that chop his money. Did you forget that?
All right.
Anyway, those things are the things I want him to explain to me. Why he really take it? Yes. Why? I don't know, because that kind of hatred, and I'm beginning to wonder where it's coming from. Forget about the obedience. That is political space. But for my region, Enigmatic must surely explain it, and I'm ready for him. I said yesterday I couldn't sleep. I was as in, he got on me so much. He got on me. And I'm ready to take it up with him anywhere off this platform. If he's really a man, let him come out to the national television, anywhere he wants us to go. I'm ready for him. So that is very well, man. So let anybody have that at the back of his mind because he's provoking a lot of Southeasterners. But for me, I will not take it easy on him this time around. Well, man, thank you.
You have to join the queue. Join the queue behind Man of Prestige because Man of Prestige he wants to throw the first punch at Enigmatic. But I'll go to Gabon. Go to Gabon.
Yeah, what happened to Gabon was a surprise. It's not a well. Let me say so because I just woke up in the morning. I saw the news, but although I have somebody that is, I have a friend that lived in Gabon, so he explained everything to me because I was not familiar with that. I think his father ruled for about 40 years. The son is about 13 years. I don't know what these African leaders are up to. Just govern a space for 40 years. The same thing. And you see, they know what they are doing. Cameroon president, 90 years old man, had been ruling for the rest of his life. I just reshuffled the cabinet of that military cabinet. He reshuffled it today after what happened in Gabon. So they know. Why are you reshuffling? You should have allowed them to because I believe that Cameroon will be the next. And when we say is people will come to defend it. Democracy is the best. Democracy is that. Democracy is all that. Which democracy? Deceiving ourselves with democracy and performing on some type of military rule because Nigeria is also a military country. There are coups happening in Nigeria, whether in democracy, in the democratic way or in a military way, no matter how you want to put it. When you cannot allow the will of the people to prevail, that is coup at its own.
Did the coup take place on the 25th of February?
Yeah, it really took place, but that's people are saying that is we should move on. We have moved on, yeah. But anybody that will be sincere to himself knows that coup happened in Nigeria also. Because you cannot tell me that you have the right to come up to tell the whole Nigerians, 200 millions, that is my turn to rule you, and the later it becomes your turn. It never happened in any way. But that is by the way. Anybody can come and defend it. I don't care. When you are the president, do what is right. That is my own.
Okay, he didn't say it's my turn to rule you. That's not what he was saying. I think people still took that conversation out of context. What he was saying that time was having a conversation between him and Osibanjo. That's what he was saying. Saying, Osibanjo, he was explaining to the people of Ogun State, which is Osibanjo's delegates. I mean, I guess where he's from, So I appeal to them to support him, to vote him on that primary. And then he was explaining to them why Osibanjo got to that point, that he's the one that put him, and he's just so that was not something about saying, oh, it's my turn to rule Nigeria. That's not what he was saying. He said between him and Osibanjo that is his turn.
Whether that's what he said or not, but the narrative is there. Maybe because I don't understand Yoruba. But the people that explain it,
Mike is spinning it. He actually said something about Mike is always spinning.
They want to rewrite history.
Mind him.
So if somebody that explained to me that Emilio missed my turn. So that is what they told me.
And now between him and Osibanjo now.
So you see what Osibanjo. But there was a space that he said that he personally made a Buhari president. All that. And we know that. So we cannot continue to recycle these people. When we continue to recycle them, it's part of that queue that is happening in Nigeria. When even the common citizens cannot even stand up and say, this is who we want to govern us. Even as state governors, it's just like what happened in Imo State. Now people are saying, we're not the right candidate, we know who will win, but definitely who goes on the man will still go for the second time. What is all this nonsense? Because the man has already know how to buy the INEC and all those. So definitely he's going to win for the second time, no matter how he wins. And the way we defend these people is what baffles me a lot. As citizens, the way we come to fight them, prepare our speech for them, give them nice speech, build them up, massage their egos, all that is what baffles me. When are we going to begin to think as Nigerians? When?
Would you like to see a coup in Nigeria, Ekene?
One man, see, at this point in time, I'm beginning to get angry with everything around me. You understand? So whatever that we take to get these people out of power, let it happen. I don't care. No matter whatever people say. The last time it happened in Nigeria, I told you, a president came out and said, the bad governance in Africa is the reason behind these queues. And many people came here and denied. I said, no, it's not. This and that. We need to have an ally with the France, all that and all that. Who are they? Who are the France? Can't we separate ourselves and fight for the right of Africans and Nigerians and make our continent more better? For how many years we have not gotten a simple electricity in our country? And people, even those countries that have this QCF have steady electricity supply. Some of their critical areas, the citizens still have some access to some health care, at least some better education, 24 hours electricity. But in my space, we don't have any. For almost how many years? Common, at least electricity. We don't have it. That is the one that pains me a lot. Because I know what electricity will do in Nigeria. In terms of this, we are talking about production. You are talking about production without telling your government to build electricity for your people. And you know, the people that live outside the country, you know the type of electricity you enjoy there. What you enjoy, even most of your data. I heard that you people enjoy free data there. Maybe at the end of the month you might pay. But here in Nigeria, do you know 1 month data is just for 2 days or 3 days?
There's nothing free in America. I know who's telling you
Whether
guys.
it's not free, but at least, everything you subscribe there, if the day is 1 month, it's 1 month, whether it's free or not. But I'm telling you, Nigeria, here, 1 month data is for 3 days or 4 days. You have to replace it. If you don't have the money, go and keep your phone. No rule of law.
Nigeria's for the rich, man. Everywhere's for the rich. Yeah, gotta make money.
Nigeria is for the rich. That's how we say it, and that's how we defend them.
In this world, you have to pay for everything, man. There's nowhere in the world where you get anything for free. You have to pay for everything. Here in America, the kind of bills we pay here. Hey, do you know our bills in thousands of dollars? The kind of bill I pay here in a month, if they put on, even the rich Nigerian man will go, you know if you pay him. The rich, you will cry. My bills are in the thousands of dollars, man, every month. There's no anywhere in the world where it's
Mike, paying for something is not the problem, but getting that service is the problem. Just like electricity, people are complaining that the electricity will be high. Nothing is high. If you have 24 hours electricity and you are paying a bill of 15,000 naira every month for it, it's still good.
Do you think you can pay 15,000 naira for 24 hours electricity?
Why can't I pay it? Why can't I pay it?
One man, can you pay 15,000 naira for 24 hours electricity in UK?
Even 30,000 naira here. 30,000 naira is
how much is that in dollars there? That's like
it's cost of production, isn't it? It's it's cost.
But one man, the cost of production for electricity. Okay, the cost of the crude oil and oil and all those things is the same globally, right? It's not like it's same price for Nigeria, but it's same globally. So it will be the same cost.
The cost
the production will be the same cost all over the world, right?
It will not. The cost to get electricity to people in Nigeria, given all of the things that should be in place and are not, is quite different from. I don't know, like whatever it is that is required, all the infrastructures.
The oil, they have to power it, So those things.
The cabling, and then
so the cable price is cheaper in Nigeria. I mean, I think the cost is.
No, I think you know what I mean. I won't go through the list, especially not being an engineer, but the infrastructural deficit is it bakes into the price point. Yeah.
Yeah, anything they have to do, because I know even the natural resources we have it there to do it. But why are we not doing it? That is my problem. Why are we not doing it?
Sorry, what we are saying is that 30,000 naira will not give you 24-hour electricity. Let me tell you.
Let me calculate.
Let me tell you. Let me just land it. Yeah. Let me land it. If Nigerians are willing to pay the same amount that we are paying here for electricity, it will be available. I give an example here on this platform. When I first came to this country, about 25%, close to 30% of my monthly earning was going for utility. Can you Nigerians use about 30% of their monthly earning to pay for utility? You understand? If they use, let me just land, I will land it there. If they are able to do that, the same company that is producing power for me here will come to Nigeria and give them power because they want money and the market is there. You understand? The same company that is giving me power that I'm paying here will come to Nigeria and provide the same infrastructure that we say is not available, the same thing that we say, they will provide everything as long as you're able to pay. But they won't take their money to a country that will not give them the required return when they can simply put that money here and get a higher return. So if we want 24 hours electricity, we will have to tighten our belt and work harder for it. I'll give you a good example. In Magodo, my brother-in-law lives in Magodo. Let me give you round with this. My brother-in-law lives in Magodo. He's telling me that the rate that they pay Ikeja electric distribution in Magodo Estate is higher than some other local.
All right. I think it lost connections. Bring it home, and then we hear from Pansat, and then enigmatic Hondi.
For me, one man. There is nothing to complain about. Let's get things begin to happen in our space. All this has happened because of bad governance. Once you get a good leader to begin to fix things for you, making your election transparent and all that, all these things won't happen. It's very. I don't see why Africa has so too much greed in their blood. Too much. Somebody will be on seat of power for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. You're not satisfied, and after that, you're still planning for your children to take over from you. This is ridiculous. I don't understand. So this thing will continue to happen.
Kenneth, together, that family has ruled that country for about 60 years, father to son.
That is, I don't understand. Not even only Cameroon, that man is dying on seat, and he's still fighting. He's reshuffling his cabinet, the military cabinet today, to make sure that nobody overthrow him. What is happening with us? And all this West, it's just that I don't have the opportunity. If I have the opportunity, these people, this West, this France and America and all that, I will have the opportunity to talk to them. These guys are wicked. They're seeing our continent, seeing us turn into beggars. Most part of this country people turn into beggars, and they're happy with it. Taking our resources to build their own continent. They subject our continent to abject poverty, and people are clapping for them. We need the alignment without their support. Who tells you? Come out from them, become separate, build your space. They will come for you. Have something to present to the world. Use your mental capacity. Think out of the box. Build a space for yourself. Build something to export. Make a brand for your nation. Other countries will come for you. They will be looking for you. You don't have something to, as it is today, Nigerians have nothing to present to the world apart from this diminishing oil. We are not even, how much are we getting as a revenue from exporting oil at the end of every year? That's something billion. Why other countries are doing only at the agriculture? Most countries are doing better in agriculture. And most of us will have the audacity to come and be sharing them up. It baffles me a lot, and that is why I don't know, Shia. If I speak now, they say I hate English. I did this and I did that. But how? Because I think that is what is happening. Because the way that English sweets in our mouth, that is how we would like to decorate things. But I continue to say it because I know where the problem is coming from. If you allow us to use our local language, we will speak to issues very well. Because we will not have any big words to use to confuse the people. Everything you say, that woman that is selling akara on the street will understand you. But what happens is that once we go to school and have certificate, we think we have arrived. We don't think about any other thing else. So one man, at this point, I'm angry. I am very angry with this, with our space, especially Nigerians. We have a lot of intellectuals, but we're not making it.
The anger marries with frustration, and it's a potent mix, because Nigerians are angry, and rightly so. But really, what will concern the government is that they are frustrated, and that is a potent mix: anger and frustration. We've seen it play out. We saw it play out, especially in the Middle East, when you had the Arab Spring. I think they killed a child or something. There was just one minor act of, it's not minor, but one act of brutality. And that was that act of brutality too far. And then it swept up that whole space like a wildfire. So Nigerians are angry, rightly so, but more dangerously, they are frustrated.
Wow, people are frustrated the way things are going, because you know the last time they went and borrowed the 3 billion to sustain the dollar. What happened? Nothing happened. But the dollar is still going down. The 3 billion cannot sustain it.
One man, real quick. I know. Sorry, I know you want to move forward. Well, that dollar thing. I don't know. Have you seen any news on that, one man? That they said the bank, is it that bank, Afri-Exim Bank, has denied them access to that to that fund. The $3 billion. I saw that on the space.
What I did see is that they said they want to stop borrowing. You know that they said that. Yeah.
Who wants to stop borrowing? Nigerian government?
Yes.
I heard about that, but I think they said the Afri-Exim Bank said they're going to release that money to them because they realize that that money is now going to be used for the purpose that they said they want to use it for. And that is why the dollar price is still like $900. I mean, 900 naira to a dollar.
925, 930. Okay, they couldn't borrow the money. I didn't see that news, but my take is the dollar. Maybe I thought they borrowed the money, but maybe later they deny them. But the dollar is still going south. So, but anyway, yeah. I don't know what they are going to do, but for me, the last administration was the worst for this country, and we need the capacity.
It will take us a long time to recover from Buhari.
Buhari did a very bad damage to Nigeria. It would take, the 4 years of Tinubu. I don't know what he's going to do, but if we remove Tinubu from the equation,
whoever replaced Buhari would have still found themselves, give or take 10% that way, still pretty much where we are. Because that guy just...
I agree on that one, man. I agree on that one, man. But what we want most is sincerity of purpose, as in transparency. As in, if they are telling you to cut costs, let them also cut costs. That is my problem with them. Nobody's saying that they will not have some challenges. But you know, when you are telling the people to tighten their belt, but you are still sharing millions of naira within the senators and all that, and you are happy. As in, that is still the problem I'm having with this administration. You are telling me to cut costs, but everybody knows what is happening in the Senate. Go there, share the money. The last time they went for holiday, the Ababioda could not close his mouth, reveal it to us. That one talks like woman, so he didn't know when it will leak out of his mouth. And we know that they are still sharing the money. So that is the problem we are still having with them. So if they can make very use of our resources, we can get out of it. Thank you, Wama.
All right, brilliant. Always excellent by Kenny. Of course, we know. That's why we always delight to hear from him. Well, let me reserve until he finishes. You know, it's a flip of a coin with Pansat. But which side of the coin does it land today? Pansat, you're up next. Pansat. Are you there, Pansat? Can people still hear me?
Move on,
Hello?
move on.
We can hear you.
Move on.
All right. We can't hear Pansat. So let's go to Enigmatic Conde. Enigmatic.
Can you hear me? Thank you, one man. Can you hear me?
No, we can now. Yes.
Okay.
There was a long pause. Yeah.
I had my mic off. So anyway, good evening to everybody. It's evening here where we are. I disagree with the last thing that you and Kene were agreeing on, which is that no matter who came in, it's going to be the same thing. But let me first go to my what I want to talk about, and then I will say why I disagree. Right. So that's fair. We have a coup there. Now, one man, you have so many important topics. It's very hard to pick and choose where to begin. But let me start with Gabon. I don't know if everybody here, they know what's the population of Gabon.
Pastor, please, I want to say something. Man, there was a topic you didn't address. The NMPP suspended Kwankwaso, but you didn't make it a topic.
We did it yesterday.
Maybe I wasn't around when you discussed it.
Yeah, we did it yesterday. But I think the population is about 5 million now, Pansat.
No, try half of that.
No, 2.4.
Yeah.
2.4.
Imagine that, right? What is it? What about Gabon? I mean, Gabon, Niger, Chad. Do you know the population of all these countries? The biggest one is probably maybe 21 million. Another one, 17 million. Incidentally, the GDP for Gabon, with that 2.3 or 4 million people, is higher than that of Niger. Now, I teed up something here. Because I'm going to mix up a couple of things. There are people who laugh at people who manufacture by assembly in Nigeria. Let's say people in automobile industry who are trying their best and they manufacture something. They assemble it or whatever it is they do. We actually come online to try to disparage those people. Now, I posted something on the private chat. If you could show it on the screen. Let me show you. Even people who do this kind of manufacturing, one man, can you show it on the screen? They're laughing at people who...
No, it's too far. What's this?
It's a picture.
Is this even... Oh, I'm not sure. Only you, Pansat, but there it is.
Yeah, okay. People who manufacture this up north, this is their own manufacturing.
No. I didn't know that's where you were going.
No, it's true.
All right,
carry on. But they talk about people who manufacture things.
One man, can you please take it, delete it, please? Just delete it.
No, carry on. Yeah,
that is nonsense. That is nonsense.
Okay,
I said, it's a flip of a coin we pass.
No,
you never know where you get.
It's not funny when the rabbits got the gun, right? So the hunter could carry the gun all day, chasing the rabbit. But once the rabbit got the gun, then you start condemning him. So what I'm trying to say to everybody here, these small African states are colonized because of their size, for one thing. They don't go to school. We have the same culture up north. That's what it is. They don't want to go to school or assimilate and do the right thing. If anything, did you know in Mali, for example, where you have Tuaregs, some people like our Fulani in northern Nigeria, do you know what they refer themselves to as? White. They're about 10% of Mali population. Go up there or search it. To them, they are white. So in order to discover the truth or one of my favorite words, anthropology of a people. Where do you come from? What do you want? You have to go to some of these places where these people come from to know what they really think. They think they're white.
They don't think they're white. They think they're Arab.
No, some of them. Okay, but what I'm saying, go all the way to Mali. Just don't stop at the border of, let's say, Niger or something. You go all the way where they really come from. You're gonna find out that they in those places they have people that will call to Arabs and whatever over there. Then they say they're white. So when we like me and to Nigeria, we say Pan-Africanists. We want Africa to prosper and do well and challenge some of these our external enemies. We are so far away. It's discouraging. It's discouraging for me to say I'm a Pan-Africanist again. When I see my research that I'm doing, I'm going to be writing a book on this. It's very important stuff because we can't keep wasting our time. It's probably impossible. Okay, now when you bring it home here, even let's say on this one-man show, because now what I'm gonna be, the criticism I'm gonna be laying now is gonna be on you, one man, even though it's gonna look like it's somebody else, like say Mike, right? A lot of people come on this platform. Chioma, she donated. One man's embarrassed. He doesn't like to talk about donation. People do all kinds of things to make this platform sell. Have more people. Have more than 100 people, 200, 500, because we can. We have a lot of people that come here to discuss Nigerian issues. There are 200 million Nigerians. We should be boasting 3,000, 5,000 people online here every day, firing it out. But you prefer to have people who make no contribution, such as Mike. None. Not monetarily. I've never seen him chip in a dime here. Just a dime. Chip in at something, whatever. You don't have to give a lot of money. Give a little bit. Or try to.
You've never seen him is different from he never has. You know that it's basic language. You've never seen him is different from he never has.
Maybe when I talk, I don't make bodies. I don't like jokes. I don't like laughing, right? Things like
that.
That's
so your own contribution.
He's not gonna let me talk.
You are suggesting going to war with this fight.
Please mute this guy. I want to correct you because you're a young man, right? You don't know your ass from your mouth.
No, you are a foolish old man. You didn't learn from
insult me, right? But please mute.
How can you be so dumb?
It's my turn.
Pastor, Ojuku went to war.
It's on you now.
Okay? Ojuku went to war with Machete. You lost 3 million lives.
If you don't mute him, it's on you.
2023, you are suggesting going to war with a fist fight.
Pansat, you know when you prod at him, you know when you prod at him, he will respond now.
Pansat, you're a mental midget.
Let me use my time the way I want, and then he could respond to me during his time, right?
Are you a mental midget, man?
Remove him or it's on you, one man.
Why are you emotional, man? Why are you being a bitch?
All right, Mike. Carry on. Yeah,
carry on. Because that's what it is now. I'm not just making a lazy criticism here.
I'm making foolish criticism. That's what you're doing.
Please remove him or it's on you. Okay, because
Mike,
continue your low IQ. Continue your low IQ.
What I'm saying is that,
all right, Mike. Yeah, carry on, Pansat.
Yeah, thank you. What we need, we cannot solve Nigeria's problem with 100 people, 120. You say you don't care, but we do. I do care. I want this platform to do very well, right? I've said that before last year, but you cannot have people, because that's what the problem is in Nigeria. The leadership is the problem. You can have a guy who is so selfish, who is very jingoistic, tribal, caustic, noisy, and you just throw him in the midst of our conversation here, elevate him, host the show, but he will not contribute anything whatsoever positive. So the leadership is where I'm laying the criticism on that. So let me leave that space for right now. I want to talk about one of your favorite words that you use here is oxymoron. I've seen you use that word a lot. Of course, we know what that means.
You mean you've heard me?
Yeah, you use it a lot. Oh. So I wanted to ask you if you do know the difference between oxymoron and a paradox. Can you tell me what is the difference between those two words?
Carry on.
Who cares? Pastor, what are you here to talk about?
No, hold on now. Is this space?
You're here with your foolish low IQ, just fucking rubbish and nobody understands me. What are you here to talk about?
You can't just admonish him on that. You have to remove him.
I thought you said you want to talk about Gabon, but now you're talking about
Mike, Gboju File.
Why don't you go to Radio Biafra and now talk your
rubbish? Say, Mike,
No, carry on, Pansata. Carry on. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So I'm saying that in the Nigerian space, what they've done is to they operate in a military administration. What we had is a coup, like you said, on February 25th. So it's like, to me, it's an oxymoron to say Nigerian democracy, right? No. It's a military government that we have in Nigeria. It's a paradox in the sense that both things, they're contradictory, military, democracy, but it's operating there, and it's just very clever and very childish, actually, the way they're doing it. the INEC chairman is gone. He committed a coup. It's the first coup that we had this year. And Buhari, who's a coupist himself, is behind the whole thing. Let's not play around, wasting our time. Let's call a spade a spade. It's a coup. Because they're basically saying, what can you do? Because if there's something you could do it. He's illegitimate. All these people they know about. I mean, it's such a laugh to have this guy running around trying to tell coupists one thing or the other. I mean, it's so stupid, right? So I'm upset. So I'm gonna cut all those things short because what is the debate? Like, for example, you listen to Kene, who came here. He made wonderful speech like he does all the time. Good contribution. But what is new there? We know all these things. We'll talk about it every day, every single day. What do you expect? What do you expect? You expect Tinubu to what? Bring that inflation? Give you health care? What is that are you expecting from this guy? Right? Or you say you're gonna give him time, and I admonished you the last time I was here. I said, look, I agree with you on everything you said, but please don't say to me you're willing to accept this administration and give them 4 years or give me a year, because you wouldn't be doing a fine job as an analyst, because that's exactly where you have to come in and use your marble to calculate what is it that you're going to get from this administration. It's not over. Don't be saying after 4 years, because there is a process going on that could remove him and will remove him from office.
You do Igboku,
actually, the assessment of the Tinubu age will be after 8 years, not 4 years. 8 years.
Well, yeah, well, like I said, you see, there's no difference between you and somebody on our side, such as Ekene. And I say the same thing to Rational Mind.
We're all on the same side. What do you mean your side, our side? We're all on the same side.
No, but we're not, because if you're going to be milk toast, I used that word for Rational Mind yesterday, and I'm using it now. Yeah, let me land. Let me land.
Master, you're on Rational Mind. You can go and plot Igboku.
Yeah, please mute. If you cannot remove him, at least mute him, right? So what I'm saying is that Rational Mind, I used to fight with him a lot, even though we have the same politics. But what he does is giving impetus to our enemies to come in, because he will just give so much away, leave a lot on the table. It's like you're doing negotiation and you leave a lot on the table. He could say some things that are just maddening, just like Kene is doing. Say, you're going to give him 4 years. He hasn't won the election. So you can't say you're on our side and you're saying, I'm going to give him 4 years. He's going to be removed from office because he has no certificate. It's a heroin dealer. He has no name. Let me land.
Can I have a little
hold on. Hold on. So you have no thoughts on the Gabon something?
On the Gabon, yeah, I covered that by telling you they're small.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
They're very small. It's anything can work in Gabon. Communism, because they're so small. They have relative to other African countries, their GDP is even higher than that of say Chad, with 17 million people. They got 2.3 million, and their GDP is close to 20 billion. Now, beautiful landscape, beautiful animals, preserves, coastline, all kinds of things. It's a beautiful, wonderful country, but they're small. They're like a city. It should be a city state.
So what's this obsession that you have with Tinubu? That's the thing, because there is categorically, absolutely, no chance in hell that Peter Obi is ever, at least not until 2027, and maybe not ever.
No,
so I don't see all this.
They are some losers, man. One man, they are some losers,
right? So you can be pompous.
There's almost, when people hear it, when people listen, and a lot of people are saying there's a barely disguised ethnic undertone to the whole thing.
Yeah, that's no doubt.
Oh man, they are so losers, man. Pansa has been getting drunk every night.
Please mute him, okay?
Pansa has been getting drunk every night since Tinubu won.
So let me tell you
He
something.
started drinking his misery
I'm
away.
willing to bet big money, right? That they're gonna remove him from office. They have to, and he knows they're gonna remove him from office.
Pastor, can I make it?
Yeah. Please, as soon as it's return back to me, so I could conclude my remarks.
Answer, how much are you ready to drop on the table to bet?
Okay, you said the said line, I should not give Tinubu 4 years. Just like you were discussing here, there is nothing. I live here. I know what happened in our political system, and the best he can get is that 4 years. I don't want to be. I don't want to be. Yeah, I don't want to be. I hear what you said, but my point is this. Despite my political affiliation, I'm a member. I'm not just talking. I'm a member, working member for that matter. You understand?
I hear you.
Yeah.
A member is not just a figure of speech. I know. It will do okay, right? No problem.
Yeah.
But hear me out.
So,
hear me. It's my turn. Let me just take it back. I'll take back my turn.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. I know what you're saying.
Yeah, and bring it home. Then we hear from Enigmatic, and then maybe I'll be bailing out after that. Yeah.
Okay, I'll bail out when you bail out. But let me say this to you, right? One man. Tinubu will be removed. He shouldn't be there anyways. You know
Put
that.
your money where your mouth is. How much you want to put on the table?
Who said that? Who is that? Baba, is that you?
Baba.
Okay. So how much do you want us to do it for?
No, you say it.
Okay, because the way
Pastor is not going to pay, man. He won't pay. You don't know Pastor.
It's done here. If you're going to put money on the table, you have to give it to Ajanle Koko, right? So whenever you're going to
Pastor, didn't you bet that if Tinubu win, you pay? Have you paid?
God. Can you remove this guy from
I remember a time. So sorry, Pansat, let me mock you a little bit. I remember I was watching Edo Light or whatever they're called, and then the host, because I know you like to dangle carrots in front of them because the guy lost us after cricket so much, and then you promised to pay him. How much did you promise to pay him, and you did not pay up? And he was raging and riding at you, and you were reading and riding on the. It was a spectacle. I was texting Alexander Gomez, and we were having fun.
Master, are you broke? How could you pay off?
Mike, you have to let him speak. Let him speak.
But how many times?
Well, he's the one that accused you of being broke.
All right.
How many times you had money?
Yeah. Carry on. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. So no, you see, he's not that kind of guy like what you just said. A dangle carrots in him. The money doesn't move the guy. Like I don't get along with him. I never got along with him. Now, Alexander Gomez, a friend of mine that comes on this platform, who I introduced
a friend of yours that comes on this platform. You met him here. What do you mean a friend of yours that comes on this platform?
Okay,
you don't know him from anywhere else. Look at this guy. Hold on. Let this guy speak. Let this guy speak. You met him on this platform, and you are saying a friend of yours that comes. You see, this is the thing you do.
I met him on this platform. You're right about that. But he's a friend of mine, and I took him over there.
Yeah.
And he and I pledged.
You didn't take him over there. He went there, but carry on. Just carry on.
No, I took him. He'll tell you. Is he around? He'll tell you that I did. But anyway, make a long story short, we donate money there, and that doesn't move him. We don't get along. I fire him all the time, and that's not why we have a bitter fight. And I have his number. He calls me. I call him. We talk, but I don't go to his platform because I'm not really somebody you can command around it, tell me what to do, stuff like that. You run your platform just like you're doing here. I told Dr. Damages the same thing over the weekend. You run your platform, you don't run the truth, right? Follow me? You're administrative. When I'm on, we are in search of the truth. You have no superpower over there because it's your platform, but you get to determine your rule. But anyway, make a long story short, I'm willing to bet, Baba, we can do it tomorrow when our general cook is here, but you have to put up your money. My thing is that this September, right, some point, Tinubu will be removed from office. Period.
And I said he will not be removed from office.
Right, then we'll have a bet.
Not at PEP. We will bet at PEP. After PEP, we'll bet for Supreme.
No,
and I'll double your stake.
Yeah, we'll do it. Let's take it one step at a time. You and I
Exactly.
now, we are gonna bet on this tribunal. Okay. I believe they're gonna remove him from office now.
So if we understand you guys, are you betting that the this appeal court this court this judgment that we're all waiting for,
yes,
it's gonna go against Tinubu? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it is. He's gonna go against him, and then he's gonna go to the Supreme Court. But
And
before
it's
he
not-
goes to the Supreme Court, Obi will be sworn in. So he's gonna be going to the Supreme Court.
No, then you don't know the system. You don't know how the system works.
Let's just move on. The bet is not going to hold because people will disappear and whatnot. But yeah, let's carry on.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, so let me then conclude, since you have a packed house here, by saying that the Nigerian system is both oxymoronic and a paradox, right? That's why two things are going on simultaneously. So it's like we have to choose. I say we say democracy, or that's the clever part of it. It's not a democracy. What happened right there is a coup d'etat, and the chief culprit in doing that is Buhari. That's who did it. Tinubu did not win a single state, like I said. I mathematically showed that his best performance is Lagos. Prior to the election, that's when anybody, if you ask anybody, hey, where do you think Tinubu will win out of these 36 states and the federal capital? They're going to tell you Lagos for sure. He has to win that. The question is by what margin, not if he's going to win or not. So in Lagos, he did his best performance. Where he lost, he might have even lost his precinct, his own polling booth, he might have lost in Lagos, right? So how do you go from there to go winning elsewhere? That's your best you could have done is Lagos, and he lost. He didn't win a single state. But now this tribunal, to me, they're gonna go methodically and show it. It's a disgrace, to be honest with you. If I have my pick, I think that we should take it back by force, whether he likes it or not. Because we can't, first of all, we have to be serious, first of all, right? So we'll come on this platform and we tolerate idiots who come to make us feel bad. They don't want to respect the fact that we're Nigerians and that we've been around. That country has been around. It's produced all kinds of people, all kinds of fighters, all kinds of civil rights fighters, Fela Ransom Kuti, all kinds of people. So they come here and they want to do small balls, taking us back, talking nonsense. It's very clear what happened on February 25th. It's unacceptable. So we might have our fights, tribal bullshit here and there, but when it comes to the core of it, we're still Nigerians, and we have to rescue that country. And it's going to come from shouting down anybody who raises their ugly head here. And we have to expand this platform. I want to help in funding it. We need more people on the platform. So
don't be saying things like that. This is not Niger Watch, but bring it up in a couple of minutes.
But it's serious. Look, one man, I know you're shy about things like that, and you try to.
No, you're all bluster. We've seen you do it severally. You're all bluster, no bang. Even this bet you won't. Yeah, it's all bluster. All bluster, no bang.
The money is on small shows like they don't mean anything. But I'm up there.
All right.
When Alexander and I determined to fund any program, we do.
Alexander and you don't draw parallels between yourself and Gomez. Come on, man. Don't do that.
Dr. Gomez is a friend of mine.
This is comedy relief. Comic relief.
I could say to Dr. Gomez, give him a couple of $100 and he would do it. And he could
what
also
do you mean
you
could say to him?
And he could also say to me, give him a couple and I'll do it.
For the benefit of backdrop, this chap here, he met Alexander here, and now yes, and now suddenly they are bosom friends that grew up in the.
Anyway. What I'm saying is our activity in trying to help. I mean, these are small amount someone was talking about here.
All right. Thank you, Pansat. No, you don't have to always round it up.
Okay, all right. I yield back. That's okay. Thank you very much. I'll stay back and listen.
All right,
thank
brilliant.
you, Mr. Pansat.
All right. So next, the master of ceremony, the MC of the hammer, the majestic, enigmatic Hondi.
Thank you, one man, and my utmost regard for all the panelists. I was kind of busy, with some stuff, but I had to reach out because I needed to briefly address something. I think I would say, here we go again. We've gone through the rodeo before, and it's about maybe a new, from the same, let me say, from the same potpourri, there's another general that had been commissioned, to sequestrize the enigmatic, and then he can't stop lashing almost every time. I had to do some daddy duties last night. That was the reason I had to leave. I could have taken the time to carefully and cautiously respond. But I was actually astoundingly stupefied and then lugubriously flabbergasted when I listened. And I would have loved to, forgive. And I'm very happy that he said he wants a fight. But of course, my sophistry and the elocution of my substance wouldn't give room for such, pedestrian conversation or attitude. But I'll regardless address this tonight. Like I said, I would have loved to forgive, against benighted tantrums and his obfuscating pontification last night. Such sanctimonious fulmination was so unexpected, but I wasn't surprised. But at the same time, for his, belligerence and that loathsome bellicose and the wanton obstreperous fixation on enigmatic, I've got no, recourse, but basically to punctiliously, disquisition his, malevolence and his viral truculence last night. As I'm speaking to you, sometimes we want to take some cavalier attitude to certain obscene, and nebulous actions. But when you combine the inanities of it and then put it together with, the supercilious part of the other part of it, you want to basically say something. And on my honor, I would like to challenge everyone to go back and listen what I said yesterday. And I've seen that is a pattern. When you,
well, I have to say to you though, enigmatic, Ekene is not one that is easily ruffled. So I'm not sure what you said to him, but for Ekene to come in fighting, then you must have really jarred him. But okay. I wasn't here then. Yeah,
it's okay, one man. It's a political, analytical platform that we are, and then we have a lot of sophisticated minds here, right? But he's been saying something for a very long time. He refers to somebody speaking English and grammar and camouflaging that to lie. First of all, I do not lie. I'm a straight shooter. I am not a pathological lying machine like the person who comes over here almost every time to bellyache about. I don't do that. I would rather tell you the fact, either you like me or not, it doesn't pay me, it doesn't pay you. I don't know nobody on this platform. The few people I know on this platform, I have high regard, the highest level of regard for them. I speak 3 languages, one man. I speak English language, I speak Yoruba language, and I speak Pidgin English, right? Some staggering Igbo language by virtue of my, of course, background over there. And then when I have to speak, the texture of our language will be different from each other, right? But every time when you have to go through the corner, probably have to make reference to that, speaking English, speaking grammar. Let me just tell, a lot of us do not come here to showcase who we are or to blow the trumpet of what we do or what not. But I would say I am very blessed to the glory of Almighty God to have been nurtured by highly educated parents, technocrats, both. And they invested heavily in my education from elementary to advanced education. It was private school all through. The only time was in OAU, and I left because of the situation of federal government schools then. So I'm not here to make you happy or make you sad the way I speak. I remember when I was growing up, I have people that I look up to. Chief Ganifa Wemi of blessed memory, this Femi Falano, F.R.A. Williams, even this Keyamo, Tony Lumelu, about Tudeko, and Tinavoko, a lot of all those Dende Fernandez. So I look up to a lot of people. I used to carry pocket DICO, we call it DICO, Pocket Dictionary Webster, in my pocket almost every time, checking new words and stuff like that. That was the way I was brought up. So when I speak over here, I'm not speaking because I want you to be happy or be mad. I'm not coming here for anybody. I come to one man's platform to cherish, to share ideas with like minds. If you are not like minded, sit where you are. So one thing I must make very clear is that a lot of us on this platform, like I said yesterday, we have a field, we have an occupation, we have a technocratic venture in the corporate world and all those things. But what a lot of us do, right? So many people cannot do it. Like traders, what I do in my field, right? The trader will not be able to do it.
One man, you will give me a few minutes, or just a few minutes.
But I'll be able to venture into trading like I've done. Right, one man. When you look at Tony and Lumelu, they are traders in a sophisticated manner. When you look at Jimo Ibrahim, they are traders in a sophisticated manner. When you look at a couple of all those folks, they are traders in a sophisticated manner. Regardless of my professional background and field, I run businesses. And I don't have to come over here to speak about people who trade, who just only have one focus. So it's a blessing, and it takes more than intellectual capacity to function in those two areas. If you can only function in one and you want to talk about it almost every time, what about those who function in the multiplicity of those? So it is politics. And now let me address the issue that he actually came over here, huffing and puffing yesterday. I was talking about the CSU and the governor that was embarrassed, that the obedience were all over the place, embarrassing Nigerians all over the world. Atiku filed the lawsuit, quite all right, but anybody on this platform, check the understanding of preponderance and the substance. Tell me the preponderance of people who have been fingered and identified to be the one carrying gala on their head to cry for Atiku's lawsuit. People can be here. Go and check the names. Go and check the group they belong to. And I mentioned yesterday, were they Kwakansiya movement people? Were they articulate? Were they batified? So if Atiku filed a lawsuit and obedience were crying all over the place, embarrassing state governors of the governor of Illinois and the CSU as a whole, and the same group, they've continued to demonstrate their fascist tendencies. And then you took it out of the blues. Extrapolating the point that I am talking to you and Southeast. How would you always come over here to say I'm referring, these people, they have this common victimhood agenda. When you speak in a different pattern, they will reroute the conversation and bring out their own meanings to that, and they want to cry over it. How am I responsible for your cries? For Christ's sake. Why would you try to reroute my conversation all of a sudden?
Enigmatic.
I'm talking about
enigmatic.
Listen to me.
Listen, let me tell you something. Let me say this. If you want me to respond to you, let me respond to you. If you just want to have a one-way talk, then you can have it.
Good.
But let me tell you something.
Good.
I've followed you for a very long time in this platform. I know who you are. You cannot. You see, if I know somebody that is bigotry, you don't even need all this thing you are speaking here to confuse me. You understand me? Whether you are into business, you are intellectual. Yes, you are intellectual, you are business. But sometimes I look up to people like you to bring more something objective to make a unified nation. But the way you think that English you are using to dignify yourself or that can build a nation without having some atom of sympathy and coordination with your intellectual capacity.
I take your point, Ekene. Let me proceed. After I've made my point,
please. Let me tell you this. We are all Nigerians.
Can I interject?
I understand you, but I will give you the floor to proceed.
Can I interject, please?
So I will still have time to respond to you. Just continue. Speak in English.
Enigmatic.
Yes,
please let us. You can take on another topic because it's not good for us to go back to what we did yesterday concerning the Chicago thing. It can fuel more, attack on each other. So maybe you want to speak on Gabon issue, so that
we are not going down around, but I still really want to address some things because when we come on a platform like this, it's all about the nation. It's not about because that issue he raised yesterday. I know where he's coming from. I know what he said. When I was speaking, I was not speaking about the obedience. My concern is the way he's talking down on Southeast. Not only that day, but each time he comes on this platform.
Ekene, you talked about it yesterday, and I think
and everybody noticed it.
Don't let us.
I'm not the only person that noticed it. No, see, let me tell you this. Actually,
you can be mad as much as you want. Okay, listen to me. You have.
I'm not being mad. I cannot be mad. I cannot be mad on unnecessary things.
You do.
You understand? Your English, whatever you speak doesn't affect me personally.
Of course,
I know who I am. Whatever you want to take it.
Let's forget about it.
It's just that you are there.
Spoke about it yesterday.
You see, I just wonder. Some people that say they go to school, they think. You say you go to school, but the way you think really amazes me.
Listen now.
Ekene, listen. You are making you're making Ajane go leave it because I think Ekene and the guy that was
no, we can't leave them. We don't want this. We don't want this platform.
Your interjection is what is making it frustrating.
We don't want this platform to turn to a platform where we have to fight.
Somebody that said that he goes to school, but when he talks, he's full of hatred. But you go to school.
I had the floor.
You go to school.
Ekene,
you go to school
now.
Ekene, it's okay.
Ekene, it's okay. But tell you it's okay. Let it be okay and let's move on.
Sometimes when people see Ajane Gogo, what you were doing there, I'm not sure it's actually appropriate because they were communicating, then you started shutting Ekene down. It's not nice. If you are just let them hash it out, they were hashing it out.
To Niger, please. please hold on. Please, I beg of you, please. One man, are you there?
One man till
Is one man?
one
No.
man.
If one man is there, this will not go this far.
Maybe
Hold on, please. Everybody, please hold on. Please, everybody hold on. It's getting out of hand. Please. I put Enigmatic and Ekene in the background to cool off things. One man, are you there? One man is muted. One man is not here.
You can consider me.
To Niger, please, please, let me finish, please. This is getting out of hand. Ajale Kuku. For me, one man, everybody, there is right to reply. This is what I don't want to happen yesterday. If you remember yesterday, Ekene, you are hearing me. Egmani, you are hearing me. I said, Ekene, stop talking behind of Enigmatic. He's not here to respond. This is what I was saying yesterday. But Enigmatic is here today. We must give him a right to reply. He's not a fool. You talk about him yesterday. He has the right to rational mind, please. Rational mind, please. Let me land. I'll put in background. Please. Let me land.
Oh, yeah.
There's a right to reply. That is why I don't want you to start yesterday. Because Enigmatic will come back. It's not Mali. They talk about him yesterday. He will listen back.
No, you
and
didn't
come
allow
and
him
respond
to
today.
talk about him now. What are you saying, Thomas? You didn't let Ekene talk about it. You cautioned Ekene to say Enigmatic is not here, that he can't be talking about Enigmatic, and you shut him down. What are you saying today?
Ajale Koko, he still start today. That's where Enigmatic came in.
Look, we can't turn this platform to a platform for people to be fighting or attacking each other.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Let them just forget about that issue. We mustn't open that issue of Chicago or TINUBU attack. Let us talk about what we have today, and let's move on. What we have been talking this morning is about Gabon.
Yes,
because
I'll bring
if
everybody
Enigmatic
back.
continue to
Then
talk
we
about
move forward.
Chicago issue, some people will feel offended, and that they will attack him. And say you love him,
I understand you, Baba. I understand you. That's what I wanted to happen yesterday. Stop attacking individual. Speak to the issue. I've been saying this on this platform 1,000 times. Stop mentioning names. Stop attacking individual. Address the message. Address the message. Leave the messenger. I will not lie to you. If I'm enigmatic, I will come back today and clear myself. Because my name was mentioned yesterday.
You did not allow. You didn't allow Ekene to speak. Ekene was trying to yes, you shut him down yesterday.
Let me say something.
It can't be talking about enigmatic.
I understand you. Before one man left yesterday, he has talked about enigmatic when enigmatic is not in present. When I took the section from one man, he still continued talking about. He wanted to continue talking about enigmatic. That is why I shut him down yesterday. So it's ongoing something. It's not only on my section yesterday. He's been talking about enigmatic when one man was anchoring the section. So that is what happened. But I didn't allow it to vesta on my own section. That's why I shut him down. That leave enigmatic out of this issue. Speak to the message. Enigmatic is not here to reply you. So why are you talking about enigmatic? And enigmatic listening back to the program yesterday. That is why he came back today to clear himself.
Look, we can't do it. Whether I was listening back, you want to reopen this thing, and then Ekene can go, and then Ekene will come tomorrow and come and start his own fight. What are we doing now?
That's what I'm saying. Let's stop all this fight. Ajale Koko, can you please talk to these people? I'll bring
that
everybody
is why I've been
back.
saying, okay,
Yes.
I have pleaded with Enigmatic that please, Enigmatic, let us not go. Discuss this TINUBU certificate Chicago, the way they are. Some people are bombarding Chicago and abusing and sending attack on them. Don't let us go there again, because
when you start going after these people that, oh, these people are these people, they don't love this country. Some people will feel you are referring to them and they will come after you and the fight will continue. Let us, it has ended yesterday. It is gone. It's another topic we have today. We mustn't go back.
Ajale Koko. Please let me address something real quick. Thomas, I think it's maybe because you have access to putting people behind.
I'm not here to fight today.
No.
Please.
Sorry.
No. Me, Wabila Tiwaja. I'm not here to speak. When I'm hold on, please.
You do something here.
You want to say something?
What do you say? Please listen.
Yeah.
Please listen, because you've been talking a lot. And I'm getting sick and tired of the way you're acting sometimes. I know you are the co-host, and anytime I co-host here, I don't do this to you. And you've been doing that to many people, and you have to put me behind. I'm challenging you what you did here yesterday, or I'm going to be saying, what kind of, is it because you have access to it? Is that why you're doing this one?
It's not because of that.
Yesterday here, Enigmatic was about saying something. Ajale Koko told you that you shut him down. And I reasoned with you, okay, it makes sense. Because Enigmatic is not here. Enigmatic exited when
Ekene, you meant Ekene.
Ekene was trying to challenge Enigmatic. He exited. And then you said, okay, fine, Enigmatic is not here. But now they are here today. He wants to trash it out. And then you're making it sound like it was Ekene's fault for not saying anything yesterday. And then you put me behind. No. This is rather, I mean, I don't understand this your ways of doing things.
Rational mind.
Thomas, let me address something. Let me say this.
I don't want to hear anybody's voice.
All right. Hold on, everybody. Okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to remove everybody and leave Ajanle Koko, Enigmatic, and Ekene, and let them have a conversation, and Ajale Koko will guide them through it. So I'll do that. So I'll remove everybody and leave Ajale Koko, Enigmatic, and Ekene. So let them have that conversation, and I'll remove my.
Okay. Ekene and Enigmatic. I know both of us have our own.
Let them address their issues, but just stay in the background so that the language does not overspill. So Enigmatic have to say, again, push back, and then we'll move on.
Is Enigmatic there?
Yeah, I'm here, but I'm here. Okay, what I would just say is I have nothing further to say or to discuss with him. So I will leave him to continue to do but whatever he wants to do. Remember, Babaja, I will never if I speak about certain things and people are rerouting it to personalize it, I've said it over here countless times. I'm not responsible for how they feel. If I do not call anybody's name, call Atiku any name you want to call him. He's a Niger politician. Call TINUBU any name you want to call him. It's not my father. It does not feed me. I owe nobody explanation or how I will speak on or how I will champion the cause of my conversation. If I've provided I have not mentioned that person's name or whoever he has familial connection to on this platform. So with that proviso, they can go and discuss behind and say, I'm talking about their region all day long. As long as I'm just having political conversation, I care less a hoot about that. And I will leave it like that. He can call me again tomorrow and say he wants to fight me. Or probably he wants to do anything. It's okay by me. It's not the first time they've been coming around me. Nashville, I've done all of them. But it's okay. I'm not going to say anything for that. But about what I want to tell you, you're an elderly man. He says he wants to continue to be mad. He has the right to be. He says he wants to continue to pontificate about what I say. He has the right to do that. I will never stop him. And I will tell you, God give you more blessings so you can continue that on this platform. At a point, you'll be tired because I'm not going to stop.
Let me tell you this. Whether you feel that I'm being mad at you or what, But when many fingers are pointing at you, you see, you think you have the right to just come up and walk up to say anything you want to say about a particular religion, and you continue to do that every time. I've been following you. You understand? An issue rose up between Atiku and your candidate. The best thing you can do yesterday was to invest this on the whole entire region. They now become your problem. Leaving the Northerners, where Atiku came from. I don't know what you want to get from them by doing that. But that, I don't care. Either political influence or they want to see you as a nice region. I don't care about that. You understand? The Southeast can continue to be whatever you want them to be in your eye. But you cannot control their destiny. Your English cannot change anything about them. No matter how you want to put it. You can continue to insult the whole entire region, but you still come up to say one day that people are the people insulting you. You understand? Making it on them that are you the one giving presidency in this country, enigmatic? Are you the one who is begging you for presidency? I heard everything you said about them yesterday. As if you are the one to make a Southeastern a president. Who cares? The one you governed, what have you governed? What is the benefit we are getting from it? You speak as if you are the one giving the presidency of this nation because you can speak English or what? Who cares? I just want to put it to you for you to understand that direction you are thinking that is we are going to be begging you or whatsoever in order to get the presidency. Nobody is thinking towards that direction. We're only thinking about who will make this country a better place for every one of us. If you don't see it that way, that is the only the Southeast that is the problem you have in this country. You can continue having the Southeast as a problem, but you cannot control their destiny. I was thinking on my head yesterday, if it was Obi that fired that suit, what would have been the outcome? You are making it a fight between the Igbos and the Yorubas. The last time you told me to go back to my state. An educated person on a worldwide platform, you told me to go back to my state, that I should leave Lagos State. And you say you're educated. You think education is by speaking English. It's all about your personal knowledge, the way you control things around you. It's the way you control things around you. It's not by going. Your English is all about hatred. The only constructive English you can make is to make a constructive, insultive words. You cannot make a defying words to defy the public. And I want you to understand that. I don't care who you are. I don't care where you come from. I don't care the certificate you are holding. You're not feeding me. Who cares? I'm not a sycophant. And I believe many Southeasterners are not like that. And that is why we play our politics the way we play it. We don't care who governs this place.
So how did I talk about Southeast yesterday? By making references or by making aspersion or by creating scenario on what? So when you come over here to be the champion,
you created the scenarios. I saw it. Okay. You created it.
When you from what you are saying,
you make it.
Can I comment?
Like I said, I've had everything that I want to say. Ekene can continue on every day to continue on this tantrum. It's up to him and all of them together. If I speak, if I cough, my cough is addressing Southeast. If I drink water, I'm drinking water because of Southeast. So nothing will stop me from speaking. You can either block your ear or you go off the platform. I'm not going to go off the platform for anyone, and I'm still going to continue to speak the way I speak.
Nobody is saying that you should not speak the way you speak. But you see, what I'm telling you,
I'm not talking.
What I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is this: if you say you are an educated person, act like one. Use your intellectual to build a nation. Don't use it to destroy it. I'm seeing somebody like you bringing division in this country, and that is part of your
Okay,
work.
can I say something
That
now?
is it. Continue to speak the way you want to speak. Who cares?
Enigmatic.
All right. Let Ajan Lekoko have the final word on that space here.
You see, every time Enigmatic speak, I've never heard him mention Igbo or Southwest. Maybe the way is put out his thought. Somebody like you from Southeast interpret it as it is directing his statement as Southeast, particularly when he mentioned about obedience that are responsible for attack on what do you call it, that university in Chicago. So, but you see, we have to tolerate each other. You see, Enigmatic, I want to tell you something. You know that you have a way of delivering your thoughts in such a very strong, it carry a very strong weight when you deliver your thought. And people can interpret it in so many ways. So like Ekene now is interpreting it as if when you mention, oh, those people, that is the way they are, they don't, what do they want to destroy this country? You have never mentioned anything about Southeasterner or Igbo. I never heard you mention it. But when you are going after obedient or Obi supporters for their misbehavior, an obedient like Ekene, who is an Easterner, could interpret it, maybe you are directing it at the Easterner. So I think we just have to do it little here and there so that people will not see us as enemy. So that's on the side of Enigmatic. So try to cool it down. You know, your when you deliver your thought, it carries a lot of weight. So people misinterpret you. And Ekene, sometimes we have to be very patient. When you want to fight, it's good to have a concrete fact on what you want to fight for. Because the way you are fighting now, in your statement, what you are saying is as if you have a hatred against Igbo. Because that is what you are saying in your statement. What do you have against Easterner? Well, every time you talk, I never heard him mention Igbo, Easterner, or anything. So, please, I just want to appeal to both sides. Let us.
Aja, yesterday you referred everybody in the Southeast as IPOB.
No, you never mentioned. I never
So
heard
if me in this platform, I hear him mention it. If I don't hear him, I will not get angry with him.
Please.
To be fair, you do in some instances, but maybe not with the venom that is sometimes.
Woman.
I crave your indulgence, woman. Mike, please hold on a second. I crave your indulgence, woman. Please, I want you, if you still have the video, right? You know, when I speak in certain way, but the context in which you are interpreting it, I shouldn't be responsible for how you see it. When I say what I say, the only one, before you play the video for everyone on the platform, the only times that you will see me here, mention Southeast, I said pointedly, like the preponderance, right? The preponderance of those people who attacked that school and then went ahead to go on the LinkedIn and then proceeded, right, to lampoon the governor of Illinois, right? Go and check. I said everyone should go out there, check the preponderance of those. 70% of them, you can make the answer for yourself. One. Number two, I say, because he has said on this platform several times that whenever I mention Obi, right, that he will come for me. And I ask him, is Obi your father? Tinubu is not my father. Tinubu does not feed me. No politician feeds me. No politician, paid for my education. So I have the latitude, right, to condemn any of them. I may have my political leanings. I may have my support base. My support bias, but not to the point of losing my head because of a common politician. So I've said it on this platform on a daily basis. Every time I come on this platform, if the conversation requires me to speak about Obi, I will bring him down. I will press his neck. I will draw him. If that will bring the blood from that person who sees Obi as his father, so be it. And I mentioned it yesterday. One man and Babaja and everyone on the platform. I said his greediness and his selfishness, right, is gonna cause and is already causing his own political brothers and colleagues from the Southeast a lot of political misfortunes and capital now and going forward, because he's not thinking about the forwardness of their ideas. Just because you ran an election, and I made a contemporary scenarios yesterday about Kwakwansiya groups and Kwakwanso and Atiku. That Atiku, he has been a prominent and proponent of several political presidential runs, and he has always gone through the judicial process, right, to seek remedy. And at the end of the day, if he doesn't go his way, he goes home. But now, for the first time, we are having people, the same group of obedient. If I say obedient, right, and I've not called Ekene, and I've not called Nashville, and I've not called Pansat, and then you want to take, is Peter Obi and Soludo not an Igbo man? Is Arthur Eze, is he not an Igbo man? Uzodima, is he not an Igbo man? So why would you generalize my conversation to say I'm talking about the whole Igbo man? So when I was focusing on
Wait, let me say something real quick.
Let me say this. Mike, I want to have my final word. One man.
Hold on. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. Have that final word, and then we'll move on from there.
Hold on. I just have one question, real quick.
No. I want to cap that place, Mike.
I know. But something very important. I just want to.
Mike, I want to
hold on. You wait now. I'm not coming at you.
Hold on, Mike. Let's Ekene have a say. Ekene.
Enigmatic. You see, I've been following you here on this platform. I'm not a child. When I see people attitude, I recognize it very well. You understand? Somebody that you make it as if I don't understand English or what. That when you speak, I don't know how to interpret what you speak or what. I'm not that too dull. You understand?
You have your.
I'm not that too dull. Just have it that I cannot interpret your English.
So be it.
Let me finish.
I give you a time because I know they'll keep going back.
Can we let Ekene speak? I don't
whatever you want to think. So
okay. Yeah, that is I can think what I want to think. But whenever you make that your constructive, insultive language against my region, I know it very well. Whether you want, no matter how you want to explain it. Do you understand? So, for me, it's not all about the obedience or the political space. You are not the one to teach the Southeasterners how to play their politics. Play your own politics. I've been on this platform. You have called Anambra names, you have called them dumps, all that. But I've never see you one day mention about your state. Like, I don't even know your state in this platform.
If I call Anambra,
let me finish. If my point is this: if you are all that too educated, let me finish. If you have your time, if you are too all that educated, you should understand that you should first of all remove the mob in your own eye before going to remove the one in the southeast. That's my point. You have never made any point about your state. We don't know how your state governors are governing.
Ekene
But
is
you have
your
all the
in-law.
details of his
Is
state in
your
the southeast.
in-law. Ekene is your in-law.
Nothing concerns me him being my in-law. Let him. I never see him speak about his own current governor, what is happening in that state. But every time he speak about Anambra State, Southeast, and all that, and he use that's the only English he learned in school, how to install them.
Okay, Ekene, let it be over. Let us
My point is this:
right.
the first time I come here, the first time I came in this platform, I saw you very intelligent. I expect you to do better. That is my point, one man. I'm not going to say anything.
Okay,
right,
Ekene, thank you. Let it end there.
All right. All right. No, Mike. No.
One man, let us end it there. Let us end it there.
Yes. So I'm just going to say this, and then we'll move on to Patrick and get back.
Can I just say something real quick?
No, I said no, Mike. So
okay,
please,
good night then. Bye bye.
One man, I want to give Mike one more. Just give it.
No, he is left. I don't want to. I don't want to expand that space anymore. I'm just going to say this, and then we'll move on. It's a funny thing because you two gentlemen are one of the biggest personalities on this platform, and I'm only saying that because you'll be surprised if I open my Instagram now. You'll see how often people feedback to me all the time about the sessions, and so when I'm saying you two gentlemen are two of the biggest personalities, and Ajale Koko will tell you, so you're two of the biggest personalities on the platform. And with big personalities, you always get it coming into collision sometimes. So there is nothing unnatural in what happens. So it's just big personalities coming into collision sometimes. So that does happen. So that's just the thing. There's really not much more to say. Is language spilling over, listening with prejudice, all of that. At least now you've expressed yourself. Ekene, Enigmatic has expressed himself. So limits have been tested and lines have been drawn. So I think when we gather tomorrow, I think we would have all taken the lesson and made the necessary adjustments in how we continue to interact with each other. So we'll leave it there and we take the conversation to Patrick. Patrick, you're up next. Patoski, what you lost in the fridge in here? Yeah.
One man, yes, I need to say something, please.
No. If it's
no, not about
yes,
nothing about.
Yes.
I don't care. That one is gone. Yeah. When we were talking, I put Rational Mind in the background because he didn't want me to talk. So I just want to apologize.
All right.
No. Now, one man. Rational Mind, I'm sorry for putting you in the background. Apologies, please. But I'm talking. You don't want me to talk. That's why I put in the background. So that's what happened. Yeah. Thank you, Mama.
All right, brilliant. So do we have Pastoski or somebody that's not spoken to take us back to the politics?
Let me speak about that.
You need to let me speak since now because you say I'm the antagonist of the platform. You kicked me out. You brought me back.
I
Now
didn't kick you
I cannot
out.
speak.
I didn't kick you out. Let's go to War Peace just to break away from it for a microsecond, and then we'll come back to you, Enigmatic. But as we go on, so we've had so you vented your spleen, then we abandon that space and go back to just normal. So War Peace, Konnichiwa.
Which the talking point are we going to talk on? This children don't let me hear words.
I think we've been talking about Gabon all the way through, but then there was this piece that I brought that we've not really said anything on. The top 10 African countries with the highest IQ in 2021. Did you hear me read that out?
Yeah, I read it. They group Nigeria among the two others.
Number 5. But what struck me the most? Yeah, Nigeria is the 5th highest IQ, along with Morocco, Uganda. But what struck me is that Sierra Leone, of all of the countries that you can imagine, Sierra Leone, according to this study survey, has the highest IQ in Africa.
Yeah,
Can you even
yeah.
they can't even speak English and they say they have
Their
IQ.
pigeons from they speak their pigeon backwards. They speak their own
Yeah,
pigeon from back, and
they
now
can't
talking.
pronounce. You know, they can't pronounce R in Sierra Leone, and they have IQ. Unbelievable.
Like it's funny, but I don't know who's written it on what principle and what ground are they written it. Are they written it that these people have IQ that can remove themselves from the trenches, or they are doing better? I don't know, but I don't think that's the right thing not to be written. No, that's a rate us for a country that will move out of the trenches in the next 5 years and the next 10 years. And one more, speaking of this, I wanted to ask you this yesterday. I forgot. During Ambassador time, we used to hear Vision 2020, Vision 2025. But after that time, we don't hear it anymore. So does that mean that Nigeria does not have a vision anymore?
Has Nigeria ever had a vision before? When did we ever have a vision? We've never had a vision in Nigeria now.
Well, that Vision 2020 was good then. Ambassador put things that we will achieve, things we need to achieve before 2020. You know,
they like all these little millennium goals, Vision 20. Like you know, the one thing that the Nigerian space knows how to do is to give you promises to the future, and then they say, you know when they told you that the youth will take over, and they were telling us under Babangida, and that the youth that took over was Buhari, and then Tinubu. You know, you know.
It's
My
funny.
God, man.
In Nigeria,
The whole country is 419. The whole country is
yeah, 419. I was just thinking about yesterday. So we don't hear Vision 2020 anymore. We don't hear anything that will carry us forward, what we hope for in the next 10, 20, 30 years. But all the same is good. But Nigeria have to get its house together. No, China, it took China 50 billion in the 80s to remove over almost 400 million population out of poverty lane, which the effect, we noticed the effect, we saw the effect in the 90s. And it took Dubai just 20 billion in the 90s to build their country, and we saw the effect in the early 2000s. So Nigeria can do better. The money Nigerian people have stolen in Nigeria is enough to remove Nigeria from the trenches or from the poverty rate we are 2 times or 3 times over. But because of no good planning, no strength to go after these people, we just see talking about the same thing all over the year. You saw this thing I sent to you, one man, the message I sent to you on WhatsApp about I was reading, I sent to you about the AREWA at the BDC, that's one of the chairman of the Bureau de Change in Lagos. The money they saw in his wife's account. Did you see the message I sent to you, one man?
I saw the message, yeah.
So if that man, one of his wife, he has about 103 billion each in each wife account, totally about 407 billion in his wife account. So can we imagine the amount he will have in his account or other offshore account? And he's not in the government. He's not a government official. He's just the one chairman of Bureau de Change has such money in a naira. So you can imagine how much some ministers, head of parastatals, governors have in their own account. They are losing that country dry. And we have to look for good agencies that will go after these people and recover this money. We can't be borrowing money when we have people that have this money. In short, if the government go after like 10 Nigerians, they can pay off our debts, our international debts.
You know,
the money will come from them.
You know what, Peace? It's funny you should say that. I probably look for it. This was about I think about 7-10 years ago. I'm not sure if Adan Koko recalls this. We weren't doing the sessions then, no boy, because I think we've only been running about 3 years or something. But there was a British politician. They were talking about debt forgiveness, and they were mentioning Nigeria. And this British politician said that there's really no reason to forgive any debt for Nigeria. That he knows about. I'm not sure if he said 5 or 10. He says he knows about, let's just say 10. He said he knew about 10 Nigerian politicians or 10 Nigerians. He didn't say politicians. He said he knew about 10 Nigerians that could that could pay off Nigeria's debt without breaking a sweat. You know, just all that looted money all over the UK.
So you can imagine that. So Nigerians, we don't need to be going after looking for money to borrow. Let's just somebody will just say we'll beg them, okay, let's do it for the optics, we'll come after you, give us half. If Nigeria go for 10 people in Nigeria, if the government go for after 10 people, 10, we don't even know their names. You'll be shocked how much they will recover from those people. I will remove them. So one man, my wife has given me my daughter. So let me use the floor to the next person. Let me attend to my daughter. I really wanted to talk before. But,
all right. I want to go to Shaw just very briefly, because of course, as soon as we say that Sierra Leone has the highest IQ, our resident Sierra Leonean comes running in to take the spoils. But before you say anything, because I still insist that that Sierra Leoneans don't know how to pronounce R, so I'm going to spell a word for you, Shaw, and then I want you to say it. So the word is actually it's even a name. Let me spell this name, and then I want you to pronounce it. R-O-B-E-R-T. How do you pronounce that? Sure.
Robert.
Oh, all right. It's not Wobot. It's not Wobot. They don't know how to pronounce R in Sierra Leone now, do they? Good to see you, Shaw. So where's all this IQ coming from? Well, you are the one person that proves it, but every other Sierra Leonean that I know, they're as dumb as whatever the metaphor is.
Well, I truly believe I disagree with that. Of course, I will have to disagree with that. I'm a Sierra Leonean. By the way, good evening, gentlemen, and thank you for having me. But I disagree with that. Sierra Leoneans, if you see majority of Sierra Leoneans, of course, we just like Nigeria came out of the British colonial school educational system. Sierra Leone education, you're talking about like Frobe College. I don't know if any of you have heard of Frobe College. This is one of the.
You mean Furade College?
We call it Frobe College.
All right. Yes. Right? Yeah. Carry on. Yeah.
Right. One of the oldest institutions in the region, university. College-wise, you know, and Sierra Leone educations, we're talking about going back from the late 1700s into the early 1800s. We have girls' schools in the early 1800s. So education has always been a foundation. My dad, let me just give you a quick background. My dad himself is a Fulani that immigrated into Sierra Leone in the early 1900s. When my dad entered into Sierra Leone, at that point, majority of Fulanese at that time don't have any Western education. My dad was one of the founders to put their kids from the Fulani tribe to educate their kids, both men and women. And my brothers, my older brothers were part of that generation that educated in the 40s, 50s, 60s. I mean, they could speak different language. They could speak German, and they're writing. Like my oldest brother, up to today, even I got nieces that are in Columbia University. Compare the two, their writing skills are completely different. My brothers can write extremely well.
You know, sure, you are breaking so many stereotypes today. An educated Fulani man from Sierra Leone who can pronounce R. You are breaking so many stereotypes. Huh?
Well, I mean, that's why stereotype is that's all it is. Just like the word states and states. It's just a stereotype. We have Fulanis that are very, very educated, especially the Sierra Leone Fulanis. The Sierra Leone Fulanis are quite different from the Guinea Fulani, I would say from any other Fulani in the region. You know, we're highly educated, and of course we grew up.
I have to say, sure, some of our best brains on this platform, if not our best brains on this platform, they are Fulanis. Although some of our dumbest ones are Fulanis as well. So some of our best brains, people like Hassan, Ribadu. So if you listen to them, they are. I'm not sure
Who is the dumbest Fulani?
Jafar.
I will claim that. I will claim the dumbest. I will claim the dumbest Fulani. But it's not just Fulani.
He's looking for trouble.
Yeah, but it's not just that. Our whole country, finally now in the last few years, 5 years ago, we introduced education, free education, both in the primary and in the secondary. You know, that has its challenges, but we just started that. But before that, I mean, education has been a priority in Sierra Leone. You know, we don't have the tools, but if you look at Sierra Leoneans abroad, very, very educated. You know, per capita, if you look at us in the Washington area, highly, highly educated. You know, and the Sierra Leoneans that mostly immigrate to, especially to America, not so much Europe, but to America, they further their education. You know, they end up going doing science, a lot of law degrees also, but mostly science. You know, but anyway, but to take this bigger one, I just want to bring this in a bigger question. I'm sure you guys understand about the election earlier this week, also in Zimbabwe, the controversy with that, and we have seen what's happening in Gabon. Do you guys think it is time for African Union to finally have a serious meeting to really talk about the problems that are happening in the continent right now? Because we're having a train that is running right now and cannot be stopped. And I think there are little states, very vulnerable states, that sooner or later will also be overthrown by military. And I think Senegal is ripe for that because of all what this leader have been doing, you know, shutting down opposition and even wanted at one point to try to run for third term. And for Sierra Leone, we see the elections problem in Sierra Leone up to today. The APC have refused, the opposition have refused to participate in the government. And we're seeing Liberia coming to an election also. We know that's another serious time bomb waiting to happen. So I don't know what you guys think about all this. That's my question.
You see what you said? You said that for the AU to have a serious talk. And that's the problem right there, because all we get from the AU and from ECOWAS and all is just talk, isn't it? They have no leverage, they have no bite, they have nothing to enforce or assert. All they do is talk, and then they issue a communique, and then they go in front of cameras and print and peacock, and that's just it. You know, if they have no power of enforcement, if they have no authority to assert, then it's just talks and communicates, isn't it?
Well. Hence here they need to have some. This has to be carrot and stick, because if not, they will be overrun. Because what's happening right now is a effect that's happening all over the continent. And if you look at every population right now in every country in the continent, it's very, very dissatisfied with the governments. Every country in the continent today is the population, overwhelming of the population are very, very dissatisfied with the government. So it's an easy excuse for any military in the continent today to take over, and we're seeing the snowball effect of that.
All right. Let me take that pause as a window to build myself out. Acknowledging the super chats. Alexander Gomez, so of course, regularly, Ayo, of course, it never completes without mentioning him. Gomez again as a passing short. Kaisorian Empire, you all know Kaizo. Chioma joins that mix. Regularity somewhat. Prince Daddy, we mentioned him. And whenever it's not on the screen, Kulata communicates via super chat, and it does that in this instance. So that space still open for anybody that wants to participate. So I'll build myself out and leave you in the so it's a buy one get one free this time around. So you got two Niger and Thomas to guide you through the rest of the session. So just take it easy with them. So are you guys available?
Yeah, I'm here just to take up from where you left off.
One man.
Yeah.
Before you leave, I just want to appreciate the time for assembling all of us here. I believe we all.
I hope you are not going to say you are not going to come back again, because I know that tone of voice that you carry on.
No.
Okay.
I just want to appreciate, but I must tell everybody on the platform: education is not scam. Aggressively educate your kids to the highest level you have the capacity, so that maybe in the future they won't come to this kind of platform and somebody will be telling that grammar is calm or whatever. Please, I just want to thank you, one man, and then appreciate everybody on the platform. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. You still have to throw that one in, enigmatic.
Can I respond?
One man, let me also, before you go, let me also make my final statement before you go. I also appreciate everybody on the platform. One man, I thank you for this your platform. It has really opened a lot of things, both to me. I've learned a lot, and I thank you for your kind attitude towards everyone. But I want to say this: education is not scam, but education is scam when you don't learn morals to add to it. When you don't learn how to accommodate people, when you don't learn sympathy, when you don't learn, when you're not being able to deal with some certain Adamic nature, which is hatred and bigotry, education becomes a scam.
All right.
So when you're educating,
you're about to
the meaning of automegi, one man. You know the meaning of automegi.
How can I know it? I'm from Oyo laughing now. How do I do? I can even
ask anybody.
Let me please conclude.
Okay. And then once again, I appreciate the opportunity. And then whoever want to talk about.
All right. Before I go, I have to insist. I have to insist on a virtual hug from between Ekene and Enigmatic. So a virtual hug, but only from the side. You know, men only a virtual hug from and he hug. Yeah.
I go come here and press Obi's neck.
No. You know what? Obi is fair game because he's a politician. You can beat him as much as you like.
No, I don't care about that one. No.
Yeah, Tinubu is fair game. He's a politician.
My point is
hold on.
Yeah.
Tinubu is fair game. You can beat him as much as you like. Any politician, musician, artist, anybody that presents themselves for public, you can beat them as much as you like. But when it starts to cross into ethnic baiting, then that's where the lines are drawn.
Can I say something before you check out?
Yes, Prince Daddy. Yes, I'll hear from you. Then I will.
No, but wait. I wanted to say something before you go to.
Hold on. Let me finish. I was gonna say that enigmatic is an equal opportunity offender, if you want to say that, because it came straight for MAGA and Trump also, and I had to push back yesterday. So I don't think he holds back when he strikes. You have to take it and you need to come back. You know, I mean, I didn't accept what it said, but I had to come back. But as far as I'm concerned, it's an equal opportunity offender.
It might be an equal opportunity offender. That doesn't mean that he wasn't being a little bit facetious with the way he was attacking the other side. Well, hold on. From what I've heard today, hold on. Can I just say something? From what I've heard today, I think people have papered over the fact that some of the things he said were actually quite offensive, and he knows better.
Were you here yesterday?
No, I wasn't here. Even if I wasn't here, I heard what he said today, and I heard what Kene said today. Hold on, I heard what he said. So that's even from his own word. Even from his own words. Yes, even from his own words. Can I finish? Even from his own words. I see. That's what I'm using. I'm using his own words. I'm not even using Ekene's words. I'm using his own words, and he's pretending as if he's not doing what he's doing. He knows full well what he's doing.
Okay, why would they
I don't like people that do that. I don't like people that pretend as if they don't know they are doing something.
When has it become a fashion when obedience becomes the Southeast? So when I'm responding or talking about obedience, and they want to reroute the conversation.
Why are you talking about them trying to destroy the country? Are they the ones that cause all the problems in the country?
All right. So, sorry.
I don't know why people are being facetious.
Hold on. Everybody hold. So Thomas is not here. So you would have to take charge to Niger, but to Niger. We've wrapped up that space, and that's nobody comes out victorious in that sort of a conversational space. So just move it away from there and just
one man before you leave. I want to conclude my own remarks so I can also leave. I want to give my seat to Dubsi so we can have a woman's voice here too. So let me wrap up mine with a couple of minutes, please. After
a couple of minutes, Jesus Christ.
So
come on, man. We are trying to go on with something else. You want to start talking about a couple of minutes?
A minute and a half. What I was gonna say is that everybody just heard the last thing that Ekene used the word thoughtful, right? Caring. Let me use some Rishi words about that thoughtfulness, caring. You go to school, you're educated, you know how to speak grammar. That's cool, right? So we need a reflective conscience.
But you call
that education
here.
Let me land.
No.
I don't know what autonomy means. Ask him what to tell you the meaning. Tell him to tell you the meaning.
Let me land.
Tell you to tell him the meaning before he continues. Do you know what autonomy means, one man?
Okay, well, can we please
I'm not an Igbo man now.
So let me land, please. I got permission for a minute and a half. Give me that respect.
I mean, they play victim on everything when you
play victim stuff. All right. Okay. No. Hold on.
It's about Igbo. You speak about South. It's about Southeast. Why are you people doing victim every time? When has obedience becomes the Southeast? For Christ's sake.
See?
When?
All right. Okay. Let me bail out. I'll hand over to you to Niger, but to Niger, Ajande Koko has had the final word on that space, so don't entertain any further comments on that narrative. Just take it away from there, because if you open it up, then you'll be here. By the time I come here this time tomorrow, you'll still be here. So just shut it down sharply. And I know you can be quite assertive. So assert authority to Niger. Thank you, everyone. See you.
To Niger, I will be giving up my seat, but I want to make sure that Dubsi is the one that gets it. Do you understand?
We'll see how that's gonna work. Yeah, Dubsi is not in the background yet, so we'll see.
Yeah, please make sure that, because we need a strong woman voice to.
Absolutely. If she come in the background, I will get out. Let's hear from a female.
I'll give my seat, sure, so you could stay and give us your Sierra Leonean perspective on what we're talking about. So now what I'm talking about now has nothing to do with the fight that's going on, that's been settled and has been sternly warned that we shouldn't resurrect that. So I will try to respect that. But it would be wrong not to mention the following. When we're dealing with the problems that behoove the country, it should be good to have a reflective conscience. Friendly. These are the Rishi words that I'm expanding on that consciousness. Caring and an understanding. Sympathetic. I believe can I use that word as well? Right? Should be accommodating, charitable and benevolent. Not inconsiderate and self-centered and come here to beat up on people who don't speak grammar.
To Niger, he's going there now. But
I am not.
Swerve away from there. Swerve away from there. Screeching away. Come on.
All right. I'll go ahead and yield back, but I hope anybody who has some kind of inkling that I'm talking about him here, that they do get it, right? Okay, I'll yield back my time, but please give my seat to Dubsi. I want to hear her input in all this. Thank you, panelists. Let's move forward.
Edmatic.
Yeah, bro.
Edmatic. Yeah, you see your House of Assembly now. your Abbas and Co. That is instituting a panel to probe a panel. Now they're probing that panel now, Enigmatic.
Now for you.
I think we should follow with you. We should probe you. How can they be probing a further character panel that they say they are fixing?
Enigmatic.
Okay.
Enigmatic.
Sir.
And you see, Ketu, where they call pot black. When are we going to Enigmatic? Why didn't we even ask about what is going on in Edo State?
You want add Edo to
You get me there. I think you're supposed to be. Like gang up with this and gang up. You don't collect bribe for the house of because I beg, listen to what yesterday when I was going after that, listen to that case, I was laughing. The House committee that was raised to probe federal character is not being probed, but they being probed collecting bribe now from people they are probing.
Don't be here you did where NDDC where they probe that they say that they off my when they come they indict the people where they probe the NDDC.
My God, to save us for that country. That country is a joke, man.
It's a big joke.
What is? You know that Ganduje is also being probed in Kano State. The EFCC guy that is probing Ganduje in Kano State, the guy now is being probed. It's just so laughing about that,
They're the crazy people, man. I'm telling you.
You don't know anything for this one, though.
When you people don't listen to Enigmatic always say one thing here: don't get into their fight. These politicians are friends. They will fight outside. They go behind the scene. They go and shake out and strike deal. So.
Okay. Let's get back on topic. Adewale, don't worry, you get your chance.
Excuse me. No, I'm trying to make an objection. No, hold on.
You are going to go back to the other space now. They said we should.
Hold on. What is wrong in probing the prober? What is wrong? There's nothing wrong. We have to start putting sunlight on this level.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong.
Okay, let's return back. I just wanted to address some point that was raised earlier on about this IQ. I don't know who did this IQ test. I'm not sure how accurate it is because every other international measure of IQ doesn't put Sierra Leone and even above Nigeria at all, or even close to 91. If you look at this list here, the top ones that start from 106, which is Japan and all the other countries, you notice the countries that are at the top, they tend to be the ones doing relatively well, and then you start getting to the ones that are not doing that well. Then you start having Sierra Leone is almost like close to the bottom, really. Let me see. Nigeria is somewhere around here, 67. Sierra Leone is somewhere here. So and that is not only the data that I checked to confirm this. The same thing is here, present on another chart again. And I feel like I don't know who did this thing. That was 3 years ago. Somebody did it. I don't know, maybe to make Africans feel better. The fact that they chose Sierra Leone, as a matter of fact, should jar some people because clearly Sierra Leone doesn't demonstrate, it doesn't come across as the most intelligent country on the continent. And that's what made me question it. Then I went on to check what IQ level is often deemed as a little bit retarded or somewhat crazy, somebody that is not even capable of thinking properly. And it turns out that when you are from 75 and 70 and below, you are regarded as a human being as somewhat retarded. And guess what? Most of our countries are well below that. And maybe that's why we are all acting crazy. Our countries are not functional. Look at that. Most of our countries are just there within all those retarded countries. If you look at the ones that are above it, they tend to be marginally more functional than the countries that are below that number. I just thought that was interesting to raise, and I think this poll is a one-off. I don't know where they got it from. They didn't even tell us precisely their methodology and whether they use a unique process to get their numbers. So there you go. That is that. So in terms of when we were talking about probing and we are all probing each other, this is the situation we face. And even from the previous conversation we heard, you can see that we as a people, there's something seriously off about the way we interpret things. Maybe other people do the same thing. I'm not exactly very sure. We interpret things based on where we think we are from. We don't like to elevate ourselves to, okay, just being, being empathetic or being nationalist the way we perceive things. We refuse. Even some of us that are here, we refuse to be nationalistic, and yet you want your nation to be good. Your nation is not going to be good until you decide to be that way. And that's my own take on the kind of approach that we take to things. This is why, if I was the one, when somebody says sympathy, it shouldn't be sympathy, it should be empathy. It should be
who is not nationalistic here.
You should be able to, because some people that are busy saying other people want to destroy the country, when it's clearly not right. Those people, what they are doing, they are exercising their civil duty to pursue justice. If they feel they have been wronged by justice, they are not like going on the street causing problems on the street. They are pursuing their civil justice, and then you stigmatize them and make them look. I don't like some of the things they say too. I don't like it, but they have a right to do those things. This is a point of democracy. Except we want military regime that just cancels elections, that doesn't allow people to have their say, then we can also go for that. Personally, I don't care. Anyone that gets our country out of the mess of survival that we are in, that's the one I care. That's the one I care about. So I just think that people should be a little bit more empathetic with their fellow nationals, because if you want this nation to move forward, you have to be empathetic and allow people to air their own point of view instead of just dismissing them and as a group of people and say, oh, you people are always like this, you people are always like that. I'm frustrated by it. Some of the things they do, they call me all kinds of names. I've been called devil, name it. But you don't just because of that. They're not doing anything really, really wrong, are they? Have they gone on the street? They are not even responsible for the body bags we saw throughout the election. It's the other side that is actually responsible for the body bags. So that is one of the things I feel like maybe someone like Ekene may be upset about, that he doesn't know how to put in clear terms, and that's why I didn't like what I was hearing. But that said, that is that. Is there any other topic that is on this other than the shameful president that was begging for people to come and save him in the presidential palace?
I think there's not talking for, but I cannot go back to my phone to see. But that president of 18, let me speak a little bit about it. Because if you follow the program at the beginning, when I was talking to one man, I called him 1 hour. But he didn't pick up his call. I want to tell him the next person I'm going to throw in, because the coup is so, I don't know, it's so funny. I don't know how people are going to say that maybe coup don't just happen by chance. If there wants to be a coup in a country, the top military personnel are involved and the external bodies are involved. So it's not like they just did it, then suddenly they are actually coup. No, this is a well-organized coup. And to me, this is a French or France organized coup.
That's interesting.
1 hour before before the military juntas choose who's going to be.
How do you know? What's the problem?
I think he wants to give us a reason. Yeah.
Huh?
I think you want to give us the reason why you think it's a French coup.
My proof you not. Tell you won't take it as a fact. Even
suspecting. You're just suspecting. You don't have evidence to that effect.
I will just tell you a little bit of it.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't even say much, but let me tell you. I'll be saying here.
What's happening?
Am I the one that's breaking up, or the panel is breaking up?
You are the one breaking up. You are the one.
Just keep talking. We are hearing you.
What is your uncle is Ali Bongo, isn't it?
Oh my God! I wanted to hear why he thought it was a French coup. That would have been interesting, because some people are already saying that French is preempting coups now and wants to start causing military coups.
I don't believe that it's a French coup, because Exxon is it what's the name of Total? They suspended their operation in that country. Other French company.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear
Okay,
you.
sorry, maybe I was one breaking out. Okay, now I've been saying that before that I have a cousin that works with a World Bank. Is actually the PA to the African chapter. You know, people just think World Bank, what they only do is to borrow money. No, World Bank involved in national building, like all these building of dams, road. They actually get that contract through. They influence it, or they are bid for it through companies, or they do kind of insurance. Like now, like I'm going to build a refinery, it can go to World Bank and insure that company, like pay like 10%, so that we're going to make sure that the contract the company is being built at the time stipulated. And if anything should happen, like anything should happen, the World Bank will take up the child responsibility and pay him back. So my cousin always flies Africa, fly international countries all the time. When this coup happened, so a friend group, we were chatting. So just one of us asked him about this coup have been happening in all these African countries. Hope it doesn't know people don't have investment in Gabon. And he said, no, they have like 3 major investments in Gabon, but the coup does not affect their contract. And I said, why? He said, well, the coup is from France to France, that the next person that's going to be in power is going to be from the Bongo family. That's what he just said it. I can screenshot. I don't need to screenshot it. You know. So we talked deep a little bit. Then I pick up my phone. I was like, okay, let me tell. I like somebody who would like tell. Let me tell one man. Let's because I can send it to one man. Let me tell one man just in case it happened. I called one man. He didn't pick up. 1 hour after then, it was declared the military chose a junta, which was Ale Bongo's cousin. Can anybody hear me? Yeah.
We can hear you.
But
I
rumor,
can't follow.
Hold on. But the rumor has it that the guy is not very Gabonese. That he was brought in.
It's Ale Bongo's is your cousin. Is your cousin, your family cousin. Now, my cousin.
Hold on. You continue, please. I beg you. If like this, like it's said that Ali Bongo himself is not the biological son of Omar Bongo, then it means that there must be another evil guy. You see, in Gabon, they have a huge people population in Gabon. You know that?
I know, it's not that we're talking about now. It's not the lodge we're talking about now. Either his cousin adopted or the mother is his family member.
That's what they said. Huh? They said it's not a Gabonese. They said it's,
it doesn't matter. It's a family. It's their family member. It's their cousin. Now, that guy, the general that took over is a billionaire. He has a drug scandal in the 90s, heavy baron. So, a baron. Then, this Ali Bongo, his special palace, he has an underground tunnel. The safe part of it is have an underground tunnel to French embassy. Now, twice, 3 times they tried to overthrow him. Just one time he went to Gabon when he was sick, when he just got this stroke when he was in France. They actually took over, but French put boots on ground and took the power back. Then, I think that was the last one. Almost 3 times, France go in forcefully and return it back. Why they're not going this one? Now, it's bloodless. We just had James gunshot, it's bloodless. They don't know where the president is, they don't know where the son is. Then suddenly, the president came out inciting the people, and you said you're under the military junta custody. Would there any military junta that arrest you? They're trying to seek for calm or validate their authority, give you the opportunity to be speaking to incite people against the government? Is that what possible?
But my friend, did you hear the French Foreign Ministry statement earlier today?
Thank you. Will you expect French to say they're the one doing it? All the coup they're doing in the 60s, did they come out and say they're the one doing it? They always come out and not support it. But I'm not saying the fact. Well, nobody says the fact that it's French that is doing it.
Okay, why do we have a French oil company, Total, and some other French company in that country suspending their operation, and they are moving out of that operation of that country?
Of course, they will do something to make it look it's to suspend. They say, why didn't you suspend the one they have in Niger? Because
no.
Hold on.
No. So
hold on. Sorry. Hold on.
Of course, they will, because of they want to satisfy French and suspend the oil drilling and their business in that oil sector.
Hold on. They just make an announcement now. They make an announcement. They're going to suspend, or they're going to suspend. And when Abacha took over, the section about Abacha, oil companies suspend, but they're still working drilling. What part are they suspending? Are they taking the oil rig away from there? So we have to relax. These are the
because when the military take over, all they're suspending is the constitution. The majority of this contract, oil contract or uranium, they still go on.
Going on.
They're not affected.
No. Hold on, guys. Let us listen to each other. Total announced today they are suspending their operation in Gabon because of the coup. That's what they said today. And other companies as well are considering that, taking that kind of action too. You know? So why would they be doing that if France is behind the coup? Why would they want to suspend the operation in a very lucrative sector?
France itself made a statement today that they are against the coup. That's what they state. That's what the foreign affairs ministry state today, that they are totally against the coup. They believe that, for now, they believe that that corrupt former president won the election. That's what France is standing at right now. You know, which is stupid, which is really, really stupid. It's a dumb move for them, you know, because they should just work with this military and get a transition government going on. And I think this is what actually African Union should not make any embargo against this military. They should talk to them for transition within the next 6 months to a year, because this man is corrupt. This man have changed the constitution to benefit himself. The election that just went on was a sham. He's not supposed to be there.
Yeah.
You know?
What I find is that if it's not the French that did this, do you think that they will intervene? Given
I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think they will intervene, because based on the sentiment of French against French sentiment, right now for them they are lucky. Right now the people in Gabon are not protesting against France. They're protesting against the government. You know, that's the good thing right now in Gabon. So if France overplay their hands, then it will go against the French sentiment will go there too. You know,
I gather that Russia is next door. I think in Central Africa.
Can I interject, please?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Angelico, you were saying the French businesses, Total, left Gabon, right?
They mentioned, they make a statement, they released a statement earlier today that they are going to suspend their operation in that country because of the coup.
And do you believe that?
Well, that is what they said they're going to do. So I'm just making that, bringing that to the fore to counter world peace, that French is behind the coup, you know. I said, why would French be behind the coup and their company are threatening that they want to leave the country? You know, it doesn't cohere.
They have 2 military bases there too.
And they have military, they have 2 military bases there.
Well, they can appear, the French companies or Western companies cannot appear to be in support of the coup, of course. And they have to do that PR run around make their pronouncements. But what they say and their actions, they don't cohere. They're incongruent.
No. Hold on. What they're trying to do is that if they suspend the operation in the oil sector there, that could put pressure, because definitely that country is going to be losing revenue, and that could put pressure on the military, the new military government, you know, to have a rethink or, you know, do something quick to return the country to democratic rule.
I heard all that. Just like the Western corporations did also in Russia, but they found a loophole or the back door to continue their businesses. You can't trust what a profit-making establishment says when it comes to this kind of thing. They don't care about the coup. I mean, I did not excavating or siphoning the minerals in the Congo with people dying every day. I mean, what does it matter to them?
I will
matter.
agree with you. I will agree with you. Yeah,
Prince,
I will agree with you, Prince.
but Prince, this is where if Nigeria will lead, this is the back home of Nigeria. There's a power vacuum right now with a small country with a lot of resources that Nigeria should be able to make influence and bring this under the sphere of Nigeria. You know, I think this is where
I hear what you're
Tinubu right
saying,
now
but
should
sir,
talk to them.
Gabon is like what do I say? It's like a little maybe an ant bite, but Niger is like a migraine on Nigeria's head, and literally you can say that because the country like right there on top of Nigeria. So they need to deal. The only country, if you ask me, Nigeria needs to handle is really Niger. They don't have the time, the resources, the capacity to try to control these other nations doing coup. No, it's right now. I listen to these young leaders, especially the guy from Burkina Faso and these other guys, and I'm beginning to think really if the time has come for this military operations to naturally occur as they are right now. And if it's something actually good, not because I'm in support of the military, but just that maybe the Africans, maybe the atmosphere has changed, that these African countries are really seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. And this is really catching France and the Western nation unawares. It could be natural.
But not through a military. But not through a military coup, Prince, where the constitutional rights of everyone be suspended by the military.
Trust me, if you heard my position so far on this platform, I'm not in support of any military coup. But I'll tell you this, though.
What good has that constitution done for you, my friend from Sierra Leone?
To that point.
Has it done anything good?
Why?
To that point, Ajale Koko.
Well, Prince, let me answer his question really quick. The reason the constitutional way have not done well for us in Sierra Leone is because of bad governance. It's nothing with the constitution. It's a bad governance. It's we the people.
That is the problem now,
I'm referring to all the countries.
Let me finish with this, my brother.
I'm referring to all the West African countries.
All over, it's bad governance. It's bad governance. It's not the constitution. It has nothing to do with the constitution. It's all bad governance, my brother. It's all bad governance. It's nowhere that is the constitution that is the problem.
Yeah, yes, that's the point. But so when another government comes in with a different style,
let me wrap up before you take over, please.
So, no, I'm not going to take long. It's just 15 seconds. It means when a different type of government comes in, like a military government, it's not about the type of government that because it's not a democracy. It's also about good governance. If they actually give good governance, people will not care. Sorry, go ahead, Prince.
Yeah, I agree with you. Actually, the constitution, if they have a good constitution like Nigeria does, and perhaps many other African countries, I think that is great.
What did you say? Good constitution like Nigeria? Is that what you said?
That's what he said.
Nigeria has a good constitution. I said
a good constitution like Nigeria. Is that what you said?
No, we have a working constitution. Believe it or not, even the constitution. Even the Constitution of the United States being challenged right now as being archaic. Rational man, I hope you know that. But to the larger point, you see, I can't justify is the Ali Bongo taking over from Omar Bongo, his father, and these people ruling for 56 years. I can't justify their rulership for that long, really. But the question is, just like you said, sure, is the military intervention the right thing? Well, see, if the military, just like they were in Nigeria, were meant for the good of the people, like if it became an institution of arbitration, so to speak, between bad governance and the people. So when they come in, they kick out the bad civilian government, and in the shortest time period, institute or have a working replacement for civilians to come back in. But we don't always get that case. So that's the problem.
Exactly.
Okay, so that's why I'm anti-military intervention. But again, what is the justification for? I think Pansar was saying earlier, what 2.52 million people in Gabon. They have that's a joke in terms of the population, and they have the natural resources to make everybody as to have a standard of living higher than the Western nations. But bad governance, greediness, and selfishness is what we're talking about here. And 56 years and counting, they've done nothing. So how can we justify that such a government should not be truncated by any means necessary? But again, I'm not in support of the military. If they can come in there, get rid of these bad leaders, and return the country back to democracy, that would be great. Then we would champion. The reason why many of us, I guess, are against the military because we saw what they did in Nigeria. Because when they came, they did as bad as the civilians. Is it the Abacha looting? Is it what? Name it. They all stole money. They looted the country. So what benefit are they to the civilians?
I think what we should focus on is, because if you look at types of government, you miss the point. You should be focusing on the government itself. What are they doing? If let's say a democratic government comes in that is performing very well, fine. A military regime that's coming that is performing very well, fine. A communist regime that is performing very well, fine. Bad ones can come from all the types of governments. So you have to look out for the actual government that is in office. What are they doing? Don't worry too much about the system of government that they came in with.
Right.
And I think that's what we are missing.
You said that yesterday, and you're trying to make a point around. Actually, maybe today also, and the woman was trying to probe you to what your reason behind what your statement was. Let's get it. No, I'm not in support of military government.
All the other type of government doing good. Example of all types of government doing good.
Sorry, Tunaja, sorry, I know you guys are going in for it, but this was my session before, and very nice person I am. I give you guys to interject. Now, I've been giving you guys to interject.
Okay,
I'm not being
sorry about that. Sorry about that.
I know. But let me just round up my thoughts so you guys can really get into it. And my own take, this Gabon stuff is that this coup, I think France is protecting their investment with all means necessary, because Gabon is too stable nationally to go into coup. There have been worst election in Gabon since in Africa. It didn't result to coup. I'm not saying there's no coup in Africa recently. Senegal just finished their coup. Is the worst ever. More than 300 people is missing in action. But France was the first to legitimate the coup, the election, and make it declare support for the government because it's people there. Because the military is up to the task. They will put the opposition in jail. There's riots in Senegal ever since the elections last month or last 2 months. But you know, they're talking about it. The military didn't roll out and take over power. But this one, what's going on now? France is trying to protect all their assets. We want to remain it because it's becoming obvious. This is international politics that is playing right now. Because America is going for the jugular, Russia is going for the head, China and other people are going for the rest things because everybody's going for uranium. Now, after Niger, Gabon is the second biggest deposit for France for uranium, where they get their uranium from. So people don't look at that. Yeah, so now, either way, they are trying to, because right now, what seems to be the trend in Africa, in the Francophone area now, is coup. Because there's an excuse that is a bad government. When you hit the when you hit the rock bottom, there's no other way to go is to go up. So they don't know, like, okay, if we don't do it, somebody will do it. So for them to protect the investment, they do the coup to take out the legitimate government. It's not legitimate government. They put the government there. They'll take the government out, put their own government there as a military junta. Then by the time the dust settle, when everybody start complaining, no, the military is supposed to go back to the base. That's okay. They want to arrange election again. They'll still bring another two or three people in, which is on French interest.
Can I ask you this though? Could it be possible that the West saw this coming? you know, after Dr. Arikana started revealing some of the practices of the French, maybe the West saw it coming, hence why they kept Russia hemmed in with Ukraine. Because if Russia wasn't hemmed in with Ukraine right now, many of these countries would have even more support from Russia to really push the French out. Could they have seen this coming?
Well, I wouldn't have a direct answer to that, but let me use this. Let me use this logic or this analysis for an answer. You know about this Second World War, Hiroshima bomb, Nagasaki and Hiroshima bomb. You know that bomb was not really, it was uncalled for. But the only reason that they made that bomb is to push Russia away, because Russia was just like 2,000 nautical miles to Japan short. Because Russia wanted to take over Japan, and America need to start Russia not to take Japan. They already taken China. You understand? Poland, East Germany, and all that. Your strategic position. So America like, okay, now the war was already over. Japan already submit hands off the war, but they need to do something to push Russia back and to secure their own country.
Is there any evidence for that assertion? Because I've never heard
that. We have it in Japan. We watch it in Japan every time they do Nagasaki, whatever. Yeah, they say, because they said there's not necessary. That war was not necessary. That bomb was not necessarily needed. And if they wanted to bomb Japan, that America really wants to bomb Japan. Hold on. Let me land. If the America really needed to bomb Japan to extinction, to submission, the B-52 jets they were flying from nearby the island of Japan here, which passed through Tokyo. They left Tokyo. They left Yokohama. They left Nagoya, which is an industrial city. They went to Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Do you even know the history between Nagasaki and Hiroshima?
You are conflicting this whole thing together. Hold on. The 1938, 39 to 1940, 1943 or 45 war, the Second World War, was between the Allied forces and the Germans on one side, and then the United States with Japan that was supporting the Nazis. The Russians were also part of the well, maybe they were on their own, but then they were also fighting the Nazis because Hitler also got into Moscow and all that. And so I don't know where you're getting this all confused that Russia.
I think you are getting. You don't even know what you're. I don't think you don't even know how to interject what I'm trying to say. What I'm just telling you. Hold on. Let me tell you again before you can put your assumption straight. At the end of the Second World War, all the key players were securing their territory. Russia already secure East Germany, Poland, China, and so on. They were moving. Now was securing territory. America already secured Taiwan. Britain already secured some other part they could secure. But Japan was up for grab. There was no need to bomb Japan because the war was already over. It was 1945 at the end of the war. Japan already called their military to come back. But America needed, because Russia was very close to land their military on Japan. So Russia does that. Russia will take over Japan and take over all Japan territory. That's why America control Guam today. There are some islands that Japan was controlling. Taiwan was all Japanese territory before. When America took over Japan, Japan ceded all those territory to America. If it was Russia that would have ceded it to Russia. But now America needed to make a statement. You need to secure that territory. That's why they land that bomb in Hiroshima and Nagasaki to push Russia back, not to make.
Dude, this doesn't cohere. No. This doesn't cohere.
But my brother, you don't. This is the country I am. Hold on. Listen. No, let me tell you. Not about you co-head. My small daughter will tell you the same. No. Don't tell. No. What are you? Hold on. These are professors. Listen, national mind. Listen. Every year they do the Nagasaki bombing. They bring professors, intellectual professors, Japanese professors. They will write the same thing to you every time. Listen, hold on. My ex-wife. Hold on. My ex-wife is hold on. Listen, please. No, I won't. Please, sorry, I'm not trying to cut you short. My ex-wife is a doctor. I've said it many times here. Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Go and check. Google it. It was where the bomb landed. It was hospital. Nagasaki and Hiroshima have a high population of metahinid diseases, like a kind of deformation. At that time, it was very rapid. We still have in Japan today, like deformed people. I have like you have like big hospital for the poor people. It's a epidemic here.
World peace. Let me support some of the things you are saying. See, there are various reasons why to shorten the war, demonstrate power, but avoid Soviet influence is one of them. They said by ending the war quickly, the US aimed to prevent the Soviet Union from gaining a significant foothold in Japan. The Soviet Union had agreed. They said the Soviet Union had agreed to enter the war against Japan after defeating Germany in Europe. There was a concern that they might exert substantial influence over Japan if they participated in the conquest. Hence, the US did what they did. So I think you have a point. I never heard that before.
What every year they do the Nagasaki festivals in the remembrance.
I got this information from ChatGPT.
It's everywhere here in Japan now. See, rational mind. The city they bombed, that city was high in infection of diseases. They were treating, like city they have a lot of diseases, these mental diseases. Ask anybody, I will tell you why is it Hiroshima they bombed. The big city took place pass through Yokohama, pass through Tokyo, pass through Chiba, their big city. They bombed it. It went to Edge and bombed a city that actually did them a favor, kill out their heinous people, eliminated the people there. Check Nagasaki in 1940. What was the most common heinous in Nagasaki and Hiroshima? Check it, Google is there, it will tell you. It was height of Japan where they were treating their mental heinous people. So the bomb was not called for, but it was for a statement to protect. America needed it to protect their sovereignty, but that's not the argument. Now, I just use for example to explain to Nigeria. France, I'm not saying it's the fact because everything happened now is a conspiracy. France needs to secure their territory by all means necessary. Every territory that is remaining that is not overturned by military junta now. Either France secured it by a strong democratic led government, either legal or illegality, or they use military to take it over before that person take it over because they don't do somebody to do it. Because Africa now, most Francophone country now is up for grab. Coup is taking place in almost countries. America is not their friend. Russia is happy with them. Everybody is national politics. It's how do you call it? Geopolitics. Nobody's your friend. Who dies first? How do you say? Who first than the meat? Nobody's your friend yet. America depends on Russia and France for nuclear uranium. You think they are happy? The world depends on America on internet. Do you think the world is happy? America controls the world internet. So everybody wants to be independent of themselves. If America can cut off France, they would do it. But they're all smiling in their face like politicians. They smile afternoon. In the night, they go and cook up their plans. So France would start to defend his territory where they have interest, either by a strong democratic elected president, or they'll cook up coup. I'm not saying they'll do it obviously. They'll cook up coup to secure it. You understand? Okay. But then people still complain, okay, the military has come, they have stayed 3 years, we need democracy back. They'll still bring, the same military will bring the people that will vote. It's not the people that will bring the people organize the election. It's not the military that will still organize the election, just like what happened in 1999. That we all said the military compensated the Obasanjo job cost of Biola debt. They will still bring the people you will still choose from. It still continue, the French rule still continue either way.
But is it because okay, let's just ask the question, even if to an extent I might believe in certain things, but why is it that for our own countries it seems like all these coups keep happening and we don't seem to be able to even control the outcomes of whom we serve? Like they are going to either serve the French or some other person, and then what happens is that we are just used because other nations, they tend to do these things and you see them go on to take control of their countries and develop their countries. Why is our own never like that? Not even by accident. No black nation does that even by accident.
Yeah. No black nation, not in Africa, not only just Africa, across the continent. No black country in any of the continent do better. I don't know why they are doing it. Probably I feel one black gets it right somewhere, every black gets it right everywhere. So I don't know. But look at this. If I forget, have you read this guy, this late general, American general, what's his name? Colin Powell. His book. What he talked about Abacha.
Oh, no,
have you read the part? He said Abacha sorry, Abacha signal, he got to, he said Abacha signal, he got Abacha signal late. That's why he couldn't stop the coup anymore, because he got the signal 6 hours before the coup. So what that time he was then he was I think the chief Geo said like I received like Nigeria. I know America said their own, like Nigeria they said chief of army staff. He was the chief of army staff during Clinton. Then it was during Clinton. He was chief of army staff during Clinton government. So the question is, why must Abacha seek validity from him first for him to take over Shonikon? As I was saying, sorry, I cannot do this. Sorry, I cannot take this anymore. The country is started. It's on his book. But he said he got the message 6 hours. It was too late. There was 6 hours to the coup. So there's nothing he could do. But if he had gotten the message earlier, he would have stopped the coup. But now the question, not stopping the coup or not stopping the allowing the coup is the problem. But why must Abacha seek validation from him first?
Imagine. That's what I find problematic with our leaders. And for me now, it's becoming clearer though. But let me just add this. Because I asked this question before, that is it possible that people that have enslaved your forefathers and colonized your parents go on to partner with you on an equal basis? Or are we even capable of partnering with them on an equal basis, given that we have this kind of inferiority complex towards them demonstrated by our general just yesterday? Are we capable of working with them? If we are incapable of working with them, why are we not just moving away from them and go and partner with Russia, China, and all the rest?
To quickly, if you can answer this question, are you capable of working with your housemate?
Exactly. That is tricky, isn't it? Depends on the housemate, what the housemate is doing. Because if the housemate proves themselves, maybe I will. You see what I mean?
Okay, well, if that's the case, then I guess you can also.
So exactly, but our leaders, instead of, because I saw a British defense official come to our country yesterday and spoke to our defense team and said, you know what, be honest with us, tell us what you want, tell us what we are not doing right. We are eager. All this time, he used all this time. We are inching to help you, to assist you with whatever you want. And what our guys were talking about training, we're talking about landmine clearing vehicles, when he could be demanding the heaven and the earth. This is, and that is what I mean by, are we even capable of getting out of that inferiority complex to talk to them on an equal basis? Because he couldn't recognize that man was asking him to tell him anything he wanted. Just say, tell us what you want. And
the man will go back home and shake his head out. Yeah, can I go on?
Well, we are not capable. Most of our leaders, we are still lacking in some basic things, which is we're not been able to educate our young ones to get that capacity that we need. Because from our leaders are, you know what they benefit from those French colonies. So, and most of those African leaders, including our nation, they're not coming there to serve the nation entirely. 80% of their service are for the West. Then the other one, they just use it to maybe for people to see that they are just governing. And that is why when you see them perform, they don't do some basic things in government, trying to improve the educational sector, healthcare, as in that component of development, which is the Human Development Index. They don't really work in that area. The only thing they do is just build some roads, commission it, and you clap for them as if they're working. But those things that will, as in those things that will really make the nation to have a long-term benefit improvement, they will not do it. You know, when you talk of education has a long-term benefit. They invest in education. You know, when they invest in education, they feel that they will not get the desired result, the desired approval they want from the people. People will not share them at that moment. So they intend to go on building only roads, which even they don't build everything, they just do half of it, commission it. They'll put it on television and you clap for them. So we have not really get.
Right now, our state is really bad. Though. See, all this one they are looking to remove the French now from Niger and maybe other countries. Okay, they are bringing the Russians in. What many of our people forget to realize is that there is also North Africa and the Arab world that are also a threat to us. And we are in such a pathetic state that we are not defended. This is why our leaders cry to Europeans. So they cry to them, okay, our security is basically being guaranteed. Let's face it, right now, our security is basically being guaranteed by Europeans. That's what it is. We are not capable of defending ourselves as it stands, not only against Europeans, against Middle Eastern people and North Africans. We are incapable of doing that. So when we are removing Europeans from our continent, we should also be aware that we need to actually start taking charge of our own security. But we are not doing that.
Many wealthy or well-to-do European nations, their security are being guaranteed by the West, the United States, and also many Middle Eastern nations. So why are we so much? What kind of security are you talking about? Are we trying to go to war against other nations, or what kind of? Are you talking about internal?
I'm saying we
internal
can't
security.
defend ourselves if they choose to invade us. We can't defend ourselves just like they did before. We can't defend ourselves. And secondly, all those European nations you are talking about, go and check their security posture. They are still way better than ours. They may be relying on America in terms of their bigger security level, but in terms of defending themselves, they can defend themselves. So, do you know?
No, not even Germany right now. Not perhaps I would guess maybe Great Britain will be the only country that can defend itself against Russia. Russia can crush them all if they want to, like right now. If they went to war, like right now.
Russia cannot crush all of them at a time. Can crush one at a time.
Well, sure. Sure, but you know what I mean. They're not well equipped right now to face Russia without NATO, and we know what NATO is.
Prince Daddy, I get what you're saying, but what Russia is not going to crush them like just like a walkover. Russia is going to take a beating too, which is not. Which will not be good.
Of course. We're talking about powerful European nation. That's what I mean. Yeah. It's not like me a walk in the park. But my point here is that. That security is being guaranteed also, but I can see. I think what Chineke is talking about is way out there in the stratosphere. Because what kind of technology or what are we talking about defending ourselves against the United States or these other big nations? Forget about that. Let's work on our internal security. And if somehow, some way, which is possible, we came up with this great technology. Which is still, technology is being improved every day. Maybe somebody might come across a great weaponry that we also can have an advantage with. There we go. But until that point, it's almost mute.
I think what you are saying, I don't even get it. Like, are you saying we should work on internal security? Is also depend on external security. You have to work on both.
Okay. Tonight, sorry. Let me give my submission. Let me leave. My total is bothering me here. I'll be waiting for you and Prince Daddy. Anyway, my stake is this. It happened. It was in Liberia. I don't know when this guy Gbagbo. Well, which country was he from before? Was the president? It was Liberia, Sierra Leone, right? Gbagbo, that French. Yeah. When Gbagbo had the presidential election and he refused to step down, France went in and said, "No, you must step down." They took him out. Now, why am I saying this? This election that happened, that the military has using as a yardstick that make them overthrow the government, is just not enough for the French to allow a coup to happen in Gabon. Actually, France have total grip in Gabon than in Niger. They try to overthrow this guy before. This Alain Bongo, when he was sick, when he got stroke, or people thought he's not going to make it. In France, the government, the military took over. France sent a message from there like they should, before they will get back to Gabon, they should evacuate. They evacuated in 24 hours. So why France started in this? This is not just long year. It was just 2 years ago.
Yeah, that is what, because the government put the French people there, according to what they said, that they put the troops there to restore them to power if they are removed from office. This is a recipe for downright colonization. So, okay, go ahead if you want to finish your point.
Yeah. So my point is this: that it might not be. We cannot say we have a certain proof, but this is all conspiracy, international politics, geopolitics. If Coup could happen in Gabon that is highly tightly controlled by France, you don't look no further than French embassy first, and French just said that when I carry out this coup to actually stamp their power, secure their investment in Gabon. Because right now, people, different entities going for French investment. Their uranium, their gold, and their oil. These countries that they are taking, they are overthrown every day. They have one thing in common: crude oil, gold, and uranium. Almost all of them.
True.
So we might be happy there's junta, but we should look holistically what's really going on. And if this happens now, if there's another country that is French controlled, like Senegal is the next, and Cameroon, but Senegal is well controlled by the government. Like I said, they just had an election that is worse than this of Gabon. Yes, the president is dead. There's no coup. So the one that cannot secure by democracy, they'll secure it by military junta. In any way, they'll flip it in any way. If the military junta they are tired of doing military junta, they'll turn it to democracy. If they're tired about the democracy, they'll flip it to military junta. But one thing that remains that the French still control the narrative, control the mineral resources, and don't allow foreign troops to come and other people to take their territory. 4 already falling off to Russia. They won't want the remaining. I think they control about 8 or 12 African countries there. So they wouldn't want the rest to fall into the hands of other countries. You know, so that is my submission.
My biggest concern is that why is it our own people are just downright incapable of taking care of themselves?
Well, we don't have the military might. Okay, and again, when you see one common thing, when they took power in Guinea, Gabon, and the rest, not Gabon, Guinea, Mali, and the rest, the next thing the military men will do, they'll declare allegiance to other super power like France, like Russia, right? Yeah. This military right now is more than 24 hours. Have they declared allegiance?
No, they haven't. You see, that's interesting too. and why don't they do that quickly? See, because from what I can see, evidence suggests that if you have an allegiance to Russia, you generally develop faster. You generally industrialize faster. So I don't understand why many African countries are not doing that, because Iran did, India did, China did, all these countries did, and they emerged.
Allegiance to Russia will develop quickly. In what capacity? In which area are you talking about?
Like China, like Iran, like India, like South Korea, North Korea. All the countries.
Development in what area? You're talking about like nuclear weaponry. No. Russia. No. You got it mixed up. Russia is not that glue of development. They are not. Russia is
your evidence for it.
Well, do you know Russia is not a very big economy? I hope you know that. It's not a very big economy.
It's not only about the economy. It's about allowing your nation to be able to breathe and develop. That is the real issue.
I mean, tell me, in Nigeria or wherever you are, how many Russian technology, business, innovation, and creativity do you enjoy there?
Because we are not aligned with Russia. That is the problem. Look at
Iran.
Listen,
if you go to Russia, do you know Russians are lovers of American products and services? Do you know that, right? They love American products and services.
I think
am I lying?
My point. You are missing my point. We are talking about survival here. You're talking about goods and services. Our survival is actually at stake right now. I'm not after.
To Nigeria, what do you need? Nuclear weapon? Is that what you're talking about?
You need, whether it's nuclear weapon, ballistic missile, whatever other people have to be able to compete in this world. Why should your people not compete?
Why aren't you worried first about putting food on the table? Your lofty ideas and ambition is like too out there. They're astronomical to an average African mentality.
This is exactly
what are you talking about?
This is exactly the point. You see, when that somebody asked me earlier on, would you do business with your partner, with your slave or your servant? I said, if the servant prove themselves, What you are doing is that you are not proving yourself. You are saying, I'm small. I should never. We are 1 billion in population. We are the only great race in this world. Let me finish my point now. We are the only great race in this world that doesn't have a nuclear umbrella. We are relying on another race to defend us. That is sacrilegious. You can't keep yourself like that. And this is what the point I'm trying to make. And somewhere along the line, you think it's about economy. It's not about economy. It's about survival here.
No,
We are not
no.
innovating. We are not doing anything.
Allow me to Nigeria. Your thinking is like it's way out there. It's on the let's put it on a much higher level than the average. Hold on, it's on a much higher level than the average African. Your priorities are misplaced, if you ask me. Or what your desires are. What are you talking about nuclear weapons for? Well, what are you talking? What is that for?
To ensure your survival.
Oh, stop that nonsense, please. Save that survival.
No. So you think you are going to go and mess with North Korea right now?
Why do you want to go mess with? Why do you want to go mess with North Korea in the first place?
Yeah, because if
Prince
they
Daddy,
tried to
Prince
mess
Daddy,
with before,
Prince
what are you
Daddy.
talking about?
I don't. It's been a while now that Tuna just started this campaign on nuclear weapon and whatever in Africa, and I don't know where this idea came to his mind. We are Africa that is suffering. Even people cannot even get food on their bed. Yesterday, I was telling him that presently you have to improve the economy before you even think of military. The so-called Middle East that you are talking about, they have economic might, and that's why they use the money they have to secure their facilities. Saudi Arabia spent billions. Hold on. Saudi Arabia spent billions.
When they were building, when they were poor. Go and check when they were poor and look at their security posture versus what we are right now. Go and check it. Instead of you just come and talk to me like that.
When were they poor? Just tell me, when were they poor?
They were poor in the 60s and 50s. They were not that rich. United Arab Emirates was just basically a desert. They were not doing that well then.
What did they have in the 60s? What did the UAE have in 60s? What did they have? Qatar, go and check.
They didn't have much.
So they used it was when they discovered oil and gas.
Then they had security. That's
Which
what you don't know.
security are you talking about? Stop
Go
this
and check.
thing.
Go and check it in the 60s.
Military that you are talking about, what will you use to finance them? What will you use to train the military? Are they going to fall from heaven?
Simba, there are countries that are living on rations that still went on to build nuclear weapons. There are people not just living on rations. There are people who were dying in the millions with famine. They were still living on.
That is what we should focus on now. I mean, we should allow our people to be dying.
Look at that example. Look at that example. Guess which country that is? That is China that did that. And look at where they are today. Your problem is that you are putting economy first, but when you put economy first, you will not get it. Because you don't have what you need to protect the economy. How can you put money inside your house and you don't have security? You don't put burglary proof. What kind of money is that?
Security, does it come cheap? What do you use to finance security?
See, let me tell you something. Security investment in Nigeria right now is the most economical investment you can make in Nigeria. Period.
Tell us.
Internal security. That's it.
Either way. Security is security. I don't know why you keep worrying about internal or not internal, because security that is incapable of repelling external is not security. One, if you invest in security, do you know that our economy right now?
That's a lofty statement. That is not true.
You can say that, but see,
we don't need nuclear weapons to fight Boko Haram unless they have one. Do they have one? Do they have one?
Have you heard the statement that better to have it and not need it, and need it and not have it?
No, if you listen to what Simba is saying, these things they cost money. They're not free to Nigeria. They're not free. You just don't pick them up on the street.
Let me let you know that your security is an economic investment. Our economy right now is being depressed by more than 10%. This in GDP. So if it is 10% GDP, we're talking about over $50 billion depression in our economy because of lack of security. We have IDP camps. Farmers are not able to go to work. Businesses are closing earlier. Even infrastructure is not safe.
All we need is very simple, well-organized, coordinated internal security. It's not that complicated. Listen, I think you know that, and most people know that on this platform and around. The problem of Nigeria is not because we don't know what to do. It's the deliberate inaction that we take or not take, and that's why we are in the state that we are in. Security is not a problem in Nigeria if Nigerian military wants to take care of it. We all know that. Just like power, just like when people rush to Egypt to learn about power, that's like a joke. Like Nigeria can't solve its own power problem. It's not just jokes, man. There's nothing. I'm telling you, there's nothing in Nigeria that's a problem that we can't fix.
See, Spence, do you know when they say the world is a kind of fractal? Look at human beings. Just use human beings as an example. Are you going to say, let's say, multivitamin protect our internal organs and all the rest from immunity, our system, so that our immunity will be very good, but leave your skin unprotected? If you leave your skin unprotected, it's going to compromise the internal parts too. This is the point. You can't just protect one side.
What do you think will improve your immunity? If you don't eat good food, you don't have balanced diet, do you think your immunity?
What I'm trying to argue
to Nigeria, just hold on. Let me ask you a question. What do you think is responsible for the insecurity in Africa?
Insecurity in Africa ultimately is we, the black people, the black.
What is it? Black. What is the cause? What is the cause?
The cause of lack of this building security structures. We don't have security.
It's not that. It's poverty.
Oh my God.
It's poverty. The insurgents in Nigeria.
Simba, we've been debating this for a long time. You've never
go and look at what is happening in the Sahel region. Desertification, lack of food, poverty. Those are the things that are fueling. But if people are well fed, they have everything that they need. That is advantage in the you can't just go to any European world and go and.
I think I just need to demonstrate it to you, because I think you need to go and seriously check the data, because I think the reason why you argue with me, because you actually believe what you believe. But if you go and check the data,
you have your belief. That's why you insisted on what this thing that you are preaching.
It's not a belief, it's real. So go and check the data yourself and you will see what I'm seeing. You have not bothered to go and look at the data of other nations' security posture when they were even poor, what they were doing, how they persevered. They were not even persevering for economy first. They were persevering for security first. That is how crazy some nations. For me, it came across as crazy, but it turns out that it's common sense to other people. It's only us. It's not common sense to. Well, how is it that Switzerland, a peaceful country like Switzerland, has 300,000 bunkers? How is that possible? What if I told you to build 300,000 bunkers?
They were able to do that because you are strong economically. And that was why they were able to do that.
That also in Nigeria, the fact that you got to keep in mind that the European countries were warring countries over the years. They had to do that because of First World War and Second World War. Those things didn't just happen because of they just woke up and say, hey, let's build a bunch of bunkers. It's because of the threat of the Germans and the wars in the past. See, what is the threat to Africa or Nigeria that wants to spend billions of dollars to invest in nuclear weapons and all this weaponry that you're talking about?
The J government just asked France to leave, and the French said no. We have been enslaved and colonized. What else do you want? Your children are suffering. You have IDP camps in your country.
Take care of your economy. Take care of the economy, and we'll be fine.
But one thing I can say. When Pakistan acquired a nuclear bomb or nuclear capability, they were third world country, poor country. When China acquired a nuclear capability, they were rated as a poor capital of the poor capital of the world. I don't know. Just China was rated as from 60s to hold on. Sorry. From 60s
you have to put don't run the stories around. Put some real narrative behind it. The reason why it happened. Don't just say they were poor and they just decided to go build nuclear weapons. What happened?
Hold on. Wait, I'm not talking about what happened. I was just saying, even then when they were poor, they were still able. And they were still able to in the 60s when they were poor. Because China at 80s, they were still calling China as one of the poorest country in the world. But they had nuclear bomb at that time, So what China is saying, understand, and what you guys are saying, understand.
China's poverty. See, when population growth hit China, okay, remember Chairman Mao Zedong. They had to go and take all the resources and go after agriculture, which cost them a lot in terms of debt because of the leadership in that area. See,
Yeah, I understand.
listen,
Can I interject, please?
What I'm saying is that both of you is correct. You both of you is right, because who the hungry enough to carry gun? And what I mean, Prince, I know you don't hear pigeon. What I mean, the person that is hungry cannot handle a gun. The person that is starving to death.
Well, of course, it's pigeon.
But they can,
So,
though. They can,
Can I
because
interject,
China
please?
was living on rations when they were building these things. They were able to
Yeah,
carry a
can I
gun.
interject?
yeah, Remy, you interject real quick, but Russia, to Nigeria, this is the point here. See, because China was working on its nuclear program, didn't mean that he abandoned the rest of the economy and concentrated on it. See,
Did I say
as
we
they
should
say,
abandon it?
you can
I
chew
didn't
gum, you
say
can
that.
chew gum and
I
walk.
just said to
See,
you that it's the most economic investment we can make. I didn't say we should abandon the
it is
economy.
not. I disagree, but Remy comment, I guess.
Okay,
$50
thank you
billion
very much.
in GDP growth, and you say it's not? Come
Thank
on.
you very much, and good morning to you all. And I've been listening to the conversation. First and foremost, China does not rely on Russia at all. It is the other way around in entirety. China in the early 1970s, they closed their country to what we call cultural revolution. Oh, sorry, before their independence, sorry, they call it cultural revolution, because there were hunger in the land, and they were so poor and misery. What they rely on, China was old superpower before the advent of America and the rest, and they rely on China product like China ware and the rest. What the Chinese did was very simple. They have a man called Chairman Mao. I think Prince Daddy already mentioned the man. He was their former leader at that time. At that particular moment, when there were hunger in the land, what they did was very simple. They closed down their country, and they don't care. People like two Nigerians that live in London will be sent to my village in Abeokuta. And Dr. Simba, that is practicing in Saudi Arabia, if it happens to be in China that time, will be sent to Shibok town in Maiduguri. You are going to be the district head there. You are going to go to the farm with the local people. You guys are going to plant maize and the rest. Of course, the elites protested, but Chairman Mao does not care. If you don't want to listen to him, it's a communist government. He said that you listen or you will get killed. So
okay,
just supposed to, yeah.
Let me just share the true history here before we just take individual narrative. Let's just see what happened.
It's an atomic weapon anyway, but this series of crises gave the process a special urgency. Mao's first impulse with their new program was to
Can you
go
let me finish with my own thoughts before you
just hold on? Don't worry.
This is unfair. Come on.
We have a lot of dictators on this show.
You'll get your chance.
There's no chance of error. What you're doing is dictatorship. Is amounts to coup plotting.
So you don't want clear information. You just want to
let me
have an opinion.
My own. I'm building on something.
To majority wins the vote. Let my brother Remy finish his.
Do I look like a majority wins the vote kind of guy? Where did you get that one from? Where did you get that one from? See, the reason why I'm playing it first, because I don't want us to dig ourselves deeper in the wrong direction instead of actually.
No. Remy be waiting since. Let me just go to a certain point, then we can come and watch this thing. Please, let's hear from him. Please, we beg you.
Now use 1 minute to complete.
Okay, go ahead, play your video.
Thank you.
And other military equipment. The PRC long knew about the Soviet nuclear program. A few weeks before the first
you started your video at the middle of the something. How do we know what you are saying? How do we understand it?
Because it's long.
Asked him to tour the nuclear
and so what do you want us to take? You want to give us that information
and the areas that are relevant to what we are discussing.
Documentary. The Soviets never transferred any atomic technology while he was alive. The most he was willing to offer was the aforementioned quote-unquote protection of their nuclear umbrella. In 1953, Stalin died, and Nikita Khrushchev won a power struggle to become leader of the Soviet Union. We generally believe that Khrushchev wanted Chinese support to boost his own domestic influence and help him achieve his goal of cleaning out Stalinism. In September 1954, he said in a speech to the Central Committee, before the event of the 5th anniversary of foundation of China. If we don't help China to develop its industry, we would miss the historic opportunity to solidify our friendship. A few days later, he led a delegation to the PRC. In a meeting that occurred on October 1954, Mao asked Khrushchev to assist China in its nuclear weapons program. This caught Khrushchev by surprise. After a pause, he sought to dissuade China from taking this path. He wanted them to focus on economic development, pointing out that the Soviets had already provided them a nuclear umbrella. The Chinese insisted, and in the end, Khrushchev and the Soviets agreed to cooperate on certain items for peaceful atomic energy use. In April 1955, the PRC and the Soviet Union signed the Sino-Soviet Atomic Cooperation Treaty. In it, the Soviets agreed to give the Chinese and a few other Eastern European countries a 6,500 to 10,000 kilowatt experimental nuclear power plant and a 12.5 to 25 mega electron volt cyclotron at a cost of 430 million rubles. The Soviets sent a team of nuclear experts led by the head of the Soviet Institute of Nuclear Physics to show some movies about atomic energy. They also gave a lecture to a large audience of 1,400.
I don't want it to go on too long, but the area that is relevant is the area where he asked for it. The guy was shocked when he asked for it, but he went on to ask for it. I told him, don't do it. Worry about your economy. He said, no, I don't want my economy. I want that nuclear technology. This is the area that is relevant. That's why I thought I should just highlight that area.
That is a documentary that is one aspect of the story you are listening to. It's just a documentary. Whatever you can say here, I'm not going to boast because I live in that country, but I think in this aspect, just continue to listen. Just hear me out.
Okay, I'm hearing you.
Yeah. So I will not take too much time. So China was developed not only by Russians or whatever. Remember, China fought a civil war. On the brink of their civil war, they are also that was the time also there is a World War II in which Japan is also trying to colonize China. If you go to China today, you will see the input of Japanese in the northern part and also in the city like Shanghai and Chongqing and the rest. If you go very, very close to the northernmost post of China, which is they call the province Harbin, Heilongjiang province, is very close to Vladivostok, which is very, just like we said about Lagos and also like Benin Republic, Cotonou. Then that is the only thing you can see the input of Russia, okay? Because they were very close, they were close neighbor. So some Russian people live in China that time, and some of the houses you can see a resemblance of in the old Soviet Union. But in terms of generality of the whole country, you can see more input from the Japanese and the French. The French also invested a lot in Shanghai, which is their commercial center like Lagos. You can see a lot of French input there. Now, just opposite to how China developed, they closed their country up and they sent their people to farm because they discovered that a hungry man is a lion. If there's no food in your belly, how can you think? So this is the first thing. Unfortunately for them at that time, they were fighting a civil war among themselves. And they are also trying to protect their country from Japanese invasion, who has invaded most of their northern part and are about to take Shanghai and Chongqing. Remember, if you take like Lagos in Nigeria, what is left in Nigeria again? So they are like 20 to 30% or 40% taking over Shanghai city, which is their commercial city, their biggest commercial city. So what I'm just trying to say here is that the Chinese themselves, they work inwards and plan for their people. They sacrifice for generation and generation and generation yet unborn. Now, they closed their country for 20 years, sending their elites to their villages and towns to work with the countryside people. I just want to give a very good example. Like you are a doctor, an engineer, an accountant, and then you see yourself working with people who live in a mud house, who never take a bath in 1 or 2 or 3 or even a week. But you are forced to work with them because at that particular moment, there was a shortage of food, and then there was rationale of food and so many things like this. Now, After close up, then the country said, okay, it's time we open up to the rest of the world. The first port of call for them is the Western world. And they go to America, they go to UK, they go to everywhere. When you go to China today, you will see the planning and construction of China is similar to America in terms of their big road layout. If you go to some parts in Shanghai, you will see European city. They model it, they copy all these styles all over the world. You can see. So what I'm just trying to say, what really prospered this country to prosperity is opening up and allowing the Western country to bring in their big companies, Coca-Cola, all these big companies, they allow them in. And because this Western country also sees that this is a country with large population, so labor was extremely cheap. I repeat, extremely cheap. So everybody fall over here. They were just trooping into China. And while they were trooping it, the Chinese, being what they are, they look like they are dumb and they don't know what they're doing. But they continue to understudy them. Why they understudy this company, even inside China, and some of them were given more than 5 to 8 years tax-free. While they were understudying them, they continue to send their children abroad to America, to Europe, go and study them. So what they did was that after the understanding of this big company, they started coming up with their own copy with a mushroom factories.
Yes, I think all this analysis you gave is correct, but there's only one area you missed: the foundation of it all, their security. That is the area you missed.
I think I mentioned one thing which you do not understand. China was a superpower, an Asian superpower. Are you going to tell me China does not know how to make a gun? Are you going to tell me they don't know how to?
Oh, come on.
Listen.
They were invaded by Japan, and Japan completely defeated them.
Japan nearly defeated them, not defeated them. China is as big as America. And the old
Japan occupied a massive chunk of China during
the
Second World War.
No, and no. That is why you get it wrong. What Japanese did was this. They nearly took 1 or 2 provinces. Province is, we can say it's a state, but their own province is bigger than a state compared to Nigerian state. It's way more bigger than Nigerian state. They nearly took 1 or 2 provinces in the northern part, like some city like part of Jilin province and part of there's another one, I forgot, the Dalian side. They nearly took that side, and you can see their input there. And what they did was, the Japanese were very smart. They know they were close to the northern part of China. The land in the northern part of China is very good, not prone to earthquake, good for farming, although it's also like these 4 seasons, very cold in winter. But if they can take that land and join in with Japanese, then they have a bigger landmass. They target that place. Then what can they do to really control China? Is to target Shanghai. Shanghai is like Lagos. You can Google it. It's the most developed city. It's governed specially. So they target Shanghai. They continue to bomb Shanghai. They did not try to get to Beijing because Beijing is a seat of power. So if they can get Shanghai, then, which is their power base, then they can control the whole country. That is how the war was fought. And the Chinese fought a bitter war. At the end of the day, they were able to defeat the Japanese, and the Japanese went back to their country. That was all about that war. And then, just opposed to today, they open up their country to the Western world. They copied them very well. And before you can turn your eyes around, they started floating because they have more people, and the people are more patriotic to their country. They started floating their own company. And an average Chinese is as educated, maybe twice or thrice more than an average Nigerian. They like to study from day one, even from the kindergarten. And it's all about their name. It's not, I want to acquire wet like African man. So before you can say, turn your eyes around, they're already competing with the Europeans, competing with the Americans. And before you can say,
and I was going to say, quickly before I go to Nigeria, the underpinning to the Chinese success is the need to sacrifice. And I think maybe Remy said that, the need to sacrifice. Okay, but one thing about you too, Niger, is that I think you greatly underestimate the greediness and the selfishness of a black man or a Nigerian. I think you have a problem with that.
You know, when you said something about sacrifice, I think that is where it comes from. And the sacrifice, the ability to sacrifice often is necessitated by events. And our problem is that that necessity, that capacity was taken away because most of our forefathers, when they were colonized, they basically died off by the time the the independence period occurred, which is the fake independence. Really, the Europeans had hard time to raise new set of leaders with their own values, brainwash them to think that they are part of the European elite, kind of. So by the time the Europeans left, the fight against Europeans was already gone, and they had time, 60 years or more, to brainwash our new leaders to behave the way they are behaving now.
I also think the problem with Nigeria is that after the Civil War, if that region, the Southeast, if they have let it go, it's over. Let's work together. They still have that animosity in their heart against an average Nigeria. They don't care.
I think you see, this is why I
No,
always say
let
that.
me finish. Let me finish, please.
But I have not finished when you took over. But go ahead if you want to.
I was in the middle.
You just finished having or was it Remy Koga that had a long? You were the
even
one that was
finished.
talking for a long time, and you just want to start again.
No. Take it easy.
You won't let anybody respond. You just finished talking. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hold on. I have been listening to you for more than 6 hours. If you want to, if you
No,
can.
you haven't. I've not even been here.
When one man was here, and I think you are the host now, and even as the host, you have been talking and talking and talking. How many minutes have I spent? And you are already saying, it take all the time. Try to exercise patience.
Okay,
sometimes.
say what you want to say. Then you say they should forget about losing millions of people. It's all good.
No, so what I'm trying to say is that after the Civil War, and if our brother from that region have already put that war behind them, because if you still have the animosity against the rest of Nigeria, there is no way we are going to live peacefully. Because for them, it's like you slaughter our people. We are not going to forget. I don't know whether they still have it in their mind to avenge that war against the other tribe of Nigeria, especially the other Southern brothers. And from what I mean, the other Southern brothers are, in terms of ranking, maybe the Yoruba first and the other Southern brothers second or third. So they still have it in their mind. And you can see that an average Nigerian is not patriotic enough to sacrifice for generation get unborn. If I ask a question now, would you say you would rather accept it? Would you like TINUBU to close Nigeria down for the rest 4 years? Without you, that is even outside of Nigeria. If you come in, they are taking you to your farmland in your village to farm. Would you like that kind of situation? If an average Chinese told you what their eyes see, if they tell you their own story, you also pity them.
Hold on. What you are saying, if it's going to heal the nation, why should I have a problem with that?
It's not. It's easier said than done. I just mentioned now. You live in UK. Let's assume you go to Nigeria on a short holiday, and then the government in power say, "Oh, Mr. Niger, sorry, you are in Nigeria, and we can see your passport, and then you are not going back to your UK anymore. We are taking you to Maiduguri, Chibok town. You are going to be a small head there, and that is why your life ends. No more going back." And
Remy, what will be worse than removing the fuel subsidy?
What did you say?
What would be worst than removing the fuel subsidy?
No. It's not about fuel subsidy alone. You must know that the fuel, even in China, they also subsidize fuel. But as I'm telling you,
let me share something relevant to suffering.
They are subsidizing fuel, and fuel today is about almost $2 per liter. Almost $1 plus per liter in China as of today.
Okay, Remy, let's just say this.
But our borders has been closed
Hold on for a second, Ekene.
Zhou Enlai told his cohorts in a speech that they would use their own hands, achieve a breakthrough in 3 years, master the technical know-how in 5 years, and have a stockpile of bombs in 8 years. Embroiled in economic and social pressures associated with the Great Leap Forward, the Chinese decided to abandon the dual track, postpone the plutonium bomb method, and move forward only with the uranium-235 design. The last Soviet advisors left the Lanzhou facility in July 1960. Desperate to absorb whatever possible, plant leader Wang Jiefu personally escorted the last 5 to the airport. Their departure forced the technicians there to pick up the slack, sorting through and sourcing tens of thousands of raw materials and supplies for the U-235 production line across all of China. Despite being so remote, the prevailing political atmosphere affected the plant. Caught up in Great Leap Forward fervor, the technicians had actually started disassembling the Soviet-provided electrical equipment in the name of quote-unquote technological innovation. Minister of Mechanical Industry and future General Song Ren-chong had to make a direct appeal to Mao Zedong to get them to stop. Mass turmoil regardless continued. Food shortages hit the plant staff in 1960, but Wang refused to slow progress, cut rations across workers and their families, and personally went foraging for herbs with his fellow cadres. Slowly over time there was progress, and by the end of 1961, some 700 difficult days after the Soviet severance of aid, the Lanzhou's plant's machinery was successfully installed. The Chinese were able to find reasonable substitutes for many Soviet components, most notably a special lubricant for the gas diffusion pumps, which the advisors kept in a locked room and took with them when they left. By mid-1963, the Lanzhou scientists were successfully isolating uranium-235 en masse, and by January 1964, the ministry had 90% enrichment. Mao Zedong was given a report and scribbled "noise" in the margin. Sorry, I lied. He actually wrote, "very good." Once you have the enrichment,
so that the point of this thing is that you saw they were living on rations. They have to go foraging for herbs to survive while they were doing what they were doing. And when we see everything you said, what you keep omitting the fact that these people took their security more seriously than anything else. And the same thing went for India, the same thing went for North Korea, the same thing went for Iran. You keep putting the economy first.
Nigeria, do you know one thing? I will tell you something that you do not know today.
Yes.
An average Chinese will tell you that they were being overrun by the Japanese that time, because Chinese people, they have a particular time when they go for their lunch, and they have a particular time when they go for dinner. Chinese were attacked when they were going for their lunch, when they are off their guard. So if you are talking about security, how can a small country like Japan entirely about to overrun Shanghai? You know, the Japanese were in China, in Shanghai for 3 to 4 years before they were able to send them back to Japan. I mean, they were able to take their city back. They ruled Shanghai city. If you don't know Shanghai, hold on.
How is that the point you got from this? That somebody just told you that people made sacrifice to build their security. Your argument was the police was attacking them when they were not on their guard.
What you are
seriously
saying, all the security or whatever we are talking about today, all the security you are talking about today. If you want to talk about generating electricity or of power in China, that nuclear power station they have all over the country is not the highest. It's not where they get majority of their electricity. They got their majority of the electricity from Three Gorges Dam. That is one of the wonders of the world.
Are the viewers hearing me here? Because is this an epigenetic issue whereby people are just incapable of reasoning from the point of view of defending themselves? I am sharing information with you. Can I finish my point now? I'm sharing information with you about a nation that put their security first, and I'm giving you examples of other nations that did the same thing. And I also made an economic argument for Nigeria to put its security first. And you guys, you still go on, and not you guys, I mean you, Remy, you still say that economy has to always be first.
To Nigeria,
I didn't say economy.
What eminent threat to Nigeria? What eminent threat do we face as a nation?
All of them. What else do you need? You have been enslaved, you have been colonized.
Listen, is it enough to fear a nuclear attack from Russia, Japan, China, or United States? Is that what you're concerned about?
Yes.
Is that your concern?
We face a nuclear blackmail. Yes, of course. They blackmailed China when China was trying to develop its own.
Who blackmailed them?
I don't know why. I don't know why you reason like that. Because
who blackmailed China when China was developing?
They wanted to bomb China too. They wanted to bomb China when China was building its nuclear weapons.
Why there is a nuclear proliferation in the Asian region is that at that time that China was trying to have their own nuclear power, Pakistan, their next neighbor, they are very close to here. Japan also have. All of them have. Now it's a balance of power.
Japan doesn't. Japan is not a nuclear power.
All of them have
nuclear weapon nation, but nuclear power nation, not
at that time they are building their nuclear power. Maybe the Russians were right to tell them that why not look at food, but they are not looking at it at that alone because all their neighbors, because they were in hostile period that time, they were fighting among themselves. China also fought with the Pakistanis. As we are talking today, China dominates. Let me be frank with you, because China dominates all the small countries beside them, like Cambodia.
So are you waiting till the fight start before you start building? Are you waiting for the fight to start when it's too late?
No. What I'm trying to tell you is that apart from maybe you talk about security, there's also balance of power. And the reason why the Soviets also helped them about teaching them how to build their own nuclear power is like, look at Nigeria now. We have Niger, we have Chad, and we have let's say Benin Republic. Let's assume that at that particular time, all these three of your neighbors, they have nuclear power. So you are the only one you don't have. So they have a very good reason to also go for it. And that is why America and all of them cannot stop them at that time.
So they had a reason to protect themselves because there are nations out there. Hold on now.
You're right. But at the same time, they did not play with food.
Of course, they did not play with food. Neither have we played with food. I'm not saying that Nigeria should go hungry. I'm saying that we have $500 billion economy. We have a bigger economy than Egypt, and Egypt have 1.3 million soldiers. What is our excuse?
So Nigeria, do you know how much Egypt gets every year from the United States in support of the military expedition?
1.7 billion this in US dollars and in weapons.
Now you do have the answer.
We have more money. We make more money. We have more natural resources.
And we have more people to feed. We have more people to feed, and we have more things to do. I don't know why. I'm not sure your obsession. I'm not sure.
Hold on. Why do you say we have more people to feed when human beings are actually the assets? You have more people to create more wealth.
And you're right. The human beings are the asset, and that's why we need to spend money on our human capital. You're right about that.
Maybe the first thing you should need to do is recruit them into the military to give them good jobs instead of them bribing to join the military now.
See, what you're talking about can come up by itself.
It's not
almost
now.
organically.
If it won't, if people don't change their mindset.
Listen, if we have a research institute in our institutions, high institutions, and in the military, instead of whatever you budget for those institutions, they can use those resources to pursue such programs, and eventually over many years get to that point.
Are you against our security forces increasing in size?
To what purpose?
To be able to defend the country internally and externally.
For me,
I'm in support of a military growing in size to the extent to which it can defend itself internally.
Yes.
How do you mean internally? So hold on, let me hear what he's saying. You want to be able to defend yourself internally, but never be able to defend yourself from external forces.
Because keep in mind, be rational tonight, that because a big Nigerian military can take care of Togo, Benin, Niger, Burkina Faso, name all those countries around there.
But that is not internal. I thought you were talking about internal to Nigeria.
That's what I'm saying. Just internal. That's what I'm saying. So in other words, if you build a strong, if you build a strong internal military, we don't have to stretch our budget ourselves because we can take care of those neighboring nations. They can overpower us. So let's concentrate strictly
So
on
that's
internal
external
military goals.
security too. So are you saying internal security affects external security too?
I just told you to an extent. To an extent.
So in other words, there's no point differentiating them because you understand, even from your own analogy.
No. Okay, you're quite tricky with your question. Let me explain a little bit further. What I mean is that we don't have to spend resources, okay, to the point of going to build a nuclear weapon to face a nation like Russia, United States, China. Do you know how much that's going to cost, or even
not
Iran?
facing them. It's not a very, very expensive actually. $2 billion.
And that's what I was asking you. What is the imminent threat to Nigeria to want to
are
go
you
that
waiting
far?
to have imminent? Are you waiting till you have nuclear blackmail before you build it? Is that what you're waiting for?
I don't think any nation in South. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. I don't think any nation in South America has a nuclear weapon to defend itself.
No, they don't, because America won't let them do that.
Okay. I'm not sure about the Eastern European nations neither. I'm not sure about the Eastern European nations
They have
neither.
nuclear power plant. They have Brazil. If Brazil wants to build a nuclear weapon, they can. And Brazil has nuclear power plants that have fissile materials. If they want
They did so. Remember, South Africa also had a nuclear plant, and they were actually trying to go to the route of developing a nuclear weapon in South Africa. You know that, right?
They actually developed 2 nuclear warheads, and
okay, there you go.
them and dismantled them before they handed over to the black man, as usual. So literally, before you think that's by coincidence? Before they handed over to Mandela, they dismantled it, destroyed it. The only thing South Africa has now is the fissile material that they used to build those 2 nuclear warheads. So this is why those people are not stupid. They like their security so much that they export it to our countries. But our people think, oh, let's just keep it here. Let's just be nice to everybody. We are going to survive it. I say you have to prepare for dangers that are coming in the future, not what you have now.
I want to ask you some series of questions, because sometimes I don't get what you are trying to put across. I see it as, do you want us to build on our security so that we can protect ourselves and also protect ourselves against the Western world or against any external aggressor, even if it's like country like Niger, Chad, or Benin Republic? Please tell me, what exactly do you want?
To protect ourselves against any threat, Western, Southern, Northern, wherever. Protect ourselves. You have to protect yourself.
The way you
that's
talk,
what everybody else does.
Sometimes I think you want that African unity, right?
I'm not. See, it's not necessarily only about African unity, because if we can protect ourselves, it's going to affect the African countries automatically.
Can we say that first you think about your country first, and if we can work with, if other African country can work with us, fine. If they cannot work with us, it's also fine. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. It's fine. If they don't, because I believe that, see, let me tell you something. Japan today and South Korea is doing very well because of what China did. Conversely, they are doing well conversely because of what China did.
No. I think you don't know the history. I think Midwest.
Okay, now I will ask. Now let me go I'll go to ChatGPT and ask the question: why did America support China and Japan? But compared to how they support, let's say, Nigeria, you see the answer to give you. Somebody tells me that he's going to tell exactly. Somebody's going to tell me that it has something to do with China, and if it does, then I would have been proven right.
No. Apart from China, it's about interest. Don't forget that America also fought a bitter war with the Japanese also, and they see the Japanese potential and capacity. When you talk about Asia, in terms of hard work, in terms of innovation and creativity, no one matches the Japanese. I repeat, no country in Asia matches the Japanese. They're number one in Asia. So the Americans, to me, they see their capacity and they see what they do. You can say that the Japanese, they were a small country. The total land mass of Japan cannot be more than maybe Borno and maybe Yobe. Even maybe Yobe and Borno is even more bigger. A small country with a very good mindset for being hard work, a very good plan, and everything.
God, you see that I just typed the question and China just showed up again. And you see, I can read it to you so you hear what they said.
You don't need to You don't need to. It can be one of the reasons. It cannot be just
But the point I'm making is that if Nigeria does well, even if just to thwart Nigeria, the West will help other African countries develop.
I mentioned one thing when I was talking the other time. When you go to Asia, you can ask everybody in this platform, even ask Simba, you can see the patriotic level of their citizens to their nation. Ask them. You are in UK, go outside, go to them, go to those countries. Look at the patriotic level of an average citizen of that country. They don't care if their country is bullying you. Everybody support
right.
them.
So, tonight, here's a question to you. Maybe Remy can answer also. Do you know what a spirit of a nation is? And if so, do you think Nigeria ever had that before, or can we have one?
The spirit of a nation?
Yes.
What the spirit of a nation is, I think you are referring to maybe nationalistic spirit or patriotic spirit, and Nigeria can have one. We just haven't had a leader that the people can
hold on.
okay,
see, you get it right there. We never had a leader. Okay, good. But have we had one before? Do you think we had one before?
We've never the closest one we came to was Idiamo. The closest one we came to me was Idiamo, because I saw some of the stuff he did then. So I don't know about Murtala. People like Murtala. But Murtala, no. Abacha jailed. See, people, half of the country hated Abacha.
No, I'm just kidding. No, just Abacha.
So I think the moment Nigeria have that nationality and being patriotic is when we got that.
Do you guys think the problem we have is leadership, or we the people are the real problem?
Yes, the people.
We
after
the
people. The people and the leadership are a feedback loop.
No,
Remy is right. Remy is right.
It is not the leadership. It is
the leadership is key.
No. It's not the listen.
It's not about leadership every time. Leaders come from followers.
Yes. It is. Is this we the people?
Our first 6 years was the golden era. Everything was going fine in that region. Our problem started from that first coup. If there's no that first coup, and then we continue to move ahead with that. Look at what happened.
Okay, allow me, Remy, real quickly. I was going to say, to your point, what you were saying earlier about sacrifice and all these things. See, the reason why I ask about the spirit of a nation is because even when you're poor, dirt poor, like China was, where Chairman Mao came about, the ability to galvanize the people to believe in one cause, okay, and go forward and trek on to whatever the goal the nation is trying to achieve is that spirit of that nation, okay? And it's something that you can do, okay, whereby you can sacrifice and eat once a day and try to work on a nuclear program because you know it's for the benefit of the nation. Do you think Nigerians are up to that? Do you think that's our spirit? To Nigeria?
We are not there yet, and I think we should not necessarily blame the people, because we haven't been catalyzed like the way the Chinese were with the Japanese invasion. Because the Chinese were asleep to an extent until the Japanese invaded them, and even a top Japanese official actually thanked a top Chinese official thanked a Japanese official after the invasion and said, "Thank you for this, because you are woken us up now." And that is
so there's always something that necessitates there's always something that necessitates an action to be taken. So all those bunkers you're talking about in Sweden or Switzerland, and all those nuclear programs you're talking about, something happened. Now, what is our problem that we want to be nuclear armed to go fight the rest of the world? Well, what are we looking for?
What makes our problem very, very dangerous, and it's almost like a poisonous snake biting you and you don't feel the bite, because the bite happened when they took over, when King George of Southern and Sokoto, they removed all of them from office and they brought a new set. So when we had independence, it was soft. We didn't fight for it. So our mind was not like, let's come together, set our differences aside and build against these forces. So they were like our friends. So that puts us in a far more weak state without us knowing it. And if we fought for our independence, if you look at all the countries in Africa, to show you, if you look at the countries in Africa that fought for independence, they tend to be more independent, like South Africa, Zimbabwe, Tanzania. Those other countries, they tend to be more strident. Algeria, they tend to be most, because what they have observed is that they fought for their independence and they set their differences aside to build a strong nation. And even the nations that lost in the Second World War,
maybe I do can interject. Hold on. Maybe I do can interject. I don't know if you say Nigeria did not fight for its independence. I don't think Zimbabwe or South Africa fought any stronger than we did for our independence. I don't think so.
Yeah, they did. I think South Africa, okay, the way we fought it was just campaign, really. And I don't think they were already, see, the Americans already told the British to wind up the physical colonization of the continent like that directly. So they were already in the mood to do it. If they were not in the mood, they could have fought back. So what they did was they just handed over to people that were already working with them for decades. All the officials they handed over to, they were already known by the British. Some of them were trained in the UK. So they just handed over to them and gave them the Riot Act, what they need to do. The French one is even more clear. The French one made it clear that we are not out to. Don't think we are still behind, just watching you closely. So that is what happened. And it meant that we didn't necessarily have that instinct to say, let's come together amongst ourselves. As a matter of fact, our security was being guaranteed by foreigners. It wasn't us. Do you know how many soldiers Nigeria had when we had independence? 6,000. That's what we had. So it wasn't us that was securing our country.
What was the population at that time?
It was in the millions, like 20, 50, 30 million. Jesus Christ. Okay, you want me to pull it up? I can pull that up too.
But to Niger, you made mention of South Africa now, that they are more, because they fought for their independence, they are now more independent than us because we got our own on the platter of good. Is that what you are saying, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so the South Africa example that you gave now, who are the people controlling the economy of South Africa? Are they the black South Africans?
No, it's not the black. See, Mandela reached a kind of compromise, which a lot of people say he shouldn't have. He reached a kind of compromise to just get the people out of where they were.
Today, the black South African are still second citizen in South Africa. I hope you know.
Yeah, okay, you can argue that. See, elites are hard to get.
It's not a matter of argument. What is obvious.
But the point I'm making is that they are exercising more independence than Nigeria. I'm not saying they are like out there compared to other people. They are exactly more independent than Nigeria. They look at them. They push back against the West more easily than Nigeria does. You don't see them.
No, they're always in that. They're like Shore. Sorry, they're like Shore. They're always in the militant state of mind. But if you ask me, all those countries, I think Nigeria is more an independent nation.
Those Nigeria, the same South Africa. Let me give you South Africa, Kenya, Zimbabwe that you made mention now. The people that are still controlling their economy are the whites. And the same guy, hello. It's not by talking. It's not by talking in conferences.
Stop saying things that are not factual. Not Zimbabwe. South Africa, you can say that, but not Zimbabwe.
Even Kenya. Even Kenya.
I guess you can argue Kenya. I think it's half and half.
So it's not a matter of when they drove the whites away from Zimbabwe, what became of Zimbabwe?
See, I didn't mention Kenya.
Poverty.
The countries I mentioned no, they are not that poor. See, I don't know
now
why.
They say you are pushing back. Why did they push back? Hello, excuse me. You said they push back. How did they push back? By just talking? And they
actually kicked white people out of their country. What are you talking about?
That's what I'm saying. All this militancy.
White farmers, they took their land from them. What are you talking about? They actually did
that was a dumb move, by the way. It's not something to commend, by the way. It was a dumb move. It shows that they lack leadership to have kicked out the white farmers. That's what it shows, quite frankly. It doesn't show them to be strong at all.
You should baby them until they watch your population.
No,
After you're done, can I interject after y'all are done, please, on this?
Yeah. Actually, go ahead.
Okay, here. And we've been through this a few months ago too, Nigel. I already told you, nobody is against him getting white people off of that land. It's just the way he went about it. He went about it haphazardly and too quickly. There was a way he could have went about it, but he just, and the thing about it that made it worse, that he took the land from the people and gave it to incompetent people that couldn't produce even anything as close. And then people come in. I'm not saying you said this, but other Negroes came in and was like, well, he extended a handout to African-American farmers and they didn't come. And that's why things went wrong. It's like, no, your leadership was incompetent, because if he really wanted to do it the right way and keep up the food production, I'm not saying it wouldn't have gone down a bit, but he could at least gotten and paid people that knew what they were doing to get on those farms, at least keep the level of production somewhere, and then have his people that his handpicked people that he wanted to take it, even though I don't think that's the right way, but still could have handed over to them, or they could have learned how to do it. Okay, it could have been a multi-year process, and then once you kick the white people off the land, it wouldn't have been such as a big a blow, because you got less food, and then you got sanctions on top of that. You can't tell me that was executed right.
Can I say something about this?
The speaker right now spoke eloquently, and to my point. See, it was poor leadership because they didn't transfer knowledge from the white farmers to the black farmers. So it was a mess. See, they could have put a system. They could have put a system in place, just like you said. They could have put a system in place.
Just to have a song and dance for them, have to come for you them to come back to the country and help y'all.
Can I say something?
Exactly. Yeah.
Prince, you're not letting me talk. See,
can I say something?
What happened? Don't worry, I will let you talk soon. What happened there was that when they sanction you, they limit your ability to actually. Their point was that to prevent them from showing that what they did was working. They didn't let them sell their product anymore. If you're not allowed to sell your product the way you normally did, when the stuff is not performing well, then people say, "Oh, look at them, they're doing bad." But that said, even with all that, their literacy rate is still higher than that of Nigeria. They are under sanctions. So Nigeria is not.
To Nigeria, that's a militancy mind. See, in fact, hold on a second.
The other matrices, they are still doing better than Nigeria. So I don't know.
No.
If you take the Human Development Index, it's probably higher than that of Nigeria.
And their lifespan also, right? Or how do you call it?
Yes, their life expectancy. So how is it that a country that is under sanction is doing better than a country that is not?
What country is Zimbabwe?
Yes, Zimbabwe is under sanctions. You didn't know?
What kind of sanction are we talking about? See, we talking about. Hold on, you're talking about the. Hold on, actually, allow me. Actually, you're talking about what happened after the taking away of the land from the white farmers. If you listen to the gentleman speak earlier, he was talking about a systematic way to have transferred knowledge from the white farmers to the black farmers, not necessarily by force taking away their farms. That's the point where to go.
I just told you. How did you know they didn't do that? They are not allowed to sell their goods. Because they are sanctioned.
Can I say something, please?
No. Okay, go ahead. Speaker, go ahead.
Okay, sorry to cut you guys. From my observation from what's been happening, I think everyone would have observed what happened in with Russia. Most times when the West are coming into your country, they are coming in knowing fully well that they will use those opportunities as a weapon if you misbehave or if you don't dance to their tune. They are friends with everybody. So they make everybody their ally. That's why you see America everywhere. Britain, the same. When America goes, Britain is there, and then the EU follows. If you don't dance to their tune, you can't sell. And when they ban you from Europe, they also ban you from their ally countries. Zimbabwe cannot borrow money because of illegal sanctions. Exactly. They cannot trade because of illegal sanctions. They cannot do anything. So even if they had all the knowledge, their foods will still be a waste. They were cut from every corner. Look at what happened with Russia. They couldn't use the international monetary.
Don't agree, but go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to make that point. I'm not sure everyone's going to agree with me, but just remember that point. If you go in your own direction, they'll stop you.
Okay, you do have a good point, but the thing about it is, just like Russia got hit, and I'm not saying it's the same equivalency, but a similar thing they could have done possibly is just like Russia got sanctioned by the West, and they got the SWIFT system. They couldn't sell their oil to the regular people they used to sell to. they just sold it at a discount to people that were willing to buy outside the system. And they could have possibly done the same thing. Because I'm sorry, there's enough starving people that will buy discounted food. There just would be.
Look at Russia. Compare Russia with Zimbabwe. They're not at the same level.
There's still plenty of hungry people in Africa that would have traded something or given something for discounted food. You can't
all day long.
Let me just make this final point. Don't forget that the statistics shows that Africa has 65% of the world's arable land is in Africa. But are you not surprised that Ukraine is supplying grains to us? That should tell you there's something in there we are not looking at.
Yeah, that's called African leadership. A white man.
I don't think really so, because it can't happen everywhere.
No, okay. What I'm saying is, it takes political will.
You see that time?
So you can't use that excuse.
Everywhere. This is like 40-something countries, completely disarmed and destituted. And people think this is by accident. I don't understand it.
I think that is a struggle for Africa taking place on and we don't know it. The EU, that's why they don't allow your elections to function well. There's something these guys have mastered very well on our
I'm sorry, it's called resistance. Okay, so if you want to cry every day about what the white men or the Europeans do to also the Americans, nothing will ever get done. This notion that if you produce food, if Zimbabwe farmers are black farmers are able to produce food, okay, they will find buyers. They will find buyers in Africa. What you're saying is not like it was wrong that the West put sanction on Zimbabwe or other nations. That's not the point here. But the point rather is that if Mugabe was smart enough to have developed a plan, because he was a smart man. If he had developed a plan, a system to systematically, I guess the word is systematically, transfer the knowledge from these white farmers to the black farmers, then there won't be any need to anger the West for them to have to put sanction on Zimbabwe. I'm not getting the flow. Why cause actions that will allow the West to punish you?
How can you say that? How can you say that? Let me add this. Zimbabwe, you think Zimbabwe just did it overnight? They didn't do it overnight. They spent ages trying to get the British to do it. The British refused. This is what
they trying to get British to do it.
Yeah, they tried to get them to remove. They tried to get them to live by the obligation. They had an agreement with the British that the British was going to compensate the farmers, but the British refused to do it. Just like the
that is the problem tonight. Every time we get abused and we have to return to our abusers for solution is a big problem.
What do you mean? Oh my God!
They should not be going to the British. Listen.
I have to respond. We have to be organized here. What he said just now.
You already talked over people.
Listen, guy. You know what? Let me tell you something. Yeah, good. That is not going to be tolerated.
That's not good behavior.
What kind of human being is this?
You can't just be talking over people like that.
No.
I'm trying to respond directly to this point.
Did you see him flipping you up?
Yeah, he was flipping me up now, and I was just trying to respond to a question. He was just shouting over me.
No matter how he feels, it shouldn't be. I mean, this is a platform full of adults. You don't disrespect people by doing that. You know how many people watching? Even though they're not watching, it's being recorded. That is nonsense.
Okay, so he was saying that when something
happens... Hold on. We're going to address
this.
Forefather, hold on 1 second to Nigeria. American First Rifleman, you can't come on a platform like this and start doing that. You're an adult.
Let's leave it. I think
okay, you're good. You're good. When you're done clutching your pearls, when you're done clutching your pearls, we will continue the conversation. I'm sorry to Nija for what I said, but here's the deal, because you did talk over me, because I wanted to put a finer point on what Prince was saying. Okay,
you wanted to agree with him. I just wanted to counter him.
You did, but you kept talking. But go ahead. I
just started when you stopped me. So I wanted to say that
you started up again.
So I wanted to respond to exactly what he said. What we see, how can you say we are going back to the people that created the problem? What other stuff do you want? You have an agreement with people to say, let's organize this so that it will happen smooth transition of this land transfer, and then they refuse. If they refuse, then you have to take action to get it done. No matter how quickly you do it or how slowly you do it, there's still going to be an issue. And this idea that we can get out of the mess we are in without ruffling a few feathers is fantasy. Because clearly every other nation that has done it, they've had to go into the wilderness for a while. You have to go through the pain, because they will never let you do it smoothly. China did, and after China tested their nuclear weapon in 1965, 1970 something, Nixon was there signing a deal with them. The same thing, India was sanctioned when they tested their nuclear weapon, and now who is signing all the big deals with India? This is how it works. You can't expect to progress in this life and expect people to like you. It's just what it is. So, American Rifleman, please go ahead.
Okay. I'll say two things. First thing, you can't go to the people that literally have a history of abusing you to solve your problem for you. It's your land, and just like you just said, you have to go through a time where people gonna have to go through the wilderness, go on your own, stand on your own 10 toes and your 2 feet. That's what that entails. You say, we're going to deal with this our way, and that way that they dealt with it wasn't good. But anyway, I'll give an example, or I'll ask a question. Maybe you know this, I don't. When you said it was a multi-year process, or you didn't say multi-year, but you said the process, it just wasn't overnight. That was your word. You said it wasn't overnight, and it took a while. We don't know the number of years. You can correct me after I'm done. How many people did they send to agricultural schools over those years, that time that when they knew they were going to start a project to requisition the land or land transfer, which is pretty much confiscate the land? I mean, come on, that's a euphemism for confiscate the land without compensation. So they knew they were going to do this, and it only takes a few months of study, even though it's a years-long process to go and get a bachelor's or something in America or in the West for agriculture, depending on what crop you're going for. It could take multiple years, but it only really takes a few months to a year to get at least rudimentary understanding to where you can start affecting something on the farm. So what I'm saying is, I never saw evidence that he tried to head off the bottlenecks before. So you answer this: how many people did he actually send off to actually become competent to take care of these farms?
Can I say something? Can I interject? Okay.
Yes, please.
I don't think Africans really need that much of an intervention when it comes to planting our own products, our own farm products, because we've been farming from ages. Why do we look, Africa? You know that this medicine, this modern day medicine, you know that Africa has herbs that can cure almost any disease. But because we are so used to westernized medicines, we tend to lay more emphasis on those. The same thing with our products. Do you know that this GMO seeds actually came from America to destroy our lands? These seeds, after the first planting, they cannot regrow. Do you know that the major problem I see here is just that we couldn't transfer their customers, those who normally take their seeds from them, to the black farmers, and there was bad blood towards Zimbabwe after they pushed out the white farmers, and they used all their allies to block Zimbabwe. If you listen, there's a Zimbabwean, I'll let you talk. There's a Zimbabwean analyst, I've forgotten his name. What he does, his own duty is to help Zimbabwe to fight against all the illegal sanctions. Name it. There's so many of them, and they won some in the International Court of Justice. They won some. They actually won some. There were several illegal sanctions on this country to make them suffer. I kind of agree with what Mr. Forefather said, that there is going to be a time frame for you to, after pushing out these guys, there will be a time frame for you to suffer, readjust yourself, and then finally find your true friends who are ready and willing to partner with you. Look at what's happening with BRICS. Almost everyone wants to join BRICS. These are the kind of arrangements that would have countered such illegal policies that tend to stifle nations that want to be on their own and grow at their own pace. There's something that's called, look, you cannot grow at other people's pace. You can't. Once you drive away the intruder, the hegemony, you're going to suffer. They will use everything to put you down. But you will finally find your friends. You will finally find your friends. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead, AFR.
Okay. We need to be very careful about how we talk about certain issues. What you're just talking about, these issues with these seeds and these international companies like Monsanto, the same thing has been happening in India, not so much in China, but very much in India, where it's more about IP law, intellectual property law. They go on these farms, they give these farmers the offer they can't refuse, because a lot of times these seeds are able to produce products that can go right on the market right away without a lot of using a lot of chemicals and stuff like that, even though it's heavily genetically modified. Okay, so there's trade-offs that farmers know, that they take the easier trade-off and go with these international companies and use their seeds that are protected by law. And that's the way it is. Instead of them going out and doing the hard work of getting heirloom seeds, which is more work and more intensive, but you still get a good natural product. A lot of farmers, and I'm not saying African farmers. Hold on, let me finish. And I'm not just saying African farmers. I'm talking about Indian farmers too, where they take these easier seeds from these international companies, and then they go on the back end, even though the reason why they win these international court settlements is because obviously their form of capitalism went too far and they ran afoul of the law, and which is why these companies lost. But what I'm saying is, y'all, just like y'all been talking about going through the wilderness and all this, that includes agriculture. So I understand what's going on, but it's more that farmers are trying to take easy trade-offs with these companies. So don't just say they trying to destroy our land, or they're coming here to destroy our land. No, hold on, stop. Don't stop saying stuff like they're coming to destroy our land by giving us these wax seeds. No, it's more about economics, and people are trying to take the easiest route. And the farmers have a part to play in this too. Don't just say it's these international companies.
Let me interject you there before you go further, please. I'm not saying they're coming to destroy our land. What I'm saying is that
came out your mouth, sir.
Please wait. Let me finish. What I'm saying, I want to explain what I said. What I'm saying is that these seeds, after the first planting, they cannot regrow. You can't plant them again. Because, listen, let me tell you, there's a selling point in having organic products. Have you gone to your store lately? The store around you? 95% of the things in the store there give you nothing in your body. Do you know that? They give you nothing. Nothing. You only have less than 2% products in the stores. And what do health experts say? They say you need to eat whole foods, organic foods better. That's the selling point. That is why people trooped into Africa in the first place, because of nature. You have tourism because of nature and the foods. It's a selling point. It's scarce. It is difficult to produce, but when it is produced properly with the soil, it is the best food. That's a selling point. You don't have to have it everywhere. I think the problem here we see is the African governments are too large. They need to prune down so that they'll be more economical. You cannot chase away the hegemony and still have a large number of political appointments, and you expect to pay everybody and pay people. No, cut down.
I think at the core of it is that we are bleeding. And I keep using the term bleeding because if you are about to treat a patient and the patient is losing blood, you are not going to succeed. And I think if we stop the bleed, and the bleed is coming from the fact that all our hard work and resources that we work for, we give it to foreigners to go and use it to produce goods, and then they sell it to us, we actually lose money from our resources. Because by the time they sell it to us, the resource is more expensive. And in other words, we are giving them money for our own resources. That's how crazy it is. So that needs to stop. That bleeding needs to stop. Then when I went on to ask the question about the the Zimbabweans, whether they trained farmers, you know, before they handed over the land. They did train some farmers, and with mixed results according to what they said. Then I asked, did the sanctions on Zimbabwe have an effect in the production of this in the farms? They said massively. That like he had a big one. He said this has had a significant impact on agricultural production, including on the output of the farms. These actions were supposed to have a combination of factors, including human rights abuses, electoral irregularities, and concerns about the rule of law. Then they said, look at the areas where the sanctions hit very hard. Access to inputs. Sanctions restricted Zimbabwe's ability to import agricultural inputs such as fertilizers, pesticides, etc., machineries. Then exports restriction. Sanctions impacted Zimbabwe's export capabilities, making it difficult for farmers to sell their products on international market. This reduced the market's access. This reduced market access had negative consequences for the income of agricultural producers, infrastructure, and technology. So all these things, just from sanctions alone, you can't. Your infrastructure is affected, your technology is affected, your finance is affected, and it affects your economy. So what we are seeing in Zimbabwe is not because the people in Zimbabwe cannot do it for themselves, it's because they punish them from trying to do it for themselves. And sooner or later, we're going to find out.
Jack, could Zimbabwe have sought a different partner or a different approach to resolving the issue? So this is the problem again. Because the West or the white man won't give us what we want.
Can you give us an example of the partner?
I don't know. What about the big market available in Africa? What about that? Would have a good starting point.
Let me give you an example. Presently, Russia has been sanctioned, and they look for other partners to sell their products to. They look for Saudi Arabia, they look for China, they look for India, and they are surviving. If you have a good government, like what happened in Zimbabwe, if the president of Zimbabwe, if you want to execute a policy, you have to look at the consequence also. So if he actually planned very well and you look at the consequence, he has to mitigate against it. So you can't just take a decision without looking at the consequence. So if you are
quickly, see, African, I think Tunaja knows that the African leaders, we don't usually have a long-term plan. It's only reactionary things that we get into. See, this farm issue in Zimbabwe didn't happen overnight. If they were truly serious, okay, and put up a system that would have helped them transition better, I think they could have done it. See, of course, the white farmers don't want to lose their lands, and they want to control the market and the market share. And there's nothing wrong with that, quite frankly. There's nothing wrong with that. It's and by the way, we know at the end of the day,
well, they built the market too. At the same time, not to cut you off, but they built that market.
Okay, good. But at the end of the day, we all can agree that we know how Robert Mugabe ended up. He ended up becoming the same African despot.
Farmers that got the land from colonization to preserve it. You're arguing for that.
Okay, glad with your excuses. Glad with your excuses. Glad.
Wow. Oh my God. You see, this is why our people are where they are. They are literally
Tunaja, sir.
They are loot from
sir,
them.
Can I say something?
Let me finish my points. One, Zimbabwe is landlocked, so its ability to be flexible in terms of just going to Russia to come and buy our stuff, they'll have to use through the air to do that. And personally, I would, if I was them, and if I was many African countries, my alliances with Russia should have been a lot deeper. I don't know why they are so scared, or I don't know what is happening with African nations. Because if you look at other nations, when they form alliances with Russia, they make it very,
what are they going to gain from the Russians?
Because the Russians will let them industrialize. It will give them technology. It will give them weapons.
Is Russia even industrialized?
Okay, Russia is not. Okay.
I was trying to explain to him earlier, Remy. I was trying to explain to him earlier.
Come on, please, Daddy, stop it. That's why we are going there to beg them for food.
To Nigeria, even Nigeria,
Answer the question now. Is that why we are going to beg them for food if they are not industrialized? Why are we begging them for food?
We are not begging Russia for food.
Oh, you're not. Do you know how many African countries why do you think Buhari was saying that? Oh my God, stop it now. Why do you think Buhari was saying that wheat prices has gone up? Because Russia is blocking it. What are you talking
because
about?
they are into war with Ukraine. That is,
Yeah, it's not only Ukraine that provides it. Russia too does it.
No,
it's not only Ukraine.
Normally, most grain come from Ukraine, not from Russia.
God, Russia is not industrialized. It's space-faring nation. They are not industrialized. Seriously,
I will shock you today. Do you know
it comes from Ukraine too, Niger?
Their space program. Russia's space program comes from Ukraine.
You can ask people in Russia. Do you know there are some cities in Nigeria that are even better than some cities in Russia?
Oh my
God! Russians
there are some cities in Nigeria better than some cities in America.
I'm telling you the truth. Go and
they are not. you are suffering more than Russians for them. Okay, good luck with that one.
Listen to Nigeria. The Russians are even suffering more than what you expected. More than what you can think of.
What this guy? I don't understand. Suffering is your problem. I'm telling you, suffering is the issue. Survival is your bigger problem. If you think suffering is the only problem we have, that is not a problem. We've been suffering for 1960. It didn't get us anywhere.
I am trying to tell you nothing you can do.
Remy, let me say something, please. You see, what happened between Russia and Ukraine? Do you know that it affected almost every part of Europe? Things, price of things are now higher. Cost of living is now higher. And they know that the only place to get their lives back together is to go back to Africa and to start taking resources. Do you know the pipeline that is coming from the Niger Delta to Europe that's going to pass through Niger? We all know the stories. So the world is gradually going to Africa, which means Africa has to use this time to galvanize and put its house together and then get things done properly, which means manufacture things here before they take it.
X0, man, you just have simple common sense that some people just keep arguing against. It's just obvious.
So whether Russia is highly or 100% tech or not, what they are doing is affecting Europe. They are blocking the pipeline and they are forming deals, which means they are consequential. So whether they are, if you like, say they have rural areas here and there. They have gone to space. If you like, say they are not this, but they have given nuclear weapons to certain countries, which means their negotiation power is now higher. Every other thing will come with time. We know these countries have their rural areas. We know they have corruption. We know they even destroy their opponents. We know they have illegal, but still, we need them right now.
Fellow Nigerians, Remy, please, let me just say this. Fellow Nigerians, and now you see where our problem is coming from. This is why our leaders go there to not do the right thing. Because you can see quite a few of our people, our own people, don't even think we are worthy of securing ourselves. We are worthy of industrializing ourselves. They don't even think that. They really don't. They talk as if they do when you're talking about it practically. But when you start having that conversation, you start hearing some views that gives a kind of preference to foreign interests. It's crazy. This is why our leaders are like that.
Some of those things we import to Nigeria. Some of those things we import to Nigeria, we don't need to import them. We have people who can do them in Nigeria even.
In terms of machines and machineries, for agricultural output. Tell me which Nigerian company is producing tractor in large quantity.
Because there's no political will. If there's a political will,
hold on. If you have the political will, will it take you just 1 month to build this machine and machinery?
Let me tell you something I understand about the auto industry.
I'm not talking about auto industry.
I know it's still part of the auto industry. There's no country or there's no company that manufactures all the 100% components, which means just form the base. If it means subsidizing there until you get it right, subsidize it, let the base be in your country, let the tech be in your country, and then you can get all the other components and you make these machines.
Remy, are you seeing this? Remy, are you seeing this? This is Russia that is under sanction. Just so that you can see first before you talk it to add to your knowledge. This is Russia that is under sanction. The economy is even growing faster where after the war started. It's even growing faster after the war started. That is how crazy it is.
Whatever you say. What I'm trying
it's not me, it's the World Bank that says this. A Western website.
I will let you
But Tunaja, what you are posting is against your argument.
What is it?
We are talking about.
How come Zimbabwe didn't do the same thing?
Exactly.
Because Zimbabwe doesn't have the kind of power that Russia does.
What I want to say here is that the only country that is playing a very better game than Russia and even America today, and I will tell you the reason, is only China. And I will tell you the reason. They were able to fashion out a model. Let's put our factory in there. Look at what they did in Nigeria. They helped us build the deepest seaport. And not only that, they encourage their factory to set up factory near the seaport. Guarantee that means they can produce in Nigeria and send to the rest of the world. They are the one behind Russia. All this Russia you are talking about, they are the ones supplying the financial muscle. They are trading all over the world, and they are able to know that if you provide infrastructure for African countries, they will allow you in. That is why the Western nations are lacking. The Western nations will just give them grants and aid, and it's over. But the Chinese are coming to build your bridge, give you exactly what you need: electricity, schools, hospitals. That's what they are doing.
And I'd like to add that even that what the Chinese are doing, African countries or leaders are not even taking the full advantage of it. They're not doing that.
Exactly.
See, because also listen.
You know the funniest part of it?
I agree with that one.
Nigeria that they built, they help us build the Lagos Ibadan standard gauge line, and it's supposed to continue from Ibadan to Ilorin. Our stupid people in the National Assembly, I'm sorry for my language, continue to say we are selling Nigeria to China. Get the money from China. China collects. They also get a lot of loan from Western countries. They have not paid back to today. Get this money.
Every country has debt. But Remy, do you know that what you are saying now, that China is? Do you know that what Russia is doing has also helped? Because if you see that all the African countries put together, all the presidents are the ones sanctioned by the West. That's why we have this dull brains.
What the Russians
I'm sorry, they are the consequence of dealing with the West. When the West comes to you, I'm sorry, let me just finish. When the West comes to you, they impose on you half dead or unintelligent people to govern over you, so that you can never progress. All the African countries put together, this is what has been happening. But you see that five countries are free now. Whether you call it coup or not, or illegal, they have freed themselves now because of Russia.
The same thing Russia will do is simple. They will tell you we will help you militarily. At the end of the way, they will cut away your resources again. What the Chinese are
not wise now. It's
going to be the same. Go and write it down.
Hold on. See, if it's going to be the same thing, see, let me say this. The other countries like the UK, France, and America, they will actively look to stop you from developing. The Russians don't. Hold on now. Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. The others will actively look to stop you from developing, while the Russians, they don't put any limit on your development. So it's on whichever leader that is working with Russia that needs to take advantage of it.
Your trust in Russia's ability to help Africa is really, really great. I'm not sure where it's coming from.
I know it's coming from history. It's not like I make it up. It's what they've done. And the West doesn't seem to like, for whatever reason, the West doesn't
like.
Which
history are you talking about, Tunaja? They were the one responsible. Excuse me, let me give you an example in Nigeria. Our Jakute State complex were given to Russia. So what did we achieve with it?
Okay, now you see that's what should tell you what I'm talking about. Russia built it up to 90-something% completion. What happened? The Soviet Union collapsed, the West became supreme, and they blocked it. It wasn't Russia that stopped, they blocked it. They even caused our refineries to fail. At the very height of the West, when they had their power, when Soviet Union fell, look at what was happening on the continent. The continent was on fire. So no, you have to understand certain things. This is why history is important for you to understand. When in the 90s, hold on now. Look at in the 90s when the West was at the pinnacle of their power. Look at what was happening in Africa when they had the freedom. They completely destroyed the continent. It was now that the Chinese are emerging again, that you are seeing the window opening again, that opened in the 60s and 70s. Russia is emerging again. You have to understand, from the nations that I've seen, Russia seems to be standing by their, they stand by their allies.
What's been happening? The goal.
Let me make the final point. My final point is that if you look at Saddam Hussein, if you look at Gaddafi, many countries that were once friends with the West goes there to destroy them. You don't see that happening with Russians. You don't see that.
Okay. Well, let me say this quickly. So, there's something that the West, they have what you call. They have their own doctrine when it comes to Africa, and just like Noam Chomsky stated in one of his books, I think Phil states, Africa to the West is supposed to be a source of raw materials. That's it. And guess what? Not only that is their goal, but the African nations or the leaders also, they bought into it. That's why we don't have refineries that work in Nigeria and we export all our crude oil. That's why all the cocoa in Ghana goes to Switzerland. Do you see the pattern? And even our human capital, we ship them to the West. So the goal of the West, of Africa, is to be a source of pure raw materials for the West.
Thank you.
Yeah, who created it?
Is that whose advantage is that?
The people that this your Adeoye.
Okay, they can. Okay, hold on. They can do that, but who agreed to it? Hold on, to Niger, who agreed to it?
Let me finish. You have your chance to say your piece.
Who agreed to it?
See, let me respond to Adeoye. The same people.
Hold on, you'll be talking. Let somebody interject.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me come in. You said, I don't know, America first. You said who agreed to it. Let me tell you how they made us agree to it. Did you see what happened in Congo, the Democratic Republic of Congo? CIA actually killed the person who's supposed to come and change their country. Did you see what happened in Burkina Faso? They killed. Do you know how many countries?
Who in DR? Sorry, Exile. Who in DR was killed?
Africans by their own hand. Africans killed.
No, don't say Africans. Africans tried.
Yeah, okay. We know the white. Listen. We black people that are Africans at the behest of the white man carried out that stuff. At the end of the day, you have to look in the mirror. Africans did it.
There is no.
So if somebody hold on. If somebody funds the building of a house, sorry, X0. If somebody funds the building of a house, do you say the carpenter is the one that built the house or the bricklayer is the one that built? You call out the person that actually sponsored the building of the commissioning of that project. Yeah. That's how it works. So when somebody says Europeans commissioned the killing of this in Patrice Lumumba, it's a fact. I don't know why. You see, our people are defending it. This your Adeoye, I hope you don't make it into office, because the way you think, you are literally thinking.
Nobody's okay. See, once again, you didn't listen to what I said to Niger. I'm not saying that the CIA and the white man was responsible. I said they were responsible, but at the end of the day, Africans hand in hand with the white man did it. It would have been more difficult if Africans would have made it more difficult for the white man to do that. That's all I'm saying. Y'all gotta look in the mirror. Y'all gotta look in the mirror.
Isn't that what I'm talking about security? When I'm talking about security, then you should be supporting me.
Hold on, let me just lay the
point.
I'm
talking about security.
Tunaja, hold on, let me lay the point before I finish, before I forget. Please, you have to understand, you all have to understand that the people we're talking about here didn't just start with killing those leaders. We actually came from slavery to colonization down to killing our leaders. That means they never, down to this moment of neo-colonization, that means they never left. You have to understand what you're dealing with is a hydra-headed monster. You have to understand, what I just think we should know by this time is that we should know how to play this game better, that they will never stop. They will never stop. Now, look at what is facing you. Let me tell you all your enemies. The IMF, the World Bank, the BBC, the CNN, all the known international
etc. And our leaders don't know that, right?
No. But
nah, you're rehashing the same stuff Negroes been saying forever, bro.
Please, please let me finish. When you're taking a loan, you are giving a high interest rate. Go and look at the interest rate they give to America and the other Western countries. Far lower. These loans, they know already that you don't have the wherewithal to pay.
There is finally dotted line.
Nigeria at this point, The last statistics I checked,
and many of the loans were forgiven. Many of the loans were forgiven. You know that.
Nigeria is paying. Please now let me finish. Nigeria is paying 90% of our income is going towards servicing loans. Is that not war without weapons? And they will still give you another loan, knowing that you are a thief.
Okay, you're a thief. Okay, that's a good one. That's a good one.
This is the fact. They put these bad leaders there, and they give them loans that will suffer the whole nation. They
So
kill
at the end of the day, who's to be blamed? At the end of the day, who's to be blamed? Who's to be blamed?
There is a thief in every country. There are thieves in every country, but this is a government-sanctioned modus operandi. They know they are giving loans to criminals that will not do anything good.
Okay, so what are the Africans going to do against those criminals?
But look at the way they are going.
String them up, and do a junta. String them up and do a junta. If they're not willing to do that, then it's all for naught. Look, Xero. If they're not willing to string up those thieves, then they might as well stop complaining.
No, this is what I'm coming to. The Nigerians rose up during NSAS. They were killed during NSAS. The European, the EU, and Americans did nothing to save them. Nobody was called to book.
Well,
I think the NSAS one
they are being shut down. Do
you think Africa or the black? Do you think only African nations suffer this tyranny by the West? Do you think it's only us that go through this? No, it's not only us. I disagree. I disagree. See, many nations, including European nations, they've gone through a lot. They've gone through subjugation from other nations, and it is nothing new. It's just a natural resistance. That's what I call it. That we should expect from people that are trying to defeat you.
I think what you don't understand in your own case is that you don't understand that the world is operating on a form of racial groupings now. And you have the
please.
NATO. Can I just finish, please? You have the groupings of NATO that is pan-European, and you have the Asians coming together.
Council of Despair, sir.
Can I finish? You have the Asians having their own alliances, and you have other. In short, the Indians have India because India is a nuclear power. The Asians have China. China is a nuclear power. The Europeans have multiple nuclear powers. But we, among all the great races in the world, the black people, are the only ones that don't have any form of protection. We are the only ones. The great races that number over 1 billion, we are the only group that don't. And this is a problem that we don't seem to realize, that we are imperiled. If the rest of the world comes together like the way they did with the Berlin Conference when the Europeans were tagging each other. Right now, China and America, they are tagging each other. India and all of them, they are playing games now. But when they organize themselves enough and come together and say, you know what? Now we know where we all reach each other. There's no point fighting each other. Let's go and take Africa. We'll be in what they call serious trouble. If you think the Europeans were bad before, this time you're going to be talking about 4-point-something billion people coming at us, maybe even more by that time. I think the population is about 8 billion now. So we are about 1.4 billion. If those people come together against us, we are done for. And this is why when I keep arguing about our security, some people think it's a joke. And it's not a joke. It's a serious life and death issue here. And other people understood this a long time ago, and they went full tilt to go and do it. And sooner or later, we will realize that maybe some of all this is happening in Africa right now. This is just the little pangs of what needs to happen. When we see the true arm of a first world conflict come and crush one of our nations, then maybe if it's not too late, maybe we'll start waking up and we'll start defending ourselves.
Okay, so if they wanted to crush us, they would have done that 100 years ago. They could have done it tomorrow. And
they couldn't have done it. You see, that's your problem. You think they are Thanos. They couldn't have. They didn't have the ability to do it. I don't know why you think that they can just do anything they like. They didn't have the ability over 100 years ago to do it. That's why.
Well, no, I disagree. Actually, I disagree. 100 years is not that far away. There were advancements in technology, warfare on technology to have done that if they wanted to. My point is that you see, even. I'm not sure what kind of
you don't understand how big Africa is. That's why you don't
well, exactly. If Africa is so big, how come? So to your argument, so are we waiting for the Europeans or the Chinese to lead us? Is that what you're talking about? So we can have somebody that we can look up to. Is that your point?
I'm
I
saying
mean,
that
doesn't the onus fall on the African people, the whole of Africa, to come together and find a way to be a one force if they can?
They are
Isn't that
trying
what you're saying?
already, and yes, I agree with you to an extent. See, this world is transactional, and I think it's a relatively simple problem. We tend to complicate it. The way it works is that if you are working with an ally that is not doing you any good, you move away from that ally and go for another form another alliances. No matter how bitter or less sweet it is, go with that one that will ensure your survival for the time being and take charge of your country. Like now, the coups that are happening in Africa right now that are supporting Russia, bringing Russia in and all that. My concern with them still is that they are not taking charge of their country like most other nations did. Like North Korea now. North Korea may be relying on China, but North Korea can defend itself. If China tries to do nonsense with North Korea, they will defend themselves because they took charge of their country. But what I see with African nations and most of these military leaders, I'm not so convinced they've moved rapidly to take charge of their own security, charge of their own affairs. Because the Russians are giving them an umbrella right now. That's what the Russians are providing them. Basically, an umbrella, giving you breathing space from the Europeans to do as you please. They should take that opportunity now to develop themselves, to secure themselves as much as possible, so that other African countries will see it and copy the same thing.
Tell me if I'm wrong. Does South Korea or Singapore have a nuclear program?
North Korea does. South Korea doesn't. I don't think they have nuclear power stations, but they don't have nuclear weapons.
I think South Korea has.
Okay, but would you agree that South Korea is a huge economic power in the world today?
South Korea has a huge
because America is their friend. Because America is making sure they keep them developed. Otherwise, who is going to block China? Why do you think America is doing it? America is not doing it for charity. They are doing it because they want to keep
exactly to the point we were talking about earlier. So it's about strategic interest. If that
is
the
what
case,
I'm saying. We've not made ourselves worthy.
And who is there to be blamed?
Us. Why do you think I'm blaming many Adioye? This one, I hope he doesn't make it to office. Because this kind of person makes it to office, he's going to turn to another bongo. These kind of people, that's how they are. It's us that are causing the problem.
Tunaya, let me come in, please. We are saying almost the same thing now, because at least we have disagreed to agree that we are the problem. But how did we become the problem? By us not being able to elect the right people, because there are external influences. If you understand it this way, then you understand the full problems we have. But if you say we are just the problem, how did we become the problem? Because there's nobody who is fighting against it.
But why wouldn't you elect wrong candidates?
No, that's what I'm telling you.
When your mindset is not even in the right place.
Don't misunderstand it.
If your mindset is not in the right place, why would you elect the right candidate?
The right candidate. Who is the right candidate?
The right candidate is the candidate that wants to really develop the country, that really wants to secure the country. That's the right candidate.
We are making that mistake again. Excuse me. Let me tell you the right candidate. We are making that mistake again. When I say we elect the wrong candidate, I don't mean we elect intentionally the wrong candidate. The candidates profiled to us, sometimes ABC, are all rubbish. And even when we choose, the elections don't count. And when they all see that the elections don't count, they do nothing to intervene. That's how we land. In your own honest opinion, do you think Tinubu won this election?
He won the election.
I rest my case.
So you can see, I got you. You are already biased because
biased towards you.
Listen, let me ask you some simple question. Just calm down. First, in a democracy, you have a right to contest any election under any platform. Yes or no?
That's not what we are talking about here.
No, I asked you a question. Just say, I'm building up something for you.
Of course, yes.
Of course, yes. So now, when you look at the Nigerian dispensation, there's 18 political parties that contested the election. Yes or no?
Yes. Just go on. I understand you fully.
Yeah, elections were declared at the polling unit. Yes or no?
Please just go ahead, bro. I understand.
No. I
okay,
want
yes,
to
yes.
I'm not.
Yes.
I'm not. Yeah.
Yes.
Election was declared the polling. Yes, right.
Yes.
And we elected various leaders from National Assembly to the presidency and senator and National Assembly. Yes or no?
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I rest my case.
Okay, please. But I wanted to explain what you said. I'm biased. Biased towards who?
So the reason why I say you are biased is because you are saying, do you think Tinubu won the election? So to you, Tinubu did not win the election.
So biased towards who? Biased towards Tinubu or biased towards Yoruba?
It's already a biased mind. That means it's not
towards who? Towards who? I want to understand because
it's easy. Listen, sorry, it's easy. You said you do not believe Tinubu won the election.
I don't believe.
That means you have your own candidate you wish.
No, that's not what we're heading. That's not what we are even talking about here. Let me tell you what I meant. Let me tell you what I meant. Do you want me to explain?
Of course, go ahead.
I think the election was rigged.
Okay, by who?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm not biased towards anybody. I'm actually standing. I'm standing with the masses. And
okay.
To my mind, the election was heavily rigged. Even the EU and the UN observers who came in, they said the election was fraud with massive. That means such elections cannot be called credible.
No.
Listen, I'm coming. You say you talk now. Listen.
Esaro, simple.
Yeah.
They are not the only one that monitored the election. They said there were irregularities. When you go to Nigerian Constitution, what they mean is a substantial compliance. So when you are talking about irregularity, does it happen all over the country that we think that will change the course of the election? I want to ask you your own opinion. Who do you think?
I almost thought you were going to say that it did happen all over the continent. Yes, it happened all over the continent. Look at what. Let me take you further. Who
do you think really win the election?
Let's not drag this. Let's not drag
no.
Nigeria
alone. Your opinion. You base your opinion on what United EU.
But he already gave you who he thought won the election. What is your problem?
Yes. So the issue here, we are talking about the African continent, the continent Africa, and how elections are won and lost, and how the external forces. Please let me come in. I understand what you're saying. We're talking about how external forces help us to change our will, and then use those imposters to ruin our countries and our economies. You understand? That is what happened with Tinubu. And if you see, Tinubu had so many intelligence that came in shows that Tinubu had worked with the American intelligence before, and he is a softer candidate for them. So it's more preferable to them. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about why Africans are unable to elect. Please, let us not drag it. You will talk.
We are going to drag it a little bit. You cannot just come here and say that kind of sell us that kind of initiation. For you do not believe that the election was right,
and that's my personal opinion. Yeah.
Okay, fine. Your personal opinion was based on EU observer mission telling you about irregularity.
No. Personal opinion based on EU and based on facts on ground and people sending texts and messages and videos of them. No, please now let me finish. And videos of them being brutalized. Even people were shot. We know how many people were killed during this election.
Before you go ahead, in your own personal opinion, who do you think win the election?
I'm not here to do
Donald Trump won the election. Donald Trump did.
I'm just telling you that Tinubu, to my mind, rigged that election. Point and plain. And he wasn't the right candidate to win the election. But whether Obi or Atiku won it, that's another case entirely. And I don't want to hypothesize. I'm just saying this election called for a new election, period. But that being said, Africa is fraught with this kind of election. Do you know why Ali Bongo is being held in one place? Do you know what happened? It's a similar thing that happened in Nigeria. That's why the army intervened. Do you know why they are intervening in other countries and they are saying they're going to try this leaders? Because they have become so much weaker puppets. They are worse than puppets. A puppet, at least they can shake. This was a lifeless puppets that just allowed Europeans and Americans to come in, take, go. They have become too useless. Even a baby can do better than them. So they are acting against the economies of Africa. That's why I said we are not able to elect our choices. In this election, the last election in Nigeria proved it. Everybody, a lot of people came out to elect their candidates, but at the end of the day, they were giving the wrong candidate.
I asked you some series of questions, and you mentioned yes and yes. For example, your name is Esaro. You have a right to contest election if you are above 18 years old and you have a SUSPEND, Wike. You can.
I didn't mention all those things. You are the one telling me these things now.
No, I'm building up. I am trying to debunk what you are trying to say.
But I didn't say those things now. You are putting them to me now. What I said is what I'm saying. I didn't argue along the line of credibility of candidates. What I argued was I don't think that the final winner was the true winner.
I am arguing along the line of both objectivity and also credibility.
Okay, well, that's okay.
You cannot compare Nigerian democracy since 1999 up to today with that one that is taking place in Gabon or other country you are mentioning here today. Your personal opinion will be totally differ from several thousands and millions of Nigerians. That is why I asked you a very good question. If in your own opinion, Tinubu did not win the election, who do you think won the election? But you do not say that. You are trying to look at it that the Western world are controlling you or they are doing it. And I have mentioned here several times, no country is in isolation of itself. You have to work with the rest of the world. If you have the power, you can throw it around, just like America, UK, Russia, China, they are throwing it around. If you want your continent to develop, if you want your country to develop, we, the people of a country, we must unite and form a good front. Build our country by ourselves. But as we are building our country, we need the intake of what we lack. That will call cost advantage. If you don't have machines and machineries, then you have to get it from other continents to help you to develop. Before,
Remy is on the freight train. He doesn't hear anybody.
I know when it's on like this, doesn't anything. You don't know when it's going to end. He's going to land.
Nah, that brother had good points. That brother was actually cooking.
Good point.
Yeah, you know, his point is always good, but it's just it's stressful.
This house is about to get heated up. This house is about to get. I've seen the names like Mike now. I know where he's going to talk.
I'm coming to ask you a question now. You will eat up. Hold on. Let me ask Xero a question. Xero said Tinubu rig election.
I said it is going to end up in the southwest.
No. I'm trying to see if it makes sense. To see if it makes sense. Yeah. Okay. So you say he had the power to go rig election, right? Okay. Now, if somebody have power to go and rig election, like let's say any of you here answer this question, you have the power to go rig election. What percentage of the vote are you going to rig for yourself? Are you going to give yourself to make sure you win? Wouldn't it be 50% or 51%? 51% or more, right? I mean, everybody agree with me. And the history of rigging in Africa, we all know when they rig election, you hear the president has like 60%, 80%. It's always more than 50%. Now, Tinubu only got 33% of the votes, and you're telling me they rigged the election? He won by 33%. The other almost 70% of the vote, what happened? Obi and Atiku, who are supposed to be on the same party, and Kwankwa, so three people from the same party, they decided to split 6 months before the election to break up. They were all PDP members. They broke into 3 different parties. Now they split almost 70% of the votes among themselves, giving Tinubu 33% to win. So how can you rig election and only give yourself 33% of the votes? Does it make sense? Explain that to me.
Please, Mike, I know you, so there's nothing I'm going to say here that's going to change you, and I don't want to change you.
No, it's not about change. Does it make sense?
Please. I know your arguments. I'm not here to argue Nigerian politics. What we're trying to, I was just only giving an instance why Africans are unable to get their leaders. And even when we go to the polls, the elections don't give us any meaningful results because we choose somebody, another person emerges, and we cannot, they tell you go to the courts. And even the way they announce itself, it's 2 a.m. in the morning. you know, and all those.
But who is we? When you guys keep saying we, like I don't get
I
it.
mean
Like,
Africans. I mean Africans.
no. In Nigeria, for example, you guys will say the masses when they vote for Obi.
These things are even a robot can think better to know better right now. Why we going to deceive ourselves? This is you are a citizen self.
You see, let me say something, man. I could have bet my life that Obi wasn't going to win that election.
This is why we can never get these things right.
Oh my, let me say something, because a lot of Nigeria keep using that word that the election was called in the midnight. See, the election can. Hold on. Let me tell you now. Sometimes if we want to speak the
truth, hey, look, it happened in America with Joe Biden. Our election was stolen, so you don't think it can't happen in Nigeria?
No. Rifleman, come on, man. Rifleman, if you really look at what I just said.
Yeah, they called that election. I watched the coalition. It resumed around 11. They were supposed to close that maybe around 1. The chairman has said, no, let's just complete the process today instead of extending it to the next day. Most Nigeria didn't. I watched it all through. The 4 days they did, 3 days they did it. My TV was on. I didn't blink. I watched everything. I didn't see anything strange there. Yes. If you really wanted to know the result, you would have been awake to watch it. They didn't switch off the camera. Everything was in open. So I don't see
you have to give.
They called the result in the midnight.
In addition, most of the party agents, they were there. Why
they were there? Thank you. Everyone was there.
They are not the result at the midnight.
Well, you actually let me explain something to American Rifleman. Let me explain something, right? Let me just break.
We should have moved past this issue. I don't even know why.
Wait. I'm trying to let this my black American Rifleman. Check this out. Okay, United States, we have 2 political parties, right? The Republican and the Democrats, right? Right? Those are the 2 major parties, right? Are you hearing me? Or is this still there?
I hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. In Nigeria, we also have 2 major parties, APC and PDP. Now, let me tell you something. Okay, in the United States, let's say the Republican Party, they do let's say they're doing primary, and there's like 3 top candidates among all the candidates, right? In the Republican Party, like Trump, let's say Trump, and then number 2 and number 3, like those 3 guys, they're the 2 most popular candidates among the Republicans. Now, on election day, when election is coming, among those 3, they couldn't decide who will run under the Republican ticket. And then 2 out of the 3 decide to form their own party, right? Now, they now run against 1 Democrat. Now, after the election, that 1 Democrat guy now got 33% of the votes. Now, those 3 Republican guys now split almost 70% of the votes. And at the end of the election, they're saying that the Democrat guy rigged the election. How the hell are you going to rig the election? Who would you blame for losing? Is it not 3 of you? They're on the same party, decide to split, and then you split your 70%. I mean, what I'm saying, does it make sense?
So
yes, that is look. All I know is Joe Biden got 81 million votes, the most votes in the history of America. It was bullshit.
Yeah, I get the American one. I mean, that was kind of like, I get that, But this Nigerian one is just ridiculous. How these guys are just butthurt about losing the election. I'm like, dude, you did it to yourself.
Asia.
The thing is that this is the reason why if they continue like this, they will lose another election. If they don't see, I told many people, I said, removing APC will mean opposition will come together to remove. The goal should be remove APC, not personal ambition. But you see, most of these guys, all these politicians, they know the truth, but you see them, they deceive themselves sometimes.
Yes.
They believe in their ego and everything. So it was clear if the opposition kept dividing that they would lose the election. It was all over the place.
Let's suppose so
we put the number together.
UFC in 2015, all of them came together against Jonathan, and they won.
Thank you.
And after that, that's what Atiku think Buhari is going to spend 4 years and give it to him. Who, of course, Buhari not going to spend 4 years. and he went out from the APC.
Remy, okay, can we relate to the discussion?
Let's
so that we don't
speak on Africa issue and leave Nigeria politics.
Yes, it's because of that.
We are talking about the current issues now. The reason why Africa,
I just want
the West continues to impose leaders on Africa, and why we cannot get it right. I don't know how you guys are comfortable with the way Africa is at the moment, but
no one is comfortable.
No one is comfortable. You are sinking yourself. You are digging. You are still digging the grave. The grave.
No one is comfortable with the way Africa is currently.
You keep digging and you are not making any headway. You stop digging. You stop digging. I don't know whether the things don't affect you, but you know, it affects millions of people.
The thing is that what I observe about most Nigerians, we don't live in reality.
Yes,
we don't really live in reality.
The point about Africa is that first, we shouldn't have copied all this democracy from Western world 100% because we are different.
Yeah, you're right there. I mean, you're right.
Look at Nigerian example. Look at our recurrent expedition alone. It's finishing us from our National Assembly and State Assembly and the presidency and also the governorship. The recurrent expedition is so huge that you just want to make some people happy. You have to spread it so that everybody have a representation. The same thing is going on in Africa. And I always mention this. I am a black man, and average black man is so greedy and so selfish, because where you are living in abroad, the more car you have, the more you pay more tax, as in road fee and everything, insurance and the rest. And when you go to Africa, you will see our leaders having mansion upon mansion, cars upon cars, stealing our money and taking it to these so-called Western countries. The Western corporate are also corporate in this, because they will take our money and they will turn back and say we are corrupt, and they are using the money to better their own country. So who is a fool here? We are the fool, but we must tell ourselves the truth. The truth is that we have to look inward, be patriotic enough, and tell ourselves the whole truth. But if today you are fighting against my tribe, or I'm fighting against your tribe, or for example, as an African in a diaspora, you'll be surprised that some African countries don't like your country. Why? Because they say you are the giant of Africa.
But who brought the tribe issues here?
No, but he's right. No, he's correct, man. This brother's been listen. This brother has been telling out of everybody here. This brother has been consistently telling you, listen, bro. This brother has been systematically been telling you that listen. Stop. Hold on. Can you stop yelling, sir? Can you stop yelling, sir? Can you stop yelling? Can we stop yelling? Can we stop yelling?
I didn't talk about tribe, Remy. I didn't talk about tribe.
Okay, but Remy is still telling the truth and very accurate. Oh my God, dude, you just filibuster everything.
Let me ask Remy a question. Remy, I didn't talk about tribe, you know.
Okay, go ahead. Ask me the question now.
No, I said I didn't talk about tribe. What I was trying to relate
try to understand me. I am talking about our problem as an Africa, as a continent. I am telling you, if you're in the diaspora, everybody are here. For example, if you meet your African brother in the street, the moment sometimes I say, where are you from? I say, you're in Nigeria. He doesn't want to play with you because he sees that, I don't know why. They thought that Nigerians are superior or Nigerians are bad people. I don't know. Sometimes you want to fight for your African people. So what I'm just trying to say is that in Africa, there is no that uniformity. There is no that unity among nations.
Yeah, you're right.
So when you talk about tribe, I just use tribe as an example also in Nigeria. If you go to Europe or you go to Asia, let me tell you, like where I am today now, there is a war in Ukraine. Most of the Ukrainians fled to Finland. As I'm talking today, they gave them job. They gave them free visa. They are giving them money because they are white. That's what I'm talking about. And you continue to say tribe or tribe. Try to understand where I'm coming from. But if it's so in Africa or something like that, your leaders, when you talk about leadership also came from followership. Because you are not having the same set of leader year in, year out. They are different. And when they steal our money and they will take it out to other countries of the world and they put it there, and those countries will now say, oh, your leaders are corrupt. Look at Abasha.
Hey, brother, there's one example. You see the results Rwanda is getting? That's because he's a direct reflection of the people. That's why they're getting the results they are getting.
Yes. So no matter what happens in a country, no country is perfect. And no matter what happened, we have had the election, or we have this. People should come together and support. For example, the coup that happened in Gabon, I am 50% in support of it, because it's not done for somebody to rule there for 40 years. And that is my fear for Niger. That's my fear for Mali. The same thing for Chad and the rest. All these people, they will turn around, become a Agbada man, become there, they want to contest election, and they'll stay there for another 40 years. And they they are worse. It's the same result at the end of the day.
Remy, let me ask you, Remy, do you think now that, let's say, the coupists now finally solidify their grounds and become the authentic leaders, do you think the West is not going to go back to them and give them offers?
They will use them as usual, because they too are greedy, because they are not going to stay there for 1 year.
The ones that are greedy will take the offers. The ones that are not greedy will be sabotaged seriously. And that's how it continues.
90% of them are good. I can
It's a continuous. That's why I said it's war without weapons. They don't need to come to Africa anymore with chains and chain us and enslave us. No. What they need to do.
Esaro, what I always look for is this: when they plan their coup, and they say, we plan this coup, but in the next 6 months, we are going to return to democratically elected government. That is business. But if you are telling me, give me 3 years, give me 4 years to go back to constitutional government, that is a bullshit. Sorry, that is not good enough. That means they want to perpetuate themselves in power. They are just buying time.
I agree with you.
A lot of this. What does Buhari do to us? Babangida, even Obasanjo as a military man, even Abacha, Abu Salam, all of them are super rich today because of Nigeria.
I agree with you, Kuka. But you know one thing. You know what makes this coup different? The ones that are happening, I know why it's different. Because the world is about to change from one hegemony to several poles. We're about to have a multipolar world.
Everything can change, but people will remain people. You look at a very good example I can point to you today is Rwanda. But Rwanda, their president is also taking it too far. And at the end of the day, he's going to miss his demise. He has tried a lot, lifting that country from that genocide period and developing that country, which is good. He's supposed to be the successor, but he wants to perpetuate himself in power, just like any black greedy man. At the end of the day, he's going to meet his Waterloo soon.
That's what I was trying to explain to you now. I said, can you let me finish? I said, you see, at this point, these leaders have taken power. But then if they say, okay, let us have democracy, from 6 months' time, we will conduct an election. How is it 100% that person that was elected will not fall? Because this seat is a very hot seat and is full of a lot of gold.
So I will give my hat off for any of them that say, I am going to return to question in 1 year and I am not contested as the president. I'm going to retire. That is the person that meant well.
That's good. That's a good one.
Them, go and write it down today. They will also want to contest and they will win. And they will continue to rule for 10, 40 or something years. And the same status quo is back again. So the way I see
is whether they want to do the right thing for their people. That's the key. If they are not, then whether it's 1 year, 5 years, 20 years, is bad.
But to Nigeria, you know what makes this one different? There's something that makes this one different. What makes this one different is that there are now several arrangements. There's BRICS. So your naira will not be falling here and there like a balloon again. Now there will be it's going to be a multipolar world. There's China, there's Russia, and there's the US and the West. So you can choose where to deal. That means the world, they will de-dollarize the world, and then your economy will be able to make sense. When you trade, you can trade in your own currency. That's what this new arrangement is bringing in. So at this point, it's best to break the chain from America and to realign. At the end of the day, we have some countries dealing with the West. We have some countries dealing with China and Russia. So it will further stabilize some other economies. It don't make you be losing here, losing there, losing left, right, and center. No.
You know that the BRICS nation they are planning to be using the Chinese yuan as their currency. Do you know?
No, that I think the deal. I think it is still on the table, but the deal is that they are going to create a new currency. If they create a new currency, you go relax. You're not going to buy dollar. You know what? You know what that thing does to your naira.
You know what? Because I don't know where you live, but if you have deal with Chinese, I'm telling you, put this in your left hand. Don't eat with it. When Chinese deal with you, they will hide one or two things away, and that is their joker for you. That they will use it against you in future.
That is just making stuff up now. Talk about conspiracy. Give us example. Give us example of what we're talking about.
Look, people gotta leverage. Look, governments look, Remy is right. But the thing about it is people just have to leverage. I wouldn't say, quote unquote, break every chain, sever some ties, yeah, but we still should aim to have access to as many systems to make themselves stronger. So I'm not going to say necessarily it's the best thing for them to completely sever from the West, but they just need to.
I don't believe that.
Well, hold on. They just need to assert themselves like they've been doing with these coups. Keep the West at an arm's length. Make sure they keep it to where they don't get attacked. Keep them arm's length, but also say we'll go back to democracy, but you got to work with us and kind of do it that way. They can do that.
If you talk like this, America first, I will listen to you. You know, for the first time, you are beginning to make the kind of sense I want to hear. This will make the West be careful in their dealings, be more open. It's not coming to, hegemonize everywhere, take everything.
And if we are dealing with America, personally, I would say we should emphasize our dealings with the African Americans than just the entire population of America, because those ones, they have a little bit of an affinity, even if many of them still think that they're just America first. They have more affinity with Africans, just like Europeans deal with the Europeans in America too.
Let me ask you a question, my brother. It was American president that was ruling when they kicked Gaddafi. Was he able to stop it? Was it not a black American that was ruling America?
See, those were that. For one, that guy was a pure this, and you can also argue that. From what I said just now, it's about what we do, not necessarily what they are doing. Exactly. We have to engage the community in there. We are not engaging. How many times do our president even meet the Black Caucus or any black leader in America? None. We don't do that.
Can I interject really quick on that point? You are right that America, like the Americans pushed Libya, but you have to remember as well, it was largely a project of the French and other European countries that pushed Obama to do it. And Obama eventually agreed. So the best thing for African countries to make sure they leverage their advantages against European countries as well as America. So that's why severing every tie, that's what I'm saying. That's not probably the best idea. Some countries it's better for others, but they shouldn't sever every single tie because that could save a possible intervention some way.
In the near future, I think our alliances should be stronger with the Chinese and the Russians in the near future, like say in the next 10 years or so, because the Americans, I don't see them giving us room to grow.
I don't even want Chinese. I want the Russians, not even the Chinese.
Guys, listen to this. Guys, listen to this. I think our alliance should be more within Africa, even. Build that bond that we were building before that they were frustrating. Create a single economy where there's free movement. If they begin to deal with Africa as one entity, it will be hard for them to manipulate now. Check it
my
out.
brother, that is why to achieve that, we must go closer to Russia. First of all, if you want to put us together, you see, the real problem of Africa, let me just put it this way, is that most of this country they created for us. And we were not there and forcefully putting us together. But because it has favored some element of people among us, maybe by tribe, they can produce president, they don't want to do the needful. That's just the fact. That's why nobody is satisfied. Just use Nigeria as an example. There is no tribe in Nigeria that is not one way or the other, not crying for marginalization. But they will be silent when they will be silent once their brother is already a president or someone that is close to them. But once the person is out of office, another person pick the mantle, you see them go back again. They will be grumbling.
My brother, that's why
So
what is happening now
so
with
the real problem is this. Look, my brother, even like Remy, he is from Finland. There was a time that Finland, there was a serious war between the red and the blonde. You know, some boys like they have some red hair, somehow, and some people is white and not very blondie hair, and not, they fought heavily. But you know, these people, when they fight over something, they will go back to a place and discuss the reason for those things and start looking for solution. But an African man, we want to use power, you know, to cover up or to subdue that very, very pains that people have. They don't want to solve it. They don't want to discuss it. They don't want to relate on it. So this is the situation we find ourselves. Like
the Europeans don't go about having conversations about it. They really do suppress.
No, when they discuss, they will not tell you this is what we want to do, and there will be question: how are we going to implement it? You see them coming out with. They will not come out with a platform that will
I'm
make sure.
in the UK. Let's not overextend it. Like Europeans are just.
Wait, now I'm trying. I will give you an example, an instance.
Okay,
how these people manage situation, why it work for them. When they discuss, they will not admit and accept the challenges before them. They will not put solution. Then the implementation of that solution, there must be a platform that have to make sure there is transparency and there is accountability. Okay, that is one. In our place, when they even point to problem, the first thing that will follow is money. And few people will just have access to that money. They will share it among themselves and they will neglect that issue. Another problem will come and arrive again on top of that first one. And they will point to it again. The next thing you will hear from them is money. Take, for example, the issue of subsidies. The current president said, everybody said it has been hijacked by few individuals, criminals. So therefore, we must remove it. We cannot afford it. He didn't say the subsidies is bad. If you look at all his statement, because we're not able to manage it. But when you look at the history of the subsidies, they were appointing people into position. Why can't we go after them? So you see the way, what I'm trying to say, they will not suppress that problem and not come out with another form of subsidies again, palliative. That is just using English word to deceive ourselves. It's also subsidies. Then you release the palliative now to whom? To the same governors. And they will share it among themselves. How do you even know the poor of the poorest in Nigeria? We don't have data to do that.
Midwest, I don't know if you were here when we were discussing earlier, because we actually touched a bit on this. I didn't join it from the beginning, but when I came in, we touched a bit about this, because there's the West already understand the loophole in Africa.
Yes.
And Africa, or the black man, is one person, or the Africa is one place where the West finally have one place to go to get anything they want. So it's a place where they collectively, I don't know how, whether it's they just know the facts about Africa, that okay, this is a place where we can always go and get things. You know, this is why when Ukraine was not working for them, they easily, before 3 months, they've already signed a deal with Nigeria. The pipeline was already, or that pipeline was in progress since Buhari administration for long. But
okay, let's use that pipeline as an example, my brother. See where the problem lies. That pipeline was laid from Nigeria, but the resources is not in all Nigeria. The resources is from one particular area in Nigeria.
Of course,
or some area in Nigeria. Do they even consult? You see where the difference between us and them, how greedy and wicked the wickedness of the black man. In Europe here, tell me any of them that will be having that resources. You will just go there because you are a federal government and start signing contract without your authorization of that local community authority. It's not possible. You see, they have to go back. They go back to that grassroots of human rights. They put it law there. And they go back to that, how will I put it again? Sometimes
they don't. When it's of national security level stuff, they don't. Let's
wait, please, I'm coming. They go back, they go down to that national, what did I call, affiliation, or maybe that local authority of the people and that right of the indigenous people. They make sure every community have right, which we call autonomous. And there are laws that make you as a federal to always consult them before tampering with anything in their land. Nearly the entire European country. And if you go to their region, even though most of them are practice region, there are large regions. You see small, one region very small. It's because of historical affiliation to that very particular small place. And they give them the same authority given to the large place. And all of them are free to move. That sense of belonging is completely out of us. And when we are only attached to our tribal feelings, whereby if my brother is a president, you want to come and persecute my brother, you want me to fold my hand
Midwest,
when I don't even know what the country is giving me.
Midwest, there's something they call Federal Executive Council.
Forget it.
Hold on. It includes governors from those areas that control the oil.
Who created those states in the first case? If you are talking about government,
they normally join the conversation whenever they want to do anything. They discuss and they come into agreement. It doesn't mean federal government just go and don't involve the governors into this issue. So sometimes your leaders in your state, they are involved. They agree with the federal government on what to do. So we cannot just blame the federal government alone.
Okay, you know, the way we explain it in Nigeria, it makes sense. But in practice, it's not there. And I will give you an example. This is where the deception lies. You point to the state governors. There are places today, minings are taking place. The indigenous people don't even know who to ask. If you talk to the governor will point to the federal executive people. And when you are trying to talk to the federal, you don't see anybody to talk to. And they will just come down, bribe some few people, and they start doing whatever they want to do. No, the truth of the matter is that you must make that local people to be strong. They must have a channel to participate in what is going on.
Midwest.
For example, if it is a threat to their environment, if it is a threat to their cultural heritage, there are some land that are sacred. There are even some buildings in Europe here. They look not beautiful. They leave it there because those buildings, when you go closer, you see a very strong history behind it. So they will be renovating things. Even when they build in the internal wall, they will still allow the outside wall to remain. There are reasons for things. In our home, we want to build it with power, but we don't want to build it with logic. And that is why we are stuck.
Midwest. Recently, the current president met with Oba of Benin. I believe in that meeting, they discussed a lot of things. You understand me? If you look at it, Oba of Benin, in Edo here, we respect him more than the governor. So we believe he's the owner of the whole lands.
Okay, Edo. You see another vacuum. Okay, let me point to it.
Hold on.
Yeah.
And am I lying? If you are a Benin person here, we all believe that Oba of Benin own all the land in Benin, in Edo State, which is fact. So he met with the president. I believe if he have any issue, he will discuss it to the president. So I don't believe these people, they shut out our local leader. No, they don't. They
shut them out. They shut them out. I will tell you what.
I don't think
by constitution, there is no constitution that protects those your cultural heritage in law. We are operating them because of our affiliation. The way we were bring. That's why we still have it in our memory with these people. There is no law at all. It's only when the government have created a tremendous problem, sometimes they will not fall upon these traditional leaders to start looking for solution. And when they are looking for the solution, there's not even a law that back those things. How can you govern government like that and expect it to work? We, like as Tubaba said, Tunaja said, he said, we have copied the law. And
Midway, all these things can be rectified. It just takes someone, maybe you or me, to file this thing to the National Assembly to push a bill that will make all those things that you are saying included. So see, all these things can be done. Just as most of us Nigerians, we just talk. We don't get anything done. What you are arguing for now can be done if you decide to sponsor a bill concerning this issue. It can.
I agree with you. As far as we still have democracy and we are still electing people, most of these things, if we want to be serious, we can solve them and we can make a change. And that is why we have to put pressure upon these people who are ruling us today. Look, don't do it the way you people used to do it. Things are moving in Africa. We don't even know those who are behind them. We don't know whether it's the same people or whether it's the same colonial master who have drawn a plan and try to change things on their own. We don't know. We are just there because we don't even have any intelligent guardian about what is going on in the continent. So only God knows. And you know, that kind of something. And we don't even sense them. But when we see the reality, we are celebrating. We don't want this kind of something in our country because if it happens, Nigerians are going to suffer more. And yeah.
Please, most of the things you said are very basic things that we should know. But then when you said only God knows, no, please, leave God out of this thing. It is we humans that are causing all these problems. I think what we should start fighting for is there are some basic things that should be done for everybody to be able to think in a particular direction. One of them is education. If we fight for education to be widespread, the Almighty.
I don't know see, this is another problem. I don't know the kind of education you're talking about because education is of different type. The one we have in Nigeria is not education.
I know.
Just have one in your mind.
Reforming the education system to suit our peculiarity is one thing. Getting the education right is another thing. If education is widespread and everyone knows what they are going to attain through education and everyone is enlightened, the Almajiris that are normally called to go and fight for one local politician will think about their future before they go out. All these people who are going around lazing about, we find something to do. Education might not be just reading literature. It's also having a skill, you know. Skilled, there are technicians everywhere in Europe here. In fact, they are more valuable than people sitting in offices. If I tell you,
my brother, okay, let's see some problem we have. You see, the people you just mentioned their name, they are be there and they are whom they have before this white man came. All we have to talk about is how to strengthen individual way of life. That's just the fact. Not trying to say you want to change people. When you strengthen it, you will see the good about them. That's why I told you education is of different type. The most educated people in Nigeria when the white people came is the northern part. They know how to read, they know how to write. You can't deny that if you want to be sincere about history. And up to today, those are marginal.
I don't think you're getting me right because our country now is just you know that
where we have problem. Look, if I may understand, is like we should tell them to dump that in and copy that of it, like English way. Enlightened will not behave like the way they behave.
No. That's wrong. That's wrong. In this 21st century, you learn, unlearn, and relearn. I think what we should be looking at. You see, this is something I discuss with people, and after talking to them, they understand my point. Education means something you learn that particularly solve your problem in your own environment. It's not when you study something that belongs to another environment. And you don't have snow in Nigeria. But you can devise methods. Say, for instance, let me take a particular example. Farmers go to the farm. They don't have transportation methods to get their goods to the market. In this scenario, do you know what I see? I see engineering. You can engineer a method of bringing these things to the market. Farmers farm, they don't have anywhere to sell it. There's a problem here. You need a commodities market. There's so many things you can fashion and put into the education so that as you are graduating from the education, you are going into service. You should be around your environment. We have problems of food. People carrying cattle everywhere. This is education. If you teach them how to ranch with your own particular breed of cow, and what is the life expectancy of the Nigerian cow, or is it the Fulani cow? What is it called? You study the animal, you study its environment, you study what it needs. You create a peculiar ranch for your environment. You solve that problem. You get something to solve a problem. That's education. You study how to solve the problem in your own environment. You don't go and learn ranching in the US. Maybe in the US they feed their cattle with something that's better for them in snow and in cold. You have warm-blooded animals roaming around eating people's foodstuff. You see and you go around like that. You keep changing and changing until you get the perfect match. That's education for me in our own scenario. It doesn't mean you just want to breathe one flyover.
It's still buoy to the same thing we are talking. I still agree with you to some point. You see, if you refer to those cattle area, the way it is today is a very big problem to the country. But that does not mean they are not educated. You have to know the genesis of this problem. If individuals were to maintain their regions or come together, create states, and there is a law in one particular place, and everybody in the country is raised with the idea that, look, some certain things you can do in some area, you can't do it in the other side. That cattle area, in his area, he can move as he like. That is their home. I don't know that you understand.
Yeah, but that's education now.
Wait, and in some area, he cannot do it. Then the person will respect law. He understand that if you do it somewhere, you face the root of law. But once people are roaming their cattle, even in the capital city, and the law enforcement agent cannot ask them, what are you doing? Either because they are being protected by power that seems to be even more than the security agent. They are free to do whatever they like. You see the problem? So these are the things they need to go and do foundational. What will I put? Even the Amajiri you just mentioned. There are Sanusi when he was in power. This guy Rufai. No, they said no. This culture is ours, but now it's no longer attainable, and we need to do something. Their people will listen to their people, and they will put solution. I from the South cannot go and be forcing solution to those things. It will not work. I will support their people. So that is just the minor thing out of it. What I'm trying to point before is that right of minority is not in the head of any black man. Once you give them power, what they assume that is good for them must be good for the rest of people. That's it. Until we have to bear that and understand that things that are good for me may not be good for the other man. The other man cannot swallow it. But we can live together. And we must have to design a system how we can respect each other on it. Then everybody will be at peace and move forward. As I said, look at Nigeria. When a South man was in president, or agitation, or air pollution, we not get land to farm, we not get land to fish, all of them went down. Pam. Is the problem not still there now? Even more than worse than the situation in Meti. When another person was in power, Fulani they moving anyhow. People were crying. They were buying people anyhow. The president they are applying, I don't know the kind of method they were trying to apply. Everybody understand it didn't yield the result. Now look at what is happening in Niger State and everywhere. A state that once produced a military president. Even most of this president is around that area, the northern people that they have produced. Now we have another one in the West. He's trying to do his own again. Every agitation from that side will go down till it's out of power. Because we are blaming ourselves. And those things now boil down to that tribal affiliation. When you try from the West, you are trying to talk to an Igbo man in the East. The Eastern people will not consume what you are saying. When someone from East is trying to...
Please, I want to quickly ask something. What is driving Nigeria's stock market currently? Because that thing, since this year, that thing has been going crazy, like up, shooting up. Like it's like we the poor are complaining, the rich are just smiling. Those that invest in stock market, like the thing's going crazy. Some of them
I don't know.
Why did we not go up when they were selling the poor for pennies? They are devaluing the Nigerian naira.
I think no. Let me say this: Nigeria, the middle class and the lower class need to join the Nigeria stock market because those people are making a killing. The market is on fire.
My brother, I don't know what is
hold on. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. I like what you said. You had a very decent diatribe. I liked a lot of what you said. To Niger, I don't know why Kaizo gave you control. This has been the worst panel ever. I'm gonna leave. I'm just joking. You did a pretty decent job. You didn't talk over people like you usually do. So you actually did a very good job. This is a very good subject. I've learned a few things. So with that, I will leave and Have fun.
Why are you crying now? It's not Ezo that gave me the control. It's one man that gave me the controls.
Nah, it's
So,
just like when they give certain Nigerians power, you know, it goes to their head. And
how did it go to my head? Did I oppress you? Did I kick you too hard?
oh,
I didn't do
don't
anything.
use the word impress now. You're
I didn't
taking
oppress you.
it.
Now, what are you going on about? I didn't oppress you.
I said you did an okay job.
Okay, that's good. Then
And
why you say it's the worst panel at the same time?
Also too, you need to subscribe to my channel.
Oh, you got a channel.
Yeah, America First Rifleman. Subscribe
Okay.
to my channel, and also subscribe to Chaotic Reaction or Chaotic Truth. Search his channel. I stream on there. I stream on there Tuesday mornings and Saturday mornings. So come and check me out. We're growing CT's media. We're gonna tell the truth, even if you Negroes don't like it.
Yeah. You subscribe to my channel just in case. I think I've
And, he's Nigerian, by the way. Chaotic Truth is Nigerian, by the way. So his parents are. Well, he's American. He's American, but he comes from Nigerian stock.
I see.
No, I don't.
Rifleman, have you subscribed to my channel?
Of course I have. I've even been on your channel when you live stream. I just don't say anything.
But I didn't oppress you there. I don't know. I'm
Nah, it was Nigerians trying to be superior to everybody, like always. That's what happened on the channel.
Aren't they superior? Come on, you have to admit that.
No, but it was a decent conversation. I ain't gonna lie. Like that's why I stuck around.
All good. Yeah, but I get you. You know, believe in me, our Nigerians, they have issues, man. Look at this Adeoye guy. That guy, he seriously has issues, man.
To Niger, like literally, you guys can literally save Africa because you're the strong men of Africa. So like, without you guys being strong, Africa's done, and everybody knows it.
Yeah, I hope so. We are all able to work together with our brothers across the pond.
Rifleman, where are you from? Are you Nigerian?
I'm from America.
You're full-blooded American.
Well, my father's Jamaican. My mother is Black American.
Oh my God, he's a Teta too. He's one of the Tetas around. Oh my God.
He's one of the Tetas. That is why you don't understand Nigeria now.
Oh my God.
If you were from Nigeria, maybe one of your parents is from Nigeria, and you
more than a lot of Jamaicans apparently came from Igbo land or something.
Yeah.
Oh, you're Nigerian.
Ancestry.
I'm Nigerian. Well, I gotta take another DNA test to be sure before I start putting on. Before I start putting on the nice robes. You guys got some pretty cool costumes. Not costumes. They're not costumes, but garb or clothing. Yeah, Nigerians have some of the most unique African clothing on the planet.
Yep. Thank you for that. And I've already subscribed on your channel. And all those people that are on this channel that have not subscribed to mine, it's TUNIGER. It's very, very simple. The name you see there, you check it on YouTube, you subscribe to it. I need to get my subscription up actually, because I've been around for quite a bit and I've been on so many panels, but my own channel, I didn't grow it.
Rifleman.
Yeah, me too.
Rifleman, I don't know if you have you can drop your email on the private chat because I like to connect with you. There's something we're doing out here. There's a growing far right movement in Europe, and the Black people here, we are trying to come together and
well, I can definitely provide some education.
Yeah, great. I would love to because I'm in charge of the panel. I just don't want to drop the link here.
Yeah, because one thing I'll tell you about when Black folks look at what stuff at far right stuff, they look at kind of the sensational stuff they say and they don't dig into the details of what their mindset is and all that. They just get triggered and start yelling about how everything's racist and they don't know how to intellectually combat these people. That's how you defeat them.
Yeah, exactly. We need such. I'll drop your email so we can converse and then
I'll put it in there.
Yeah, we can add it to the panel when we start. Okay.
Okay. What panel is that?
Yeah, drop your email also to Nigeria. We're trying to form something in Scandinavia here because I don't want to drop it. We'll talk.
In Scandinavia,
yeah. There is a growing far right movement, and that's why I talk about pushing them out of Africa. They're coming into Africa with easy access, but they're trying to
Those
chase
Scandinavians.
Yeah, and then they're
Well,
chasing
yeah.
black people here.
Well,
So we
well,
need
what country? What country?
Sweden.
Sweden. Oh yeah. Well, Muslims then took that place over.
Yeah, they're burning Qurans everywhere, you know. So we need to extend. We want to extend the movement to as far as America, so that we will have a collective, like Martin Luther King and Malcolm X wanted to do.
Well, you want to do more Malcolm X and less MLK. I'll just give you that. Just as a Black American, I'm gonna give y'all advice. Do more MLK. Do more Malcolm than MLK.
Oh my God, MLK has swallowed so many African Americans right now.
So this is why I talk the way I talk sometimes about chasing the West out of Africa, because they've destroyed. You need to see what happened in Niger Delta. They can no longer fish. They can't farm. They can do.
Yeah,
they are not trying to help us at all. You know.
Are you from the Niger Delta?
Yeah.
Yeah,
man,
that was decimation in that area.
Decimation, man. The fishes, you can see the fishes dead on the waters, dead, and they always have people to bribe, you know, to get these things, to get themselves in.
Yeah, all the people watching this program, please, if you can, you know, help. This is charity. This thing, help me. I need my channel subscription to grow. This is bad. I'm not losing the 200s, man. This is bad.
All right, Tunaja, I gotta go. My eyes are glazing over. I gotta work tomorrow. So y'all take it easy. God bless.
Thank you. Thank you. God bless. And yeah, as I was begging, you know, the begging continues. People, please subscribe to my channel. Subscribe to my channel, please, because I need that to get over 300. Yeah,
this is the first time you are announcing your channel for people to subscribe. I don't know why you don't do this. I've been forcing you to do this.
What's the name of the channel?
It's TUNIGER.
TUNIGER.
Very simple, you know. Just search it TUNIGER. The link is on this thing, on the screen. Just TUNIGER. I'm trying now. I want to start getting it going, you know, because you have to start expanding so that when I'm putting videos out, people can see it and stuff like that.
But honestly, that thing is hard here, you know, to get those things. Woo! In Scandinavia here, you will fight tooth and nail, because you know we are dominated by blondes and everything.
Yeah. Yeah, the blondes are the ones winning this thing. Were you the one saying something about the redhead and the blonde fighting?
No, it was this other guy.
Yeah, it's me. You know, in Finland, that is an history. You understand me? And these people.
That's interesting. Can you tell me again?
Yeah,
I find that fascinating, actually.
Okay, we get to a point where they have to look for a solution, and now you see nobody care about that again. Whether you are blonde or this and that, the problem has been solved, and they move on. They don't. You can't. There's no way you can initiate that. It doesn't make sense to anybody anymore. But the thing is this: here comes, we have a problem. The most marginalized people. It is marginalization that is going on that is consuming Nigeria. Everything belongs to president directly, but indirectly, they will be saying it belongs to all of us. The way they structure the country, tell me anything you want in that country just for you to pin the president down. That's all. No power can stop him not to do whatever he decided to do. No power. So how can a country move forward like that? You understand me? You can even influence the president of some countries in the world. When you now start coming down, the president will start having obstacle, because there are structures to relook into things that is trying to bring before them. Look at what we have in Niger Delta today, and even the Niger Delta. If we are not managing it with caution, my brother, the chances for Edo to turn against Esan turn against Agbo turn against Urobo is obvious, and that one will consume all of us.
Yeah,
I'm just telling the truth. Instead of we to talk of, look at our ancestors, they were not so educated enough. When they found out the way the British carved this country into three places forcefully, it has favored the Easterners from Enugu, which they call Igbo, and the Yorubas from Ibadan. No, the people said, no, this country, we need to settle down, discuss how we can move forward as one. The indigenous right must be recognized again, since we are now on our own. Everybody with what favor, then they try to water it down. That's not the problem. That's not the problem. Look at what we have in the country today. We hate ourselves.
The thing is, I find is that there is tribalism in almost every nation on earth. Like in the UK, it's just, I don't even know. They don't even bother calling it tribalism anymore. They just call it the North and South divide, the West Lothian question, the Irish, the Scottish sectarian divide, all kinds of divides all over the place.
It's always like that in every country. But when you accept it, you admit it that it's there. You now look for solution to it. The solution is this: when the rule of law is effective, and there is that human right, you are confident that you are being protected by your government. You don't care about where you come from again. The protection in the country now, when it comes to leadership, dwells on the tribe you are from and the people you associate with. Like TINUBU today, TINUBU will do whatever he like. You can't ask him. His people will not allow it, and people who are close to him. You cannot go and question Buhari. His people are not going to allow that. So whom are we shitting? Is it not those who believe, oh, this is one Nigeria, without really coming out and say, look, if you don't do the right thing, I'm leaving? That's just the fact. We were having a president from South. When he was there, he couldn't do anything. He weakened himself. Because if he has rallied his people, the entire South, and create a band of unity, the man would have been having strength.
I think the problem, the thing with Nigeria is that it doesn't matter who is in office. Every region has problems, and I think some of the analysis that was given was a little bit faulty, because when you went on to say when a northerner was in office, you notice that you struggled to explain what was happening in the north, because the north was in hell too under Buhari.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Do you know how many northerners
it was in hell.
Yeah, it was hell too.
It was in hell. But I don't think any Nigerian will argue that the president did not treat these people with soft glove.
Did he? You know, there was a time they killed more than 1,000 cows because they thought they were human beings. Like, how many human beings do you want to kill that you kill more than 1,000 cows? These are
he did his best. He did his best at the beginning. Look at the president was forcing Roga. He wanted these people to parade all Nigeria with impunity. That is the president initiative. At the time, he came out again that all rivers and water area belong to the federal because they are the one that will control it. Later, they come out with grazing route that start from Sokoto down to wherever place in Nigeria. What was the president doing? He was giving them more power to move.
No, it wasn't
and
power.
I think
They already were doing this thing
If you
before
think
now.
about
It wasn't
it,
new power.
he provided solution whereby a lot of people disagree with those solutions. Did he do anything? No. He allowed whatever decision the governors decide to go through. So he didn't force anybody. He did not.
See, when he initiated
it, I've been begging people, all this begging that I did, it's only one person that subscribed to the channel. I'm monitoring it. We have 70 people or so watching, and there's only one person that went to subscribe. Nigerians, Americans, East Africans, all of you, can you guys go and subscribe? You have 70 people watching, and only one person actually went and subscribed to the channel. You want me to share the link with you? Let me share it, because I don't understand. I need this number to go up. I have to start begging now. Please subscribe, and hopefully when I'm streaming, you'll be able to join us so that we'll have some quite interesting conversations, because I like to have, as a matter of fact, I'm going to focus on specifics areas so that we can actually move the needle on some areas, because I feel like sometimes we go around too many topics. Thank you for the donation. This is a DiCaprino. Something may be within hidden the dust. Put on your archaeologist clothing and search for the true dial of destiny. What is that? That's, you know what? I like the money, but I don't understand the message. Do you understand UFC?
Let him call in. I think this person.
I've never seen him on the panel before. I don't
understand the meaning of this thing.
He said you should dig deep.
Yeah, what he's trying to say is that there are some. There are things that.
What's the spelling of your channel?
Two Niger. The name. So you see it there.
Two as in the letter.
Yeah, as the name. As the name. You see on my
number
profile.
2. Then Niger.
So
you Niger, can I come in?
Yeah,
you can come.
Hello,
welcome.
How are you? How are you, brother?
Fine. Thank you. Welcome.
Yeah. Thank you. I think he's telling he's saying that maybe the answer is beneath your feet. You should dig deep a little bit more. Probably the answer, probably. Brother, is this brother? This this brother look like that's like a fighter. I don't know what is this.
Xero. The Scandinavian.
This mighty man.
What did you say?
Scandinavian.
Yeah.
You look like what is it? Is it weightlifting? Is it your weightlifting photo? What is it?
Okay.
No, I'm just.
It's just an avatar.
Yeah, you were. Yeah, you know, I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
Okay.
You were talking with this other brother. I think his name. You said something. You wanted to do something to that so they're having easy access to whatever Africa, Nigeria, whatever. But then they think, but they do Superman with us.
Yeah.
I love it. And I came I wanted to, I don't know, maybe understand what you want to, what you're looking into. Maybe it would be, I also might find interesting. You know, I've always been very unhappy when, especially when I hear Africans or Nigerians self-blaming. Makes me very unhappy. So this will put up some stupid propaganda, and then we help them promote that we are shit. No, we are not shit, right? We don't need the marketing of our self-hate, of the hate of us. We don't need it. We don't need to help for free. They did with it. You will see our own people for free. They don't even pay them for free. Then go help the propagandists market the hate of us. I'm like, what the heck is this? What the heck is going on? I mean,
yeah, you're right. You're right. In fact, I was even thinking that we will open our eyes earlier, but we don't. Most of us here who are abroad, we've come across these people in our countries. But after we come here, we realize that, man, the trade balance, no balance at all.
Brother, let me even give you one. It's very easy hint, right? So you will go to their country, right? To get a job as a cleaner. It's like, okay, finally they give you a job to go and clean the garden and whatever. But when they go to your country, they are expatriates.
Expatriates.
I've never seen a European who is not a director in Nigeria try to go and be office assistant in their country. It's a war. You're not going to find it. It doesn't matter your degree, right? But then they go to your country, they pack all the money, they whatever, they will even go there, and our people will even be they will even shit on our people in our own country and pack away the money. When you try to go to their country, you are an effing immigrant.
I'm telling you.
But there's different. There is a lot of differences. You coming here to work. Your leader coming here to invite them. Post picture with them to influence you that those who know the job is already with me and we are going to do it good. You see the difference?
No, that's not okay.
That is the picture. Wait, how did they become a manager?
That is the stereotype. That is the stereotype.
Midwest. If you listen to this conversation earlier, you understand. We have passed this conversation now. You said now we've passed. There's it's multi-dimensional. These things that lead up to your leader coming to take photos with them. These are not the people you wanted as your leader. But they
Midwest. Let me even give you this scenario, even bring it to the current issue that is going on right now all over Africa with these old French people, right? Okay. So before the wool they used to use to cover their eyes is that they would say, oh no, you can. They take maybe one or two allowed to come to France, right? And okay, all right. And so the people don't realize, the great imbalance, because they are so, if one of them escapes to France, they're very happy. And then the other people are hoping one day they will escape to France. Now, since the destruction of Libya, right, the wave to Europe is massive. And they don't want. So They go to whatever, Niger or whatever it is. They go to plow all the resources. And now these people, since the gate is almost open, even though it's dangerous, they say, oh, we don't want them. So you lock the door on them. So you are taking away all their resources. And then you lock the door on them to come to your own place. But then you go to their place to take away their resources. Now, because these people now, the thing is open now that these people don't even like us to come to France. But then they are coming to take away all our uranium. What is going on here? We are going to have a problem. That is why they don't have.
And you know, black people cannot use the card, the payment card in France. I mean,
so you are going up. Yes. Look, brother, the electricity that will fill one street of France. France is a very industrialized country, right? Can power one town or one industrial town in France. Maybe can power the whole of Niger. Why is Niger not powering? Why is France not responsible for Niger's electricity? Why? 30% of French nuclear or whatever.
Why?
The
reason why they are not doing it because we are asleep now. We're not the one giving them for free.
And
we are not demanding
why should France be taking away all Niger's uranium and Nigeria is the one giving Niger electricity? No, we can do it. We are brothers. Whatever arrangement we have within ourselves, but it's like on a common sense level. Why should Niger be powering France? A whole France that's a very industrialized country. So Niger is powering France, but then Nigeria has to power Niger. What the heck is going on?
It's corruption.
Sometimes you can't even
see what is going on. Let me put it before
our
you.
people that are the ones causing the problem. We don't aspire. We don't have ambition for our people. That's the problem.
Thank you.
I played a video yesterday of this Major General, I think Chief of Defense, Chief of Army Staff. A British official came, told him, "Be honest with us. Tell us what you want. We are eager to assist you in any way you can." And what was he asking for? Training and basically a caterpillar. That's what he was asking.
Those ones are idiots. Those ones are idiots.
See, I want to put it this way before you. See where the problem lies. See where the problem really lies. These people, I can say the colonial effect and the kind of structure of education they gave to us is still playing very, very deep in the way we reason in terms of trying to solve problems. The reason why France is, producing electricity for its country is because of the people of France. So in Africa, I think the president and his family, they are having the light and the government officials. So it ends there. They colonize us in a way that we should not have our people in our heart.
Brother,
so what we have
know
is ourselves.
We need to
so
move. Now that we know it's the imbalance is created from both sides. It's not just from their end. It's also called from some idiots, right, who make themselves leaders, right? And they take little biscuits while they take away all the resources out of their country because of they want to be a better past my neighbor, right?
So let me add to that what you just mentioned because that's what I wanted to ask you. Look at black man.
Because
Do you know what a black man wants? Let us just be sincere. You go as you are now. You go to your community.
My point is,
you go to your community with a very fancy car today. Everybody will hail you. They praise you. They worship you. This is the only thing that is in the head of a average black man in Africa. This is what they are exploiting.
That is sad.
So that is what they are exploiting.
Just hold on for a second so you hear what this man was asking Africans, a Nigerian chief of army, army staff to tell him, and just hear what he was asking. What else do you want Igbo man to tell you? Beg you to ask for something. Do you hear what he said?
To build on what has gone before. to invite you to be honest and candid with us about the things that we've been doing that perhaps you no longer care for, and the things that we haven't been doing, and that you would like us to do anew. Because I think it's important to us that we don't, that what we're doing is the stuff that meets your ambition for your army, General, whilst it is under your command. And my team are itching to have those conversations with you and your team to understand what your ambitions are and how we might support them.
You see that? That's the man is telling you, tell us what you want. Be honest. We are eager to help you. But no, the guy is asking for caterpillar and training, and maybe later on they will go and talk more. Some people are saying they are going to talk more. But in the meantime, while they asked him for those things, he was just asking for trinkets. It's like, what is wrong? He tells you that it's our people. Half of the problem is our people. Because now you can see it on video.
Yeah, to Nigeria. My point is this we know, right? That's why I say the point that bro Excel was raising, I was like, so like, wow, right? We know our own people, our people, because they want to be the only man in the village driving that soon. Meanwhile, they are
long time I've had that word. It's long time I've had that word. Where did you get that word from? That's
no, this is the perfect analogy now. They want to be the only man in the village driving that soon. Meanwhile, from there is village that is overseeing you. They are taking away Bugatti out of that village. But then, because he wants to be, he would even fight his own people who are riding bicycle and can't afford a motorbike.
He cannot even allow them to talk.
You won't allow them to talk. You don't talk. No. That's way in the ride. They want to be the only man riding that song and the hail.
What is that? What is Dasun again? I'm now curious. I've forgotten what is it, a car or a motorcycle or something?
Dasun is a product now. The way you used to see Toyota, the way you used to see Nissan, there's Dasun.
Yeah. Wow. This guy really went back, man.
Really, man. No, that's
it's no longer common. It's no longer common in Nigeria. It was one special vehicle those days.
Wow. Yeah, they push her for road now. He goes stop for he go call people help push her for express.
Oh my God.
So that's why he pay me. That's why they pay me, Rachel. But you want to maintain that in that some status, so that when you the driver and they go to Hela, they go. Meanwhile, then they carry Bugatti.
The thing has gone so far. Make I tell you, if you come from abroad, you bring yourself low, trying to mingle with these people. The kind of insult they will give to you, you can't believe it. When you try to tell them the reality that human beings are we are equal, we can relate. I may have it more than you in some area. Some area you may have it more than me. My brother, you are from abroad, say this one, that one will go there. Now that somebody will just form a story. You say no, dirty they pick for Europe. And that thing will be what they will use to be remembering you. I know that guy where they say they pick dirty for Canada. Now dirty work they do, no one go school, no one learn work. That's why they behave like this. So when you see people where it really they stupid, go back, can't go do fry air, just live with them for 1 month with something that is not in existence, they will be hailing the person. Yeah. You don't know that guy. They give him big name. Yes, sir. So these are how colonial masters program us. We need to break it. Like this army general, and I went there. Indeed, there might be some certain things that they have to discuss in the secret or whatever. But the truth of the matter is that these people that we are pointing finger to that they are bad, this why. There are some points they want to help. Our leaders are not ready for that help.
No. This is the missing point. There is no point they want to help, right? The help is a fraud. Oh, this one you what do you want to give? The help is a fraud. Now, the thing they are taking away, they now come. Would you like some biscuits? So you see, we are giving them biscuits. No. If you know Achebe, no, really, there was a.
Do you like biscuits?
One of the most controversial talks that Chinua Achebe gave. I don't remember the title of the article anymore. He gave it at Massachusetts University. Well, everybody they couldn't understand what he was saying. Like, what are you saying? there was a particular doctor like that who will go to Africa, all over Africa, is setting up hospitals and everything like that. It is this kind of thing that she was being. So yeah, you go there, you set up Africa. They say, oh, I give you Panadol for Fensic. Then you on our back, you get Nobel Prize. You collect all money from all these and everything like that, and then you come and give them Fensic, and then also then you and your people take all the way. So it also, and everybody was so like, what the heck? It was one of the things that I loved. I love that piece more than Things Fall Apart, you know. So there's a whole lot of things. There's a whole lot of things like that, you know. But
I would have been happy to hear that, guys.
See, my brother, you know why I made this statement?
No.
You know why I made that? I want to tell you why I made that statement.
Let me ask everybody this question though. If it
at least I wanted to quickly round up why I made that statement before you ask that question.
Okay, go.
There was a conference even before this Ukrainian war. The Russian government, I think it was Putin himself. I think they were in discussion. He said that Africans themselves are not willing, because they are not willing. He just made that word. He said they are not willing to stand up so that we can pour that support on them. He said we have to be frank. I can't remember that program any longer.
I would like to see that.
Yes, Putin was the one that made that statement. I can still recall. So why were they making this statement? If you look at the way,
I understand. No, I don't disagree with you. My point is I don't disagree with you. That's why I'm going back to Excel, right? The problem is the widespread understanding, right? There's not that much of a widespread understanding, right? So this guy, because Tunaja likes it very much. Let me use it. So this guy let me use the example. This guy with the tattoo also has a way to Connie make
the man with that
number of people. Yeah, we do with that soon. Connie make
you are going to throw people off. A lot of people don't know what that is at all.
The only man with that in the community.
Yeah. You get a way to do Connie make a number of people to get so attached to the stupid thing is pushing, which is then turned around to be helpful to the oppressors, and then the people, the real, even if, like, let's say, give an example, you said Putin, let's say even Putin wants to help, whatever, the message is not ready received, right? Because this guy has cornered. So it's a problem of widespread of knowledge. It's the problem of widespread of information. There's not that much of the information or the knowledge is not punching through. And that's the problem.
Not punching through, right? Exactly.
It's not punching through.
Okay.
And
he also brought that.
If Excel is willing to do something, I'll be readily in. If there is something, I don't know.
Please,
we have to see what
your email on the private chat. Okay.
Wait, my brother. Look at it from another thing again. Look at our educational background. Before you know it, that man is a doctor. This man is an engineer. Hey, it's an accounting student too. You know, we love title. Here, the same building you are living, somebody is in the House of Parliament. You don't even know. The professionals that you want to go and meet in their universities, great mathematicians, they are living in the same flat, the same building with you.
Midwest, please let me just come in.
How many of them are they worshiping in the street?
Midwest, let me come. Midwest, let me come in, please.
Yeah.
Midwest, please. You know, most of us here are living abroad. We understand what you're saying. You see, somebody cannot miss what they have never lived through. Most of the people you're talking about that are doing this, they have never experienced what you have experienced. So they will never think like you. You have to educate. You cannot blame people who wish for a pot of soup when all they ever lived for was a pot of soup. Do you understand me? It's a mind thing. You have not seen industrialization. You can never ask for something that is close to it. You always ask for the ceiling that you have seen. That is why
hello, sorry, I have to go. I have to deal with some situation. Thank you very much. I gave in my email there.
All right, yeah, I've seen it. I'll
all right.
So,
all right,
so
take care.
if you have never lived through, if you have never experienced these people from the other side, you always see them with the eyes your forefathers saw them. They came to us without visas. They came to our forefathers, but by commissions of the Queen of England. They came with their contract letters. Look at what they did in Zimbabwe and South Africa. They came. I don't know if you've seen the story of Shaka Zulu. They came. They asked for a piece of land. They gave them because our forefathers were very nice people. Visitors are treated kindly. We welcome visitors. They said, go on farm. And the normal way, even till today, it's still done. If you go to some villages in the east or in the southwest and the Obas or say they want to give you a piece of land to farm, they will just say, okay, see all this area, or yeah, you can farm here. It doesn't mean that you have now finally taken over the whole community. But when these guys came, that is how Zimbabwe now belonged to 80% of the land belonged to the whites. That's exactly what happened in South Africa. He's a white man originally from Africa. But if you go to South Africa, there's a particular place called Onana, or was it? It's only white. They don't allow black people to come in.
Oriana, yeah.
Oriana, yeah. Have you heard of that? So
yeah, I've heard of it.
Yes. So this is the relationship between them and our forefathers. That is why slavery, we all know slavery is a crime. But nobody's even seen colonialism as a crime. It's a pure crime. Why are you colonizing me for? What? Why did you ask you to colonize me?
Look, they've colonized us, and look at where they place us today.
Yeah, and is that a good thing? Is colonizing?
If anything really good, if anything good is a colonization, I think we ought to be enjoying it today.
It is criminal. It is criminal. They should
I think you can call it criminal. I think in my mind, you can only call it criminal because you look at it from their point of view to an extent. For me, if I look at it from the point of view of power and what power does, I don't see it as criminal. When they defeat you, that's the consequences of being weak. And it's just the way of the world. And if anybody is... It happens, the Romans did it to them. Yeah, that's what the Romans did to them too. The Romans did the same thing to them. So it's the way of the world. And
Zero, can I correct you? You were speaking on the issue of land in South Africa. Can I give you information, correct information? Because you got wrong information.
Sorry, are you from South Africa?
Yeah, it's from South Africa. And he's a nationalist though.
So, Niger, can you keep quiet? So you are wrong on the issue of land.
What are you Niger,
yeah, can you keep quiet?
You just came here and just started talking.
Why should I greet you? I'm correct.
You came on the panel. You need to speak to people politely.
To Niger, keep quiet. Xero, can I correct you?
You're going to end up backstage at this stage.
You're speaking on the issue of my country. So
Niger, just relax. To Niger, relax.
No, he's being rude. He's being rude. I'm not going to let him come out.
I think it's just been
if you want to be around, you need to be polite.
Lazi, please. Lazi, take it easy and don't say. Keep quiet. Keep quiet. Keep quiet for Nigeria person is very insultive. You know our English, the way we use it is different.
So okay. Anyway, so let me give you a correct information. Even on Zimbabwe, you were wrong. So what happened historically is that they obviously invaded us and took the land that they wanted, but it's not the percentages are not like as you make them. However, they always had the critical productive land. So obviously when they were building the economies and the hubs, so the areas of economy were most largely controlled by them, even in the farming land. So they control about 70 to 80% of the farming land on the productive land. But that's not the entire land of the nation. Similar story happened in Zimbabwe, probably in Namibia as well, and many places. I think even Mozambique, many places they conquered. So just to correct you, it has never been 80% of the entire.
That's the land I'm talking about. Of course, not the entire land, because you're more than them. Yeah.
Can I land? Yeah. So it's never 80% of the entire land, but it's 80% of the productive land in terms of economy. Yes.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah.
So how about the 80% of the actual? Sorry. How about the actual percentage of land that they control, including that of the this fertile land? Do you have those figures?
I'm not sure in terms of the total fertile land, because there is a fertile land that is not being activated. However,
I mean, including any land, even land that is
can I
not
speak,
fertile.
Nigel?
Go ahead.
Can I speak? So let's talk about the fertile land. So the active fertile land, that is active, they control the most of it. There's still an inactive fertile land. However, there is the total land of the nation that is just some land it's not really useful. So what I'm trying to tell you is the majority of the land has always been owned by government, even throughout apartheid. So that didn't change when the new government came in place. They actually the land was like that, and they actually took back good large land, and they continue to also get more land.
So
There's
by implication, does that not mean that most of South Africa's land
can I
is not?
speak?
I'm
Can I
just trying
speak?
to get somewhere because you're just
When you are speaking, we are learning from you. Someone can ask you questions. We are not quarreling with you.
I'm not done making my point, so don't cut me out.
I need to get out information that I don't know from you.
Don't ask me because I'm giving you more information. Wait for me to finish. So the land, the other land was belonged to the chiefs and the kings as well. Like if you go to places like Limpopo, KZN, and many other provinces, you realize that there's the chiefs and the kings that own large land as well there. So there's government, there's white people, then there's kings and chiefs, and then there's just ordinary people as well.
Okay, Lazi, can I ask you a question?
Let me ask the question I wanted to ask.
Let's allow Tunaja to ask me the question he wanted to ask.
So the original set of land, that's the entire land of the country, what part is controlled by the Europeans and what part is controlled by the government? I'm talking about the land now, not only just this in fertile or non-fertile lands.
Yeah. It's hard to tell because most land, either way, whether the individuals own it or not, it falls under the state. But in terms of, you look at the issue of Orania, the small, whatever they call it in the desert there, they bought it during apartheid from the government. So they bought it from the criminal government during apartheid, and the new government did not change that. However they bought it, I don't know how independent it is as a land. I haven't looked up into that as much into details. And what I can tell you, the other thing is it's hard to actually get to know who own the ownership of the land and all that, because you just know that there is a white guy who's running the farm. So it could be that he inherited the farmer from his grandfather, or he's renting the farm from someone else. There's probably even foreigners from, let's say, there's Jewish, there's even Indian families, there's Muslim families that have bought land. I don't know if either during apartheid or the new government. So there's many ownerships in terms of land. So I think when you have time, look into how the land is distributed or sold in South Africa in terms of contract-wise. Maybe that might give you more information into that there.
Lazi, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Please, I want to know if you live in South Africa at the moment or you live in Europe.
Now, I live in South Africa.
Okay, good. I would like to have your contact. If you don't mind, if you can type your email on the private chat.
Okay, I'll drop my email.
Okay, let me ask you, brother. Thank you for coming. Is there any prospect of military taking power in South Africa?
No, that will never happen in South Africa. So it's different in South Africa.
Okay. I can assure you, if military takes over power in South Africa, it's going to be the wise country.
South Africa is a very powerful country. They manufacture their weapons now.
I love that, my brother. Thank you for that. I just asked you so that we just chill, just to have some fun. I know it's not going to happen there.
Can I say?
I love to hear that. Thank you.
What might happen in South Africa in the future, which I suspect, could be the coalition government trying to remove ANC, because ANC is aligning itself more with the global South, the likes of the BRICS. So there is that tension between us and the West. And obviously, us having their kids here, they're here probably for monetary system and to be the watchdogs of what we do. So they've been reporting, of course, they monitor everything we do. So there's probably a work underground for them to maybe do a regime removal of ANC whenever they can. But that's going to be difficult because they're not only going to face ANC, they've got EFF as well. That is also attracting many.
Malema, right?
Yes. And Malema aligns himself. Allow me to finish? Malema aligns himself with the global South as well. So you've got the DA, which is probably the white party funded by the West. They are the second biggest opposition. The third will be Malema, and the first is ANC. However, they've been trying to gather themselves with other small parties to do the coalition government so that they can have more votes. If that party can get close to actually winning, their first 4 years are going to be them working hard to remove us from the influence of the global south and the likes of BRICS. So I think that's what is coming, and we should be careful.
How possible is that?
I don't think it's much possible, not for in the coming elections. And if the ANC continue to be in power in the coming elections, BRICS is becoming much, much stronger, which is going to be very difficult in the near future. Let's say 10 years from now, for the Western influence to continue their influence on us. They're already losing it, but I will lie if I say they've entirely lost it, because our economy, our trading system is still on their side. The entire continent basically is still trading on their system. So it's hard to remove them in a short space of time. Hence, these coups that are taking place as well, they might not yield the current results sooner, but it's a work in progress, because remember, the colonization, they've built their system here. It's not going to be easy to remove it entirely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Knowledge.
Hold on before you start praising him. This is a guy that advocates killing foreigners in his country and them attacking foreigners. So yes, so you have to be careful.
You can engage me, or you can be petty to Nigeria. Not a woman. Don't be emotional.
Come on, I'm just trying to. I'm trying to.
I see you guys have a history.
Well, yeah, because I know him, and this is one of the most revived for me anyway.
Yeah, Tunaja, well, who cares, Tunaja?
So you have to be careful.
Lozzy, please defend what you.
He said that he was okay with attacking Nigerians in his country.
I don't have to defend anything against
He went to Africa. He went to African Americans and encouraged them to attack black people and Africans.
I cannot hear any of you. I can't hear any of you. Please speak one after another.
Let me tell them what he did so that this is not going to be hidden. He went, he talked with me and every other person advocating that it's okay to attack foreigners that come into his country, like Nigerians. And then he went also to an American channel to this lady that often hates Africans a lot in America. He also encouraged them to attack Africans in America too. That's what he did. And because of it, when I went on this American channel, since then I've been on his case, because I don't want somebody that stands for those sort of things to just be talking as if he's just everyday African, because he's out there advocating killing fellow Africans.
Oh my God.
Tunaja, let me tell you this, if I'm allowed to speak. Okay. I'll always defend my country, and I'm a South African first before anything. So when it comes to my priorities are black South Africans, and whoever comes in my country to harm them, I won't like those people. If you don't like that,
people are harming you right now. Are you doing anything?
You were speaking. Allow me to speak. You even had to take me down. That's okay, fine. Good, but allow me to also speak. Don't block me. So whoever comes to hurt my people, I wouldn't like those people. If you've got a problem with it, you're gonna have to live with it. We will never agree on that. Now we're talking about something differently today. You are still bringing something that happened long time ago. You are being emotional. What I was making point.
I think he's trying to say what is okay. Make that point, Lozzy. Let me.
Okay. People mentioned my country and the land. I came here to correct that. I didn't come here for you to be engaging with me. I wouldn't want to engage on this panel. I just came here to correct Axero on that, to share information so that we can correct each other. I'm not here for you tonight. I don't care about you, dude.
You see that? You notice that I didn't deny what he said. So this is the point I'm making. This guy, 1 minute he's going to be talking like he's one of you. And he talks about, hold on, let me finish. I never claimed to be one of anyone. Hold on. Can you mind your business? This guy, he goes around talking as if he's communicating with people. Why are you on this panel? Go to white people's supremacist channel.
Don't mention my country then, because
go and join your white supremacist friend in your country. No, you might as well go and join your white supremacist friend. You don't need to be here when you are killing fellow Nigerians and fellow Africans. Don't tell me about being emotional. You know what he does? So let me finish what I'm saying. He won't let me talk. So in South Africa, where the minority white people control about 80% of the economy, you don't see him going after them, but yet he's advocating that they should kill black Africans in that country. That's how vile he is. Then he go, and then it's not even bad just doing it in Africa. Then he goes to Africa.
Not use that word. Not use that word. K. They use
You're right. Yeah. Attack. Yeah. I'll find another word to use. So then he goes. For me, the one I couldn't believe it. Advocating attacking Africans in America. He actually did that. That is the one I said, okay, that's it. I draw the line with this guy. And when he appeared on one of the African American channel, it was just that outright war. I've never been that passionate about something before, because how can you, where do you even want to start debating this type of situation? We are in a continent that we are talking about how we can come together, and this guy is literally saying let's kill each other. He's not even saying let's fight for our own tribe, kill each other.
We need healing. Oh.
It's ridiculous. That is what drove me crazy, and he didn't even bother to deny it. He didn't even bother, because he knows what I'm saying is true. Because if he had denied it, I would have through the video.
So Niger, funny enough, you know this guy, dislike Malema that is fighting for
exactly.
No, Malema does not fight against. In fact, Malema encouraged. He said you should stop attacking Nigerians.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that he's not even supporting Malema. You know,
he hates Malema.
Oh my God,
Malema, sure. It doesn't. So.
Sometimes if you hear them, they will come on this panel and they will start talking as if they are just normal.
The issue I have with him is that this guy, sometimes when any platform is giving Nigeria props, like kudos, this guy must come in and delay everything. He has this total anti-Nigeria. Like, he cannot hide it. Anywhere Nigeria, it will appear there. Even if you go on Twitter, he's still there. Because I know him on Twitter also. Yes, now
that lady doesn't like Nigerians. That lady he went on her channel doesn't like Nigerians at all, and that lady targets Nigeria specifically, and that's why he went there. I'm sure that's why he went there. And I was just watching it. I couldn't believe some of the stuff I was hearing.
I always tell people that yes, us Nigeria, sometimes we competing, sometimes we might offend people, but that doesn't mean we are bad people, because because in Nigeria, for you to survive, you have to compete with a lot of things. So sometimes when we go into other people's country, we might be competing. That doesn't mean we hate, like we are trying to destroy the people we met there. It's just that competing spirit we have. It might be on person.
We are like that. We are loud.
We are loud also. So we are not bad people.
Yeah, I didn't want it to become too rowdy. That's why I had to move him backstage, and has a huff now and went off, because he wouldn't let you talk. He would just be arguing then, so nobody will get to the truth of the situation. Because I gave him the opportunity to answer. I didn't bother to say that he didn't do it. He said he's talking about.
The thing is, you see, my brother, let's just go to the topic that we are here for. This military coup of the thing that is happening, and I think African leaders who are still democratic leaders. My summation is that they should be serious. They should be serious. At this very junction, what I expect from Mr. President Tinubu is that, look, stop telling us you're going to put us in paradise, because the chances to achieve that is not there at all. But be serious by checking on corruption, and that will go a long way for we to trust you. Just take people affiliated to you out of the board and go after the wrongdoers. It doesn't just mean going after them, you must buy them or this and that. No, sometimes you go after them to retrieve some of the things they have collected. They are still alive, so that we can have enough to move forward. Because the way it is now, like subsidy has been removed, palliative is coming to solve problem. My brother, not everything they talk for this media. I don't see any reason. I don't see any chance where any governor will go know those who will not get something to chop for our country. It's not good. They're not this thing. The structure not the grant. For any government, for any governor to implement them. So at the head now, and that money now money where they come to say, oh, we not dash you now loan, I will loan and give you. First of all, tell us how much Buhari loan to all of them. What do they use it for? In the name of this, our country, or the something we are using 90% to service today. Some were directly collected by the governor, just that the federal government stand for them. Why was he allowing it? Because the economic policy of Buhari is supposed to have helped many states. But there was no communication. Just if not for even Wike that was loud, none of this oil producing country will understand that what they have been fighting for, with all the good the way it follow on, say he give out to them.
Thank you.
It's okay. Now another president is coming. He want to help us. My God, how are you going to help us? You need the governor. You need the local government. There are laws that block the local government not to function. The state governor can just put, even when they put them, their life, they go ahead. then the people where you say you want help, they not get any, what will I call it mechanism, or what will I put it, structures to identify those people and reach them.
Midwest.
So my dear, not be used where Nigeria. We don't already reach where we go ask ourselves, look, things are not working. And the reason why it has not been working is not that we don't have good policies, I mean to say. It's because there's a big virus, and that virus is corruption. Now we have to cure it so that we can hand that trust. Because if these people, what is happening around us, and they decide to move on their own, they are only bringing more suffering to our people. They are not going to help us.
If you observe, most of these African countries, they are reshuffling their defense ministry. They are changing leaders.
Sorry, guys.
Cameroon did it yesterday. The one that did it yesterday also.
Please, have we taken notice of the fact that all these 5 countries that had military coup, have we checked where the people, where their allegiance are, the people, the citizens of those countries?
To the people, to the military.
Good.
Generally, they support the military.
Good.
Yeah.
So what does that tell us?
They are
The
fed up with
politicians are
the
fed.
democratic order.
They are fed up, you know.
Because we don't have democracy. What we have is dictatorship, in autocracy, in a civilian uniform.
But what
they don't allow the rule of law to supersede their own personal interest or personal agenda. Is that democracy?
But with what we have understood about the West, this their democracy they brought to us. Is it sincere? Is it infallible?
Oh, it definitely is infallible.
It is sincere.
I don't know how sincere. I don't consider it sincere, because they understood that democracy is easier to interfere with when you are from the outside, especially if you are not physically strong. As a nation, you are easier to interfere with as a nation because your ministers and MPs can easily sell out and cause problems for any government. Yes, they can cause. But military soldiers, if you listen to foreigners, you better hope that your superior doesn't hear it, because that could cause problem for you. But in politics, it's not always like that. They can bribe each other, House of Assembly. That's how they were able to bring down the government of this Pakistani leader. I forgot his name, Imran Khan.
Yeah, but the danger
came online and said that they removed him with his senators.
Yeah, it is sincere, but it depends. When the structure on ground is not strong to protect everybody, even to protect that democracy themselves, and to put the leaders on check, it becomes useless. And that's what they gave to us. And we are not willing to recheck it and lay proper foundation for this thing. Because why? Somebody is just there and he have his own supporters. Everybody clap for him or her, even when the person is poo-poo messing, it doesn't mean my close person is there is going to solve the problem. Actually, the government is not even longer in existence, just the Mr. President. And that's the real problem. But in their place, it is the government. First, the president is nobody. He can die today. The government continue. There can be even. I've seen a place in Belgium where the prime minister resigned at a point, 3 weeks or 4 weeks or even a month. Nobody was in charge. The country was functioning because the government is in existence.
We know about that in Belgium.
Okay, look at our place. If the president make by today, everything will just derail because it's Mr. President that we are. These are the things we have to figure out. And if we look at it, that this Oibo cannot work, we can copy the China on one-party system. Let the party people decide to, because they will not be there will still be that government. So the person, the party we choose, we decide, and from there we will develop to do this their own, because they passed through a lot. They went through the monarchy. They were hostile to themselves. Irishman don't want to see the Englishman. The German don't want to see the French. The Austrian German don't want to see the German of the other side. The Swedish are not want to see the Scandinavian. They went through all these things. But as time goes on, they progress to where they are today. And we want to be there without even checking back how do they arrive in this place. They just throw this democracy to us. They know very well we cannot manage it. And if you look at country that's supposed to be developed, like that Pakistan, you use an example. The Pakistans, I saw them on YouTube. They manufacture transformer with their bare hand. They manufacture their ceiling fan and table fan with their bare hand. They manufacture all these motors and everything. Nothing they cannot produce. They produce balls in a local way. Have you not seen it? So these same people are so, but yet when you look at their political system, because of the way it is being structured, It's just that power struggle. Until we cross it, the democracy will not work. Once you have that power struggle within, enemy will always come in and destabilize the government and do whatever they want to do at any time. And that's all.
Thank you. I think I need to round up now. And thank you all for coming in, gentlemen. And Chioma, I see you there. Tika Priono, AI, Abiola, and all the others on the chat that have come in. The donators, the one that have donated money. Chioma, oh my God, you're there too. Chioma is there. The Capriono, Woma went to Mo, Kulata, Alexander Gomez, and Keizo Empire. Ayo also shall not be forgotten. So we thank you all for coming in. Till next time. Is this departure song that I like to play. What is that? This thing again that he likes to play for this thing. Normally it's Yoruba kind of this thing vibe really. I think it's quite funny. Yeah.
Only water, only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, water, only water, where they see my Hapa oh night oh, Hapa oh night oh, Hapa you don't come oh.